Facing Lorelei's Walrein, Ash's strategy unfolds. As the battle commenced, Ash confidently chose Pikachu to face Lorelei's formidable Walrein. Pikachu, being an electric-type Pokémon, holds a significant type advantage against Walrein, a water and ice type. It seems Ash has prepared meticulously for this battle, the commentator exclaimed. This Pikachu was not just any Pokémon, it was Ash's cherished partner since the beginning of his journey. Known for its cute appearance and incredible power, Pikachu had performed outstandingly in the Indigo Plateau Conference, cementing its reputation as a force to be reckoned with. Lorelei's analysis. On the opposite command platform, Lorelei observed Ash's choice with a calm smile. She knew better than to underestimate Pikachu solely based on type advantage. Experience had taught her that once the disparity in strength between Pokémon becomes too vast, type advantages often become negligible. Having studied Ash's Pikachu during the Indigo Plateau Conference, Lorelei was aware of its capabilities. She surmised that Ash had enhanced Pikachu's strength with a top-grade electric-type secret treasure, boosting its electric attacks significantly. However, Lorelei wasn't taking any chances. For this exhibition match, she had called upon her main team, her strongest Pokémon. The battle begins. Walrein, use Ice Beam. Lorelei commanded, aiming to end the match swiftly. Ash smirked at her aggressive strategy. Don't underestimate my Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Pikachu let out a determined cry, its body crackling with golden sparks before unleashing a massive thunderbolt. The two moves clashed mid-air, Walrein's Icy Beam against Pikachu's electrifying attack. Despite Pikachu's impressive power, Walrein's Ice Beam overpowered it effortlessly. Walrein's strength, honed to a third-tier god level, was simply too much for Pikachu to handle. The remnants of the Ice Beam hurtled toward Pikachu, forcing it to evade in a last-second display of agility. The audience gasped in awe. Lorelei's reputation as one of the Kanto Elite Four was clearly well-earned. Her Walrein's strength was on par with champion-level trainers from other regions, and her mastery over Ice-type Pokémon was unparalleled. Pikachu's resilience. Though Pikachu narrowly avoided a direct hit, the pressure of the battle was evident. Ash's tactical brilliance and Pikachu's quick reflexes kept the match engaging. Despite the overwhelming odds, Pikachu managed to hold its own, dodging skillfully and retaliating with electrifying counterattacks. Lorelei, however, wasn't about to relent. Walrein Encore. Follow up with another Ice Beam. Ash watched as Pikachu struggled to keep up. The combination of water and ice attacks began to take its toll. Pikachu's small frame and one of its arms were partially frozen, drastically reducing its speed. Yet, even in a disadvantaged state, Pikachu showcased its determination, presenting a thrilling spectacle for the audience. The inevitable outcome. Finally, Walrein's Ice Beam struck true, and Pikachu collapsed with a pained cry. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Lorelei's name. Yet, a few in the audience, including Ash's loyal supporters, applauded his efforts. Ash approached Pikachu, who lay motionless on the field. As he picked it up, Pikachu opened one eye and gave a sly smile. In truth, Pikachu had more stamina left but chose to follow Ash's unspoken plan, to gracefully concede and avoid revealing too much of its true strength. A mutual respect. As the match concluded, Lorelei nodded in admiration. Ash, your Pikachu has grown significantly. But today, victory belongs to me. Ash smiled, accepting the outcome. For him, the match was less about winning and more about showcasing his skills while respecting Lorelei's reputation. The battle ended with thunderous applause, a testament to the spectacular performance delivered by both trainers. Even in defeat, Ash and Pikachu earned the admiration of the crowd, proving once again that their bond and strategy were second to none. Ash's Gastly versus Lorelei's Walrein, a battle of wits. Ash's second Pokémon choice surprised the crowd as he sent out his Gastly, a Pokémon that hadn't been seen in action for quite some time. Despite Walrein's impressive endurance and the strength it retained after battling Pikachu, Ash's Gastly exuded confidence, hovering ominously on the battlefield. Gastly? Interesting choice, Lorelei remarked with a smile. Let's see what it can do. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. While some wondered why Ash hadn't evolved Gastly into its final form, others were wary of underestimating its potential after Pikachu's brilliant performance. The ghostly encounter begins. Ash made the first move. Gastly, use Hypnosis. Lorelei countered swiftly. Walrein rest. Before Gastly's hypnotic waves could reach Walrein, the massive ice/water Pokémon had already fallen into a deep sleep, recovering its strength. Now Gastly Dream Eater. Ash commanded. But Lorelei was one step ahead. Walrein Snore. Walrein's loud snoring created a shockwave that disrupted Gastly's attack, leaving it momentarily shaken. Lorelei's tactical expertise with ice types was on full display as she adapted to every move Ash made, forcing him to rethink his strategy.
A bold move, the curse.
Realizing his attacks were having little effect, Ash decided to take a gamble. Gastly, use curse. Gastly's ethereal form distorted painfully as it sacrificed some of its own energy, casting a sinister purple beam onto the sleeping Walrein. The curse drained Walrein's strength over time, leaving it visibly struggling even in its sleep. "This could be a turning point," exclaimed the commentator. "Walrein has been cursed, and its stamina is depleting rapidly." Lorelei frowned but remained composed. Walrein stirred awake from the pain of the curse, forcing Lorelei to rely on its sleep talk ability to retaliate. However, the randomness of sleep talk's attacks made it difficult to land effective hits on Gastly, who evaded with ease.
The tide turns.
With Walrein weakened and unable to recover from the curse, Ash seized the opportunity. Gastly hypnosis. Gastly's hypnotic waves this time were successful, sending Walrein back into a slumber. The curse continued its relentless assault, and despite Lorelei's attempts to counterattack with sleep talk, Gastly's agility ensured it remained unscathed. Finally, Walrein collapsed under the cumulative effects of the curse, unable to battle further.
And it's over.
Ash's Gastly takes down Lorelei's Walrein, the commentator roared. The audience erupted in cheers, marveling at the young trainer's ingenuity. Gastly's tricky ghost-type abilities had proven too much for even one of Lorelei's main Pokémon. Acknowledgement from Lorelei. Recalling Walrein, Lorelei looked at Ash with newfound respect.
"You've impressed me, Ash.
Your creativity and strategy are remarkable for a rookie trainer. But this battle is far from over." She reached for her next Pokeball. "Jynx, I choose you." With a flash of light, Jynx appeared on the field, exuding an aura of power that silenced the crowd. Its level and skill set were nothing short of terrifying. Gastly's last stand. Despite the type disadvantage, Ash stood his ground. Gastly used Shadow Ball. Jynx countered effortlessly with Icy Wind, a powerful attack that froze the battlefield and rapidly drained Gastly's remaining stamina. Gastly tried to dodge, but the overwhelming cold and speed of Jynx's assault left it vulnerable. Before Gastly could recover, Jynx unleashed a devastating energy ball, knocking Gastly out of the fight. Gastly is unable to battle. Jynx wins, the referee declared. The audience watched in stunned silence, realizing the immense strength Lorelei had brought to this battle.
A decisive response, Charizard.
Ash retrieved Gastly with a soft smile. "You did great, Gastly. Take a good rest." He then reached for his next Pokeball. "Charizard, it's your turn." The crowd roared as Charizard emerged, flames blazing, ready to face Jynx. With the battle heating up, the audience braced for what promised to be an epic clash between Ash's fiery powerhouse and Lorelei's icy veteran.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Charizard, Flamethrower. Jynx, Icy Wind. Facing Ash's tentative attack, Lorelei also did not relax her vigilance. At the Indigo Plateau conference, she found that Ash's command level was very high. He was particularly good at suppressing rival at the beginning, and then launching a fierce attack like Hurricane. So he couldn't get any chance at the beginning of the battle. Although Charizard's level was lower than Jynx, it had an advantage in attribute. It couldn't fly. In terms of flexibility and mobility, it was obviously far superior to her Jynx. It must be said that the Pokémon cultivated by Lorelei was really powerful. The Icy Wind released by Jynx could tie with Charizard's Flamethrower. The two ultimate moves of Ice and Fire were tackled together, cancelling each other out and turning into a steaming mist all over the field. The entire battle area suddenly became misty and extremely humid. It had no effect on Ash, who had Psychic, but it was very visual for Charizard, who was flying in the sky, and it was not conducive to command at all. Jynx, Icy Wind plus Hail. When Lorelei saw the mist filling the field, she made the fastest response that could help Jynx expand her advantage. 837. Icy Wind plus Hail. The fierce ice wind wrapped hail indiscriminately hit everything in the entire battle sea except Jynx. Accompanied by the rich mist, Charizard's figure was looming. At this time, it was not too far away from Jynx. With its speed, it could immediately launch a fierce attack against Jynx, but unfortunately it was directly discouraged by the hail that fell in detail. Charizard, Flame Whirlpool. In desperation, Ash could only command Charizard to use the Flame Whirlpool to cover himself and form a fire circle defense. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Elite Four are indeed the Elite Four. This on-the-spot reaction ability is really strong. Jynx, Hurricane, use Ice Beam continuously after the rain. At the same time, Lorelei, who had completely suppressed Charizard, continued to operate. Her eyes lit up with blue light, and the fierce blizzard controlled by Psychic was originally an attack skill, which was now directly completed by Jynx as a large-scale control skill. Blizzard was dropped indiscriminately on the entire field, trying to limit Charizard's actions to the greatest extent, BHDB, and give it a heavy blow. At the same time, in the extremely cold and low visibility, several blue zigzag beams were suddenly shot out. Ice Beam, the freezing probability is greatly increased. Charizard's arms and lower abdomen have obvious external injuries. If he continues to stay in this situation, he will definitely lose. Ash narrowed his eyes slightly. Charizard, try to break the situation, use Flame Charge. Charizard, who received the order, gritted his teeth and took off, burning with dazzling orange flames all over his body, constantly resisting the damage from blizzard and hail around him. The temperature in the field began to rise rapidly, and Charizard, wrapped in flames, charged at high speed. During the charge, the power of the flame extinguisher was constantly weakened. Lorelei calmly gave orders. Now, protect, and then use Psychic to get rid of Charizard. When Charizard Flame Charge rushed to the front, it was completely in her hands. Previously, Hail and Blizzard's series of attacks forced Ash to give up Charizard's mobility as an air unit and turn to close combat. At this time, Charizard, covered with thick flames, slammed into Jynx fiercely, but was perfectly blocked by the Cyan energy raised by the Protect barrier. Immediately following was the strong Psychic wave. Psychic gave Charizard, who was already in poor contest condition, the final blow, smashing it into the field. When everything calmed down, Charizard seemed to have lost his ability to fight. What a pity, Charizard's performance was already very good. Lorelei Elite is worthy of being the Elite Four of the Kanto region. Such a record is already very good. Ash is definitely the best Pokémon trainer in the younger generation. The audience expressed regret for Charizard's defeat. The aftermath of the final battle between Charizard and Jynx directly caused the several pied Giottos responsible for filming to lose their combat capabilities. Fortunately, the photography tools they carried on their bodies just captured all the wonderful shots and transmitted the shocking battle scenes. All the audience who were able to enjoy this wonderful battle through the broadcast were stunned. The battle between Charizard and Jynx was even more exciting than the previous Pikachu vs. Walrein. Thank you for your hard work, Charizard. Taking back Charizard, Ash said sincerely. Lorelei's Jynx is very strong, and Blizzard and Hail have a certain degree of psychic control. It almost formed an amazing permafrost field. Jynx's level is much higher than Charizard. Under the contest conditions without evolving to Mega Charizard, it is already its limit to be able to fight like this. Ding! Complete the follow-up of the Elite Couple quest. Lost to the Ice Elite Lorelei with a relatively realistic acting, no intention of being let down by Lorelei foresight. Quest reward, 1,000,000 points. Any Pokemon's level is increased by 5 levels of the best Nevermelt Ice. Increase the power of the carried item's refined ice skills by 50%. Select a random Pokemon as Dragonair, and increase its level from 4.47 to 4.52. Listening to the system's voice, Ash's helpless mood of losing to Lorelei was completely dissipated. The training cycle of Dragon Pokemon is very long, but Dragonite has been following him since the Wild Wilderness area for less than half a year. From today on, the level has completely surpassed its mother and entered the elite level. It's not too far to be promoted to Dragonite. After the game, Ash and his two friends got together with the Lorelei sisters. Misty felt a little disappointed. Ash, who had been undefeated all the way through the journey, finally lost. Although she knew it was normal to lose to her idol Lorelei, she still felt a little sad. Fortunately, Ash himself didn't seem to have any psychological burden and didn't seem to care much about this matter. In the living room of the beach villa. Ash, my request is very simple, that is, when you decide to travel to Johto region, take Giovani with you. Ah, cousin, what are you talking about? Hearing this, all Stephanies present except Lorelei were dumbfounded. The look they gave to Giovani became strange. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of Misty and Sabrina, Giovani's pretty face suddenly blushed. DB. Ash was also somewhat unexpected. No wonder the system indicated that he must lose this battle. It turned out that Lorelei Elite was trying every means to send her cousin to him. How? This shouldn't embarrass you. Well, I'll admit defeat. I'll notify you when the trip to Johto region begins. Nodding, Ash subconsciously glanced at Giovani. She was clearly arranged by her cousin Lorelei, and she obviously didn't dare to look at Ash at this moment. She was afraid that Ash would think that she had asked Lorelei to do this. Fortunately, although Misty and Sabrina were a little surprised by this, they did not have any dissatisfaction. In this way, Ash and others stayed in Lorelei's villa for a few days. Feeling guilty, the top-notch prodigy tried hard to build a good relationship with Sabrina and Misty. Both women had good personalities and got along well with her. Ash recognized the top-notch prodigy, so they would naturally get along with her in a friendly manner. After all, they would live together in the future. Their bottom line in this regard was that Ash should not bring that kind of dubious Stephanie home. On the third day, Ash said goodbye to Lorelei and the top-notch prodigy sisters and was about to leave. Downstairs, the weather suddenly changed drastically. It was summer but it was snowing heavily. Ash immediately launched Psychic to explore, and then found that the Pokémon living in the wild around the villa began to become restless and began to migrate in one direction. Could it be? Ash's heart trembled, and his role changed slightly. He immediately told Misty beside him that the destination had changed. Next, set off for Shamude Island. Meanwhile, on Fire Island, which is far away from Norman and is located near Shamude Island, Galuda drove his huge airship, which was powered by a double-digit attribute energy treasure, and descended into the sky of Fire Island. Several strange electric magnet circle devices trapped the careless fire god Moltres. Moltres was furious when his territory was invaded by humans who looked like ants in his eyes, and he let out a fierce cry growl. The blazing flames around him rose, forming a long dragon of flames that was about to burn all the broken circles that trapped him. However, Moltres was surprised to find that his flames had no effect on these devices made of iron rings. Instead, the flame power in his body was constantly being absorbed by the device, and then transformed into a more powerful force to restrain him. This also led to the fact that the more it struggled, the stronger the energy it received. It can be said that it was completely trapped in a jar because it failed to break the device's restraints at the first time, and basically had nowhere to escape. As the resistance became more and more intense, his strength was constantly weakened. Until the end, his physical strength was exhausted and he completely lost the ability to resist. He was controlled by Galuda and taken back into the huge airship. This device was specially made by Galuda for the powerful and extraordinary divine beast race. As long as you are careless and controlled by the device, you will not be able to burst out the strongest force to break free in the first time. If you want to break free from it by your own strength, it is obviously impossible. Of course, such a powerful device cannot be without flaws. The biggest weakness of this device is that the external defense is too weak. There is no need for legendary Pokémon. Ordinary Pokémon that is slightly better cultivated can break it through superpower. Inside the airship, facing Moltres, the legendary god of fire in the Kanto region, Galuda's eyes are full of intoxication and fanaticism. The divine bird is really a perfect collection. No, it's not perfect just like this. The legendary sea god Lugia who can invite the anger of the three divine birds, you are the most perfect and valuable collection. Ask for flowers. God of fire, god of thunder, god of ice, you are just the bait I threw to lure out Lugia. When I think of the legendary sea god with the power to destroy the world, Lugia can also become one of his collections, and the most perfect one. Gila was so excited that the enthusiasm in his eyes became more and more obvious. Ash, are we in such a hurry to go? And the weather and the contest conditions of wild Pokémon don't look normal. Ash and his three companions rode on the back of Pidgeot, assisting Serena to hold up the psychic barrier to separate the wind and snow from the airflow outside. 0. Misty couldn't help asking Ash. The weather outside and the behavior of wild Pokémon are too abnormal. Combined with Ash's hurried farewell to the Lorelei sisters, he took them on the back of Pidgeot without saying anything, and flew straight in one direction at high speed. They knew that Ash must know something inside. Otherwise, he would not have reacted immediately when he saw the abnormal phenomenon. Compared with Misty, Serena seemed much calmer. Sometimes she really couldn't see through Ash's behavior, but the choices he made were basically correct. Including the most dangerous action on the new island, she always believed Ash can solve the problem. This time is no exception. Nothing, just an ignorant and arrogant Pokémon collector intends to extend his claws to the legendary beasts. These anomalies are the consequences of his fantasy being put into action. We are now going to Shamudi Island. The three islands of ice, fire, and thunder around this island are inhabited by the real three legendary birds in the Kanto region. The god of fire, the god of ice, and the god of thunder who have the power to change the world's climate together. Ash explained to the two women in a concise manner, which immediately shocked the two of them. They didn't expect that the Pokémon collector was so bold as to set his sights on the three legendary birds. Is he really not afraid of angering the three legendary birds and ending up with a death without a burial place? If Galuda were here, he would definitely say confidently that he was not afraid, and the three birds were just a bonus. His real target was the first-level god Lugia. Looking at the current climate change, even if his conspiracy did not succeed completely, it must have aroused the anger of the three birds. Once the anger of the three birds is left unquenched, the consequences will be disastrous. Ash, can we stop them now? After all, they are the legendary three birds. Even if your Zapdos can resist one of the birds, what about the remaining two birds? The key is that there is a bad guy hiding in the dark. If it doesn't work, notify Lorelei Elite, she should be able to help you share the pressure of 980. Misty said to Ash with a worried look. It's okay, don't call her. In fact, even if she is called over, it will be difficult to fight one of the three birds. Ash shook his head and replied. The highest level Jynx at Lorelei's hand is only 4.78, standing in the realm of the third level god. The gap between them and the three mythical birds that have already entered the realm of the second-level gods and held the divine power is really a bit ridiculous. Even the three mythical birds weakened by the Galuda device cannot beat them, and they are just sending food to them. In this real Pokémon world, the main force of the battle between the second-level gods and above legendary Pokémon must be the same strength of the mythical beasts, or high-precision and cutting-edge offensive technology. What should we do? Then we are also sending food to them. Before she said the word die, Misty glanced at Serena who looked unusually calm and suddenly thought of something. Yes, after the battle on the new island, Ash was accompanied by a Mutwo with terrifying strength. Although she didn't know how strong it was definitely more powerful than the three mythical birds just because it could confront Mew. And after following Ash for so long, she was used to Ash's style of acting after careful planning and never putting himself in danger. The reason for the urgency this time was mainly because of the reputation of the three gods' birds and the doomsday-like scene around them. On the other hand, Lorelei, who was just about to return to the Kanto region with the excellent pride, also discovered the strangeness of the weather and wild Pokémon at this time. It was her sudden idea to let her cousin, the excellent pride, travel with Ash. Ash had settled this, and then she had to go to her cousin's family to persuade the elders of the family. But now it seems that they can't go back for the time being. In the villa, Lorelei immediately used her Kanto elite authority to ask the Orange Alliance to cooperate in the investigation. The researchers on the Alliance side analyzed the weather and the migration path of wild Pokémon and finally came to a bad conclusion. The source of the problem came from Shamudi Island. Legend has it that the three gods' birds live around Shamudi Island, but few people can see them. Because once the ship approaches the three small islands around Shamudi Island, they will be silent for various reasons. Over time, the nearby islanders stay away from them, making the three small islands shrouded in mystery. Now it seems that the legend of Shamudi Island is true. There should be three sacred birds with magical powers that control the weather. The movement at this moment must be related to them. Think of Ash's strange behavior when he and his friends left. Lorelei, who reacted, didn't care about returning to Kanto, and took the excellent pride directly to board the speedboat to West Island. This kid must know something inside. It's too reckless to run over there quietly. Due to Pidgeot's terrifying man-flying speed, Ash and his party can already see the outline of Shamudi Island in the distance. As they approached Shamudi Island, the climate outside the psychic barrier became more and more extreme and severe. There were lightning and thunder soaring in the sky, and the sea was rough. There were also many water-type Pokémon who migrated here frantically with their families. At this time, the festival being held on Shamudi Island was also forced to stop because of this sudden and terrifying change. The residents of the entire Shamudi Island fell into panic. They who have lived here for generations know better than anyone what such an extreme scene means. At this moment, a raptor accompanied by a thunderous cry, broke through the dark clouds in the sky, and swooped down at a high speed through the flashing electric snakes in the sky. All the people attracted by the noise stopped their panic movements and looked up at the top. As the distance continued to close, everyone on Shamudi Island was able to get a glimpse of the full appearance of the raptor, a Pidgeot that is very common in the Kanto region. However, it is completely different from ordinary Pidgeots. It is tall and mighty, with strong and powerful wings, sharp claws, cold and sharp eyes, and it seems that sparks are shooting out of it. It exudes a kind of soaring in the sky totem momentum all over its body. This is a bird of prey that anyone who sees it will be amazed by. It is Trainer's mount. On its back, there is a combination of a man, two women, and a Pikachu. The two women stand behind the boy, while Pikachu lies on his shoulder. It is not difficult to see that the group is obviously led by the Pikachu boy wearing a hat. This fierce and strong 5.2-meter tall Pidgeot should also be Pikachu's Pokémon. When the anger of the three gods of fire, thunder, and ice is ignited and the world is on the verge of destruction, an excellent commander will come to Shamudi Island, obtain the tokens of the three gods and place them in the temple. Then the saint will play the festival song with a flute to calm the anger of the three gods and restore peace to the world. Looking at Ash on the back of Pidgeot, a legend that has been passed down from generation to generation but has never been believed by most residents before appears in the hearts of almost everyone participating in the festival. Could it be that the Pikachu in front of him is the hero who can save the world as predicted? Seeing the dark clouds covering the city, huge waves, and strong winds, and the doomsday-like scene, everyone couldn't help but have questions in their hearts. After seeing Ash, the girl who had been a little at a loss because of the sudden change in the world, wearing the post-contest costume, seemed to have found her backbone. Her anxious and flustered mood quickly stabilized, and she walked forward quickly. In the wide eyes of Misty and Sabrina, she closed her eyes and pursed her lips and kissed Ash on the face. Puff! Ash, who was suddenly attacked and kissed, looked at the beautiful Saint Flora in a daze. Flora looked at Ash and the other two happily. There were two beautiful female companions around him, with different styles. It can be seen that Ash is a romantic boy. Although Misty and Sabrina are both beautiful, she is still very confident in her appearance. Moreover, she has the saint costumes in the main venue of the festival, and her charm value is slightly higher than usual. The information in Ash's mind began to run rapidly. Flora's original intention of this kiss was obviously biased towards her duties as a saint and the rules of the festival. Yes, that's right, I haven't seen her before. There is no emotional connection between us. 17. This is my first kiss. Looking at Ash, Fruula blushed and said happily, I know, and I also know the legend of your Shamudi Island. I won't waste any more nonsense. Get the flute ready and go to the temple of the Hippo King. Misty, Sabrina, please protect her together, and leave the rest to me. Ash, who didn't want to waste time, gave orders decisively and assigned tasks to Fruula, Sabrina, and Misty. Then he rode on Pidgeot again and soared into the sky. Fruula, who was confused and frustrated, and Sabrina, who hadn't had time to complain about Ash, left behind. Why is Ash so attractive to Stephanie? It's ridiculous that a beautiful Stephanie would kiss him on an unknown island. How did he know the legend of Shamudi Island, and how did he get the tokens of the three gods and put them in the temple guarded by the Hippo King to blow the ritual song to calm the rage of the three birds? Also, after taking her first kiss, he was like nothing happened, with no response at all. The key is whether he is the excellent commander who can calm the anger of the three birds in the legend. At this moment, countless doubts lingered in Flora's little head. Well, I don't know what to call it, but should we go to the Hippo King temple mentioned by Ash now? The two women looked at each other, and finally Sabrina, who was calm, communicated with Flora, who seemed not very smart. Although they didn't know the specific situation, the only thing they were sure of was that as long as they acted according to Ash's arrangement, it would be right. Oh, good, follow me. At this time, Flora, who had reacted, could only temporarily suppress the many doubts in her heart. With Misty, the two women walked towards the Hippo King temple while making a secret decision in their hearts. Regardless of whether Ash is the excellent commander who can calm the anger of the three sacred birds in the legend of Shamode Island, he must be taken down. Don't ask, the first kiss is the first kiss, and the saint on the island has such a rigid requirement. If it was another man who landed on the island today, he would not have given her a strong visual impact like Ash riding a Pidgeot, and he would be very ugly. Then I can only apologize, the red tape and feudal dregs on our island should have been abandoned long ago. How can a new age woman casually offer her first kiss to a stranger for the sake of legends and rules? This saint can only be said to be inappropriate. On the other side, Lorelei, who was quite anxious and wanted to get to Shamode Island as soon as possible, used her Elite Four privileges to get a mega flying device. The speed is several times that of an ordinary helicopter. She and her cousin Yudang Jiaoza took a helicopter together, braved the extremely bad weather and hurricane showers, and ventured to fly at high speed towards Shamode Island. Prepare for battle, Zapdos, Charizard. Come back, Pidgeot. After leaving Shamode Island, Ash took back Pidgeot, who had just entered the elite level. The difficulty level of the next action was too high, and Pidgeot was not suitable for participating in other activities even if it was just a flying mount. Ash switched to Charizard, with Pikachu standing on his shoulder, and rushed to Fire Island under the escort of Zapdos. As a psychic, Ash first propped up a blue psychic barrier to isolate the wind pressure. Then he tried to communicate with Mutwo who lived in the Pokémon home system through telepathy. Mutwo, I may encounter some trouble this time. Oh, so, can you help me when I need your help? Yes. Faced with Ash's tentative question, Mutwo's response was unexpectedly refreshing. After this period of travel, Mutwo was very satisfied with what Ash did as a human trainer 137. Of course, Ash doesn't rate it very high, mainly because Mutwo only cares about how Ash gets along with Pokémon, and has no interest in how many girlfriends he has. Ash was relieved to get Mutwo's affirmative answer on Charizard's back. If Lugia, the main C in the original plot, hadn't been accidentally let out in advance because of Galuda's reckless operation, it is very likely that it will not be awakened until the three sacred objects of the three islands of fire, thunder, and ice are all placed in the temple of the Hippo King, and then the song of the festival is played by Flora's flute. Now Ash doesn't plan to bet whether Lugia will come out in advance during the operation. Directly turn Mutwo, the ultimate bodyguard, into his trump card. After all, if he is not careful, he will face Galuda's technological airship or the three sacred birds. If Mutwo is not there, Ash is more or less a little scared. As long as he is not 100% sure, it is unstable. Ash never puts himself in a dangerous situation. Of course, if Mutwo doesn't agree to his request, he can also switch to a less direct second plan and carefully stop the violent three birds. With Mutwo's reply, Ash was completely confident and directed Charizard to go straight to Fire Island. At this time, because Moltres had been captured by the collector Galuda, Fire Island temporarily became a no man's land. After thousands of years of fighting, Zapdos, who had always been thinking about the territories of the other two islands, would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. At this moment, it had quietly flown to Fire Island and landed in the center of Fire Island, releasing its electricity to the outside. It wanted to clear all the breath left by Moltres here, leaving a symbol of its territory, and declaring its sovereignty over Fire Island. Seeing Ash's sudden visit, Zapdos, who was already very sensitive, felt that his territory was invaded, and immediately issued a warning-like fierce cry. Then a golden thunderbolt struck the ground in front of Ash. It directly blasted a 10-meter-wide, bottomless pit on the ground, and the surrounding area was charred black land scorched by the high temperature of lightning. Ash rolled his eyes at this. There is indeed a reason why the three sacred birds are called the three stupid birds. The IQ of these three guys is really worrying. The old neighbor Moltres suddenly disappeared, and Zapdos did not realize the danger and ran to occupy Moltres' territory without finding out where he was. You are so impatient, at least you can wait for 2 more days. See if Moltres will return to Fire Island. If it comes back, won't everything you have done be in vain? This IQ is far lower than that of normal humans, and even some Pokémon that are smarter than humans, even those beasts that Ash has seen in his previous life are slightly inferior. It is not wrong to be called the three stupid birds. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the huge golden thunder just taken, Zapdos beside Ash trembled slightly, but his eyes were shining with longing. This is the powerful power of Zapdos, the strongest of the Zapdos family, who controls the priesthood. Obviously, his potential has stopped at the 3rd level god, and it is difficult for his strength to increase again. It is a level of power that he can only dream of. Pika. Unlike Zapdos, who is in a state of aging, Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder is also a little excited. It vaguely feels that although the priesthood Zapdos is powerful, it is not unattainable. As a Paishan with the aura of the protagonist, although it is not clear where this inflated self-confidence comes from, it is confident that it can turn Zhongdian to the ground with thunder in the near future. Pikachu's cheeks are faintly flashing with spark, and his eyes are full of fighting spirit when staring at Zapdos. Cry. After a thunder warning, it was found that Ash and his party did not retreat, but moved towards the center of Fire Island. Even the Pikachu on the shoulder of this human boy sent a taunt to it. How could it tolerate this? Priest Zapdos immediately made a fierce cry, but this time it did not carry a warning meaning. Several sparks that were no weaker than the previous ones bombarded Ash riding Charizard, and were determined to turn Ash and others who dared to taunt it into dust. As for the fact that there was a Zapdos of the same species among the targets it attacked, what did it have to do with it? Any intruder who dared to step into its territory should be cleansed by thunder. Priest Zapdos, who had already sentenced Ash and his party to death in his heart, released several thunder attacks, and then continued to release discharge power to cover the entire Fire Island with peace of mind, striving to occupy it completely as quickly as possible. But strangely, the expected bombardment did not come as expected, and the thunder released seemed to have lost its response. The priest Zapdos looked back in confusion, and saw a dark purple psychic barrier covering Ash and his party, and the thunder trick it released was completely swallowed up by the barrier, emitting strong psychic fluctuations. Cry. Zapdos, who was not very smart, was completely confused. What happened? In addition to the mysterious big white bird in the sea, there was actually a Pokémon that could withstand the thunder chain attack released by it with all its strength. You are so disobedient, why don't you just let us take the token of Fire Island? Ash shook his head slightly, and then said to Mutwo, who appeared beside him at some point. Mutwo, who had been unhappy with the priest Zapdos in the Pokémon home for a long time, nodded and just raised his right hand slightly. Psychic's big hand suddenly shot out, and the priest Zapdos was like a rooster with its neck strangled, flapping its wings non-stop. It looks like the last struggle before being slaughtered. Ash told Mutwo the cause and effect of this incident. Mutwo was already very raging about the crisis caused by the three mythical birds of fire, thunder, and ice, which might lead to countless innocent wild Pokémon falling into despair. At this moment, he was ruthless in attacking Zapdos. Seeing that the priest Zapdos, who looked exactly like him but was much stronger than him, dared to resist and was carried by Mutwo, Ash's Zapdos couldn't help but shrink his neck, subconsciously leaned behind Ash. Master, this Pokémon is too fierce. Pika, Wang Lihao, of course, it's Mutwo. Pikachu nodded in agreement. It was almost killed when it was on the new island. If it weren't for Ash, it might have been gone. Mutwo, the big boss, suddenly turned around and gave a look to the second pet, which scared them so much that they immediately shut their mouths and sweated on their foreheads. Pikachu even waved his claws to act cute. In his heart, he was secretly planning how long he would have to train to electrocute this guy. Even the priest Zapdos didn't put so much pressure on him. He had encountered Mutwo twice, but whether in the new island or at this moment, he felt that Mutwo might be able to crush him to death with just one finger. This gap is really too exaggerated. Woo. The priest Zapdos, who was like a little chicken and was pinched by Mutwo Psychic's big hand and could no longer be arrogant, was full of disbelief in his gradually clear eyes. In his cognition, even though he had spent a lot of energy to dispel the aura of molters that had remained on Fire Island for many years, but it was definitely not something that ordinary Pokémon could deal with. The psychic Pokémon that appeared in front of it was obviously a terrifying existence with strength comparable to that of the big white bird. But why would such a Pokémon obey the orders of a human trainer who was as weak as an ant? Shouldn't that be something that ordinary Pokémon would do? Sensing the shocked, confused, and puzzled look from Zapdos, Mutwo curled his lips slightly. It naturally looked down on ordinary trainers, but who made the target Ash the most special? Compared to those first-level gods who have lived for countless thousands of years and witnessed countless events on this planet, and are mentally mature, Mutwo's mind is now like a baby who is not even 1 year old. After experiencing the dark side of humans, 063 met Ash at the critical moment when he was about to completely turn black. Unlike ordinary trainers, Ash is sincere to Pokémon. At the beginning of the new island, he was even willing to sacrifice his life for Earl Dervish's Pokémon partner Pikachu. It brought it a real shock after Giovani's twisted mind. It also made it regain confidence in the human species. After this period of travel, it made it completely convinced that there is a true friendship between humans and Pokémon, and no longer doubt it. Such a trainer is definitely worthy of its trust. And there is nothing wrong with being Ash's Pokémon. That space like a paradise is a little small, but the environment inside is so comfortable to live in. Moreover, this mysterious and unpredictable method of opening up a different space is simply horrifying. If the priest Zapdos saw it, he would definitely understand how stupid his idea was at the moment. Mutwo complained slightly in his heart, and then looked at Ash, wanting him to decide how to deal with this Zapdos. If it doesn't affect the battle, then take it away like this. If it does, knock it out and take it away. Ash touched his chin and thought for a while before saying to Mutwo. With Mutwo by his side, the highest force as an absolute guarantee, he only needs to complete the task step by step. According to the explanation in the original plot, if the situation continues to deteriorate, it may lead to the end of the world. So even if he didn't receive the system task this time, he must help Lugia calm the anger of the three birds. This also means that accompanying Chia is the key point of this operation, regardless of whether Ash has the ability to solve the incident of the three birds independently. They must first collect the tokens of Fire Island, Lightning Island, and Ice Island and take them to the temple where the Hippo King is. Then let Saint Flora play the song of the festival with the flute to summon Lugia to calm the anger of the three birds. Anyway, since we have met them, it is definitely okay to bring the priest Zapdos with us. If we let it continue to wander around outside, if it is caught by Galuda, it will take a lot of effort to rescue it. Ash doesn't want to add trouble to himself and make trouble for no reason. Hearing Ash's words, Mewtwo knocked out the priest Zapdos with a psychic without hesitation. Although trapping Zapdos and walking it will not affect its battle, it still thinks Zapdos is noisy. Looking at the second-level priest Zapdos thrown to the ground by Mewtwo, Ash raised his lips slightly and resisted the desire to subdue it. Bite's eye. After all, this thing has a priesthood. Once any unknown problem occurs, causing the global climate to be unbalanced, and then affecting the whole world, it will be a big deal. Although the three divine birds are still weak, their role in nature is not small at all. At the same time, seeing the strongest Zapdos of the same race being thrown to the ground without any honor, Ash's Zapdos also felt a little sad. He thought it was the strongest in Ash's team. It was a little arrogant at ordinary times. It would rather live in an insulating ball than live with Ash's other Pokémon. But now after seeing the terrifying strength of Mewtwo, the slight pride in its heart quickly disappeared. Zapdos, your senior is in your hands. Let's go to the next island. Psychic was fully launched, and then after taking the Moltres token on Fire Island through the air, Ash instructed Zapdos on the side. Zapdos nodded very servilely, without any previous pride of the Divine Beast race, and flew honestly to the front of the Divine Zapdos. After all, compared to Mewtwo, who can easily kill Zapdos, the strongest priest of its species, it is nothing. The upper limit of its potential is only the third-level god. It won't be long before Charizard and Pikachu can catch up with it. It still has to hold Ash's thigh tightly to see if it can pile up some mysterious resources for itself and raise its strength limit. After all, there have been many Pokémon in its team before whose potential has broken through their own upper limit and obtained a leap-forward improvement. Although the starting threshold of her talent at the level of a mythical beast is high, it is probably difficult for Ash to come up with good things, but dreams are always there. What if they come true? Thinking of this, Zapdos quickly grabbed the unconscious priest Zapdos with his claws, flapped his wings happily, and flew to the next island behind Ash. On the other side, lightning and thunder roared, and the waves surged. Thanks to the efforts of the trump card flying members, Lorelei and Yudang Jiaoze, who came from afar, finally saw the topography of Shamude Island. Jiaoze, you must protect yourself later. According to the Orange Alliance, the three divine birds with divine duties here are much more powerful than ordinary divine birds. Okay, cousin, I wonder how Ash is doing now. Will he be in danger? Don't worry, that guy is very strong and smart. Although he can't beat the three divine birds, it's still easy to run away. On the flying device, looking through the window at the turbulent waves below, Lorelei smiled calmly. After fighting with Ash twice, she still recognized Ash's ability. Hey, I'm really lucky. I actually encountered two Zapdos, rare Pokémon I haven't seen before, and Charizard with excellent talent. You all have the qualifications to become my collection. At this moment, a huge mega airship that can even be called a flying palace flew here. Ash heard Galuda's voice amplified by the loudspeaker on the airship. At this time, in the control room of the airship, Galuda's eyes were full of surprise. Originally, when he drove the airship to Lightning Island and found that Zapdos was not there, he was a little worried and prepared to go to Ice Island first. On the way, he passed by nearby and found that soaring in the sky suddenly lit up with dazzling golden sparks. Subconsciously guessing that Zapdos might be here, Galuda quickly turned around and rushed to Fire Island, which he had already been to once. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. Not only was there the Zapdos he was looking for, but there were actually two rare ones. Apart from Zapdos, the rare Charizard with a blazing flame burning on its tail that day is also worth collecting. This size and size are rare in the Charizard group. Although it is not as precious as the legendary beast, it is also the most precious collection among ordinary Pokémon. The second surprise is the mysterious Pokémon in humanoid form that he has never seen before. He dares to guarantee that no matter whether it is the Pokédex data of each region or the myths and legends handed down from ancient times, there is no Pokémon with similar descriptions. To a certain extent, this may be a perfect collection comparable to Lugia, the god of the sea. As for the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, it was ignored by Gila. This kind of rubbish Pokémon is obviously not worthy of appearing in his collection list. Looking at it a few more times will make him feel that it is a waste of energy. Such a cute pet is probably only liked by the delicate little girls in his family. This time I can catch them and give them as a present. As expected, Mewtwo, Zapdos, and Charizard were all angry after hearing the broadcast saying that they would take them all as collections. Except for Ash, they don't take other trainers seriously, even the Elite Four and the regional champions. Now there are humans who want to take them and collect them. It's really unreasonable. Pika. At the same time, the Pikachu who was not named was even more angry. What do you mean? This skin is worthless compared to them and has no collection value. How dare you look down on it so blatantly? Ding! Trigger the plot mission, destroy Galuda's airship and rescue Moltres who was captured by him, and then defeat Moltres head-on. Mission reward, Charizard Hidden Ability Awakening Potion, Pikachu level increase 4.52 million points. Ash was stunned. He was previously puzzled that the scene called the theater version in the original plot actually had no mission reward. I didn't expect that it would still be triggered after Galuda appeared. And this mission reward is really generous. Charizard's exclusive hidden ability potion and Pikachu's level reward are simply too good to be true. As one of the most powerful Pokémon in Ash's hands except Mewtwo, Charizard is impeccable in every way, but it is a bit regrettable that there is no mutation or hidden ability. At present, the hidden ability potion can finally make up for Charizard's regret that it is not a shortcoming. It is really a good surprise. Not to mention the level increase of Pikachu, it is now a champion level Pokémon. Without relying on mission rewards, it is only through daily training and fighting with wild Pokémon. I don't know how long it will take to upgrade to a level. This will save Ash and Pikachu several months of hard training, which is quite nice. Then there is the usual point reward for the mission, and 200W is also an amazing point reward. And the difficulty of this mission is not too great. Just destroy Gilroda's airship in the process, pay a little attention to the device used by the other party to capture Moltres. Please give flowers. Oh, it is not difficult to rescue Moltres, after all, it is easy to destroy this device from the outside. The only difficulty is to defeat Moltres later. This is definitely difficult to achieve with the strength of Pikachu, Charizard, and even Zapdos alone. To deal with it, you have to rely on Mewtwo's dimensionality reduction attack. At the same time, Ash wanted to see if he could complete the first part of Charizard's transformation mission. This mission required Charizard to defeat a legendary Pokémon. As a reward, Charizard would perfectly fuse the Mega Evolution emblem and be able to switch between the two evolution forms X and Y in battle. Ash was still looking forward to Charizard being able to switch between the two evolution forms X and Y in battle like Mewtwo. He planned to take a gamble and let Mewtwo do it, while Charizard tried to kill Moltres to see if he could complete the mission. There was no way. It was unrealistic to want to use Charizard's current champion level strength to challenge Moltres, a second level god level priest. So he wanted to try to exploit the loopholes in the system mission. Of course, it didn't matter if he failed in the end. The worst thing would be to postpone it for a while. Do you think Ash can successfully get the tokens of the three gods and return here smoothly? At the same time, Xia Plague Furula stood at the entrance of the temple, looking at the doomsday scene outside, and couldn't help but murmured in worry. The saint had never seen such a scene before, and even with the prophecy, she still had no confidence in her heart. And just now, a huge wave directly hit the shore when a ship on Shamude Island wanted to sail. The environment outside was obviously so bad that ordinary people could not imagine it. At this time, Ash must have been risking his life, shuttling through thunder and lightning, overcoming layers of difficulties, and always avoiding the rage of the three gods. Take one step and count 10 steps, and work tirelessly to find a way to obtain the token of the three sacred birds. Furula imagined the dangerous situation where Ash's life fire might be extinguished at any time, and she became more and more worried. If it was just because of Ash's outstanding temperament and good looks before, there is a high probability that she had a little good impression of Ash as an excellent commander who saved the world and calmed the anger of the three birds. Now Furula's good impression of Ash is rising rapidly. This should be regarded as a good story that starts with appearance, falls into talent, and ends with character. Just like the legend, an excellent commander will definitely find a way to overcome difficulties. The Hippopotamus King put his hands behind his back, and his eyes full of wisdom also looked at the doomsday scene outside. It seems to be comforting Furula and comforting himself. As a local Pokémon, I am afraid no one understands the power of the God of Fire, the God of Thunder 923 and the God of Ice better than it. That is a power that is enough to destroy the world when combined. Of course, the Hippopotamus King is mainly referring to the doomsday scene caused by the destruction of the balance of the climate. In the powerful trainer, under their raging anger, was just a slightly stronger ant. This excellent commander wanted to reach the three islands safely, and to take the token and bring it back here without being discovered by the main bird. The difficulty is self-evident. It even seemed to be an impossible task to it. Although he was extremely pessimistic, the Hippo King still held on and did not show it. He still stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the turbulent sea and the Pokémons who were constantly migrating here with worried faces. On the other side, although it was clear that Ash had Mewtwo to rely on, Misty was also a little worried when she saw the increasingly thrilling extreme weather outside. However, after seeing Sabrina, who knew Ash's strength best, look like she had it all figured out, her worries faded a little. She was even a little curious. She had met Ash earlier than her and traveled together, but she was still worried at this moment. What did Sabrina discover with her powerful psychic that made her still worried in such a situation? Ash is full of confidence. Sabrina's confidence comes from Mewtwo, of course. As individuals with psychic, her knowledge of Mewtwo is much higher than Misty's. Although the noise made by the three birds looks scary, every time Ash mentions them to her, his tone is very relaxed. Only when he faced Mewtwo in Niijima, he seemed extremely solemn. Moreover, she had a psychic comparable to the strength of elite Pokémon, but she couldn't even breathe when facing Mewtwo, and she felt that the opponent's Salation could control her. She deeply understood the horror of Mewtwo. In her opinion, unless Ash and Mewtwo did not intend to fight, Mewtwo could easily knock down all three birds. With Mewtwo, there is nothing to worry about. At this moment, Sabrina was already thinking about how to reward Ash for his hard work tonight. On the other side, on Fire Island, Pokémon Collector Gilroda finally started his performance. Several devices similar to the electric magnet circles that had easily imprisoned molters who underestimated the enemy were fired from the airship and flew towards Ash, Mutwo and other Pokémon. Mutwo, please help me solve these troublesome things, and leave the battle to other Pokémon. Ash said to Mutwo, who couldn't help but want to beat up Galuda for his outrageous words. Mutwo looked at the other angry Pokémon around him and immediately understood what Ash meant. He was quite grateful and moved, and at the same time, he was a little envious of them for being Ash's Pokémon. He nodded, and Kaitai shot out an aura sphere, and easily destroyed all the devices flying in the air. Bang bang bang! The black smoke filled the air, and all the electric magnet circles were not spared. This thing is almost impossible to trap even a champion-level Pokémon under the command of a trainer if they are prepared in advance. This time, the title of the three idiots has become more valuable. It can only be said that they are too stupid. I remember that in the original plot, Lugia was distracted by the three idiots before being attacked successfully. Despite this, Lugia still broke it open in a short time. At the same time, the cockpit of the airship. Galuda watched his secret weapon being easily destroyed by Mutwo, and the fanaticism in his eyes became even stronger. This is the perfect collection he is looking for. Hey, this is his Pokémon? This kid is not trying to destroy my airship with Zapdos and Pikachu? At this time, Galuda found that Mutwo did not make the next move after destroying all the Iron Ring devices. Not only that, there is also Charizard under Ash. Only after throwing the priest Zapdos onto a pumice stone, carrying Pikachu, the eyes are like lock-on sky, the huge airship like Sky Fortress. Seeing this, Galuda couldn't help but sneer. Zapdos, who has no priesthood, plus a pet Pikachu, wants to challenge me. It's simply overestimating yourself. You know, Galuda doesn't even care about the god of fire, Celestic god of ice and thunder. The god of fire has been imprisoned in his collection room. At present, among all the Pokémon on Ash's side, the only one he cares about is the mysterious unknown humanoid Pokémon that just destroyed all the Iron Ring devices with a slight move. Then there is his real target of this trip, the big white bird Lugia, who may still be 5.0 hiding deep in the sea. Zapdos, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt at the same time. On Charizard's back, Ash decisively commanded the two Pokémon to use Thunderbolt attacks. Two thick golden sparks attacked Galuda's airship like a thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws. Boom! A huge sound was stirred up with smoke and dust. But when the smoke cleared, what was revealed was Galuda's intact airship. How could the airship Galuda had spent countless money and years to build in order to attack the three sacred birds and even the sea god Lugia be so easily damaged? Pikachu's full-strength Thunderbolt was basically no different from Tickle. As for Zapdos, it only blasted out a white mark. Champion level? Zapdos is fine, but I didn't expect this Pikachu to have champion level strength. When will Pikachu be able to be trained to the champion level? In the airship, although Pikachu's Thunderbolt did not penetrate the airship, and even failed to cause the airship to cause seemingly effective damage, it inevitably surprised Galuda. He never thought that a Pokémon like Pikachu could be promoted to the champion level. He admitted that he had underestimated Pikachu before, and this Pikachu was also qualified to be one of his collections. During this trip, he has encountered many qualified and even amazing collections. How lucky he is. Looking at Ash and his Pokémon on Fire Island below through the observation equipment, Galuda's eyes became more and more fiery, and a smile that looked elegant but was actually sinister appeared on his face. In the air, Ash saw the belly of the airship above slowly open and a thick gun muzzle poked out. At the muzzle, violent energy is gathering rapidly. Because the capture device of the Galuda airship in the original plot was too effective, it did not show its real killer move. Ash's face darkened slightly, and then he looked at Mutwo decisively. Use teleport, Mutwo. As soon as the words fell, Mutwo's eyes lit up with a deep psychic blue light, and before the muzzle energy blasted out, he took Ash and his party to the cabin of Galuda's airship through teleport. Rumble. At the same time, the terrifying energy column blasted by the airship just passed by them and hit Fire Island directly. In an instant, almost half of Fire Island was shattered by the terrifying power of this attack. The soil, trees, and even rock sea water that were touched by the energy column would be instantly evaporated. It is hard to imagine what the consequences would be if a person or Pokémon was hit by such a terrifying weapon. The dazzling degree of this terrifying energy beam was so dazzling that other islands in the Orange Islands hundreds of kilometers away could feel the instant brightness. The rolling sound waves spread in all directions, and the huge roar could be heard in almost the entire Shamude Island. Oh no, the three gods are angry, and the real doomsday is finally coming. An old man on Shamude Island who grew up listening to local myths passed down by his elders looked at the huge beam of light in the distance, listened to the roar in his ears, and couldn't help muttering to himself. The whole person also knelt on the ground subconsciously, his body trembling and crawling, constantly reciting unknown scriptures in his heart, trying to calm the anger of the three gods. The old man's move also led many other panicked islanders around him to follow his example, crawling on the ground and reciting scriptures to the sky. That seems to be the direction of Fire Island. Is Ash there? He is looking for the token. Looking at this movement, it is very likely that the god of fire has been angered. Is even the legendary excellent commander going to fail? Shamude Island will no longer exist. In the temple, Furula's eyes were shocked. The hippopotamus king shook his head helplessly, no longer stopped at the seaside, and returned to the temple with his hands behind his back with a calm expression. He sat down in his usual place and slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the last moment with a resigned attitude. Impossible, Ash will never fail. Misty rejected Furula's concerns and said with great confidence. Sabrina seemed even calmer. She always believed that with Mutwo by her side, Ash would never have an accident. No matter how bad the situation is, it can be easily reversed. In the control room of Galuda's airship, Ash and the Pokémon who appeared here through teleport stared at Galuda, and the atmosphere was unusually quiet and weird. Gil Terrace obviously did not expect that his carefully built aerial mobile fortress would be breached so easily, and in such an easy way. This airship is completely different from the Iron Ring electromagnetic device. The former is as fragile as thin paper on the outside, while the latter has no defense inside. The reason for this design is mainly because Gil Terrace firmly believes that ordinary Pokémon can never invade the airship. For a moment, Gil Terrace, who was at a loss, was stunned on the spot. It was not that he had no idea of resistance in his heart, but after comparing the strength of both sides, he chose to give up very wisely. As a Pokémon collector, he trusted the high-tech weapons and captured Pokémon as his collection, and there was not a single one used for battle. In the case of being close to the Air Fortress airship and losing its protection, how could we to withstand the attack of Ash Pokémon? Ash, with a cold face, showed a nuclear smile to Gil Terrace who was desperate. When Gil Terrace took out the high-tech weapons, even he felt a great threat. Fortunately, Mutwo's psychic was strong enough to make the whole process look safe. Pikachu, Thunder Shock, shock others to death, just make sure they don't die. Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack had some personal grudges against Galuda, who just looked down on him. He decisively gave Galuda the most refreshing electrotherapy service without electrocuting him to death and ensuring that his life was not in danger. At this moment, Pikachu seemed to be the king of thunder and lightning, Yang Yongzin, and his kind eyes seemed to be asking, "Are you still going online?" After receiving the electrocution, Galuda turned into an afro, his whole body was charred, and he looked like a West Coast rap enthusiast. Even the rhythm of his whole body twitching was very regular. After handing Galuda over to Mutwo for control, Ash took Pikachu to visit the airship. As the richest man in the Pokémon world, the famous Pokémon collector Galuda invested nearly half of his wealth in this mega airship. According to Ash's guess, if it were any other first-level god, it would definitely take a lot of time to break through his airship. Unfortunately, although this thing has an absurdly high physical resistance, it has no resistance to magic attacks. Inside the airship, I can only say that the collector has great taste. Although this airship has a very high technological content, Decorate has a retro aesthetic. Temporarily ignoring the priest Moltres who was controlled by a strange device, he came to the energy power cabin. Ash's mouth twitched slightly, his face darkened, and he resisted the urge to swear. He said, how could Galuda's airship be so powerful? Not only could it capture Moltres who has a priesthood, even if it was only the 3 divine birds at the second-level god level. It can also fire energy cannons that are not inferior to the level of divine beasts. It turns out that this guy's energy power drive directly uses more than 2-digit attribute secret treasures as the driving core. This thing is very rare in the world. I didn't expect Galuda to use it so extravagantly. At this time, these attribute secret treasures have been consumed by more than half, and several of the remaining half have already dimmed. It can be seen from this that the terrifying energy cannon that almost destroyed half of Fire Island must have consumed the energy of many attribute secret treasures in one breath. Using the attribute secret treasure that can greatly enhance the power of Pokémon as the energy source of the airship is simply a waste of resources. The eyes lit up with psychic blue light, piercing the power device. Ash put away the remaining 6 attribute secret treasures with intact energy with a dark face. Pikachu, do whatever you want next. This thing is a big threat to most Pokémon and must be destroyed. Pikachu. Since the attribute secret treasure has been taken away, this airship is not of much value, and he still needs to complete the mission. Ash immediately commanded Pikachu to completely destroy the airship with a high-intensity thunderbolt from the inside. Following that, including Galuda and the trapped priest Moltres, Ash, and his Pokémon, they were all brought back to the remaining Fire Island by Mutwo using teleport. Ash commanded Pikachu to release the trapped Moltres in the surprised and ashen eyes of Moltres and Galuda. However, Moltres, who regained his freedom, immediately turned hostile, and after a loud cry, he launched an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. Ash, its benefactor, and his group were also within its attack range. It can only be said that there is a reason why these 3 divine birds who control the priesthood are so annoying in the original plot. In comparison, Lugia, whose actual experience is even higher than theirs, is much more reasonable. Ash's eyes were slightly cold. You asked for it. Mutwo, psychic. Mutwo naturally raised his right hand, staring coldly at Moltres who was spewing high-temperature flames in the air. Bang bang bang! The powerful psychic shock wave directly blasted it away. Seeing this, Galuda, who fell to the ground, immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Is this mysterious Pokémon so strong? It defeated the furious Moltres with just one blow. You know, when he captured Moltres, he also relied on the other party's carelessness and the capture device that he invested in research and developed for several years to successfully capture Moltres. As a result, Ash can suppress the priest Moltres with this mysterious humanoid Pokémon alone? Where did this Pokémon come from? Thinking of this, Galuda's curiosity and desire to collect slowly rose unprecedentedly. Pikachu that can reach the champion level is rare enough, but it is just enough to make him excited and can be used as a collection. And the one that can easily suppress the Priest Moltres Pokémon is simply a priceless treasure. He didn't expect that he could encounter so many super rare collectibles that made him excited in one action, and even the captivation power was not inferior to that of the sea god Lugia. If he hadn't been Ash's prisoner at this moment, he would have taken action. Feeling the constant numbness all over his body, he couldn't lift a finger even if he tried his best. Galuda sighed slightly in his heart, and finally had to choose to bear the pain and give up. This time he definitely didn't resist. He would pay more assets later. As long as he could get through Ash, he would definitely create more powerful weapons and capture devices when he returned, and capture all the rare Pokémon of Mewtwo, Pikachu, and Ash. However, I don't know if it was an illusion, Galuda just had such a thought in his heart. He saw Ash glanced at him calmly, and his cold eyes made him shiver unconsciously. Mewtwo's psychic directly gave Moltres cried out in pain, and his dignity as a divine beast was also severely hit. Moltres looked at Mewtwo, who was emitting a terrifying aura and had cold eyes. His poor brain capacity was obviously not enough. He could only make a fierce cry, and then opened his mouth to launch a powerful flamethrower. Take some time off its muscles, Psybeam. With a flash of light in his eyes, Mewtwo raised his hand and blasted out a rainbow psychic beam directly at Moltres' flamethrower. The two powerful attacks collided with each other and stalemated in the air for only 2 seconds. Psybeam defeated the flamethrower with overwhelming force and exploded after hitting Moltres. It formed a huge rainbow energy ball with a diameter of about 50 meters. The psychic aftermath was mixed with fire, and the momentum was particularly great. Ash and his party were unscathed under the protection of Zapdos. After this ultimate attack, Mewtwo's expression remained unchanged, while Moltres, who had been drained of his physical strength by Galuda's capture device and had not yet fully recovered, looked exhausted. Mewtwo, psychic with half the power. Seeing this, Ash continued to command. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity to reduce blood and help Charizard complete the task, it would be a shame for Galuda's previous full efforts. Moltres, who was attacked by Psychic again, was already at the end of his strength. Charizard, it's time, prepare to finish off. Use Seismic Toss after Dragon Claw. Roar. Accompanied by a loud roar, Charizard's body flashed with colorful light while flapping his wings. When he rushed to Moltres, his whole body turned gray and black, evolving into Mega Charizard X. Dragon Claw hit Moltres' head hard. Ouch. After a painful cry, Moltres had no time to react before Charizard clamped a pair of wings and hit it hard with a Seismic Toss. After a series of combined punches, Moltres was exhausted and lost his ability to fight. Moltres, defeated by noon. On the ground, looking at Moltres who was smashed into a huge pit by Charizard's Seismic Toss, Galuda's pupils shrank violently. Ding! Plot mission completed, destroy Galuda's airship to successfully rescue Moltres who was captured by him, and defeat Moltres head-on. Mission reward, Charizard Hidden Ability Awakening Potion, Pikachu level increased by 4.52 million points. Pokémon, Pikachu, level, 4.61-4.66. After Charizard defeated the Priest Moltres, Pikachu's level ushered in a big wave of improvement. This is a full 5-level leap to the champion level. Normal combat training will take at least half a year or even longer. This is Ash's Pikachu, a top-notch talent. As expected, if you want to quickly improve the level of Pokémon, you have to rely on completing the tasks issued by the system. Is it over? However, the prompt sound of Charizard's related tasks that Ash has been looking forward to for a long time did not sound. It seems that there can't be too many tricks in the battle with legendary Pokémon. The system probably detected that Moltres' defeat was basically caused by Mewtwo. At the same time, Galuda was confused again. No, it was so easy to win? Are you kidding? He was already very shocked when he found out that Mewtwo could suppress Moltres, who is called the God of Fire. However, suppression and complete defeat are completely different concepts, especially for the mythical beasts that can easily burst out amazing power when in desperate situations. Unexpectedly, Mewtwo not only suppressed Moltres easily, but also solved it in a few moves. It was really outrageous. As a Pokémon collector, Galuda boasted that he was well informed, but it was the first time he had seen so many outrageous scenes like today. And all this was caused by the boy in front of him. At this moment, the stock price of Mewtwo, which was originally only equal to Lugia in his heart, soared. In the blink of an eye, it has become the most perfect collection in his heart. It is foreseeable that if he can get out of Ash's hands this time, he will directly become a villain who is more obsessed with Mewtwo than Giovani of the Rocket Team in the original plot. However, Galuda's rapidly rising malice caused Ash and Mewtwo to frown at the same time. Mewtwo, he is in your hands. Yes, no problem. Ash gave Mewtwo a look, and the other nodded. Then Psychic directly invaded Galuda's brain, tampered with his memory and even transformed his thoughts. Only Mewtwo can accomplish such a complex and precise use of Psychic without harming the human body. The junior Psychic Ash can't even dream of it. Another senior Psychic Serena can only savagely turn people into puppets. And what Ash saw now is just the tip of the iceberg of Mewtwo's powerful Psychic. Today's Mewtwo is growing rapidly. When it followed Giovani in the Tokiwa gym, it was like a newborn baby, and it only knew how to rush around and use violent psychic to overwhelm everything. Now it is completely different. With Ash's help and the integration of X and Y evolution stones, its use and understanding of psychic is skyrocketing. It can be seen with the naked eye that even though it became Ash's prisoner, Lugia, who was still arrogant, has made a 180-degree turn in his attitude. It's a bit like the fanatical respect of a servant to his master. It can only be said that Mutuo's transformation of him was effective immediately. My wise master, do you have any instructions? Okay, you find a way to go back by yourself. I still have to clean up the mess you left behind. Ash waved his hand, complained slightly, and sent Gigaruda away directly. Originally, he was more inclined to erase Gigaruda's memory directly and hand him over to the local officer Jenny. But if you think about it carefully, Gigaruda can create a high-tech airship to capture the second-level god. This weapon shows that his personal ability is quite good. If he is brainwashed and used directly for his own use, he may not feel anything now, but maybe he will be of great use in the future? Take Moltres and Zapdos, we should go. The mission was completed, and Ash did not rush to give the key reward items to Charizard. These things will not run away, so it's not too late to talk about it later. The most important thing at present is to get the remaining priesthoods of the 3 sacred birds. Articuno was dealt with. A family must be neat and tidy. Although these 3 stupid birds fight non-stop when they meet, they are the official idol group after all. With 2 second-level gods who were knocked unconscious, Ash and his party left the devastated Fire Island. Referring to Zapdos's outrageous behavior of occupying Moltres' territory, they went directly to Lightning Island. As expected, Articuno, who found that Zapdos's breath disappeared on Lightning Island, also launched a home-stealing operation against him. Ash didn't say much nonsense and directly commanded Mutuo to knock it out with a psychic ultimate move, and then took the token of Zapdos on Lightning Island. The last place to run was Ice Island, where Articuno's token was easily taken away. Looking at the increasingly extreme weather around because of the imbalance of the power of the 3 stupid birds, Ash didn't delay and commanded Charizard to fly directly to the Hippo King Temple on Shamody Island. At the same time, in the Hippo King Temple, Furula looked at the increasingly bad weather outside, and then turned to look at the Hippo King who had given up the struggle and was sitting in the temple with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for the final moment. She seemed to realize something, but walked to the Hippo King with some reluctance to believe. Hippo King, Ash will definitely succeed, right? Her question awakened the Hippo King who was waiting for the last moment. He opened his eyes and looked at Furula with a complicated expression, whose beautiful eyes were already filled with tears. You have the answer in your heart, right? No, Hippo King, I want you to tell me in person. Legend has it that an excellent commander will successfully find the 3 gods' tokens and calm their anger, right? Legends are just legends after all, and not everything in the prophecy will happen smoothly. And maybe that boy is not necessarily the excellent commander in the prophecy, maybe he just came here by chance and made the same decision as the excellent commander in the prophecy. For the future of Shamody Island, the Hippo King has a very infinite attitude. In the sea area near Shamody Island, an alliance plane was approaching Shamody Island in the storm. As the location of the incident, the closer to Shamody Island, the more extreme the weather became, and the whole plane was shaking. No, Lorelei Elite, this is already the limit. If we continue to approach Shamody Island, we will definitely crash and die. At this time, the Alliance flying member who was operating the plane tried hard to hold the joystick, turned his head and said to Lorelei with a serious face, "Steady the body and keep moving forward. I promise there will be no problem." Lorelei, who is usually easy to talk to, also took out the majesty and aura of the Kanto Elite Four at this moment. No buts, the incident on Shamody Island concerns the whole world. If it cannot be solved smoothly, no matter where you hide, you will not be able to escape this catastrophe. Yes, Lorelei Elite. After knowing the seriousness of the matter, the flying officer could only grit his teeth and push the joystick to control the plane to plunge into the increasingly bad airspace ahead, where visibility was even less than 20 meters. With all the radar and navigation equipment out of order, they could only rely on the simple navigation map and the blurred track outside the window to approach Shamody Island with difficulty. Hey, are you two really Ash's girlfriends? Don't you worry about his safety at all. In the Hippo King Temple, secretly wiping away tears, Furula noticed Misty and Sabrina, who were sitting together and chatting, as if the crisis outside didn't matter at all, and she was immediately furious. Why are these people so? A woman who doesn't care about Ash's safety can become his girlfriend? Is it because they are beautiful? Furula felt that her appearance was not much worse than theirs, and she took the initiative to kiss him, and it was her first kiss. Apart from her inner resentment, she also felt pity for Ash. After all, Ash was out there risking his life to save the world. As for Misty, who might be saved by him, and even the woman next to him, Sabrina looked contented. She didn't worry about Ash at all. Furula, who was so angry, couldn't help but go up to the two to argue. The two women were also stunned. No, Furula, you think too pessimistically. Ash will never get into trouble. Seeing that Sabrina didn't intend to pay attention to Furula, Misty smiled and comforted her. How can he be fine? That's the legendary god of fire, god of thunder and god of ice. I see you are also Pokémon trainers. Don't you know that they are all legendary Pokémon? This time, Ash has to break into the territories of the three gods, get their last resort tokens and bring them back here. The three gods are angry, the weather outside is so bad. You also saw the light column of Fire Island just now. In that situation, do you still think Ash can't be in trouble? Frula felt that she was about to be driven crazy by Misty and the other two girls, and she wanted to drag them out of the cave to experience it for themselves, so that they could open their eyes and see how bad the situation was. How exaggerated is their confidence in Ash to think that Ash can come back safely in this situation, and bring back the token of the three birds. Misty saw that Firula looked like she was about to cry, and she was at a loss for words, not knowing how to comfort her. Okay, don't cry, Ash is back. At this time, Sabrina suddenly interrupted Firula's casting. Is Ash really back? Several people ran to the vicinity of the cave entrance, and from a distance, they saw several black dots soaring in the sky passing through the storm, flying towards the temple at an alarming speed. For high-level psychics, Sabrina, mainly far away in the face of such a large-scale supernatural disaster, can still accurately locate Ash. Okay, I said Ash is fine. Really? Is Ash really back? Frula reached out to wipe the little pearl dripping from her eyes, her face full of astonishment and surprise, and an expression of disbelief. In such a dangerous situation, Ash actually rushed back? Please give flowers. Even with the three sacred birds token, she couldn't be dreaming. Of course it's true, Sabrina is a psychic, she must have used psychic to find Ash to say that. Facing the doubtful look from Frula, Misty pointed at Sabrina beside her and explained with a smile. Sabrina is a psychic, who else can she believe if not her? And according to what she said before, the Mutuo that Ash subdued can easily crush the three sacred birds, and there is absolutely no danger. That's why she is so relieved? At this time, a group of people including the Hippo King walked out of the temple quickly, ready to welcome Ash's return. At this time, in the distant sky, a light spot covered by a blue psychic barrier was flying towards them at a high speed. As the distance got closer, they could see clearly that the two figures flying were Charizard and Mutuo. Charizard was carrying Ash flying, while Mutuo was dragging three embarrassed figures with psychic. Zapdos was temporarily collected by Ash into the Pokeball. Looking closely, the figures dragged by Mutuo were the famous three mythical birds. At this time, except for Misty and Sabrina, who had already known that Ash had Mutuo, Flora, especially the Hippo King who was also good at psychic skills, were all stunned. Didn't they say they were only bringing back the tokens of the three birds? How did they kill all three birds? What happened to that humanoid Pokemon? The psychic fluctuations it emits are too terrifying? While she was shocked and confused, Furula was also extremely curious about how Ash managed to defeat and bring back the three birds. After all, she was not as sharp as the Hippo King, who could sense the aura of Mutuo that was comparable to that of a first-level god. These were the legendary three birds, the real beasts. Isn't the horrible scene outside like a natural disaster, caused by the imbalance of the power of these three birds? Does this mean that Ash also has a combat power that can destroy the world? Looking at the three sacred birds flying towards this side like dead dogs being held by Mutuo with psychic, Furula didn't know what to say. You were asked to take the sacred beast token, but you knocked out the three sacred birds and brought them here. Is Ash's understanding of the token a bit too far off? Besides, this is a god. Let's not investigate how Ash did it. Is it really okay to knock them out and bring them here in such a miserable state? At least we should give them the minimum respect. At this time, the Hippo King and Furula felt like tens of thousands of alpacas were running through their hearts. The expressions on their faces were completely stagnant, especially the Hippo King, who had gotten rid of his stupid image after evolution. At this moment, his dull eyes looked no different from the stupid hippopotamus. It had nothing to do with the high-sounding profession of temple sacrifice. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Ash and his party landed directly at the door of the Hippo King's temple. The three sacred birds were thrown on the ground like garbage, and Mutuo, who looked down on them, even found them as arhats out of mischief. The mission was successfully completed. I have retrieved the tokens of the three god islands. Ash jumped off Charizard's back, and while saying this, he took out three crystal clear, shining stone beads of different colors from his pocket. They represent the tokens of the god of thunder, the god of fire, and the god of ice. Then he shook them in front of the dull-eyed Flora and the Hippo King, reminding her / it that it was time to start working. Oh, I see. Flora's expression was still a little dazed, and she subconsciously reached out to take the token handed over by Ash. According to the method that had been practiced several times with the Hippo King before, the token was placed in the corresponding position in the temple. Then he took out the sea flute and prepared to play the festival song to summon the sea god Lugia. Ash has already defeated the three gods by himself. Is there any need to summon the sea god Lugia? Besides, Ash spoke to me in such a friendly tone just now. It must be because of the kiss I gave him before he reacted. I really want to travel with him. The saint, Flora, wearing a ritual dress, looked holy and elegant on the surface, preparing to play the festival song, but she couldn't help but have a mess of thoughts in her mind. Just as she was about to play the song, the Hippo King finally reacted from his daze. No matter how you think about it, something is wrong. Legend has it that when the anger of the three birds is ignited, an excellent commander will help the sea god Lugia to calm the three gods. As a result, Lugia hasn't even appeared yet, and the three birds have been beaten to submission by Ash and his Pokémon, and they don't even respect their status as mythical beasts. Are the current trainers so strong? It's actually possible to single-handedly kill 3 gods in such a short time. Since his evolution, the Hippo King, who has always served as a temple priest here and thought he was still keeping up with the times, felt for the first time that he might be completely out of touch with the times. At the same time, he had an extremely strong awe for the world outside Shamody Island. Ash, you are finally back. Misty and the other 2 girls didn't even look at the 3 birds that were thrown on the ground and piled up like a monk, and ran directly to Ash. Yay, I'm back. Ash nodded and put Mutwo back into the Pokeball. Remembering that Mutwo was created by Team Rocket and defected, the 2 girls could understand Ash's reaction. There are many residents on Shamody Island, and there are many people and eyes. It is best not to show Mutwo in front of the world. If Team Rocket gets to know the news at that time, it will cause them and Mutwo a lot of trouble. Although Mutwo is already very powerful, who knows whether Team Rocket, which has the ability to create Mutwo through Mew genes, can still research more powerful high-tech weapons to target Mutwo. As the organization that knows Mutwo best, it is reasonable for Team Rocket to find a way to deal with it. On the other side, as Flora played the festival song, the melodious flute sounded slowly, as if lingering in the ears of everyone on Shamody Island. Following that, Ash, who possessed Psychic, immediately sensed that a mysterious and powerful breath was reviving in the deep sea ahead. Pika. Feeling the terrifying breath that was extremely threatening and even faintly superior to the normal form of Mutwo, Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and stared at the turbulent sea water in front of him with full vigilance as the breath revived. Although it knew that it was definitely not the opponent's opponent, it still stood in front of Ash at the first time. Charizard also gathered around Ash, ready to participate in the battle or protect Ash from leaving here at any time. Don't worry, this time it's a friend, not an enemy. Ash patted Pikachu and Charizard on the head one by one, indicating that they didn't need to be so nervous and could relax appropriately. Pikachu and Charizard, comforted by Ash, seemed to relax a little, but they still stood by Ash's side. A warm current rose in Ash's heart. Pokemon are so simple-minded. As long as you treat them well, they will return your 100% loyalty and affection, even including their precious lives. Even Mutwo, who once claimed to be extremely noble and disdained the relationship between humans and Pokemon, is now impressed by the feelings between Ash and Pokemon. Misty, whose eyes were fixed on the sea water surging wildly around Shamody Island. Another powerful psychic wave. Unlike Mutwo's violent and fierce, this psychic is more tolerant and warm. Sabrina whispered in a low voice with blue light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Lugia. The hippopotamus king stood on the reef, looking like he was reminiscing and seemed to be very emotional, and Sun Chen murmured. As the sound of the flute came to an end, a huge waterspout appeared in the sea around Shamody Island. It rose from the sea and rushed straight into the sky. After a while, the waterspout dissipated, and an elegant and divine bird-shaped Pokemon appeared in front of everyone. It was Lugia, the god of the sea. However, this was only the name given by people on nearby islands. Psychic and flying-type Lugia had no great connection with the god of the sea. It was mainly because it was kind by nature and often suppressed the turbulent sea on hurricane rainy nights to save the people trapped in the ships. It was only after a long time that it was called the god of the sea. In fact, there is another person who is the real god of the sea. Kyugra among the 3 gods of Fengyuan is the god of the sea who truly created the ocean. Especially after its primal reversion, no matter its attribute, ability, or fighting method, it is worthy of the title of the god of the sea. 1-7 Pokemon, Lugia, level 4.99. Subconsciously, Ash looked up Lugia's information. The level was about as high as he imagined, 3 levels higher than Mutwo in the New Island period. Except for Ho-Oh, who he met when he just started traveling and didn't have time to check the level, Lugia is definitely the highest level Pokemon he has ever seen. In the original plot, Lugia is kind by nature and always gives in to the 3 stupid birds. Otherwise, if he really gets angry, he will definitely beat the 3 stupid birds. Is this the legendary sea god? This is too beautiful and elegant. At this time, including Furula who subconsciously put down the flute, the 3 girls looked up and stared at the sea god Lugia who stretched out his perfect figure in the air, and murmured in their hearts, Luo. After Lugia appeared, he made a low cry, and looking at the scene around him that seemed like the end of the world, he immediately understood what happened. Knowing that it would have to appease the anger of the 3 unlucky neighbors, it subconsciously looked around. It tried to find the 3 divine birds that had been fighting each other in the past. However, after looking for a long time, it didn't even see the shadow of one of the 3 divine birds in the sky. Then its eyes unconsciously fell downwards, and finally stopped in front of the Hippo King Temple and was slightly stunned. Focus on the familiar figures piled up together. Hey, aren't these its old neighbors? The 3 divine birds are known as the god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice. But how did they fall into this situation and behave so embarrassedly? According to its understanding of these 3, although they usually run around in the sky and fight each other, if other enemies break in, they will immediately unite to attack the outside. So what is the situation now? At this time, even Lugia, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, feels that his brain is not enough. After meeting Lugia, Ash decisively manipulated Psychic to make a teleport and appeared in front of Lugia, using telepathy to communicate with him. He quickly told Lugia what happened on the 3 islands in a relatively simple and easy to understand way. After listening, Lugia nodded as if he understood. Although he didn't know how this trainer named Ash managed to beat down all 3 old neighbors. But now that it has been called, it must go through the process again, wake up the 3 old friends, and then beat them down again with only 1/10 of their combat power left and throw them back to their own territory. Anyway, after the fight, the human Saint Frula of Shamode Island can play the festival song to appease the emotions of the 3 old neighbors. This is much more effective than persuading with great effort. Through telepathic communication, Lugia can also sense Ash's naked enthusiasm for Pokémon. The first impression of him is simply too good, and the favor ability can be said to be rising rapidly. At the entrance of the Hippo King's temple, Frula watched Ash teleport to the sea god Lugia and wondered what they were talking about. But it seemed that the man and the god were talking happily. Suddenly, she looked puzzled. Ash's psychic is so powerful? Teleport, maybe he can also telepathize. This is too cool. He is talking directly to the sea god Lugia? However, thinking that Ash had just knocked out the 3 sacred birds and brought them back, it didn't seem so exaggerated that he was talking happily with the sea god Lugia at this moment. Of course, this kind of thing would be too amazing for an ordinary trainer. Which trainer can be as high-spirited as Ash? Even those trainers with strong abilities, do they really dare to come up and get close to Lugia like Ash? At this moment, Frula only felt that Ash had an unrestrained spirit of freedom. This is especially precious to Frula, who has been a saint since childhood and doesn't like to be bound by rules and regulations. After Ash and Lugia reached a deal, the 3 birds that were stacked up at the entrance of the Hippo King Temple finally woke up. Although they did not restore their full contest condition combat capabilities, they were definitely able to move freely. Lugia, it's up to you next. Lugia screamed, and Psychic shot the 3 birds that had just woken up and felt humiliated. They were extremely jealous of their enemies and rushed towards Ash into the air, and began to beat them unilaterally. Charizard, you try it too. Ash hurriedly called Charizard to join Lugia's beating, trying to see if he could fish in troubled waters and complete the task. Although the possibility is very low, the experience points of defeating the 3 birds are extremely rich, and it is worth a try. What a miserable 3 birds. On the ground, Misty, Sabrina, and Flora, including the Hippo King, stared at the beaten 3 birds in amazement. This is really too tragic? The 3 divine birds, whose power is unbalanced enough to affect or even destroy the world, have no status in front of Ash. It would be fine if they were knocked out and brought back, but they were beaten up again after Frula's flute attracted Lugia. No matter from which aspect, they can't be called the 3 gods with full status in Kanto mythology. On the contrary, they are like punching bags, angry bags, and they are punished immediately after making trouble, just as the 3 girls were impressed by Ash's strength. A flying machine flew through the dark clouds and staggered to Shamodi Island. They just happened to see Lugia acting as the main C, leading Ash's Charizard to beat up the 3 birds. The pilot was stunned when he saw this scene, and even forgot to operate his hands. The entire flying machine passed through the worst weather, but lost power just before arriving at Shamodi Island and fell directly into the sea. After much effort, with the help of Lorelei's Lapras, they successfully stood on the sea and stood on Lapra's back. They looked up and stared at everything that happened. Even Lorelei, who was always calm, could not hide her shock. If I am not mistaken, Ash is riding on Lugia's back. That is a legendary Pokémon that ordinary people will never see in their lifetime, the sea god Lugia. Ash can actually ride on its back. And he listens to his command. What is going on? Could it be that he even subdued Lugia? No, absolutely impossible. Letting the strong sea breeze blow her hair, Lorelei's heart was a little confused. Even for her as a Kanto elite, the scene in front of her is rare. This is the legendary sea god active in Shamodi Island. A real mega combat power at the level of the first god. Well-informed Lorelei is like this, not to mention the top student next to her. After all, she is a young person of the same generation as Ash, and they have competed before. At this moment, she is looking at Ash riding on Lugia's back and soaring in the sky, commanding Zapdos and Lugia to fight against the 3 birds and save the world. Top student is like Listelle's sister, with stars surging in her beautiful eyes. What an excellent Pokémon trainer! At this moment, Ash has brought her not just a simple shock and astonishment, but a gap like a natural moat. Fortunately, she changed her mind early and decisively gave up the idea of catching up with Ash after the Indigo Plateau conference. Now she is more looking forward to embarking on a new region trip with Ash in the future. In the cave, assist Charizard's tail flames started to burn, and help Lorelei and others burned their bodies. Lorelei, top student, how did you get here? Misty asked curiously when she saw Lorelei and the others appearing here. The climate around the world is out of balance now. We learned from the Orange Alliance that there was a problem on Shamodi Island, so we came to see if we can stop the crisis. But it seems that we are no longer needed. By the way, who is this? Lorelei smiled slightly, and then looked at Flora. After hearing this, the attention of the top-notch prodigy was also shifted to Flora, and his eyes immediately became alert. What's going on? Could it be Ash's new girlfriend? Flora, don't stand there, continue playing the festival song, and mark this incident for a month. There is only one last link left to complete the Shamodi Island plot, which is to appease the 3 sacred birds and let them return to their respective territories. The world's climate can only return to normal if the unbalanced forces are restored to balance. Of course, at this time, they have been beaten several times in a row, and what is calmed down is not anger, but resentment. While Ash urged Frula to complete her work, he also briefly told Lorelei and the sisters who came later what happened on Shamode Island and introduced Frula. "Ah, is she the saint here?" Fruula exclaimed. He was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, she was not Ash's new girlfriend. Normally, saints like Fruula should not be very free, and they certainly can't run around with Ash. On the other hand, Fruula was annoyed when she was reminded by Ash that she was so focused on watching the show that she forgot her job. After all, the longer she delayed, the more the main bird was praised. How could she forget such an important thing? Not daring to delay any longer, she picked up the peculiarly shaped flute and played the festival song immediately. The melodious and ethereal flute sound resounded throughout Shamodi Island again, and was heard by the three birds who were constantly being beaten passively. The festival song has the power to soothe emotions, and normally it should soothe the anger in the hearts of the three birds. After all, that's what was written in the prophecy. However, because of Ash's operation, the festival song became a psychological trauma comfort song for the three birds. Miserable? Woo. Seeing that the emotions of the three birds had finally calmed down, it was expected that they would not fight for a long time, and Lugia also stopped unilaterally beating the elementary school students. The three birds who finally escaped the disaster did not care about settling the resentment accumulated between each other for thousands of years, and just felt that they were all suffering brothers. They flew away from this sad place with each other's wings. They returned to the island and decided not to go out again. They were beaten twice every time they came out, and they could not find anyone to reason with. Of course, the most unlucky one was the priest Molters. After returning to his territory, he found that the entire Fire Island was actually broken into a small part. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Besides, this matter itself had little to do with Ash, at least he did not do it on purpose. It's all because Gila was too extreme. He has to take the blame. Fortunately, the size of Fire Island will not affect the balance of power between the three birds. It's just that for the priest Molters, it's the biggest loss. Nearly half of his house was demolished, but the homes of the two key enemies were safe and sound. Ash can imagine the depression in the priest Molters' heart at this moment. Cry. As the three birds returned to their respective positions, the three elemental forces of ice, fire, and thunder regained their balance. The extreme climate change in the whole world also began to gradually calm down at this moment. Soaring in the sky no longer fell Osiris from time to time, the wind gradually stopped, the clouds were cleared, and the sun fell on the ground again. The sea was no longer turbulent, but became quiet. At the same time, the wild Pokémon that migrated here seemed to have sensed something, and began to turn around and return to the original route in an orderly manner. The world has returned to peace again. With a loud cry, Lugia put Ash back in front of the temple. Then it took off and plunged into the sea, and disappeared. Under the invisible sea surface, Lugia was flying away from Shamodi Island in a certain direction until it disappeared. The blue light in his eyes disappeared, and Ash looked at the sea surface where Lugia disappeared with a little regret. No, just left like that? As a first-level god, we just had a pleasant cooperation, so at least give me some benefits. If it really doesn't work, it would be nice to give me a little Lugia to subdue and help you train it into the future champion of Johto Region Conference. His protagonist halo is still not dazzling enough. Having said that, Ash did not seem too disappointed. Although he has the title of the divine beast succubus, he did not expect that Lugia would be able to entrust his offspring to him for training just by meeting him once. This point, Ash in the original plot could not do either. And just in terms of his sincere heart for Pokémon, Ash is confident that he is better than most people in the Pokémon world. But there is still a gap compared to Ash in the original plot. The fool is really willing to sacrifice his life for Pokémon, and Ash thinks he can't do that. Of course, he won't let this happen. There are still many beautiful things in this world that he hasn't enjoyed yet. He hasn't seen the future heroines yet, so he has to keep his useful body. However, as his strength grows, the dangers he encounters will naturally become less and less. When he is truly invincible in the Pokémon world, it will be the time when the sky is high and the birds fly freely and the sea is wide and the fish jump freely. It seems that with the proud character of the real top-level mythical beasts, it is impossible for human trainers to subdue them. The ones who can be subdued are at most the Pokémon with limited potential in the mythical beast race, and they can't break through to a higher level of strength, such as the Zapdos that Ash subdued. At the entrance of the Hippo King Temple, Lorelei looked at the matter and ran away cleanly, without leaving much time for Lugia, the god of the sea, to talk about her feelings with Ash. I sighed in my heart that it was just as expected. In fact, I felt a little relieved in my heart. For now, she represents the Kanto Pokémon Alliance. From the Alliance's point of view, if Lugia really becomes Ash's Pokémon, the old guys in the Alliance will certainly be restless, and there are also guys who are ready to covet Lugia's power. In the final analysis, Lugia's weight is still too heavy. If it were the three mythical birds, they would be surprised at most. After all, it is not a power that can change the Alliance at any time. Ding, get the favor of the sea god Lugia. Get reward, Lugia's intimacy increased by 50%. Ding, defeat the three mythical birds. Charizard level increased from 4.65 to 4.68. Receiving the sudden reward prompt, Ash couldn't help but show a few traces of joy between his eyebrows. The previous task rewards have been given, and the rewards of Lugia and defeating the three mythical birds are purely unexpected. He didn't receive the corresponding tasks in advance. I think it was probably an extra reward from the system for his outstanding performance in preventing the disaster on Shamodi Island. Sister Lorelei, long time no see, Giaoze. Ash was free now. Well, we came here just to see if we can help. Now that the problem has been solved, we still need Midong. After some greetings, seeing that the problem on Shamode Island was solved, Lorelei mentioned to Ash that Jiaoze and Ash were traveling together, and then said goodbye and left. Tailwind all the way. Farewell to Lorelei and her cousins who had to take the ship back the same way because the flying device was in poor condition. At this time, only Ash and Misty were left at the entrance of the Hippo King Temple. No, there was also a Hippo King who had been shattered by Ash's 3 views and was now doubting his life. Flula saw that there were no outsiders at the scene, and Ash was chatting with Misty and the other two, Baitka. She clenched her fist slightly, blushing and doing the same thing she did when Ash just arrived at Shamode Island. If it was love at first sight last time, this time her love for Ash has gone deep into her bones. Especially after witnessing Ash descending from heaven to save all the people of Shamode Island and even the people of the world as a savior. Ash, who had long sensed Flora's strong and passionate emotions through psychic, also seemed to be more proactive this time. The soft and moist touch made him intoxicated. Flora, who boldly took the initiative to kiss, obviously did not expect Ash's initiative this time, and was as uneasy as a frightened little rabbit. However, as a pair of slender and strong arms wrapped around her slender waist, she was fully embraced. Then Flora felt even more passionate emotions. The strangeness on her lips made Flora's eyes widen when she realized what happened. She didn't understand what happened. Compared with the previous underestimation, this time's reaction might be much more enthusiastic. It even seemed that there was a further intention. At the same time, Misty and Sabrina seemed relatively calm. After all, Ash has always been a philanthropist in this regard. But somehow, they just don't get angry. Maybe the Stephanie Ash found was the excellent Stephanie they recognized? Facing the gazes of the 3 women, Ash calmly looked at the blushing Furula. I am very domineering. Since we have kissed, you will be mine from now on. Both women are smart people. When Ash said this, it meant what he meant. Furula blushed and said him softly. Knowing that it was not a dream, nor was Ash teasing her on purpose, Furula, relieved, buried her head in Ash's chest. Although they had met for less than a day and had not experienced much. But no matter from which aspect, Ash's every aspect perfectly met her mate selection criteria, and it could even be said that he far exceeded her psychological expectations. With such a perfect object, she naturally had to seize it. After all, after seeing such a stunning person, those who originally seemed pretty good might no longer be in her eyes, all of them were ugly. Then she might end up alone in the future? Sure enough, that sentence was absolutely right. When you are young, you really can't meet someone too amazing, otherwise if you can't get married with him, you may regret it for the rest of your life, or even die alone. Fortunately, her story does not have such regrets. In Furula's opinion, the only thing that makes people feel a little bit uncomfortable about Ash is that he is too philanthropic and has a little too many girlfriends. And from the perspective of the top picks, there may be a trend of further increase in the future. But as the saying goes, there is a cause and an effect. If Ash had not been so philanthropic, she would not have had the chance to be with him. After all, Ash now has 2 real girlfriends, and they are standing by and watching. If Ash is loyal enough to love only one person, then it is impossible for her to have a turn. What she is more worried about is whether his body can bear it as his girlfriends increase in number. Don't let your body exhaust and collapse at such a young age. What will you do in the future? It seems that we should prepare more tonics now to strengthen his body and prevent Ash from collapsing in the future. They can only prepare props for self-entertainment. At this moment, Ash and even the 2 girls naturally cannot know these strange ideas in Furula's mind that are completely inconsistent with her status as a saint, and they will definitely be surprised. However, Flora did not like to be bound by rules. The status of a saint was more like a forbidden thing for her. So her temperament was somewhat rebellious. Sabrina had no reaction to Flora's joining. Misty was accustomed to such scenes. Although her temperament had not changed much, she knew that everything had a limit. After all, she was the first Stephanie who was with Ash and helped Ash complete the transformation from a boy to a man. In many cases, shouldn't she be more generous and show her magnanimity as a senior? Of course, in certain specific situations, it would be okay to show charm to Ash and complain. And she found that every time she complained, Ash seemed to enjoy it. I think Ash didn't want them to change their original personality for him. It must be said that Ash's love for others looked very bad, but he was absolutely good to his own people. He was truly respecting his girlfriend in all aspects. Misty thought so in her little head. That night, Misty and Sabrina gave Ash to Flora. Immediately afterwards, Flora regretted her outrageous idea of giving Ash a boost. What a joke, Ash's body is so healthy that he would not have any problem even if he had a dozen girlfriends. He is just like an ironclad ox, and he has no idea what hard work is. Anyway, she has learned a lesson today. Ash helped Flora, who had tears of happiness in her eyes and her pillow was wet with tears, to cover her with a blanket. Then, he appeared on a vacant lot on the beach of Shamode Island. After using Psychic to confirm that there was no one nearby, he prepared to strengthen his Pokémon and use the necessary props. At this moment, Ash seemed to have sensed something through Psychic, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Such a familiar breath fluctuation. Before he finished speaking, a waterspout suddenly rose from the sea. Then 2 figures, one big and one small, appeared in front of him. After seeing who was coming, Ash was surprised. At this moment, the one who appeared in front of Ash was Lugia, the god of the sea who left at the speed of light during the day. The slightly round figure beside it was also Lugia, but it was in its infancy. After a conversation, Lugia also explained the purpose of coming. It wanted to entrust its child to Ash. Don't worry, Lugia, I will definitely take good care of Silver. The future Silver Conference in Johto region will be a good opportunity for it to experience it. You can contact me through this feather when you are in danger. After a telepathic communication, Lugia gave Ash the feathers transformed by his power. Then it looked back at its child and disappeared into the sea again. If it weren't for the fact that little Lugia looked a little sad, Ash would have wanted to jump up and make a victory gesture. Please give me flowers. During the day, he just complained a little in his heart, but he didn't expect Lugia to really hear it. Although it did not become Ash's Pokémon, it actually sent its child Silver to Ash. Silver is the little Lugia from the Lugia mother and child that appeared in the Whirl Islands. You know, in the original plot, even if the silly thing risked his life to solve the Three Gods Birds incident, he did not receive such treatment. But thinking of the silly thing in the original plot, it seemed very reluctant to even command Charizard. On the other hand, Ash is not only unfathomable in strength now, but the Pokémon that follow him have all made unexpected progress. In contrast, the silly thing does not have many particularly outstanding advantages except that he has the same or even more outstanding love for Pokémon than Ash, so Ash is relieved. It is estimated that Lugia's idea is similar to that of the Dragonair mother he met in the wild wilderness area at that time. In the original plot, the silly thing couldn't even train his own Pokémon well, and even had to trouble others for help and guidance from time to time. It would be strange if Lugia could safely hand over little Lugia to him for care. Now Ash has shown a powerful ability that absolutely suppresses the three mythical birds, and his love for Pokémon is only slightly inferior to that of the silly thing. Only then would Lugia deeply trust him and entrust his most important child Silver to him, otherwise this would never happen. If it were really that easy to capture legendary Pokémon, people would not be so excited when they saw Ash capture just an ordinary Zapdos. For Lugia, the strength of the first level god is also accumulated slowly over a long period of time. If you want to speed up this process, finding an excellent trainer is definitely a good choice. After all, the long 100 years of human life are just a blink of an eye in the eyes of a mythical beast like Lugia. If his own child can quickly pass the weak childhood with Ash, he can also do his own things more confidently. For example, from time to time, he can train the three neighbors. Without its mother, little Lugia was obviously a little shy when it was alone with Ash, a stranger it had never met before. It had been living well with its family in Whirl Islands, but its mother suddenly came and brought it here, saying that she was going to find an excellent trainer for it. Help it improve its abilities quickly. Before it even agreed, it was brought here by its mother without knowing what was going on. The mother simply talked to its next trainer for a few words, explained the situation, and then ran away. It once doubted whether it was a biological child. Hello, Silver, I will be your trainer from now on, please take care of each other. Looking at the timid little Lugia, Ash tried to show a more friendly smile, and at the same time 870 extended his hand to the little Lugia. With an aura of affinity, and the fact that Ash was a trainer recognized by its mother Lugia, Ash easily gained the trust of little Lugia. Since it has come, it should make the best of it. Now it can only follow Ash. Nodding, Silver hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to put his wings in Ash's palm. With Silver's trust and recognition, Ash then took out one of the three Master Balls that had completed the task before. Considering the special nature of the first level god, the Master Ball is still suitable for little Lugia. In addition to showing normal curiosity about the Master Ball, Silver did not resist at all and took the initiative to enter the Master Ball. After a while, Silver, who had expanded his horizons in the Pokémon home and got along well with the Pokémon inside, came out of the Master Ball and looked very excited. After all, Silver is just a child after all, and the Pokémon home is fun and has many friends, so it naturally praises it. Pokémon, Lugia. Attribute, Psychic, Flying. Level, 4.45. Qualification, Ability, Multiple Scales. Skills, Gust, Whirlwind, Ancient Power, Weather Ball, Mist, Safeguard, Extrasensory, Recover, Hydro Pump, Future Sight, Sky Attack, etc. Carrying items, none. Touching the head of little Lugia, Ash checked its panel attributes. The level is not too high, only 4.45, but considering its age as a juvenile, it is already very powerful, and of course it is also the object that needs to be taken care of in the future. However, the higher the qualification, the more powerful the legendary beast race is, the more difficult it is to upgrade the level. At the same level, the experience points they need to upgrade one level may be several times more than ordinary Pokémon. Although little Lugia is only 4.45 now, the experience points it needs to upgrade now are almost catching up with the experience points required for ordinary elite Pokémon. But this is normal. After all, at the same level, little Lugia can beat most ordinary Pokémon without attribute restraint. It has been almost 10 years since this little Lugia was born. Lugia's mother sent it to Ash, which is the right person. Leveling up is not a big problem for Ash who has the Pokémon system. It is true that the difficulty of directly upgrading through combat experience accumulation has increased exponentially. If Ash wants to use actual combat methods to level up little Lugia, it will undoubtedly take much more time than before. But in addition, Ash can completely feed little Lugia rare candy or complete the upgrade tasks. The speed of leveling up will definitely be many times faster than when little Lugia followed his parents in Whirl Islands. In fact, Lugia was also sent to Ash with the pain of helping little Lugia grow faster and better. Little Lugia has high talent. Maybe, with Ash's training, he will soon catch up with his parents and stage a battle of love and filial piety. The ability is not a regular oppression ability, but a hidden ability of multiple scales. When the physical strength is full, the damage received will be halved. It is a very practical ability. As for the oppression ability, it is really useless for the powerful beasts. Anyone who uses it knows it. It's okay if it's just bullying. If the battle between the beasts is almost the same as no ability, it will naturally suffer a big loss. For the beasts of the same level, any factor that affects the combat power will become an important factor in the balance. Take the Holy Pillar Regigigas sleeping in the Glacier Temple in the original plot as an example. As a first-level god, because of the full activation ability like a debuff, the attack and speed will be halved within a certain round. This immediately puts it at an absolute disadvantage in the battle of the same level. When everyone discusses the first-level god combat power, most people will just turn their heads when mentioning Regigigas. So multi-scale is still useful? It's not that this ability is so powerful, but it is likely to come in handy in every battle. There are also many skill bars. Except for Lugia's exclusive skill Aero Blast, which has not yet been learned, the other skills that should be mastered have basically been mastered. The intimacy is also very good, 200 points, which has exceeded the basic intimacy of many wild Pokémon that have just been captured. Its mother also played a big role in it. In the future, you just need to cultivate more feelings, and it will definitely not be difficult to reach the maximum value. Come out, Charizard. After playing with little Lugia for a while with joy, he took it back to the Pokémon home connected to the Pokeball. Ash then released Charizard. Charizard also vaguely felt something, and the light became 4.5% more expectant and excited. Ash smiled slightly, and took out the awakening potion of Charizard's hidden ability. The small glass bottle was filled with orange-red liquid. It seemed as if there was a small dragon swimming inside. When his eyes fell on it, he felt a slight burning and stinging feeling. Are you ready? Spray it out. Roar. Charizard roared loudly, his eyes firm. Ash opened the bottle stopper, felt the hot breath, signaled Charizard to open his mouth, and fed all the potion into its mouth through psychic. As the orange liquid flowed through its body, Charizard let out a dragon roar that was much louder than before. Then, in Ash's surprised eyes, a shocking change occurred. Roar. Red energy bodies continued to flow out of Charizard's body and coagulated quickly like blood, but unlike the turbidity of ordinary blood, it was very pure. Just like the crystal clear ruby. The energy bodies that turned into substance continued to accumulate on Charizard's body surface and formed a large cocoon in the blink of an eye, wrapping Charizard's body completely. Pikachu looked at Charizard's changes at this moment with a surprised expression. It's really an unexpected change. Ash was also amazed. If he didn't believe that the system props would never have any harm, and if he didn't sense Charizard's increasingly vigorous vitality through psychic, and through the red crystal cocoon, he could see that the flame of Charizard's tail, which symbolized vitality, was still burning. Ash should be worried at this moment. After all, this is a strange change that has never happened before. One person and one pet stared at Charizard wrapped in the ruby-like cocoon. A moment later, crack. 17 accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, a huge crack appeared from top to bottom on the red crystal that wrapped Charizard. The crack quickly spread to the surroundings like a spider web, and in a blink of an eye, the cracks were all over the giant crystal. Following that, the crystal broke and fell off bit by bit. What was strange was that the crystal that fell to the ground had no entity but turned into a red energy body again and sank into the ground, dyeing the saffron-colored sand on the ground red. As the crystal that wrapped Charizard broke, Charizard's sturdy figure appeared in front of Ash and Pikachu again without any obstruction. The overall image did not change much, but if you look closely, you can still find that Charizard not only has a stronger body, but also has dense flame patterns on the surface of his skin. The changes before and after are similar to the changes before and after the strengthening of Galzin in Ultra Mantiga that Ash had seen in his previous life. Of course, the appearance of Charizard, which is covered with flame patterns and almost blends into his original skin color, is definitely much more handsome than the monster Galzin. At the same time, Charizard, who came out of the red crystal and felt the surging flame power in his body, seemed particularly excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. From the appearance alone, Ash certainly couldn't tell how much Charizard had changed compared to before. He immediately summoned Charizard's attribute panel. Pokémon, Charizard. Attribute, Fire. Level, 4.68. Ability, Fierce Fire. Hidden ability, Blood Rage. For every 1% decrease in physical strength, the attribute of all races increases by 3%. Skills, Air Cutter, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower, Flame Vortex, Fiery Abyss, Heat Wave, Flare Blitz, etc. Intimacy, Full Value. Compared with the previous attribute panel, Charizard only has one more hidden ability, Blood Rage. The ability introduction is very simple, but the effect is also rough enough. For every 1% drop in stamina, Charizard's species strength attribute will receive a 3% overall increase, and its effect can only be described as incredible. You should know that most Pokemon abilities usually add less than 20% to Samson's combat power, and this is a relatively powerful ability. Some abilities don't even help Pokémon at all. On the other hand, Charizard's ability's HP limit is too high, and the more stamina is lost, the more terrifying the increase in all attributes will be. Under ideal contest conditions, if the 1% residual HP contest condition is reached, Charizard's combat power may usher in a terrifying increase of nearly 300%. It is not impossible for this incredible level of combat power increase to even allow elite-level Pokémon to compete with champion-level Pokémon. Of course, even if you can't get stuck at the maximum HP, it is still easy to maintain a 1/3 HP contest condition in the battle. At that time, Charizard will trigger the two types of Fierce Fire and Crazy Blood simultaneously. One increases the power of fire-type skills, and the other directly increases the attribute value. Charizard will become a veritable low-blood god of war. This is not the kind of low blood that cannot be played, and under the low blood contest condition, its combat power will become several times more than the full blood contest condition. There is a qualitative difference between the improvement of attributes and the improvement of strength levels. Generally speaking, a small increase in attributes is enough to make Pokémon's strength rise to a higher level. Take a simple online game as an example. A player with attack, defense, and speed of 10 is facing a player with attack, defense, and speed of 100. It is basically impossible to make up the gap in the middle by skill. The latter kills the former as easily as pinching an ant. With the hidden attribute Crazy Blood, the ordinary ability Fierce Fire, plus the top quality carrying item Charcoal, plus the ultimate Charizard cultivated by the Charizard God Quest, he will become a mega god of war that can completely crush the same level or even cross-level battles. If the level difference is not too outrageous, even if it is a large level, Ash is confident that as long as he uses Charizard's two abilities Charizard 153 reasonably, he will have a chance to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Ash is very satisfied with the new hidden ability he just got. Although it is not as unreasonable as Jigglypuff's Singer ability, it is definitely a top-level hidden ability from a certain perspective. In the future, under the same level, Charizard will definitely become the strongest combat force of Ash's team. Even the little Lugia or Mewtwo who grow up in the future will not be able to say anything against it. Especially after Ash completes Charizard's mission on the road to godhood, Charizard will completely ascend to godhood. Speaking of Mewtwo, we can only look forward to whether the tasks related to the hidden ability Awakening Potion can be triggered in the future, or whether it can be directly swiped out from the system store. Replace its useless oppression ability, and then it would be best if it could awaken a Mega Buff that is not inferior to Charizard's Blood Madness ability. Mewtwo may even come out on top later. Charizard is also very clear about the changes in himself. Otherwise, it would not be so excited when it came out of the red crystal. Pika. Seeing Charizard's improvement as if he had been reborn, Pikachu was also sincerely happy for it. Come out, Lapras. And Snorlax. After putting Charizard back into the Pokeball, Ash immediately threw two Pokeballs into the air. In the flash of white light, Snorlax and Lapras appeared in front of him. Woo! Exhaling a faint mist, Lapras looked around in confusion for a moment before turning his gaze to Ash. As for Snorlax, he was in the sleep contest condition as soon as he came out, and his even snoring made Ash feel helpless. Ash decisively took out the top-quality Never Melt Ice and the sleep adjustment device from the system warehouse. After giving them to the two Pokémon to carry, Snorlax could be woken up by just a thought. Of course, after each intense battle, it takes longer to recover through sleep. If it is forced to wake up during this period, its combat power will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, if Snorlax keeps a full sleep contest condition, it will exert its absolute peak combat power. If it just stays in the Pokeball, it may take longer to recover through sleep, but it will be greatly shortened in the Pokémon home. In most cases, Snorlax can maintain full combat power. After mutating into the form of Ice Emperor, Lapras, who once again merged with Never Melt Ice, also achieved a leap-forward improvement in combat power. However, the level strength of 4.40 is still a bit embarrassing. During this period, Lapras mostly serves as their marine transportation. Ash also plans to train Dragonair in the near future to try to make it transform into Dragonite, while devoting some energy to cultivating Lapras. After completing all this, Ash took back all Pokémon. Pick up Pikachu and teleport back to the room. After carefully placing Pikachu, he returned to bed and fell asleep with tears still on his face and his arms. Because Ash solved the Three Birds incident and saved the entire Shamody Island, he was now treated as a distinguished guest by all residents of Shamody Island. He lived in the most luxurious residence on the island, a single-family villa near the city's commercial street. Early in the morning of the next day, Pikachu, you've been so busy accompanying me for a trip, go back and have a good rest. Pika. On the first floor, in front of the small room specially prepared for Pikachu, Ash touched Pikachu's little head. After placing Pikachu, Ash went to the bedroom closest to the second floor. Pushing open the door, Furula was still asleep at this moment. She was exhausted last night. As a rookie player who participated in the battle for the first time, she met Ash, who was completely unable to defeat the top boss and was easily defeated every time. After being abused in various ways, she had to open the microphone to beg for mercy, which saved her face a little. About half an hour later, Misty and Sabrina held a simple welcome ceremony for Furula under her shy gaze. Welcome her to join Ash's big family. From now on, Furula will no longer be the saint of Shamode Island, but will follow Ash and his party back to Kanto Region and settle in Pallet Town in the future. residence, that is naturally Ash's home. Brave sir, thank you for calming the wrath of God and saving Shamudi Island. While the three women were communicating with each other, Ash was tingling as he dealt with waves of Shamudi Island residents who greeted him enthusiastically. Ash, who originally just wanted to take a walk while the three women were making friends, could only return to the villa in a hurry. He really couldn't stand the overly enthusiastic Shamudi Island residents. He originally wanted to stay on the island for a few more days, but he quickly changed his plan, went back to the villa to greet the three girls, packed his luggage, and left Yashiya Island as soon as possible. Boss, according to the investigation of the people below, there seems to be new progress on Mutuo. At the same time, in Tokiwa City, the underground base of Team Rocket. In Giovani's office, Giovani rhythmically tapped the thick solid wood desk with one hand. The other hand with a ring on it rhythmically stroked Persian's head beside him. After hearing the secretary Minora knocking on the door to report the situation, the movement of his hand could not help but pause for a moment. Got it, let them continue to speed up the progress. If they can't find the specific location of Mutuo within 3 months, everyone's position will be automatically demoted by 1 level. After hearing Giovani's words, Minora nodded, bowed respectfully to Giovani and was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Giovani. I asked you to pay attention to Ash recently. Is there any progress now? The boy you mentioned has been very active recently. Although he just lost to Lorelei, one of the Kanto Elite Four, in the exhibition match on Little Orange Island recently, he defeated the plan of Pokémon collector Galuda and became the hero predicted by Shamudi Island, withstanding the rage from the 3 sacred birds. Oh, interesting. Do you have more specific information? Boss, please wait a moment, I'll go get it now. Champion level Pikachu, champion level Charizard, suspected 3rd level God Zapdos. Interesting? It's really wonderful. As expected, he is worthy of the Pokémon Trainer he has set his sights on. His strength is still rapidly improving after the Indigo Plateau Conference. After a while, his eyes fell on the information about Ash and Lorelei's performance on Little Orange Island on his desk again. There was undisguised appreciation and expectation in his eyes. The last time Ash challenged the gym here, the Pokémon in his hand did not have such abnormal strength. Especially the Pikachu, which did not even look like an elite. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, it has been promoted to a champion-level Pokémon. He also captured Zapdos, which was not a god but was still shocking enough. If possible, he would have wanted to tie Ash to Team Rocket as an executive. Even in his opinion, the usually unruly executives in the organization were not even worthy of carrying Ash's shoes. But what made him feel sorry was that Ash himself was a genuine Alliance faction trainer. Not to mention that he was a trainer who received Earl Dervish Pokémon from Alliance and was also good friends with Professor Oak. The girlfriends he was dating or flirting with now, Misty, Sabrina, and Yudeji Iose, were also members of the Alliance faction, and they were all considered elites. Of course, Ash already has very impressive strength and reputation, and he would only choose to join Team Rocket if he is crazy. However, the more impossible the goal is, the more he wants to achieve it. The deeper Ash and Alliance are involved, the more he wants to pull Ash into his camp. Of course, Giovani also understands that things have priorities, and the most urgent task is to find the whereabouts of Mutuo, and he personally goes to persuade or use coercive means to regain control of Mutuo's power. Ash may be an important part of his plan. But Mutuo is the most important piece of the Rocket Team's plan to change the world, no doubt about it. He believes that when Mutuo returns to the Rocket Team, there will be a way to get Ash to join him, become the Rocket Team's special executive. Compared with Mutuo's power, Ash and the entire Pokémon Alliance are not enough in front of him. Only by controlling this unmatched power can he support him to realize his ideals. In his opinion, Ash is a smart man, and there are many people around him who he cares about. This is his biggest shortcoming. He will agree to join the Rocket Team when he knows that things are impossible. Thinking of this, Giovani's rhythmic tapping on the desk paused slightly. Keep paying attention to Ash's situation. Don't send people to follow him directly. It's easy to be foresighted by the other party. Just collect his information through other channels. Remembering the detailed introduction of Ash in the information, mentioning his psychic, plus there is an absolute psychic strong Sabrina around him, Giovani specifically instructed. Understood, boss. I'll pass on the instructions right here. Makoto was quite upset about Giovani's undisguised admiration and respect for Ash, but she could do nothing about it. After all, the talent and ability that Ash showed were indeed rare in recent decades. It had only been a year since he started traveling, but he already had several champion-level Pokémon, and there were quite a few elite-level Pokémon. Not to mention the legendary Pokémon Zapdos. If it weren't for the information about Ash clearly recording everything, she would have refused to believe it. After all, even the champion-level trainers with recognized talents and the strongest strength in each region had never had such an amazing growth curve. It even had a bit of fantasy meaning. It was just that she and the special executive of Team Rocket were far inferior to him, and they were not in Giovani's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been obsessed with Ash, a trainer of the Alliance faction with a decent background. He always sent people to monitor his every move. Aunt Delia, when will Ash come? In Pallet Town, at Xiao, BHCB, Ji's home, Serena, who has been traveling in the Kalos region for a while and has caught several Pokémon, has called Delia for the nth time to ask about Ash's recent situation. Delia was mixing the beaten egg liquid into the flour and preparing to bake desserts, and her hands were moving non-stop, smiling at the cute and lovely girl on the screen. Soon, he should be back in 2 days. For Serena, Ash's childhood sweetheart, Delia really likes her from the bottom of her heart, otherwise she would not have gone to such great lengths to trick Serena from the distant Kalos region to travel with Ash. Oh, okay, please tell Ash that I will wait for him in Lumiose City. Serena happily replied after receiving Delia's reply at the Pokémon Center. In her heart, she could not help but imagine the scene of reuniting with Ash. After so many years, what would Ash be like now? Aunt Delia said that he had won the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference and was a very outstanding trainer. He should be a very reliable boy who could give people a full sense of security, just like when he was a child. Serena's little head was thinking randomly, and her bright big eyes were full of longing and expectation. It can only be said that the childhood filter was really full. Everyone, get ready as soon as possible. We are ready to leave. Shamude Island, the living room of the big villa where Ash temporarily lived. After escaping from the street and returning to the villa, Ash naturally did not plan to stay here any longer. We are so anxious, don't we have to stay for a few more days? Unlike Furula, who had long been tired of staying on the island and had long wanted to leave Shamude Island to welcome a new life because of the constraints of the Saints' rules, Misty and Sabrina wanted to stay on Shamude Island for a while longer. Well, for some reason, if you don't believe it, you can go outside for a walk, and you should be able to experience it. After saying that, Ash took the slightly suspicious Misty and Sabrina outside for a walk. After a while, Ash took the 2 girls' hands and used teleport to escape back to the villa. At this time, the 2 girls' faces were exhausted from the enthusiasm, and they needed their faces that were stiff with laughter. Ash, there is nothing wrong with what you said. We can't stay in Shamude Island anymore. Let's leave quickly. Misty patted her chest and said with lingering fear. After saying that, she took the initiative to pack her luggage and even urged Ash to help them pack together. The people on Shamude Island were so enthusiastic that even if they were not the savior Ash, they were treated with extraordinary courtesy just by following Ash. Just walking outside for a while, they were greeted and watched by no less than 50 people. Sabrina, who usually didn't smile much, was better, but her face was almost frozen with laughter. If they stayed for another 2 days, the consequences would be unimaginable. Run, get out immediately? He said hello to Flora's family, but didn't notify more people. He just left a farewell letter in the villa. Ash and his group took the Pidgeot and flew into the sky, leaving Shamude Island quickly. Because there were so many people and they were all carrying luggage, even the huge Pidgeot that had taken the gene potion was very crowded at this moment. But despite the crowded position, there was no obvious sign of Pidgeot's speed decreasing. Even with 4 people sitting on his back, plus a lot of luggage, and even a Pikachu, Pidgeot's speed still remained near Mach 3, far exceeding the full speed of a normal Pidgeot. Leaving Shamude Island, passing near the island where the 3 mythical birds were, Ash also helped Flora capture several Pokémon with good qualifications from the 3 islands, Ninetales, and a Poliwag with great potential. The excited Flora did not shy away from Misty and gave Ash a kiss. During this time, Ash helped Misty capture a Horsa with good qualifications. Considering that she will succeed the Cerulean gym leader after returning, she must at least have the first and second Pokémon lineups, in order to better deal with challengers from all over Kanto. At the same time, he also planned to try to get a Gyarados Mage Evolution Stone for Misty from the Kalos region. She happened to have a Gyarados with good talents, and Ash planned to help her make Gyarados into a trump card Pokémon. In this way, she can better deal with the opponent when facing a stronger trainer who came to challenge her. What a cute seahorse. Ash, love you? Captured a Horsa with excellent potential. Misty was not reserved at all. She jumped up and hung on Ash like a koala. She, who has always been proud, also took the initiative to offer a kiss. Sure enough, Ash clearly saw a man who would favor one over the other when he had a new love. Flora, who was standing by, was stunned. She was shocked. Is this possible? It seems that she was too conservative to kiss in public this time. Okay, everyone is watching, come down. Ash smiled and patted Misty's soft little butt. Misty's fair face immediately flushed, and she jumped off Ash reluctantly. Although they are now good sisters in the same tranche, they may see each other more shy and more intimate with Ash in the future. But in broad daylight, they are still very shy to be too close to Ash. Especially Misty, who is a tsundere with a gentle temperament. At some special moments, she is like a tsundere and shy girl who is just beginning to fall in love. And this is her unique charm. In the next few days, Ash continued to help Flora and Misty to supplement the handheld Pokémon lineup. As for Sabrina, because of her high requirements and the fact that she already has many Pokémons to cultivate, it is difficult to find a psychic Pokémon that suits her. Ash was naturally prepared for this. Before leaving Shamude Island, he specifically called to inquire about the hatching of the psychic-type Pokémon egg that Professor Oak had left with him as a reward for completing Sabrina's couple mission. After all, although the Pokémon eggs rewarded by the system are all super rare Pokémon, their hatching period is several times that of ordinary Pokémon. For example, the Ultra Beast Pokémon egg that Ash bought from the system store is now placed in the Pokémon home. So far, there has been basically no movement. According to Professor Oak's reply, the top-quality psychic egg has indeed shown signs of hatching recently. He also urged Ash to come back as soon as possible. After all, when Pokémon are just born, it is a great opportunity to increase intimacy. Of course, Ash also knew that the old man was actually eager to study the GS ball in his hand. Regarding this top-quality psychic-type Pokémon, Ash planned to give it to Sabrina to cultivate. The Pokémon egg given to Misty last time directly hatched the Prince of the Sea. I believe this Pokémon egg will definitely not disappoint her. During the sea trip these days, in addition to helping his girlfriends capture Pokémon, Ash also found the tribe where Lapras was lost. This time he would definitely refuse to let it go. After some communication and considering Lapra's own opinions, the two sides reached an agreement. Let the entire Lapras tribe move and live in Ash's Pokémon home, fundamentally and perfectly solving the problem of Lapras returning to the tribe. The Lapras often wander around the sea, but that doesn't mean they like this kind of nomadic life. They are gentle by nature and are bullied by all kinds of bully Pokémon on the sea every time they migrate, and are hunted by humans from time to time. If they can have a stable residence, it will definitely be a great joy for them. Under the guarantee of Lapras, the Lapras who migrated to Pokémon's homeland seemed to have come to a new world. They soon became reluctant to leave. Compared with Pokémon's homeland, the outside world is such a harsh living environment. After settling the Lapras, Misty also captured a coveted Lapras after reaching a consensus with the other party. This capture was also a pure two-way rush. Please give me flowers. The Lapras also had a good impression of Misty, and the whole capture process was extremely easy. After the Lapras' return to the tribe was resolved, Ash had no other pursuits in the Orange Islands, so he directed Pidgeot to head straight for Pallet Town. With Pidgeot's amazing speed, they could already vaguely see the outline of Pallet Town in less than 3 hours. Ash, I'm a little scared. Through the sparse clouds, looking at the faint outline of Pallet Town on the ground in the distance, Fruula seemed a little uneasy, and her delicate hands grabbed the corner of Ash's clothes. It is worth mentioning that since entering the Kanto region, her expression has immediately become tense. 0. After catching Sabrina, Misty asked a lot of questions. All of them were about Ash's mother's usual preferences. At this moment, even though she was once the saint of Shamudi Island, she came to an unfamiliar environment and faced her future partner Ash's mother, that is, her mother-in-law Delia. Fruula was still very nervous. Don't worry, Fruula, my mother is easy to get along with, and you are so cute, she will definitely like you. If you don't believe it, just ask Misty. Ash smiled and took Flora's hand, which was holding his clothes because of nervousness, and gently squeezed it twice to comfort her. Then, he pouted slightly to Misty beside him. Flora felt relieved after hearing Ash's explanation, and then turned her eyes to Misty, who had been dealing with Delia for a long time as Ash's girlfriend. Looking forward to getting a positive answer from her. Ash is right, Aunt Delia is easy to get along with, and she is really kind. Misty really said what she really meant. In the months before the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference, she and Sabrina always lived in Ash's house in Pallet Town, and spent a long time with Delia. Delia's attitude towards her and Sabrina, the two future daughters-in-law, was also impeccable. She had never raised a daughter, and she directly treated the two girls as her own daughters. This also made Misty and Sabrina, who had not enjoyed maternal love since childhood for various reasons, feel the kind care from their mothers. That feeling was really wonderful. Pidgeot's flying speed is very fast. Just now, the outline of Pallet Town can only be seen from a distance. But soon, it has already flown to Ash's sky. At this time, Pidgeot let out a loud cry, and then dived straight down. The whistling sound of Pidgeot cutting through the air when Skydrop attracted the attention of Delia at home. Ash, he must be back. Serena has been waiting for a long time. Just let him go to Kalos region as soon as possible to pick her up. She hurried to the backyard after reacting. As Pidgeot descended, the distance was shortened. Ash riding on Pidgeot's back, Serena and Frulla beside him came into Delia's sight. Delia's smile suddenly froze, and her expression seemed a little weird. This kid went to the Orange Islands, and it seems that he found a daughter-in-law for him? But this little girl is really beautiful. Mom, we are back. Let me introduce you to Flora, whom I met on Shamudi Island. She is my girlfriend now. After Pidgeot landed, Ash took the two of them off Pidgeot's back and greeted his mother Delia first. Flo, what a nice name. I am Ash's mother. I will trouble you to take care of our Ash in the future. After sorting out her somewhat messy emotions, Delia's face was filled with a gentle smile, and she greeted Flora enthusiastically. She did not scare Flora, such a lovely Stephanie, because of the sudden situation. At the same time, she was somewhat fortunate in her heart that she had told Sachi that Ash would go to Kalos region to meet Serena. If she had agreed to let Serena come by herself a while ago, she could not even imagine how embarrassing the scene would be at this moment. Flower hello, Aunt Delia. Flora, who had already performed Delia's various Leave My Son dramas in her heart, was somewhat at a loss by Delia's enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, Ash's mother was as easy to talk to as Misty and Sabrina said. When she landed just now, she saw Delia staring at her strange face, and thought that her relationship with Ash would not be recognized by her parents. They might be forced to separate, and if they didn't want to separate, they could only go underground and live in a shameful situation. Who would have thought that Delia was so reasonable? Fortunately, at this time, Furula's uneasy mood finally settled down. At the same time, the laboratory. According to Delia, Ash should be returning to Pallet Town soon. This kid, if I hadn't accidentally learned from fighting Elite Bruno that he had conquered the legendary Zapdos, I don't know how long he would have kept it from me. Professor Oak, who usually loves research and experiments and can't stop for a moment, is now sitting at his desk, tapping the table with his hands very regularly, and muttering in a low voice. Originally, Professor Oak went to the Kanto Alliance headquarters for a project on ancient Pokémon research a while ago. He happened to meet Bruno, who had nothing to do, and he asked Professor Oak about Ash's recent situation. Professor Oak was also very puzzled, and didn't understand why Bruno, one of the Kanto Elite Four, was so interested in Ash. However, what Bruno said next shocked him. It turned out that after the Indigo Plateau Conference, when Ash returned to Alliance to challenge the Elite Four, he actually sent out Zapdos, one of the 3 mythical birds, in the battle with Lorelei Elite. Ash had so many Pokémon stored with him. Unexpectedly, the Kanto Elite Four knew that he had Zapdos, but he didn't hear anything about it. At first, he was somewhat indignant, but then he thought that such a rare Pokémon as the mythical bird could easily arouse others' greed and bring a lot of trouble to Ash's travel. He could understand that Ash did not publicly own Zapdos on a large scale. Now what he is most looking forward to is to wait for Ash to come back, so that he can borrow Zapdos from him as soon as possible to study it and collect detailed information about the mythical bird as soon as possible. Moreover, the GS ball he asked Ash to bring back can be used for research at the same time. Professor, good news. At this moment, a staff member rushed into Professor Oak's laboratory and shouted excitedly, "Ash, he is back and is at home now." "Really? Great, I'll call him now." Hearing this, Professor Oak stood up and was about to have a video call with Ash, but he stopped halfway. No, he just came back from a long trip after all. It's probably time for a family reunion now. After a little hesitation, Professor Oak sat back at his desk. Since Ash is back, then Zapdos and GS Ball will definitely not be able to escape, so there is no need to rush the related research. At Ash's home, after a delicious welcome lunch, Misty, Sabrina, and Doliela sat on the sofa in front of the TV and chatted and laughed. Delia, who refused the 3 girls' request to help wash the dishes, pulled Ash into the kitchen in a serious manner. "Mom, what's the matter with you? SHH, keep your voice down." Delia quickly stretched out her hand to signal Ash to be quiet. Then she told him about Serena on April 4th. After this period of phone contact, Delia could conclude that Serena was a Stephanie with more traditional ideas. That is, the kind of person who only loves one person for the rest of her life, and it is unlikely that she would accept that her future husband has a partner other than herself. There were only 2 of them, and she thought there was still a chance. As long as Ash and Serena had more contact, relying on the childhood sweethearts, and the excellence of her son, he would naturally be able to capture Serena's heart. As a result, this time her good son returned from the Orange Islands and brought back a beautiful girl. Now she felt that the possibility of Serena accepting sharing her husband with 3 Stephanies at the same time was getting lower and lower. The only solution now is to let Ash stay with Serena for a while when he goes to Kalos region to pick her up. With the friendship of childhood sweethearts, plus his son's excellent appearance and outstanding ability, he can win Serena's heart. Then Serena may be more receptive to Ash. Serena is such a cute child, she likes her very much, and her mother Sachi has a very close relationship with her. If Ash and her are not destined to be together in the end, it will be a pity. Don't worry, Mom. There is still more than a month before the Johto region alliance trip. This time I will stay with Serena in Kalos region for a month. Ash patted his mother Delia's shoulder and told her not to worry. He can definitely handle this matter. However, he definitely does not agree with his mother Delia's idea. Instead of being deceitful from the beginning, he confessed to Serena that he had several girlfriends before her after being with her. It would be better to let Serena know his scumbag nature from the beginning, break the white moonlight filter that was accidentally formed in her mind when she participated in the heavy camp as a child. Otherwise, does Serena like 17, or the one beautified by the white moonlight filter? If it is the latter, then he has to be consistent with the silly boy in his childhood. This kind of thing is completely impossible for him who has awakened his past life memories and has matured a lot. And for him who has the help of the system ring, using this method to force Serena to accept Ash's other girlfriends will inevitably leave a gap in Serena's heart. It is better to be open and honest from the beginning. Although the difficulty of the early strategy will be a little greater, there is no hidden danger, which can make Pinglina completely return to her heart. Ash doesn't believe that he, a scumbag king who is proficient in various theories and practices, can't win over Serena, a pure girl. Seeing Ash's confidence, Delia didn't say much. It goes without saying that her son is attractive to Stephanie. He can make 3 girlfriends at the same time, and the 3 Stephanies can sit together and talk and laugh. When chatting with her, he is also harmonious and there is no sign of jealousy, which is enough to prove that her son is extraordinary. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. She only hopes that Ash can grasp such a good Stephanie like Serena. While Misty and Furula were chatting with their mother Delia, Ash took Sabrina and went straight to Professor Oak's laboratory. Since completing the system task and getting the Pokémon home, he has planned to bring back all the Pokémon fostered by Professor Oak more than once. Follow him, and when you want to cultivate a Pokémon, you can immediately take it out of the Pokémon home. There is no need to trouble Professor Oak to exchange Pokémon through the teleportation device. As for why he brought Sabrina but not Misty and Flora, it was because he was planning to take Sabrina to see the present prepared for her. It's Ash, Professor has been waiting for you for a long time. Really? Well, he's in the backyard now, just go over there. Nodding to the staff, Ash and Sabrina headed straight for a place in the backyard of the laboratory. Ash, you're finally back. I heard about Zapdos from Bruno Elite. You're really good at hiding it. If I hadn't gone to Alliance to do something, I'm afraid I would still be kept in the dark. Professor Oak came to Ash, his tone was quite resentful. After thinking about it, he was still angry that even the Elite Four knew about Ash's taming of Zapdos before him. Zapdos. I was planning to talk about this when I came back this time. Under Professor Oak's suspicious eyes, Ash smiled awkwardly and released Zapdos from the Pokeball. Cry. Accompanied by a clear sound, the domineering Zapdos appeared in the hall of the laboratory, with arcs flashing on the surface of his body, looking very impressive. In terms of aura, appearance, and oppression, he was far better than ordinary elites. In the past, he had seen the appearance of Zapdos in various materials and pictures, and now he finally saw the living Zapdos appear in front of him. He could feel the strong Hideki aura emanating from it face to face. Professor Oak's eyes inevitably showed a look of surprise. Perfect, it was too perfect. At this time, Zapdos, who already had a top appearance and had the filter of the legendary beast tribe in Kanto, was undoubtedly the epitome of perfection in Professor Oak's eyes. If he had not been a little concerned about his own image, and was worried about causing Zapdos's disgust and directly electrocuting him into charcoal, I am afraid that he would have already attacked Zapdos at this time. Looking at the obsessed and fanatical look in Professor Oak's eyes, Zapdos' expression was slightly disgusted and disdainful, and also had a hint of arrogance in it. Except for Ash, it usually doesn't take ordinary humans seriously. Ash, can Zapdos cooperate with my Data 71Q collection? It took a long time to suppress the excitement in his heart. Professor Oak looked at Ash and asked in an almost flattering tone. No wonder he was so excited. As a Pokémon professor, he could get in close contact with the legendary beasts, even if they were just the most ordinary members of the legendary beasts. Not to mention being able to study them at close range, this is simply his ultimate dream. Well, Zapdos, I'll go to the backyard for a while, you cooperate with the professor's test a little. After making a clear and high cry, Zapdos put on a completely different flattering face and nodded to Ash. This scene made Professor Oak stunned. In his memory, the legendary Pokémon were extremely arrogant, and many of them even looked down on humans, which could be seen from Zapdos's attitude towards him just now. Although Ash was Zapdos's master, Professor Oak was still very surprised that it could put on such a flattering attitude. How did Ash do it? The legendary Pokémon were always arrogant, and even if they were captured, they mostly regarded themselves as partners. He had never heard of a relationship like Ash and Zapdos. Butterfree, sure, you have 2 children now. Dragonair, I have good news for you, your child will soon evolve into Dragonite. Brother Squirtle, your eldest has also evolved into Waterbolt, very powerful. In the backyard, Ash greeted his Pokémon who still lived in Professor Oak's backyard one by one. This time, he was planning to move all the Pokémon to his Pokémon home space. When he lent Zapdos to Professor Oak for research, he also told Professor Oak about it. Professor Oak also reminded Ash that if he captured a rare Pokémon in the future, he hoped that he could send it to Professor Oak's laboratory for him to study a little. Ash readily agreed. With his current strength, with Mutuo protecting him, he basically doesn't need to worry about external threats. Except for the first-level gods, there is basically no need to hide other Pokémon. There is no problem at all to use them to play in the Pokémon League. In the backyard, Ash found Pokémon such as Dragonair, Butterfree, his wife, and 2 children, Kingler, etc. His strength basically did not improve during the time he stayed in Professor Oak's laboratory, perhaps not because the environment was too comfortable. However, Ash now understands that some of the Pokémon here may not be so keen on fighting, so he simply sent them all to the Pokémon home to live out their lives. The Pokémon that he favors cannot be too bad in terms of qualifications, since they have retired from his first and second battle lineups. Then they should take on the responsibility of reproduction and hatching. For this reason, Ash even specially consulted with Boshang, hoping that he could use his extensive network of contacts to make a deal with the Pokémon Alliance in the Unova region. Take 2 Pokémon, Kabuto and Omenet, which have long been destroyed in ancient times in reality, and exchange them for 2 Volcaronas, regardless of their strength. As the Sinnoh region has not yet developed a Pokémon hatching machine, the batch of fossil Pokémon in Ash's hands is unique and is a research material that all Pokémon professors in each region covet. On the other hand, although Volcarona is considered a relatively rare Pokémon in Unova, it cannot be compared with the long-extinct fossil Pokémon. As the only official force in the region, the Unova Alliance has countless Pokémon resources at its disposal, and 2 Volcaronas must be easily available. Volcarona has a special physique, and the efficiency of hatching eggs is unexpectedly good. Now Ash is also thinking about how to build his Pokémon home into a sustainable Pokémon ecosystem. A while ago, he went to great lengths to trick all the Lapras tribe into the Pokémon home, and also wanted to increase species diversity. The Pokémon home has several times better air quality than the outside world, Pokémon resources, and a variety of thriving fruit trees. Ash can also feed Pokémon food, energy cubes and other good things from the outside. Pokémon can also get twice the result with half the effort when living in it, and can slowly improve experience without fighting. For Pokémon, there is no better living condition than Pokémon Home. Nowadays, the only regret of Pokémon Home is that more and more Pokémon are crowded on the 5 square kilometers of land. It would be great if we can receive the corresponding Pokémon Home expansion task. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful the living environment is, it will be useless. Fortunately, Ash's Pokémon are still captured by merit, and the overall number is not too high. In this way, after sending all Pokémon to Pokémon Home, Ash returned to Professor Oak, who was slapping Zapdos. Half an hour later, Ash could see that Zapdos's expression was obviously a little impatient. Professor Oak seemed to have noticed its emotional changes. Hey, Ash, let's stop here for today's research. How about you come back tomorrow? Professor, I may not be able to come recently. Why, didn't you just come back? Professor Oak's face changed slightly, and he asked hurriedly. When Ash left just now, he created many research plans around Zapdos. He vowed to study all the secrets of Zapdos while Ash was back in Pallet Town, but now Ash is leaving right after coming back? The trip to Johto Region should be at least after the new year. Not to Johto Region, according to my mother's instructions, I have to leave immediately to Kalos Region to pick up a childhood friend. Is that so? Well, then I'll wait for you to come back. Hearing this, Professor Oak nodded, although he felt a little regretful. Isn't it just a trip to Kalos Region to pick someone up? 2 days is basically enough for a round trip by plane. Although he wanted to study Zapdos, he was too embarrassed to ask Ash to leave Zapdos behind. After all, Zapdos was his important Pokémon and could play a vital role in the trip and ensure Ash's safety. After talking with Professor Oak, Ash handed him the GS ball entrusted by NEIMU. This was also his mission for the Orange Islands. Thank you for your hard work, Ash. Professor Oak praised after taking the GS ball. Ding, the mission was completed by receiving the GS ball from Professor NEIMU and successfully handing it over to Professor Oak. Reward mission, 500 W points, 10 pieces of rare candy, 4, no Wanghao, 40-450. After completing this mission, in addition to the rare candy reward, his points balance also soared to more than 1,100 square meters. Now that the system store refresh time is approaching next month, Ash is also looking forward to getting the props he needs this time. It would be best if it could expand the space of the Pokémon Home. In this way, it will be convenient for Ash to breed more Pokémon species in it. Then he can continuously mass-produce high-quality Pokémon, and realize that rare Pokémon are born only through breeding. Professor, the Pokémon eggs I mentioned to you before, vegetables. Oh, I almost forgot, look at my memory, mainly because I was too excited today. Professor Oak slapped his head, signaled the staff around him to put away the GS ball, and then took Ash and Serena to the Pokémon hatching room. Pokémon egg hatching room? The hatching signs of Pokémon eggs are very obvious in the past 3 days, but for some reason, they have not hatched successfully so far. Professor Oak pointed to the top-quality psychic Pokémon egg covered by a glass container on the table and said. He also felt incredible about the Pokémon egg that Ash had left with him. Under the best room temperature and the best incubation conditions, it took several times longer than other Pokémon eggs to hatch. These days, such obvious hatching signs have continued for 3 consecutive days, but the egg still failed to hatch. This situation is too weird. Is that so? Hearing this, Ash tried to use the system to check the Pokémon egg. The result was just. Then he began to try to use psychic perception to penetrate into the Pokémon egg to see what was going on. As a result, before he could detect the Pokémon in the egg, the psychic had just penetrated, and the Pokémon egg shook violently, and the surface flashed with dazzling pink light. Ash, it seems to have hatched. Looking at the violently shaking Pokémon egg, Sabrina's eyes also flashed. When Ash came, he said he had prepared a surprise for her. At present, it seems that the so-called surprise should be the Pokémon that is about to hatch in this Pokémon egg in front of him. At this time, she was also very curious about what kind of rare Pokémon can be hatched from the Pokémon egg, which is worthy of Ash's attention. It seems that it is stimulated by my psychic. Sabrina, you should try it. As if he noticed something, Ash quickly stopped the penetration of psychic into the Pokémon egg. Give way to let Sabrina come forward to promote the hatching of the Pokémon in her own psychic help egg. Okay, I'll try it. Following, Sabrina stretched out her right hand and tried to input her own psychic into the Pokémon egg. Sure enough, this time the Pokémon egg shook more violently, and the pink light illuminated Sabrina's beautiful face. Professor, the Pokémon egg is about to hatch. Let's step back a little. Ash pulled Professor Oak, who was watching intently beside him, and took him 2 steps back. The purpose was to ensure that the first person the newly hatched Pokémon baby saw when it woke up was Sabrina. Directly increase the Pokémon's intimacy with Sabrina to the maximum. Professor Oak nodded knowingly and turned his eyes back to Sabrina. Crack. As she increased the psychic output, more and more cracks began to appear on the surface of the Pokémon egg. Then the eggshell began to fall off, and a red and white figure appeared in the eyes of Ash and the other 2. Woo. What? This Pokémon is. No wonder it takes such an exaggerated incubation period. The Pokémon egg that Ash deposited with him was actually a legendary Pokémon egg. Where did he get such a powerful Pokémon egg? Sabrina, wrap it with your psychic to make it more intimate with your aura. Okay, I'll do it. Even though Sabrina was determined, she was stunned by Ash's generosity. Latias, a legendary Pokémon in the Hone region, a dual attribute fantasy beast with psychic. Such a precious and rare Pokémon is enough to make any trainer in the world crazy. Did Ash just give it to her as a present? Sabrina was full of joy and emotion at the moment. A legendary Pokémon, especially a Pokémon that can match her powerful psychic, is simply too perfect. With this Latias, I believe that in a few years, she will become one of the most difficult elite trainers. The time to be promoted to the champion level will also be greatly shortened. BHBH, she quickly used psychic to carefully wrap the newly born Latias. Woo woo. The little Latias surrounded by Sabrina's gentle psychic also showed an expression of enjoyment, and excitedly flew around Sabrina several times. It obviously recognized Sabrina as a mother. Then came the extremely natural process of taming, and the newly born little Latias was very dependent on the psychic. This was also what Ash and Sabrina were happy to see. She fed it some food, and then put it back into the Pokeball. Just like that, Sabrina had a legendary Pokémon. She looked at Ash with such tenderness that tears could drip out of her eyes. She had been regarded as an alien since she was a child because she had psychic, and no one had ever experienced such a heavy present since she was a child. So far, Sabrina's intimacy with Ash has reached 100%, which is basically a closer relationship than her parents. Ash, you are really a hidden talent. Where did you get this Latias Pokémon egg? When have you been to the Hone region? No, I was just lucky enough to find a Pokémon egg in an ancient cave. It's just because it looks very extraordinary, and I used psychic to find that it might be a psychic Pokémon egg, so I prepared to give it to Sabrina. Ash just made up a story. Ancient Pokémon cave? Well, the earliest record of Latias myths and legends appeared in a water city in the Hone region. It is not impossible that its Pokémon eggs appeared in an ancient Pokémon cave somewhere in Kanto. Although Hone is separated from Kanto by the sea, it is not impossible for Latias, as a legendary Pokémon, to cross the sea and come to Hone. It can only be said that Ash's luck is really against the sky. First it was Zapdos, and now you can pick up a legendary Pokémon in any ancient Pokémon cave Pokémon eggs. What would those trainers who traveled honestly and could hardly see a legendary Pokémon in their entire lives think? Seeing Professor Oak nodding his head repeatedly after being fooled, Sabrina beside him almost laughed out loud. She didn't remember which ancient Pokémon cave Ash brought out Pokémon eggs from during the trip. And when he came back from the Orange Islands, Ash vowed to give her a surprise. This shows that he has full confidence in this Pokémon egg, which must be an extremely rare psychic Pokémon. How could he not know what Pokémon was hatched in the egg? Sabrina was recognized by little Latias. Not only Ash, but Professor Oak was also very happy. Since Ash was leaving for Kalos region, he would definitely not be able to contact Zapdos. Then Latias was undoubtedly a better second choice. The key is that it had just hatched from a Pokémon egg, and its temper must be much stronger than Ash's Zapdos, and it must be able to cooperate with it more related research. Although it is a legendary Pokémon, it is a child after all. As long as you prepare more delicious food for it, you don't have to worry about the research subject not taking the initiative. Ash, are you going alone this time? Of course. Good, great. Ash rolled his eyes, as if he understood what Professor Oak meant. I think it should be related to Sabrina's Latias. Don't worry, Professor. Latias was born not long ago. Sabrina is definitely not as good as you in taking care of young Pokémon. I'll have to trouble you to give me some more advice. Professor Oak was delighted when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Ash. I will definitely give you the title of the research paper on Zapdos and Latias. Thank you, Professor. Ash nodded to express his gratitude. It must be said that the title of Pokémon Professor is quite useful. With such a title, he will be respected by Pokémon researchers in any region in the future, and the same is true for the Pokémon Alliance. It will definitely save a lot of trouble during the trip. After returning from Professor Oak Laboratory, in the evening, he called the three girls together and explained to them the existence of his childhood sweetheart Serena. Sabrina and Misty looked a little solemn, but Furula seemed very calm. Childhood sweethearts mean a very close relationship. This is a great pressure for Misty and Sabrina who have been with Ash for a long time. It is not that they do not want Ash to find more girlfriends. This guy has the same physical fitness as a monster. They wish there were sisters to share their burden. They are mainly worried that Serena and Ash have a close relationship. If they find that Serena is not easy to get along with after entering the house, Ash may be stuck in the middle and it will be difficult. They are just thinking about Ash. As for Flora, she is a latecomer. For her, as long as Ash is as good as before, the rest is not so important. Afterwards, Ash also told the three girls that he would leave for Kalos region tomorrow to pick up Serena, and said that he would stay there for a while. The three girls had different reactions, but after a brief thought, they all smiled and nodded. In the morning of the next day, several people rode Pidgeot to Tokiwa City, Tokiwa Airport. Ash was waiting in the waiting room, and Sabrina, Misty, and Frula came to see him off. Have fun, Ash. Pick up Serena successfully. Aunt Delia will be left to us to take care of. Misty smiled at Ash, then leaned over and gave him a light kiss on the side of his face. This is the Kalos region pass that Professor asked me to give you. Sabrina then took out a pass. After all, Ash had become the champion of the Kanto certified competition. The relationship between regions is far from being as simple and harmonious as in the original plot. If the Pokémon Alliance is compared to a giant force, then except for the Kanto region headquarters, the rest of the regions can be regarded as separate large departments. Although they are of the same blood when fighting against disasters, their relationship can be called tense in some things. This is why Ash wanted to send 2 Volcaronas to the Pokémon home as hatching masters, and he had to ask Professor Oak to come forward. After all, he is a Pokémon with the Kanto Alliance logo on his body, and the relationship between Unova and Kanto is not very good. Only an authoritative professor like Professor Oak, who is respected by Pokémon trainers all over the world, can handle such things. So this time when Ash goes to Kalos region, if he wants to avoid any trouble from the Kalos official, he needs a certificate from the Kanto Alliance. It is best if it is signed by Professor Oak. Otherwise, it is inevitable that he will be investigated by official personnel when entering Kalos region, and it may take a lot of time to send the relevant certificates. Well, thank Professor Oak for me, Latias. You can take it to Professor Oak's laboratory when you are free. Professor Oak values it very much, and he will definitely give it a lot of good things to let it cooperate with his research. Ash took the pass and said with a smile. Legendary Pokémon like Latias are fatal captivates for Pokémon professors like Professor Oak. Anyway, the little Latias has been seen by the professor, so he might as well squeeze more benefits from Professor Oak. Ash, just pick up Serena when you get there, and don't mess with those weird Stephanies. It was Misty's turn, and she warned him tenderly. It was a pity that the soft tone sounded intimidating. Ash stretched out his hand and scratched her nose lovingly, and smiled. I, Ash, am a gentleman. Others may not know, but as my girlfriend, don't you know that the purpose of going to Kalos region this time is very simple, just to pick up Serena. Don't worry, I won't mess around. That's better. Then I'm leaving. Ash said goodbye to Misty and the other 2 who were reluctant to leave. The plane to Kalos region took off soon, and at the airport, the 3 women watched the plane go away reluctantly. Misty. Furula watched the plane disappear into the sky, hesitated for a moment, and still cast her eyes on Misty. She seemed to have noticed something, being a sensitive person. He said it took so long this time. When he comes back, I'm afraid I will also. Misty sighed slightly when she heard this. Just yesterday, she received a request for help from the 3 sisters of Cerulean Gym. It is said that the Alliance is very dissatisfied with the fact that Cerulean Gym has been weak for many years, too many badges have been sent out, and the battles are of no quality. They propose to send Pokémon special searchers to supervise Cerulean Gym next year. If the Blue Gym still has no improvement when the challengers come to challenge next year, they will consider revoking the badge issuance qualification of Cerulean Gym. To put it bluntly, it means to revoke Cerulean Gym. In this case, she will definitely not be able to continue to travel with Ash to Johto region. After all, Cerulean Gym is the life's work of her parents. Misty certainly can't sit back and watch the gym being revoked by the Alliance. At least before she completely stabilizes Cerulean Gym and revives its reputation in the Kanto region, she can't continue to travel around the world with Ash. So, the gym in Saffron City. Hearing this, Sabrina also felt a little emotional. Undoubtedly, the year she traveled with Ash was her happiest time. But she is the owner of the Golden Gym after all, and she can't always let her father take over for her. After returning this time, she must train a good enough junior, who must be a trainer specializing in psychic type, and then she can safely hand over Saffron Gym to the other party. It just so happens that she can also concentrate on training little 1-2-3 Latias. At the airport outside Lumiose City in Kalos region, the plane in soaring in the sky slowly landed. Finally, we're here, Lumiose City in Kalos. Walking out of the safety passage, we arrived at the new region that we were supposed to visit several years later. Ash looked around and was in a good mood. Lumiose City is a metropolis located in the center of the Kalos region. It is the core of this region and the most populous city in the Pokémon world. Lumiose City is famous for the Prism Tower and Lumiose Art Museum, which symbolize the city. Tourism has therefore become the main economic pillar. The city is full of shops, cafes, restaurants, etc. that are popular with tourists. The cobblestone streets surround the office buildings outside the city. The inner avenues are lined with typical Parisian buildings. The wide road provides safe and convenient driving conditions for the entire city. The diagonal canal flows through the city center. Walking under the small trees on the Champs-Élysées, Ash felt the customs of a foreign country. As soon as he arrived at the door of the Pokémon Center where he had agreed to meet, Ash saw a pure-looking, beautiful girl with long golden brown hair. As if she had noticed Ash's sight, Serena looked at him across the street. The person in front of him was the beautiful girl Serena whom Delia asked him to pick up. She was also the only one among the 10 heroines who clearly expressed her love for Ash. Ash walked quickly across the street and came to Serena. Little, Ash. Stephanie's gentle voice seemed to be a little excited. I didn't expect that we would meet again. Ash was quite surprised. Should I say it's been a long time? Serena, I didn't expect that the little Stephanie has become so beautiful. Hearing Ash's straightforward compliment, Serena's little face immediately turned red, lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." Ash's sincere and warm greetings were like the greetings of close friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. It gave Serena a very good first impression. After all, Ash was a veteran in love in his previous life. If he showed emotions beyond friendship to Serena from the beginning, it would certainly deepen her favor for him. But if Serena knew later that he had officially announced 3 girlfriends before her, not only would the good impression be completely shattered, but it would even have a negative impact. Even with the ring given by the system, it is hard to save it. After saying hello, Ash also focused most of his attention on Serena. Today, Serena wore a dress, revealing a pair of white, slender, and beautiful legs. The slightly curly short hair that just touched the shoulders made Serena's face more delicate. The blue bow on her chest made Serena look like a cute doll normal who was carefully dressed up. She exuded an indescribable special charm from head to toe. For a moment, Ash was a little crazy. It can only be said that she is worthy of being one of the most popular heroines. Ash, you must be tired after a long journey. Let's find a place to rest first. Okay. Ash followed Serena to the Pokémon Center. The two found a table near the window and sat down. When childhood sweethearts reunited, Serena seemed to have opened up her mouth. She didn't care about being reserved and asked Ash all sorts of questions. When talking about travel life, Ash also tentatively mentioned Misty, Sabrina, and Frella. When she learned that Ash already had 3 girlfriends, Serena was shocked and her face visibly fell. She grew up with her mother Sachi and her concept of love was still very conservative. She was shocked beyond words. It turned out that Stephanie, who was very close to Ash, already had 3 girlfriends. Serena didn't seem to be in a good mood at this time, and needed time to digest this information. But she still tried to keep smiling in front of Ash, not wanting to ruin the joy of their long-awaited reunion. Ash still remembered her and spoke very intimately. But he had already. Looking at Ash who was talking to her about interesting travel stories, Serena's emotions rose and fell. But it was better than not seeing Ash at all. At this time, Serena could only suppress her feelings for Ash as much as possible and not think about this aspect. In this way, they can at least be friends, right? If Ash knew that his childhood sweetheart still had improper thoughts about him even though he already had 2 girlfriends, he would definitely think she was a bad Stephanie. Serena thought to herself 3.8 and decided to hide well when traveling with Ash in the future. Otherwise, they might not even be friends. Thinking of this, Serena tried to make her behavior more like the daily interactions between friends. Ash, I'm so glad you still remember me. The last time we met was several years ago. By the way, I still have the hand towel you lent me to bandage my wounds. I washed it and brought it here this time. Here, I'll give it back to you. As she said this, Serena handed Ash the hand towel that she cherished and always washed clean, which was like a token of love in her heart. She felt a slight pain in her heart. The hand towel she returned seemed to represent her youthful and naive love that had not yet begun but had already ended. Of course, I think Serena, you were so cute back then, few people will forget it after seeing it. Ash knew the significance of the handkerchief to Serena, and also knew the hidden meaning of her giving it back to him this time, but he still took it. He planned to return it after the two of them were officially together. If he didn't take it now, it might cause more harm to Serena. And this unintentional compliment can be called the finishing touch. It made Serena's mood brighten immediately. Especially Ash didn't praise Serena at this time, but praised her a few years ago. It made Serena recall the good times of summer camp again, and her eyes looking at Ash became softer. At this moment, she didn't notice Ash's different emotions towards her at all. If Ash kept praising her now, she would probably become at a loss. She even chose to leave on her own initiative because she was worried that her existence would cause problems in the relationship between Ash and his girlfriends. When Serena had such an idea, Ash had no chance at all. Given her personality, if Ash hadn't been with Misty and the others, she might have fought for it. But now, she couldn't do such a thing. Serena, on her side, learned from her mother that she could travel with Ash. She immediately set off from home, intending to adapt to the life of traveling as soon as possible before Ash came. During the half-month that Ash went to the Orange Islands, she was completely accustomed to the travel of sleeping in the open air, the fierce battles with wild Pokémon, and even the dilemma of encountering extreme weather. She also told Ash everything that happened in the past half-month. The two of them had a great conversation without mentioning Ash's 3 girlfriends. In the morning of the next day, the two of them went to the Pokémon laboratory in Lumiose City together. They met the famous Professor Buratino of Kalos. Serena, why are you back so soon? The boy next to you. When Professor Buratino turned his gaze from Serena to Ash, his expression immediately became a little puzzled. I seem to have seen this boy somewhere before. Where is it? Professor, hello, I'm from Pallet Town and my name is Ash. Oh, I remember. Hearing this, Professor Buratino clapped his hands and pointed at Ash excitedly. You, are you the one who published my detailed paper on Pokémon Mage Evolution? Huh? Ash actually published a paper? It seems that even Professor Buratino was shocked. I thought it was incredible that Ash could win the Kanto Regional Championship after only 1 year of traveling. I didn't expect that his research on Pokémon knowledge could be highly praised by the prestigious Professor Buratino. This is too amazing. Professor Buratino, thank you for the compliment. It is true that I published that paper, but Professor Oak also helped a lot in the research on Mage Evolution. Facing Professor Buratino's fiery gaze, Ash, who had goose bumps all over his body, quickly gave some of the credit to Professor Oak. He didn't want to be stared at by a man with such fanatical eyes. Since you are the main author of the paper, that proves that you are the leader of the Mage Evolution research project. Scientific research has always required excellent researchers to work together and brainstorm. This is beyond reproach. Professor Buratino's tone was still very excited. Serena next to him couldn't get a word in. Ash suddenly remembered that Professor Bratino seemed to be a specialist in mage evolution research in the original plot. It was normal for him to be so enthusiastic about mage evolution. Next, Professor Bratino took Ash to discuss the relevant issues of mage evolution. He even asked him to see the Pokémon in Ash's hand that could undergo mage evolution, and Ash did not refuse. He immediately released Charizard and let him see Charizard's X form. As for the Y form, he was not shown. After all, how could an ordinary Charizard master 2 Mega Evolution forms at the same time? It would be bad if Professor Bratino misled his students. Half an hour later, after Ash answered most of Professor Blatano's questions, he was about to ask Professor whether there were any Gyarados Mage evolutions circulating in the Kalos region market recently. Ding! The host has been detected to have arrived in the Kalos region. A new region mission will be launched. Challenge the trainers in the Kalos region who have successfully mastered Mage evolution and defeat their Mage-evolved Pokémon. The system will give a score after the assessment battle, give corresponding points rewards, and a fixed Mage evolution stone set reward. Note, the defeated Mage-evolved Pokémon will receive a Mage Evolution Stone set of the same Pokémon as a reward. Hearing this, Ash was immediately overjoyed. Since the publication of his paper on Mage Evolution Stones, it has caused a sensation in the world Pokémon community. At the same time, in Kalos region, more and more Mage Evolution Stone sets that had been excavated by stone merchants and unearthed one after another were sold at sky-high prices in the market. Those trainers who made a lot of money and even became rich and completed the class leap wanted to support Ash who published the paper. A paper made the Mage Evolution Stone that was originally beautiful and worthless sell at a sky-high price. Even got the opportunity to chat and laugh with those big shots who could never meet at all. In today's Kalos region, everyone knows that Mage Evolution Stone is a shortcut to getting rich, so the difficulty of obtaining it is increasing exponentially. Defeating Mage-evolved Pokémon rewards corresponding props. Isn't this the same as beating the boss and dropping epic props? Now, not only do you not have to worry about being offered a sky-high price by merchants for collecting Gyarados Mage Evolution Stones for Misty in the market, you can even take this opportunity to directly collect all the Mage Evolution Stone sets. Kalos region, all trainers who control Mage Evolution, wait for me, after receiving the system task. Ash immediately asked Professor Bratino. As the Pokémon professor who was most active in research after the publication of the Mage Evolution paper, he traveled all over the Kalos region some time ago and recorded the information of most trainers who had helped Pokémon master Mage Evolution. He took the relevant list from the professor and opened it. The first person who caught his eye was his future nemesis Allin. He was Professor Bratino's assistant and conducted research on Mega Evolution with the professor. Because Allin wanted to explore the secrets of Mega Evolution, he obtained special permission from Professor Bratino to travel with Charmander, visit ruins in various places, and contact the professor regularly to investigate the situation. According to Professor Bratino, Allin had lost contact with him recently for some reason, and he could not contact him anyway. Professor Bratino's statement just matched the official introduction of Allin in Ash's memory. One day, after Allin finished talking to Professor Blatano at the Pokémon Center, he went to investigate a ruin, but met Lysandra, who had obtained the Mega Evolution Stone earlier than him. In order to get the Ampharisite in Lysandra's hand, he accepted the challenge he proposed. However, Charmeleon was defeated by Lysandra's Pyroar as expected, and then Allin was taken to Lysandra's laboratory by Frawley. Influenced by Lysandra, he was instilled with the extreme idea of if you want to protect the people who are important to you, you must become the strongest. And he obtained the Charizard's Evolution Stone and the Mega Ring with Keystone from Lysandra, and became his direct subordinate. Then it happened to coincide with the plot that Professor Blatano was cut off from contact. At this time, Allin was probably challenging powerful Mega Evolution messengers everywhere, and collecting Mega Evolution energy for Lysandra through the Mega Ring in his hand during the battle. If nothing unexpected happens, if Ash travels in Kalos region for a while and challenges those Mega Evolution messengers, he might meet Allin. Then he can be dealt with at the same time. Saying goodbye to Professor Blatano, Ash and Serena set off on a journey. According to the information given by the professor, the two went to Mingshui Town, a small town next to the river. Serena, who was on the back of Pidgeot, with her hands on Ash's waist, looked down in surprise at the scenery that flashed by quickly on both sides. Ash is worthy of being the champion of the Kanto region competition. Such a size, such a majestic Pidgeot is definitely not something that an ordinary trainer can train. Having practiced riding with her mother Sachi since she was a child, Serena was very excited to be able to ride such a handsome Pidgeot this time. Too fast, too fast. After hearing this, Ash in front of her looked a little strange. Too fast, it doesn't sound good to him? When he slowly captures Serena, he will let her see his terrifying endurance. Mingshui Town is not far from Lumiose. Pidgeot controls the speed to Mach 1. Ash does not need to hold up the psychic barrier to resist the wind pressure. It took more than 10 minutes to reach his destination. Pidgeot landed accurately at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Many passers-by trainers looked at it sideways. Oh my god, this size of Pidgeot is too domineering. Awesome, this trainer must be extraordinary. Isn't that nonsense? Look at how beautiful Stephanie is behind him. This is the standard of an excellent trainer. Passers-by looked at Ash and Serena who jumped off the back of Pidgeot. Among them, there was a beautiful girl with light yellow shoulder-length hair and purple-black oike clothes. Ayaka looked at the Pidgeot, which was much larger than its ordinary peers, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. This person looks extraordinary. Is he also a Mega Evolution Pokémon Trainer? Before she finished speaking, she found that Ash, who had landed on the ground, was walking straight towards her. He looked like he knew her. Passers-by made way for him. They were also curious about why Ash came to the Pokémon Center in such a high-profile manner. Ding! Mega Evolution Pokémon Trainer found. Defeat Trainer Ayaka will receive Poseidon Points and Pokémon Absol's Mage Evolution Stone. Listening to the system prompt, Ash's eyes flickered. I didn't expect the process of finding Ayaka to be so smooth. According to the information given by Professor Bratino, Ayaka was found directly at the Pokémon Center in Mingshui Town. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. I came here just to see the power of Mega Evolution. I wonder if you can satisfy me, Miss Xiang. After a brief self-introduction, Ash stated his purpose directly and challenged Ayaka. So you're challenging her. Interesting. Could it be that Stephanie's Pokémon has mastered Mega Evolution? I remember that it's very difficult to master. If it's a battle between Mega Evolution Pokémon, it would be very interesting. The crowd also wanted to watch the excitement and hoped that Ayaka would accept Ash's challenge. Hey, Ash, why does this name sound so familiar? Ayaka's face sank slightly, revealing a thoughtful look. She was very surprised now. There should be very few people who know that Absol can Mega Evolve. How did he know and find himself at the Pokémon Center in Hananosui Town? And she always felt that she had heard the name Ash somewhere before. But after thinking about it carefully, she couldn't be sure where she heard it. If I win this battle, Ms. Ayaka doesn't have to pay anything. Otherwise, I will pay you 500,000 Pokémon coins as a reward. Okay, it's a deal. Ash has said this, and Ayaka has no reason not to agree. Besides, for her who has been traveling for a long time but has no business sense, 500,000 Pokémon coins is a lot of money. Since the other party wants to give it, there is no reason for her not to accept it. In this way, Ayaka followed Ash to the battlefield in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Considering that a one-on-one Pokémon battle has nothing to do with the referee, Xiaobian asked Serena to act as a temporary referee. Serena was quite excited about this. Guess who will win? I think it should be this boy named Ash. Didn't you see the Pidgeot just now? If Stephanie's Mega Evolution Pokémon is very powerful, then there is still a chance. After all, it is a one-on-one battle, and anything can happen. The venue where the two fought was surrounded by crowds. Passers-by trainers are unwilling to miss battles related to Mega Evolution. Kalos region is the region with the most Mega Evolution stones discovered. After the publication of the relevant papers on Mega Evolution, the top trainers use all kinds of relationships to obtain the required Mega Evolution stones. The bottom trainers hope to dig out a Mega Evolution stone in an ancient cave or underground cave during the journey. And if you want Pokémon to Mega Evolve smoothly, it is definitely not enough to obtain the corresponding Mega Evolution stone. Trainers also need to help Pokémon complete Mega Evolution. The audience also hopes to learn some experience from the battle between the two. It's up to you, Absol. Ash, I've got your Pokémon coin bounty. Ayaka threw the Pokeball and said confidently. A flash of white light appeared, and Absol, covered in white hair and with a bow-shaped horn on the right side of his head, appeared on the field. The famous disaster beast Absol in the Hone region. And hanging on its chest was the Mage Evolution Stone. The audience was even more excited to see 973 Absol appear. According to the Mega Evolution Pokémon paper, Absol can indeed undergo Mega Evolution. It seems that today they are indeed lucky enough to witness a battle of Mega Evolution Pokémon. Get ready for battle, Charizard. Ash decisively chose to let Charizard fight against Mega Evolution Pokémon. Charizard, Flamethrower. Charizard opened his mouth and launched a blazing flame attack. On the other side, Absol, who received Ayaka's order, jumped lightly and the bow-shaped horn on his head condensed several purple light blades. The mental slash tried to disperse the flamethrower. However, Ayaka knew too little about Ash Charizard. Under the huge level gap, the flame beam easily defeated the purple light blade and fiercely bombarded Absol. This is such a strong flamethrower. Serena on the sidelines opened her mouth slightly, her expression extremely surprised. Is this the strength of the champion of the Kanto tournament? Absol, Million Horns. Standing up with a struggle, Absol rushed towards the opposite Charizard at a high speed, and at the same time, the single horn on his head burst into a dazzling blue light. A huge blue energy blade was formed and slashed at Charizard. Next, Ash ordered calmly. I saw Charizard standing still with both feet, taking a fighting stance, and stretched out his right claw to easily grab the attacking blue light blade. Absol quickly jumped back to prevent Charizard from catching the flaw and attacking. Very good power, but that's all. Let me see your real ability. Ash smiled and looked at Ayaka on the opposite side. Her Absol was only level 45, and Charizard had to barely control the power of the skill to avoid killing Absol instantly with one blow. After all, the system task asked him to defeat Mega Absol, and he couldn't let the other party be unable to transform. Really? Then let you see it. Ayaka raised a confident smile at the corner of her mouth, and reached out to lightly tap the Mage Keystone hanging on her right ear. The dazzling rainbow light illuminated the whole field, echoing the Mage Evolution Stone on the neck of Absol in the field. Absol, Mage Evolution. In the dazzling light, Absol's figure began to change dramatically. Because the body was filled with the energy of Mega Evolution, the hair on the body stood up, and it looked like a pair of wings grew out of thin air, but it couldn't actually fly. How's it, Mage Absol? Not bad, this is the first time I've seen Absol's Mega Evolution. Then you have to show me your real ability too. Looking at the confident Ayaka, Ash's mouth curled up slightly. Charizard, evolved to X form. In the same dazzling light, Charizard also completed his own Mage Evolution. The blue and black skin color looks extremely domineering. Very handsome, black body. Thank you for the compliment, come on, use the steel wings. Roar. Charizard flew into the air, roaring and spreading the steel wings that flashed silver light. Meet, Absol, million horns. Ayaka waved confidently, and the green light accumulated in the horn on Absol's head surged several times, heading straight for Charizard. Steel wings vs million horns. Boom boom boom. Even when Ash Charizard was letting it go, Mega Absol was blasted away by a single blow. Dragon Claw. Absol, Dark Pulse. The fierce battle continued, and Charizard was still easily suppressing Absol. What a strong Charizard. Ayaka's beautiful eyes stared at Ash with a glittering look. After about 2 minutes of fierce fighting, Ash seemed to see that Charizard was in danger of being exposed if he continued to act like this, so he decisively ordered it to end the battle. Roar. Charizard's eyes immediately turned cold, and he flew into the air with blazing flames all over his body. An unstoppable flare blitz ruthlessly knocked Absol, who tried to attack with a million horns, away. Boom boom. The audience stared at Absol, who fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight after breaking several trees in a row. All of them were amazed at Charizard's terrifying destructive power. Absol can't fight, Charizard wins. Although she was not very skilled as a referee for the first time, she could hear joy in Serena's tone. This was the first time she witnessed Ash's Pokemon battle, and Ash won easily. I lost, your Charizard is awesome. Taking a deep breath, Ayaka came to Absol and half knelt down to treat it. It seemed that there was no Pokemon coin to be taken. For a beautiful woman like you, Stephanie, Pokemon coins are too vulgar as a present. Here, I'll give this to you as a present for our first meeting. Walking in front of Ayaka, Ash took out a diamond ring that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. A beautifully designed, pigeon egg-sized diamond ring. The so-called diamond on it came from the Crystal Onyx Cave on the Rental Island. After bringing the batch of crystals out of the cave, he immediately paid a craftsman to make a diamond ring for him, just right for a gift. Ayaka blushed slightly and took the diamond ring. She was impressed by the polite Ash, and she really liked this present. Such a dazzling and exquisite diamond ring is really rare. Thank you. No, it's me who delayed your time. Ash smiled and shook his head. Ding, successfully defeated Mega Pokémon Absol Trainer Ayaka. Get 1 million points and Pokémon Absol's Mage Evolution Stone set. The reward has been sent to the system space and can be taken out at any time. Defeating Ayaka gave 1 million points, which is not too much for Ash, whose point balance has reached more than 10 million. For similar tasks, Ash cares most about the reward of the Mage Evolution Stone set. You know, as the wonderful effects of the Mage Evolution Stone spread all over the world, the Mega Evolution Stone in the Kalos market is not only priced at a sky-high price, but even out of stock. Rich businessmen from all over the world, and even the top leaders of the Kalos Alliance want to use their positions to buy a piece for their juniors to increase their strength. Fortunately, they found that the use of Mage Evolution Stones seemed to have limitations, because it was necessary to establish a bond with Pokemon, so only one of the 6 Pokemon in the team could Mage Evolve. If this problem had not been discovered, the popularity of Mage Evolution Stones would probably be several times higher than it is now. The people in Kalos might not be able to get a set of Mage Evolution Stones even if they offered a sky-high price, but Ash could get the corresponding Mega Evolution Stone by defeating a Mega Pokemon Trainer. This is really too convenient. It just so happens that Ash can take advantage of the time he stays in the Kalos region to get all the Mega Evolution Stones he can get. After all, Ash doesn't know whether the task will disappear when he leaves the Kalos region. In short, it's always right to collect as many Mega Evolution Stones as possible. After saying goodbye to Ayaka, Ash and the others continued their journey. After selectively forgetting Ash's 3 girlfriends who are still in Kanto, Serena and Ash get along very happily. Through Ash's efforts, Serena's childhood silly appearance is slowly fading. Instead, there is the humorous and elegant Ash. After 4 or 5 days of continuous travel, Serena felt that Ash was like the sun hanging in the sky. The warm sunshine on her body made her feel as if she could touch it, but in fact, it was far away and invisible. On this day, they came to a dilapidated temple in the valley, and Pidgeot landed. Ash, didn't Professor Blatano give you a map that records the coordinates of all trainers with Mage-evolved Pokemon? How could a trainer live in such a place? I wanted to come to this place by myself, and Professor Blatano probably doesn't know about this place. Strange, how can you, a trainer from the Kanto region, know so much about our Kalos region? I saw this ruins on TV by chance. Ash, who was a little confused by Serena's question, made up an excuse to get away with it. The two walked straight into the dilapidated temple. I remember that in the original plot special animation, Allin took a certain megastone from this temple under the order of Lysandra, and was then stopped by Remo who was guarding outside. The two sides fought with the Mega Evolution Stone as the stakes. Ash, is there any treasure in here? You will know later. When they came to the temple, a huge rock wall stood in front of Ash and Serena. Ash looked up at the pattern engraved on the rock wall. It was the pattern representing the Keystone and the Mage Evolution Stone. Combined with the original plot, the Mage Evolution Stone that Allin took away from here probably belonged to Gyarados. I can only say sorry, Lysandra, your organization is so big, you can't have even 10 sets of Gyarados' Mage Evolution Stones? I'll take these for you first, as for you, you can find a way from other places. Thinking of this, Ash's eyes lit up with a deep psychic blue light. Through the rock wall, Ash saw the yellow gem embedded in the ancient pattern, and the Mage Evolution Stone was just imprisoned in the gem. Dash. Charizard, please break the wall for me. Roar. Charizard, who was released by Ash, used the Dragon Claw with a flashing green light to directly blast through the rock wall in front of him. Boom boom. As expected, the real treasure is behind the rock wall. In Serena's surprised eyes, Ash urged Psychic to take down the Guang gem embedded in the center of the rock wall. Congratulations, Ash, you got a treasure. Although she didn't know the origin of the yellow gem, the thing that made Ash go all the way must be something special. Lucky, it wasn't taken away. 0. Ash nodded, not dwelling on this topic too much. I couldn't tell Serena that I was collecting Gyarados' Mage Evolution Stone for Misty. Now that the Mage Evolution Stone is in hand, the key stone required for Trainer to start Mega Evolution is still missing. Next, it depends on whether Remo will show up. There seems to be a mysterious force behind him who has Mega Garchomp. In the original plot, when Remo wanted the Mage Evolution Stone that Snatch Allin had just obtained, he mentioned that he was instructed to come and collect the Mage Evolution Stone. I hope that by now, he has seen the Molybdenum Stone from other temple troops in Kalos. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't know where to find the matching keystone for a while. Ash muttered as he walked out of the temple with Serena. As soon as they arrived at the temple gate, as expected, within Ash's psychic perception. In the sky, a muscular man with a fierce face, simple clothes, and a broken umbrella in his hand was riding a Flygon and flying towards them. Ding! Mega Evolution Pokémon Trainer Remo was found. Defeat Trainer Remo and you will get a lot of points and Pokémon Garchomp's Mage Evolution Stone. Okay, you are finally here. Otherwise, I have nowhere to find the keystone. Looking at the figure approaching rapidly in the air, Ash raised a smile of expectation at the corner of his mouth. Great, I can get 2 sets of Mage Evolution Stones at once. Looking at Remo, a sturdy man with the same back ornament as Orochimaru in Blaze, carrying a purple umbrella on his shoulder. Ash smiled happily. Rare Mage Evolution Stone, are you also ordered to bring this thing back? Jumping off Flygon's back, Remo looked at Ash and Serena with interest. The Mega Evolution Stones are scattered in very hidden places. Trainers who can usually find the Evolution Stones accurately usually have relatively large forces behind them. I don't serve anyone. I can't give you this Mega Evolution Stone. Ash raised his eyebrows and looked at Remo and replied. How about we have a fair duel, betting on the Mage 913 fossil in your hand to fight me? What if I say no? Then look at what this is. As he said that, Remo showed the keystone in his hand. What is this? Ash asked in surprise. Ha ha ha, this is the keystone I found in a cave ruin not far from this temple. I believe you should also know that without the keystone, the Mega Evolution Stone will not work. Why not just fight me and the winner takes all? Sure, one-on-one, quick battle. Ash agreed without hesitation. After laying the groundwork for so long, he was waiting for Remo to say this. Get ready for battle, Charizard. Go, fierce. A white light flashed, and both sides sent out their own Pokémon. Pokémon, Garchomp, level, KV.55. The level of this Garchomp is not too low, but it's a pity that its Mega Evolution is really not flattering. Considering Remo's reckless character, Ash decisively commanded Charizard to Mega Evolve directly at the beginning. Roar. Accompanied by a loud roar, Mega Charizard appeared. Since you are unreserved, I won't be polite either. Open your eyes and watch. Slasher, Mage Evolution. As Remo opened the umbrella, the Mage Evolution Stone at the tip of the umbrella suddenly flashed with dazzling rainbow light. Then Garchomp quickly evolved into Mega Garchomp. Garchomp, my charge. It is really time-saving and labor-saving to fight against a reckless man. Use Dragon Claw, Charizard. Ash waved his hand and ordered. Facing Garchomp, who flew up to soaring in the sky and was wrapped in blue energy and turned into a dragon shadow and swooped down, Charizard waved the Dragon Claw condensed by green light to meet him. The two figures fought fiercely in the open space in front of the temple. Dragon Charge vs Dragon Claw. Bang! With a loud bang, Garchomp's body flew backwards and hit the wall of the temple heavily. This is impossible, Garchomp. Remo was shocked when he saw Garchomp falling back to the ground. How could Ash's Charizard be so powerful? Can Dragon Claw withstand the power of Dragon Charge? Charizard, Flamethrower. Block it, Garchomp. Charizard opened his mouth and spit out a deep blue flame, but Garchomp quickly stood up and blocked it with his claws, relying on his body to bear it. It can only be said that the ground attribute is still quite strong. After blocking Flamethrower, Garchomp flew up to soaring in the sky again and attacked Charizard with a two-shot attack. Ash ordered Charizard to fight back with Dragon Claw. The level gap between the two sides was already very large, and the Dragon-type skills were also effective when hitting the body. Relying on faster speed and stronger power, Charizard easily smacks Garchomp down to the ground, making it incapable of fighting. You win, the molybdenum is yours. Well, you can come to me next time if you have such a good thing. Taking the keystone, Ash waved at Remo. Rubbing salt into Ash's wound, Remo quickly boarded the Flygon and left this sad place. Ding! Defeat Mega Evolution Pokémon Trainer Remo. Reward Pokémon Garcomp's Mage Evolution Stone 200 W points. Points balance, 1434 W. Good, very good. There are already a lot of points, and the system store will be refreshed again in 3 days. Ash can't wait to buy more and rarer items. Ash, you are so awesome. Charizard seems to win easily no matter who he faces. After watching several battles, Serena also praised Ash's Pokémon battle level. Whether it is Absol or Garchomp, a powerful quasi-god Pokémon, he can easily deal with it. Haha, next there will be a difficult rival. It should be a wonderful battle. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Ash and Serena left the temple with laughter and chat. During this trip, Ash directly got 2 sets of Mega Evolution Stones, and was in a particularly good mood. Riding on Pidgeot, the two came to a nearby city, landed outside the Pokémon Center. As expected, his conspicuous Pidgeot once again attracted the attention of many passers-by trainers. Entering the Pokémon Center, Ash learned from Nurse Joy that there was a store nearby opened by one of the Elite Four chefs, Shyamai, and took Serena straight to Shyamai's store. When they arrived at the store, they saw Shyamai wearing a white navy-style suit and light blonde hair. Shyamai Elite, I'm a travel trainer from the Kanto region. My name is Ash. I hope you can let me see your Mega Evolution 3.4 Pokémon. Ash, it's you. Shyamai also recognized Ash at a glance. As the publisher of the Pokémon Mage Evolution paper, his Blastoise was able to successfully evolve into Mage, thanks to his experience in Mega Evolution mentioned in the paper. A while ago, the Alliance did receive news that you were coming to the Kalos region, and I'm looking forward to your arrival. Hey, am I so famous now? Ash really didn't expect that Shyamai Elite was waiting for him. It's a unique experience to let the founder of the Pokémon Mega Evolution system see the Mega Evolution Pokémon he cultivated. Please follow me, both of you. As he said that, Shyamai took the two to the battlefield in the backyard of the restaurant. Ding! Rival is Mega Evolution Pokémon Trainer Shyamai. Defeat Trainer Shyamai to get a lot of points and Pokémon Blastoise's Mage Evolution Stone. In the restaurant-themed battlefield, Charizard and Blastoise, who was wearing a Mage Evolution Stone on his head, were facing each other in the field. Excuse me, you know I am a Water-type Pokémon user, but you still use a Fire-type Pokémon. Yes, I know, but I don't want to use it to fight. Attribute Restraint is not all about Pokémon battles. Ash finished speaking, and Charizard Mega evolved in a dazzling rainbow light. Mega Charizard appeared. What a beautiful figure. I hope the champion of the Kanto region competition will not let me down. Shyamai stared at Charizard with expectation. It is common sense in all regions that the champion of the tournament is not as good as the Elite Four. There is a very obvious gap between the two, which can be seen from the fact that there is one champion in the 17th district of the tournament every year, while the Elite Four will not have any personnel changes for many years. Shyamai admires Ash for being able to research Mega Evolution, but it does not mean that he recognizes that Ash's strength can be compared with his. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Roar. Charizard flew up, with a green light flashing between his claws, and took the initiative to attack Blastoise. Hydro Pump Combo. Blastoise calmly launched the Hydro Pump attack, and Charizard cleverly dodged left and right in midair and was not hit. Not a bad reaction. Blastoise, Skull Bash. Blastoise's eyes were determined and Splash rushed towards Charizard. The first head-on confrontation between the two in terms of strength. Bang. With a loud bang, Blastoise was hit and staggered backwards. In contrast, Charizard stopped steadily in place. With both great power and speed, this Kanto League champion is no ordinary player. Then it's time to present the artistic main course, Blastoise, Mage Evolution. Shyamai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he showed the keystone embedded in his chest. The two cannons on the tortoise shell turned into a giant cannon, Mega Blastoise, and appeared in the battlefield. Is this Mega Blastoise? It looks pretty cool. Looking at Blastoise who had completed Mega Evolution, Serena opened her mouth slightly. Her tone was quite surprised. A fierce battle was about to start, and the power of Blastoise's Wave and Waveguide moves would be increased under the Mega Launcher ability. Blastoise, Dragon Pulse. Charizard, Flamethrower. Mega Blastoise turned into a Mega Turret, intending to use firepower to hit the Jade Charizard fiercely. Shyamai's Blastoise is his trump card, and its strength is at the champion level. Although it is not as abnormal as those elites in Kanto, it is also very difficult to deal with. However, in terms of skill power alone, Charizard still tied with Blastoise. But it is worth mentioning that the first two games were no pressure for Charizard. The decline in physical strength was not obvious, but Charizard was still very serious in the battle with Mega Blastoise. With the increasingly high-intensity attack, Charizard's hidden ability, Mad Blood, soon became more and more obvious. The racial attributes were fully improved, and Mega Blastoise began to struggle under the strong pressure it exerted. This can't be my illusion. I always feel that this Charizard's attack is getting sharper and sharper. Seeing that Blastoise was about to be completely suppressed, Jomi's face became more and more solemn. I'm not going to lose to the league champion of Kanto, am I? He's just a rookie who has just been traveling for a year? Ash, this is too strong. After learning about Shyamai's true identity, Serena originally thought that Ash would be in danger in this battle. Unexpectedly, Charizard's performance was still strong, and he was suppressing the Kalos elite Blastoise throughout the whole battle. Damn, this Charizard is getting braver and braver. Charizard, Dragon Claw. As Charizard's physical strength dropped to 1/2, its combat power became more and more abnormal. The increasingly sharp Dragon Claw blasted Blastoise back step by step. Then it soared into the sky, and the powerful Flare Blitz directly connected with Blastoise and knocked him out of the battlefield. Bang! For a while, smoke and dust flew, and it was difficult to see Blastoise's situation. And Charizard retreated back to midair. Looking up at Charizard, who had no obvious scars on his body, Shimei had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, as the smoke and dust dissipated, Blastoise, who had lost his ability to fight, appeared in his sight. Blastoise can't fight, Charizard wins. The referee quickly made a decision. Even under unfavorable circumstances, you still defeated my Blastoise, young man, your strength is really terrifying. Looking at Ash, Shimei said with emotion. As the Elite Four of Kalos region, he actually lost to the champion of the Kanto region? I used to sneer when I heard that Kanto is the oldest region and its Elite Four's combat power is unfathomable. Now it seems that I am sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Thanks for exaggerating, Shimei Elite. Ash nodded and took back 837 Charizard. Ding, defeated Mega Evolution Pokémon Trainer Shimei. Obtained Pokémon Blastoise's Mage Evolution Stone, 1.5 million points. The reward props have been stored in the system space. The system prompt suddenly flashed in his mind. Ash nodded with satisfaction after hearing it. Blastoise's Mega Evolution items are very important to him now. His Blastoise has evolved for a while, and Mega Evolution tests the bond between trainer and Pokémon. As an old friend who has been with him since the Squirtle Core, Ash and Blastoise's tacit understanding is naturally needless to say. At the same time, in the abandoned temple that Ash and Serena visited before, Allin and his partner Manon came here. Is it that no one has taken it away? I don't know when it was taken away. Is it because we were suddenly spotted by a group of Zangos when we were crossing the forest, which delayed us for a long time? Looking at the center of the stone wall, where something should have been inlaid, it was already empty. He whispered to himself. If Ash was here, he would definitely be very surprised. Because of his arrival, Allin's arrival at this temple was delayed a little. Defeat Shimei Elite and get Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stone. Ash and Serena began to slow down their travels. After all, there were not many trainers of Mega Evolution Pokémon that he could challenge. And the Mega Evolution Stone he had just obtained was just right for his Blastoise to Mega Evolve and master the new posture. Ash and Blastoise's bond did not need to be tested, and its first Mega Evolution was also very smooth, without any accidents throughout the process. After a few more evolutions, it will master the new power. During the trip, whenever he encountered a wild Pokémon group, Ash would send Mega Blastoise out. After a few days of high-intensity battles, Blastoise's level was raised from 4.45 to 4.49, and it was only one step away from being promoted to Elite Pokémon. 3 days later, Ash and Serena returned to Lumiose City, and just as the two were on their way to the Pokémon Center, when passing by an open square, Ash discovered the Bubble Frog hidden in the tree through psychic perception. Pokémon, Bubble Frog, level, 4.15, qualification, Gold. After confirming the eye contact, I met the right frog. Oh my god, what a pig brain I have. Ash slapped his head. He met Serena in Mississauga. How could he forget such an important thing? Frog God is one of his main goals in this trip to Kalos region. Other Pokémon can be captured when he visits Kalos again in the future. But Bubble Frog must not be let go and must be captured. Bubble Frog, I can make you stronger. Let's fight. If you lose, come with me. How about that? Ash looked at Bubble Frog staring at him on the treetop and said straight to the point. I can only say that Frog God is worthy of being his destined Pokémon. He nodded without thinking. He jumped down from the tree and took a fighting stance in the open space, looking eager to try. Okay, it's up to you next, Pikachu. Pika. Here, Ash sent Pikachu, although it was a bit unethical. But it was also to make Bubble realize his strength and firmly follow him on his journey. Thunderbolt, Pikachu. Pikachu. A powerful thunderbolt. Bubble was hit just after jumping into the air and crashed directly. Sorry, Bubble. Ash immediately threw the Pokeball to capture Bubble. Through the Pokeball, Bubble also saw the magical Pokémon home and the Pokémon partners in it. Although it was a little uncomfortable with the warm greetings of its partners, it still liked the scenery and environment in the Pokémon home. After capturing Bubble, Ash asked around and brought Serena to a coffee shop, and met the owner of this coffee shop, Lysandra. Hello, Mr. Lysandra. Well, do you know me, boy? Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Ash, from Pallet Town in Kanto. It's you, Professor Ash. I remember that you published the paper on Mega Evolution, and I'm lucky enough to have read it. Lysandra's eyes flickered as he looked at Ash, who suddenly appeared in his shop, and Serena beside him. In fact, before Ash published the paper on Mega Evolution, he had already discovered the secret of Mega Evolution. However, before Lysandra had time to mention his research on Mega Evolution to his good friend Professor Bratino, Ash suddenly published a related paper. Lysandra was also very curious about this Pokémon professor who was far away in Kanto region but could study Mega Evolution before him and understood it so detailed. but he didn't expect that the person he met today was actually a boy who looked like he had just traveled for a short time. But on second thought, the paper also mentioned Professor Oak's name, he must be deeply involved in it. In this way, it can be understood. I don't dare to be a professor, just call me Ash. Actually, I came here this time to ask Mr. Lysandra for something. You can say it, Mr. Ash. Actually, Professor Blatano recommended me here. I want to find more Pokémon with Mega Evolution and challenge them. I want to verify my latest research on Mega Evolution power. Oh, then I am quite interested. Ash, who is familiar with the original plot, knows Lysandra and his ideals very well. He originally had a kind personality, but he was disappointed with the people of Snatch who kept arguing with each other. In order to let people live beautifully in the world of Snatch without disputes, Lysandra had the idea of reducing the number of lives. It can only be said that it is a very rigid template of the blackening of mega-villains. Lysandra has a deep relationship with Professor Blatano. Approaching him in the name of Professor is the least likely to arouse suspicion. So can Mr. Lysandra help me? Yes, but I have a condition, that is, after Mr. Ash completes the battle, any new research results that are not recorded in the Mega Evolution paper can be shared with me. 1. This request should not be too outrageous. Lysandra smiled and stared at Ash. No problem. Ash agreed without thinking. For Mega Evolution, he does have a lot of deeper understanding that has not been written into the Pokemon paper. Just tell Lysandra a little bit at that time. Remember that in the original plot, at Allin's request, Lysandra picked 10 Mega Evolution trainers for him. Even Malva, the fire elite of Kalos region, was included. By the way, can I ask Mr. Lysandra how many Mega Evolution trainer rivals he can find for me? 5, should be enough. Lysandra frowned slightly, and replied after a little, good, thought. 5? It was reduced by half. My treatment is too much worse than Allin's. I wonder if this thing is included. How many rivals can Mr. Lysandra bring for me? Take out the Mega Evolution Stone set of Gyarados and put it on the table. This is. So it's in your hands. Seeing the shining Mega Evolution Stone, Lysandra's eyes narrowed slightly and replied in surprise. Ash raised his eyebrows. It seems that Mr. Lysandra knows this set of Mega Evolution Stones, so I don't need to waste my words. As long as there is one person in the rival that Mr. Lysandra chooses for me who can defeat me, then I will give this set of Gyarados Mega Evolution Stones to you. What do you think? To deal with an old fox like Lysandra, he must first see the benefits within reach. Okay, give me some time to arrange it. Come to the coffee shop at this time tomorrow. I will gather 11 excellent Mage Evolution users. Lysandra thought for a moment and replied in a deep voice. Okay, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's battle. Ash nodded. Of course, if you lose any of the games, you won't be able to keep your Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone. Just consider it as a reward for me to gather these Mega Evolution users. After reaching an agreement, Ash and the others did not stay any longer. Lysandra was obviously determined to get the Mega Evolution Stone. He looked at the backs of Ash and the others as they left, and whispered. Gyarados' Mega Evolution Stone, he was able to take it away before me. He is worthy of being the one who got in touch with the power of Mega Evolution before me. Ash and Serena returned to the Pokemon Center. He called Serena's mother, Sachi. Serena, when will you go to Johto region with Ash? 19,1. Auntie Sachi, before going to Johto region, I have to take Serena back to Pallet town to meet my mother Delia. Haha, I forgot about that. Well, we'll travel together in the future, and I'll ask you to take good care of Serena. Sachi smiled at Ash on the screen. As Ash hung up the phone, Serena, who was standing next to him, breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little afraid that her mother would ask Ash some embarrassing questions, and she was basically nervous when she was on the phone. After hanging up the phone, she finally relaxed. In the evening, after dinner, Ash and Serena strolled on the busy streets. Ash, are there many Pokemon in Johto region that I have never seen before? Of course, many Pokemon in Kalos region have never been seen in Kanto. I am looking forward to the future Pokemon travel, and hope to capture those rare and cute Pokemon in Johto region. Serena imagined the Pokemon travel with Ash. Well, Serena, Pokemon travel is quite interesting. Meet all kinds of Pokemon, and capture and train the Pokemon that you like and recognize. Ash raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. That night, Ash also accompanied Serena to visit the commercial streets of the whole city, and they played until very late before returning to the Pokemon Center. This was also the happiest time for Serena. There was always a sweet smile on her cute little face. At the same time, her mentality also changed a little bit. Such an excellent genius like Ash, a rare genius in the Pokemon world. A boy with high appearance, high emotional intelligence, and most importantly, who is very patient with Stephanie, can easily attract Stephanie's attention. Should I also meet Ash's 3 girlfriends and then think about my relationship with Ash? From thinking that she could only be friends with Ash at the beginning, to the relationship that seemed to be able to go further, Serena's conservative view of love seemed to be slowly loosening up. On the morning of the next day, Ash and Serena got up early. They left the Pokemon Center and came to Lysandra's cafe. As expected, he had been waiting for a long time. What was slightly different from yesterday was that there was a short-haired beautiful secretary beside Lysandra today. For some reasons, I may ask you two to blindfold your eyes and follow me to the battle site. Is it so troublesome to blindfold your eyes? Serena asked in surprise. It's a special situation, please forgive me. It's okay, Mr. Lysandra, I'll do as you say. Ash gave Serena a reassuring look, and then nodded to FLA, Vitba, Dolly. In the original plot, there is a secret door in Lysandra's coffee shop, which leads directly to an important base of Team Flare, where Team Flare conducts various researches. It was there that Allin challenged 10 Mega Evolution users. Thank you for your cooperation, I can't wait to see this wonderful battle. Lysandra clapped his hands, and the short-haired secretary beside him took out 2 black ribbons from somewhere. Covered the eyes of Ash and Serena. Please follow me, both of you. She held their hands and followed behind Lysandra, hearing the sound of various machines running and the door closing. It took about 10 minutes to walk. As the secretary took off the ribbon covering their eyes, after getting used to the dazzling light again, a huge circular battlefield appeared in their eyes. Serena looked around in great surprise, wondering where this was going. The sensory experience told her that they had not walked far. Could it be that there was something else inside the coffee shop? Glancing behind him, there were huge iron gates blocking the passages on the opposite side, which looked a bit like the ancient Roman Colosseum. Ash's mouth curled up. I have to say that Lysandra's taste is pretty good. It's a pity that her thoughts are still too extreme. Mr. Ash, you will fight with the 11 Mega Evolution users I invited next. If you lose any of them, Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone will belong to me. At this time, Lysandra's voice came from the radio. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar prompt sounded in Ash's mind. Ding, trigger the plot mission, defeat a Mega Evolution user invited by Frivoli. Mission reward, 1 million points. Any 2 Pokemon level increase by 5 levels, Greninja Perfect Bond Evolution item, top grade Mind Stone. The mind pace will be perfectly consistent with the trainer, the mind will be connected, and the power of ordinary Bond Greninja will burst out 150%. Oh my god, I didn't get the item for Greninja's Perfect Bond Evolution before because I didn't have enough points. I didn't expect that the system would release a more powerful reward item this time. It can not only help Ash to complete the Bond evolution of Greninja in the simplest way, but also increase the power of Greninja in the Bombardment evolution form. This is really a pillow when you are sleepy, and the level increase of any 2 Pokemon is also much more generous than the previous mission rewards. Team Flare Underground Base. Under the spotlight, a boy with short green hair, who looked like the moth in Yu-Gi-Oh, walked slowly into the battlefield. You are so unlucky. I am the first one to meet you. After proudly taunting Ash, the boy adjusted his glasses and took out a Pokeball. Venusaur, come out. With a loud roar, Venusaur appeared in the field. Ash naturally sent Charizard to fight. At the same time, in the private room on the high platform, he looked at the 2 people below through the glass window. Fire Elite Malva asked with interest, is this the boy who discovered the secret of Mega Evolution earlier than you? Well, if it weren't for him, it wouldn't be worth my trouble to find so many Mega Evolution users. With Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone, your Gyarados should be able to fight against the champion level Pokemon. Indeed, so no matter what, don't let him get the final victory. Lysandra looked at Malva expressionlessly and said, don't worry, he may not even see it. Malva stared at Ash in the field, his eyes flickered. While the two were talking, Venusaur off the field had completed Mega Evolution. Ash let Charizard fight in normal form. This Venusaur was not high level and could not withstand Charizard's fierce flamethrower and heat wave attacks. Although Vine Whip caused some trouble to Charizard, it was not worth mentioning in the face of the absolute strength gap and attribute restraint. In the end, Charizard used Flare Blitz to defeat Venusaur and obtained the Mega Evolution Stone of Venusaur. It is worth mentioning that after defeating Mega Venusaur this time, the system only issued Mega Evolution Stone as a reward. Ash guessed that the points might be counted towards the task of defeating 11 people in total. Come on, Ash, it's really exciting. Fight. On the sidelines, Serena put her hands on her mouth and shouted for Ash. Charizard fell back in front of Ash. You don't have time to rest, because I'm very impatient. At this time, another trainer walked out from behind the iron gate. Wearing a headscarf, he spoke in an Indian style. Go ahead, Stalk. The moment Alakazam was sent out, he decisively showed the keystone to let it evolve into a mage. Alakazam, holding the spoon high, completed the mage form and transformed into the image of an old man floating in the air. Pokemon, Mega Alakazam, level 4.50, qualification, purple. Not bad, not bad, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Alakazam. Looking at Alakazam on the opposite side, Ash smiled very happily. It was because his girlfriend Sabrina's trump card Pokemon was Alakazam. After getting its Mega Evolution Stone, he just gave it to Sabrina. After the Mage Evolution, Alakazam's psychic skill power was greatly improved, and the speed was also much faster than before. But after Mega Evolution, the copy ability seemed a bit useless. Pikachu, I'll leave this to you. Pikachu, Pika. Pikachu leaped lightly and landed on the battlefield. Pikachu, which is at level 4.66, has an extremely difficult to dodge and powerful electric special move that makes Mega Alakazam flee in a panic. Under the agility contest condition, the dazzling speed also makes it difficult for Mega Alakazam's psychic skills to lock on the target, and Pikachu plays around with it. Pikachu, Lightning Surf. It seems that Pikachu has had enough fun. Pikachu rides on the huge waves with golden sparks flashing all over. The violent sparks block all directions of Mega Alakazam's teleport, forcing the opponent to fight head-on. As a result, he was killed instantly by Pikachu. Psychic Pokémon are not good at defense, so they can't withstand Pikachu's powerful combination moves. What a powerful Pikachu, Surf, and Volt Tackle can actually form a combination skill. Lysandra, this Ash trainer is not simple. After watching the two battles, Malva's expression gradually became solemn. Charizard easily defeated Venusaur in normal form. Pikachu even suppressed Alakazam in Mega Evolution throughout the game. It seems that Ash's level of training Pokémon is really high. Next, rival arranged by Lysandra took the stage one after another. Ash was also diligently changing the Pokémon to play. The strength of Mega Pokémon users varies, and Ash will also select Pokémon to play according to the opponent's strength level. Dragonair, Bulbasaur, Blastoise and other Pokémon all got playing time, some won easily, and some won a little stumbling. Just like this. Heracross's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. Scizor's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. Ampharos's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. Agron's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. Pinsir's Mega Evolution Stone is in hand. And so on. Ash won 9 sets of Mage Evolution Stones in one go. He made a lot of money. Next, Ash welcomed his 10th rival. Poker Face Allin. Allin, come on, you are the best. On the podium, Manon waved and cheered for him. 0. It was the trainer with Chespin in the original plot. I want to fight your Charizard. As you wish. After a brief conversation, both sides sent Charizards to fight at the same time. Looking at Allin's Charizard, Ash raised his eyebrows slightly. Pokémon, Charizard, level, 4.57, qualification, gold. Just from the panel, it is already very luxurious. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the water sprayer in the mouth of Pokémon fans in the previous life. It's a pity that if Ash didn't capture it, he couldn't see the detailed panel of Allin's Charizard. It may have a hidden ability that can reduce the damage of water skills. At this time, Allin's strength is already very good, much stronger than the Mega Evolution users that Ash fought before. But in front of Ash's more powerful Charizard, who was at a higher level, he could only passively take the beating. The result was no surprise. Allin's Charizard X did its best but failed to pose much of a threat to Ash's Charizard. It was a complete defeat. I didn't expect Lysandra to even find Allin. But this battle is just a formality. I'll defeat you with Frog God at the next Kalos Region conference. Looking at Allin, who was already doubting his life after being beaten, Ash was thinking about what posture to use to beat him up next time. Frog God's Waterloo at the Kalos Region conference was a big blow to him, a loyal Pokémon fan. Ash wanted to find an opportunity to make up for his regrets with the most correct posture. I'm really surprised. I didn't expect you to really beat 10 people. Nice to meet you. I'm Malva. I'll be your rival in the end. I heard his voice before I saw him. Malva, dressed in cool casual clothes, walked slowly over, slightly pulled down his sunglasses, looked at Ash and spoke. Elite 4, Malva. Oh, you know me, I'm so happy. Malva looked at Ash with interest. The Mega Evolution users Lysandra found were all good, especially Allin. Ash was able to easily defeat them and forced her to leave, which shows how strong he is. I fought with your colleague Shimei Elite. His Blastoise is very strong. I hope you won't let me down. After saying that, Ash threw the Pokeball in his hand decisively. Roar. Charizard appeared in the battlefield. In the last battle with Malva, although Ash knew that Malva's trump card Pokémon was Houndoom with Flash Fire ability, he still chose to let Charizard deal with it. Houndoom, prepare for battle. Pokémon, Houndoom, level, 4.65, qualification, gold. Houndoom has a good level and qualifier, but as the trump card Pokémon of the Elite Four, it is still a little bit lacking. Charizard, Mage Evolution, Dragon Pulse. Seeing that Malva had no intention of attacking, Ash immediately waved his hand and gave the order. He knew Malva's intention very well. Her Houndoom had Flash Fire ability, so she deliberately gave Ash the chance to attack first. She just wanted Charizard to use Fire Attack on Houndoom so that Flash Fire ability could play a role and increase the power of Houndoom's fire skills. Then use Mega Evolution to defeat Charizard. Dark Pulse. Obviously, Malva did not expect Ash to choose to let Charizard use Dragon Pulse, which he was not very good at. Houndoom opened his mouth and shot out a Dark Wave beam. Dark Pulse spurs Dragon Pulse. 2 energy shock waves fiercely attacked each other in the field and exploded quickly. Bang! The air waves generated by the energy aftermath spread in all directions. Dragon Claw. Thunder Fang. Charizard flapped his wings, and his claws flashed with green light and rushed towards Houndoom at a high speed. Houndoom's face was fierce, and he rushed forward with a faint golden spark in his mouth. Bang! Houndoom Thunder Fang bit Charizard's Dragon Claw. Roar! Charizard screamed in pain, while Houndoom bit it tightly and even tried to throw Charizard out. It seems that my Houndoom has the upper hand. Malva Elite is too happy too early. Ash raised his eyebrows and looked at Malva and said, Charizard's right hand was bitten, but he still has one hand. Slash at its head, Charizard. As soon as the words fell, Malva's eyes suddenly became solemn. Charizard raised his left claw with a flashing white light and smashed it hard. Woo! Houndoom, who was hit in the head, screamed, and his eyes turned white. At the same time, he opened his mouth to release Charizard's right hand that was bitten. Chase Charizard while he's victorious, use Dragon Tail. Take advantage of your weakness to kill you? Charizard swung the glowing Dragon Tail at Houndoom. Use Substitute, Houndoom. At the critical moment, Houndoom, with a painful expression, used a substitute to help it block the Dragon Tail attack, and quickly distanced himself from Charizard. Substitute? Malva Elite's reaction is really fast. Faced with Ash's ridicule, Malva's face became extremely focused at this time, completely unlike the relaxed and comfortable look at the beginning of the battle. Malva suspected that Ash might know her intentions. He was sure that Houndoom had the Flash Fire ability. Faced with Charizard's fierce Dragon-type close-range skill attack, Houndoom was beaten very passively and could not compete with Charizard at all. He could only be beaten back step by step. In that case, then go all out, Houndoom. Burn up, Houndoom, Mage Evolution. Taking off the keystone pendant on her chest, Malva decisively chose to let Houndoom perform Mega Evolution. Flash Fire's little advantage may not be taken. In the dazzling rainbow light, Houndoom's appearance began to change dramatically, and the original curved horns also turned into the shape of a big horned bull. Houndoom after Mega Evolution was majestic, and its body looked a whole circle larger than before. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Today happened to be a sunny day, and Mega Houndoom's solar power ability came into play. Special attack was directly increased to 1.5 times. The dazzling flame beam shot straight at Charizard. Just in time, block it, Charizard. Ash's eyes flashed, and he saw Charizard taking a defensive posture and taking Houndoom's flame attack. At the same time, the hidden ability of Mad Blood began to take effect, and all attribute species strengths were improved. Fly up, Charizard. Charizard flapped his wings and flew high into the sky with splash. At the same time, Houndoom opened his mouth and spit out fierce black smoke. Charizard rushed over and used Dragon Claw. Charizard rushed through the billowing black smoke at an astonishing speed, and Dragon Claw attacked Houndoom from top to bottom. Houndoom still opened his mouth and wanted to fight back with Thunder Fang again. This time, Charizard, who was well prepared, made an emergency stop in the air, causing Houndoom's Thunder Fang to miss, and then Dragon Claw hit Houndoom heavily. Woo! Houndoom let out another mournful cry and fell to the ground. Houndoom, cheer up. Charizard, it's time to end. Use Blast Burn. Blast Burn, attack with explosive flames, incinerate rival, a mega move with 150 power of fire. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that resounded throughout the stadium, the 3.6 Charizard, whose body was burning with deep blue flames, clenched his fist and slammed the ground heavily. Rumble. Instantly, the ground broke apart, and red pillars of light shot up into the sky. Houndoom, who was in the middle of it, kept jumping to avoid the terrible damage of the flame explosion. Bang bang bang! However, with a series of explosions, Houndoom still couldn't escape the attack range of Blast Burn. Mega Houndoom's ability is not Flash Fire, and at this moment, it is not immune to the terrible damage from this Fire-type ultimate move. What an amazing power! Looking at the flames rising into the sky in the field, Malva, a Fire-type elite, couldn't help but sigh. Houndoom loses his ability to fight. Ash wins. Congratulations to Mr. Ash for winning all the battles. With the defeat of Mega Houndoom, Ash won the bet with Lysandra and Houndoom's Mega Evolution Stone. Ding! Successfully defeated the 11 Mega Evolution users invited by Lysandra. Task reward, 1 million points. Greninja Perfect Bond Evolution Item, Top Quality Mind Stone. The mind pace will be perfectly consistent with the trainer, the mind will be connected, and the power of Ordinary Bond Greninja will be 150%. Pokémon, Zapdos upgraded from 4.72 to 4.77. Pokémon, Dragonair upgraded from 4.52 to 4.57, with the ability to evolve into Dragonite. Oh my god, this reward is really too good. The Pokémon that are randomly upgraded are Zapdos and Dragonair. Dragonair has even accumulated enough to evolve directly into Dragonite, so the reward for this mission is really not small. Of course, the most important thing is the top quality Mind Stone item. After getting this thing, he can start to cultivate and improve the strength of Bubble Frog. Well done, where's Eruption? Ash said with a smile, hugging Charizard's neck. Roar. Charizard also smiled happily. Thank you for your hard work, Houndoom. Malva, wearing red glasses, took out the Pokeball and put Houndoom, who had degenerated into a normal form, back into the Pokeball. What a hateful trainer. It's better to say that he is so hateful that people like him. Congratulations on beating 11 people including me. Malva walked closer and said with a smile. Papa Papa? At the same time, there was a round of applause from outside the fence behind him. Ash looked back. It turned out that Lysandra and Serena were walking towards him. Ash, Charizard is too powerful. Continuously defeated so many powerful rivals. Serena praised Ash without hesitation. Interesting, you are really amazing to have defeated Malva, Mr. Ash. I lost the bet this time, but I saw so many Mega Evolution Pokemon today. I hope you don't forget our other agreement. Although he was upset that he didn't get the Mega Gyarados from Ash, Lysandra, who was very cunning, still smiled and applauded Ash. At the same time, he didn't forget to mention the related research agreed before the battle. Of course, I will keep my promise. Ash nodded and replied with a smile. He got more than 10 sets of Mega Pokemon Evolution Stones from Lysandra in one go, which was really a big profit. At this moment, he didn't mind telling Lysandra some secrets about Mega Evolution Pokemon. Lysandra Labs, which is nominally his laboratory, is actually the secret base of Team Flare. Lysandra didn't want Ash and the others to stay here for too long, and even didn't want them to see other places besides the battle site. However, just when he was about to issue an order to expel them, Mr. Lysandra, to be honest, these 11 battles have confirmed some things for me. Oh? Then I'd like to listen carefully. Lysandra's eyes lit up when he heard this, and Malva beside him also cast a curious look at Ash. From Lysandra, she also learned that Ash had done a very deep study on Pokémon Mega Evolution. If she could get some useful information from Ash, maybe her Mega Houndoom would become even stronger. I didn't intend to tell anyone this information. After all, it is a heavyweight for Mega Evolution users. Excellent trainers may be able to use it to make their Pokémon extremely powerful. But after all, I owe Mr. Lysandra a favor. Ash began to deceive seriously, and even asked the two to swear not to tell anyone. Even Lysandra, who is extremely cunning and experienced, was aroused by Ash at this moment. Please rest assured, Mr. Ash, we will never leak the news. I promise. Malva also echoed. Then he looked at Ash expectantly. Ash smiled and said in a deep voice, you too should also know that Mega Evolution cannot be achieved by Pokémon alone. Well, you mentioned this in your paper. We trainers also need to have a strong awareness. Mega Evolution requires a very high degree of intimacy and tacit understanding between trainers and Pokémon. Malva nodded and replied. As expected of a fire elite, she has indeed seriously studied the Mega Evolution paper published by Ash. Since you two understand, I will tell you straight. In fact, Mega Evolution has another new form, that is, Bond Evolution. The Pokémon with Bond Evolution is extremely powerful, and this form does not rely on Mega Evolution stones, but the requirements for trainers will be higher. Bond Evolution. After listening to Ash's words, Lysandra and Malva's faces changed a little, and they looked at Ash with doubtful eyes. Bond Evolution? How come they have never heard of it? Both of them suspected that Ash was fooling them. To put it simply, it is the trainer needs to reach a state of mutual understanding with the Pokémon during the battle to ensure that the two have highly consistent thoughts. This will allow Pokémon to burst out with a power more powerful than Mega Evolution. Ash talked to Lysandra and Malva about metaphysics. He directly copied the mega metaphysical speculations about Bond Evolution from the forums in the previous life. Lysandra and Malva were stunned. Bond Evolution, communicating with Pokémon, and ensuring a high degree of consistency in thinking during battle, is this really possible? As a senior Pokémon trainer, it was easy for Ash to figure out how difficult the two conditions he mentioned were. Lysandra also expressed doubts about this, but he still asked calmly, so, Mr. Ash, do you have the confidence to make your Pokémon complete Bond Evolution? This is my guess after more than 10 battles. It naturally takes time and energy to verify it. Of course, a lot of Mega Evolution stones are needed as materials for control research. Mr. Lysandra, you know, we don't have so many Mega Evolution stones in the Kanto region for me to study. Ash looked at the Lysandra replied. It's not that it can't be done, but it's hard for a good cook to cook without rice. The main reason is that our Kanto region doesn't produce many Mega Evolution stones. Want to use Mega Evolution stones for research? Lysandra's face changed when he heard this. Just because Ash's paper was published, all forces in Kalos region were frantically looking for Mega Evolution stones. It can be said that in the past month, all the ancient sites in Kalos region have been turned upside down. Some forces are even willing to dig a mountain directly to get a set of Mage Evolution stones. After all, the improvement brought by Mega Evolution stones to Pokémon can be said to be a qualitative leap. In this case, even if his Team Flare has been working hard to search for Mega Evolution stones in Kalos region, the harvest is not very ideal. It's not that they don't have Mega Evolution stones for various Pokémon, but in most cases, they are used to attract excellent trainers. If you don't pay something, how can you make those truly powerful trainers work hard for you? Many of the Mega Pokémon users who just fought with Ash were attracted by him through Mega Evolution stones. Of course, they all lost to Ash today, which made Lysandra a little depressed. It's a pity that Ash's background is too positive, otherwise he would have won him over to Team Flare no matter what the cost. It's not that there are no Mega Evolution stones. But I'm still skeptical about your Bond Evolution. After all, there's no actual result, right? Lysandra looked as if he was hesitant to speak. Ash, who was about to leave Kalos region and wanted to get more good stuff from Lysandra, rolled his eyes. After thinking for a while, he took out the Pokeball and released Charizard. Then, let me show you the results of my research on Pokémon Mega Evolution. Mr. Lysandra, you should know that my Charizard used the Mega Charizard X form in previous battles. Yes, that's right. Could it be that your Charizard? Lysandra stared at the Charizard next to Ash and frowned slightly. From what he said, Charizard can also undergo different Mega Evolutions. Although he knew that Mega Charizard has two forms, it is common sense that Charizard cannot be changed after evolving into one of them. Could it be that Ash has figured out the secret? Hearing is false, seeing is true. Charizard Mage evolves. Roar. Accompanied by a loud roar, in the dazzling light, Charizardy, whose orange skin has deepened a little and whose figure has become more handsome, appeared in front of everyone. This is actually true. Have you mastered two types of Mega Evolution? This time, Lysandra and Malva were both dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Ash just happened to discover the feasibility of Pokémon Mega Evolution before Team Flare. But they didn't expect that his research on this path has long been far ahead of them. Even now, after fighting Pokémon battles with 11 Mega Evolution users, he plans to create a new Mega Evolution branch system. At this time, Lysandra was staring at Ash with a look of looking at a demon. It turns out that he invests hundreds of millions of Pokémon coins every year, hires a well-known Pokémon research team in the industry, and constantly adds budgets to the Pokémon Mega Evolution field. At the end of the progress, the results are not as fast as the boy in front of him fighting a Pokémon battle. How terrible is Ash's talent in research? Okay, thank you, Charizard. Enjoying the monster-like eyes of Lysandra and Malva, Ash threw an energy block to Charizard and then took it back into the Pokeball. In fact, in the field of Pokémon Mega Evolution, he only took advantage of the double benefits of the original plot blessing and the system. If you say half true and half false, you can fool Lysandra and Malva. It's not that Lysandra and Malva are stupid, on the contrary, they are both very smart people, but Mega Evolution is too advanced for them now. What do you think of my research, Mr. Lysandra? And Malva Elite, as a trainer, you should know what it means for my Charizard to master 2 Mega Evolution forms at the same time. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly and said to the two of them. At this point, he still didn't believe that he couldn't get more benefits from Lysandra. Charizard's, why 2 forms of fighting style, bias because of Mega Evolution given different species strength distribution, ability, attribute influence, also very different. Mastering 2 Mega Evolution forms at the same time greatly increases Charizard's attack range. Want to restrain its weakness will undoubtedly become more difficult. The first to respond was Malva. As a fire elite in Kalos region, she naturally knew. Just mastering the X form of Charizard is strong enough, but Ash actually has other cards hidden. This is the main fire type of Charizard Y form, supplemented by flying skills, which is not suitable for fighting her Houndoom. Change the enemy of the attribute, Charizard can still deal with it calmly. As expected of Mr. Ash, in this case, it seems that we can sit down and discuss the relevant cooperation matters. Good Wangzhou, why don't you two have a cup of coffee in my coffee shop? Lysandra is also very human, and immediately invited Ash and Serena beside him. Ash has shown him his worth, being able to master 2 evolved forms of Charizard. It seems that Ash has done a deep research on Mega Evolution, which may be of great help to his ultimate plan in the future. As long as he can realize his ultimate plan, no matter how much he has paid, it is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Frivoli. Isn't it just a Mega Evolution stone? Can't I get you a few more? Of course, considering Ash's identity, he will definitely not stay in the Kalos region for a long time, and he will conduct research in his laboratory, and many details of cooperation still need to be discussed in detail. Although Lysandra is very excited at this time, she still maintains basic rationality. Happy cooperation, Mr. Ash. I look forward to your research results in the field of Pokémon Mega Evolution in the future. When the time comes, I will definitely apply for the qualification of Pokémon Professor for you from Kalos Alliance. Haha, I don't care much about these empty names. Research itself is more important. After some arguing, Ash and Lysandra reached a cooperation. For this, Lysandra reluctantly gave Ash 4 sets of Mega Pokémon Evolution Stones to help him start his research. As long as it is anything that is beneficial to his ultimate plan, he will go all out. When Ash got the 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones, he was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect Lysandra to be so powerful. He gave out 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones at once. It seems that he has collected a lot of Mega Evolution Stones by mobilizing the power of Team Flare in the past few months. The 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones Lysandra gave to Ash are Drillmage Evolution Stone, Slow Hippo Mage Evolution Stone, Steelix Mage Evolution Stone, and Eyed Monster Mage Evolution Stone. At the same time, he also proposed to exchange Banjara's Mega Evolution Stone for Ash's Mega Evolution Stone of Gyarados. But Ash refused, and bluntly said that this set of Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone was prepared for his girlfriend, and 323 did not intend to exchange it. Although Lysandra was a little angry, he had just reached a cooperation with Ash, so he couldn't get angry. After that, Ash and Serena left the Frivoli store. Looking at his and Serena's background, Malva asked with some concern, "Are you so confident in his so-called Bond evolution research? 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones are a big bet." Lysandra's face sank slightly, and he said lightly, "At present, our related research has repeatedly hit a wall, and the progress of the final plan is extremely slow. In this case, I don't want to give up any hope. It's just 4 sets of Mega Evolution Stones, I can't afford it." Mega Evolution Stones are indeed precious, but compared with his ultimate plan to overthrow Kalos Alliance and reshape the order of region, it is worthless. Do we need to send someone to keep an eye on him, to prevent him from hiding his research progress? Malva continued to ask. This time, Lysandra still shook her head. He is about to travel to the Johto region, which is Team Rocket's territory. I don't want to have any conflict with them before the final plan is reached. End the conversation and return to the Pokémon Center. After getting enough benefits from Lysandra, there is nothing important in the Kalos region. For the next half a month, Ash basically accompanied Serena to travel around and experience the customs of the Kalos region. At the same time, he did not forget to instill new love concepts in Serena. Help her change her ideas from various angles. The relationship between the two childhood sweethearts has been rapidly heating up recently, and Serena is also very conflicted at this time. The heart that had originally given up pursuing Ash became active again. In addition, in this half-month, Ash did not forget to improve the level and strength of Pokémon. Wherever he traveled, there was no grass growing, and the wild Pokémon population was beaten black and blue, and they were in great pain. Of course, after the fight, Ash would also be responsible for treating them, rewarding Pokémon food, and even rewarding energy cubes for Pokémon with high levels and more experience. This is a mixture of pain and joy for the wild Pokémon that were beaten. After half a month, many Pokémon have significantly improved their levels. Pokémon Flash Melodic from 4.40 to 4.46. Pokémon Blastoise from 4.45 to V.51. Pokémon Abandoned from 4.45 to 4.50. Pokémon Jigglypuff from 4.40 to 4.45. Pokémon Bubble Frog from 4.15 to 4.41, and eventually evolved to Greninja. Among all Pokémon, Greninja has the fastest level increase. Of course, this is also due to Ash's deliberate resource allocation. And just the day before the two were about to return to Kanto, at night, it was finally time for the routine system store refresh. Ash couldn't wait to call out the system and start checking. Product 1, Mage Evolution Bracelet. Each time you swallow a Mega Evolution Stone, you can use the Evolution Bracelet to make the corresponding type of Pokémon perform perfect Mage Evolution. Value, 3 million points. Product 2, Blind Box Mage Evolution Stone. Can open any Mage Evolution Pokémon Evolution Stone. Value, 1 million yuan. Product 3, Pokémon Egg Catalyst. Can catalyze the birth of Pokémon in Pokémon eggs in advance, and the Pokémon catalyzed by the catalyst will randomly carry a top-quality carrying item. Value, 1.5 million yuan. Product 4, Home Area Improvement Item. Increase the home area of Pokémon to 1,000 square kilometers, including lakes, mountains, grasslands, wetlands, swamps and other ecosystems. Pokémon living comfort increased by 100%. Value, 5 million yuan. Product 5, Pokémon Gene Potion. Increase the qualification of any Pokémon to Gold. Value, 3 million yuan. A quick glance at the newly updated system store. Ash's breathing became a little rapid. There are so many good things refreshed this time. Although the price is a bit expensive, they are all key items that can solve his urgent needs at the moment. For example, the Mage Evolution Bracelet just happened to be the one he got from this time. All the Mega Evolution Stones obtained by Kalos were melted into it. Pokémon Egg Catalyst, which can help Pokémon eggs hatch immediately without any side effects, and the hatched Pokémon will carry a top-quality item. Coincidentally, there is an Ultra Beast egg with no signs of hatching in his Pokémon home. Such a special Pokémon must take a long time to hatch, and this thing can help him save a lot of time. Needless to say, the Gene Potion, once it appears in the store, Ash will definitely get it. However, the most important thing for Ash is the home area enhancement item. After letting the Lapras family move in, his Pokémon home is a bit crowded. Considering that he will travel to various places in the future, there will be more and more wild Pokémon in the government. The area of the Pokémon home will definitely be expanded, not to mention the vast area of 1,000 square kilometers, and this time it has added heavyweight ecosystems such as lakes, mountains, grasslands, wetlands, swamps, etc. Lapras and others in Pokémon Home can also return to the familiar ocean environment. Greatly improve the happiness of Pokémon living in Pokémon Home. 0.5 items in the system store, totaling 12.5 million points. System, exchange them all. Exchange successful, the corresponding items have been stored in the system space. After this wave of purchases, Ash returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Only 2.84 million points were left. After exchanging the items, Ash couldn't wait to use teleport to come to the Forest Minister in the back mountain of the Pokémon Center. He first released Greninja from the Pokeball. Then he gave it the Supreme Mind Stone. Ash completed the mind connection with Greninja through Psychic, and the trainer and Pokémon's minds were united. The thoughts that flashed in his mind could be sensed by Greninja carrying the Mind Stone. Next, it's time to try the Bond evolution. As he said that, the psychic light in Ash's eyes was bright. Bang bang bang! Greninja was wrapped in a torrent, and this water elemental power was quickly gathering behind it. At the same time, Greninja began to change all over. Red patterns appeared on its head, and the hairstyle on both sides of its head gradually moved closer to Ash. The originally turbulent water flow also gathered behind it to form a huge water shuriken. During the Bond evolution of Greninja, Ash's eyes became slightly solemn. Even with the assistance of Psychic, it was still very stressful for him to carry out the Bond evolution for the first time. When the water shuriken was completely formed, a gleam of light burst out from Greninja's eyes, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from it. Although it has only reached level 4.41 now, the aura it exudes is enough to rival the elite level Pokémon. Such an amazing increase can be obtained in the first Bond evolution, which can only be said to be a more perfect evolution method than Mega Evolution. After thinking about it, Ash took out the Pokémon Pokédex, switched to the camera function, and took a few photos of the bonded Greninja. Because of the cooperation with Lysandra, these photos may be able to get more benefits from him. Of course, Ash didn't plan to give him the photo right away. For a research project of this level of difficulty, it would take at least half a year to conduct the research. Thank you for being a model, Greninja. After taking the photo, Ash put Greninja back into the Pokeball. After finishing, he took out the Mage Bracelet from the system space and melted the newly obtained Steelix Mega Evolution Stone into it before the Mega Evolution Stone. Wearing the bracelet on the left wrist, he can use the power of the bracelet to make Pidgeot and Steelix perfectly Mega Evolve. Next, it is the second item he bought today, Blind Box Mage Evolution Stone. According to the system, it can open the Mega Evolution Stone of all known Pokémon that can use Mage Evolution. When it was taken out from the system space, it was just a palm-sized silver gem. System, open the box directly. Okay, start randomly generating Mage Evolution Stones. Generate, Mega Evolution Stone of Mage Diancie. As the voice fell, in the dazzling white light, the silver gem gradually turned into the shape of a Mage Evolution Stone. Diancie? Isn't that the so-called mythical Pokémon, Diamond Princess? I didn't expect to get its Mage Evolution Stone. Ash was still quite surprised at this moment. Although he may not be able to touch Diancie now, it is hard to say whether its Mage Evolution Stone can be found in this world. It is an extremely rare Mage Evolution Stone. I can only say that the points spent this time are not in vain. Next time he comes to Kalos region, he may be able to capture Diancie. Considering that Diancie's Mega Evolution Stone may not have any effect on others, Ash simply threw it directly to the Mage Bracelet to swallow it. If Diancie is captured in the future, he will be able to see his Mega Evolution form through the Mage Bracelet. After doing all this, Ash took out the Pokémon Egg Catalyst he had just bought from the system store. Then he took out the Pokémon Egg of the Ultra Beast from the Pokémon Home. Since it is a one-time item, it is natural to use it as soon as possible. Please give me flowers. Ash put the Pokémon Egg into the catalyst. The dazzling light illuminated the night. In his extremely surprised eyes, a humanoid figure like a folded paper appeared in front of him. Ultimate Beast, Kartana. The Pokémon Egg was hatched just after it was placed in the catalyst. Although Kartana does not have obvious mask features, the first thing it saw when it was born was undoubtedly Ash. Its intimacy with Ash was directly maxed out. Is it Kartana? Really good. Looking at Kartana in front of him, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Ultimate beasts all have species strength that is not inferior to the 3 mythical birds. But compared to the 3 mythical birds, their species strength ability distribution is mostly very extreme, and they are all Pokémon that can be called terrifying in a certain specific species strength field. For example, Kartana has a physical attack species strength of up to 181, which is an extreme offensive power. And except for the speed species strength of 109, other aspects can basically be said to be terrible. Kartana itself is not scary, and is very handsome, with its sharp body as its attack weapon. Of course, its strengths are very prominent, and so are its weaknesses. The fourfold restraint of fire type can be regarded as a fatal weakness for it, but basically no one knows about Ultra Beasts except in Kalos region. Kartana's so-called weakness is not that obvious. As a trainer, Ash only needs to pay attention to let it face fire type Pokémon as little as possible. When dealing with Pokémon whose attribute restraint is not so obvious, it is still an extremely sharp blade. Kartana was hatched from the Ultra Beast egg, and Ash was very satisfied. But in addition, the role of the Pokémon Egg Catalyst is not just that. The most critical effect of the prop worth up to 1.5 million points is that it can cold hatch Pokémon born with a kind of top quality prop. According to the explanation of the system, you can get a variety of props randomly, including an extremely rare item in the Pokémon world that is so rare that it can even be called unique. Ash is curious about what item Kartana is carrying at the moment. With anticipation, Ash called up the system. Check Kartana's detailed attribute panel. Pokémon, Kartana. Level, 4.1. Attribute, Grass, Steel. Qualification, Gold. Skills, Fury Cutter, Vacuum Wave. Ability, Beast Boost. Carrying item, Iron Plate, one of the origin stone tablets of the god of creation Arceus, but it has no connection with Arceus in this world. Pokémon carrying this item will increase the power of Steel-type moves by 150, and can use Iron Plate to cast Steel-type punishment Gravel once in each battle. Damn, the origin stone tablet of the god of creation. That's the source of Arceus life. The key is that this thing can increase the power of ordinary Pokémon's moves by 150%. 3.7.7 The key is that it can also allow Pokémon to cast Arceus exclusive skill Punishment Gravel once. This is going to be heaven? At this moment, Ash had only one thought in his mind. Such a useful Pokémon Egg Catalyst. Can the system store give him more points? Who knows, maybe he will be able to collect all the attribute origin slates of Arceus in the future? In this way, Ash conquered Kartana with satisfaction. There are not many props left. It's time to focus on the Pokémon home. He commanded the system to start using the props that increase the area of the home. In Ash's expectant eyes, the Pokémon home, which was originally a palm-sized area, began to expand rapidly, and various beautiful and intoxicating scenery continued to be generated. Mountains, oceans, wetlands, swamps flashed from Ash's eyes. Not only him, but the Pokémon in it can also feel the changes in the Pokémon home. All cheered and splashed. Even Mutwo asked questions in confusion. Ash, what's going on? I feel a terrible power of creation. Don't worry, for some reason, I am expanding your home. After all, since the Lapras tribe joined some time ago, the space of the Pokémon home has become very crowded. This time, I want to give you a better living environment. Well, since it is a good change, I won't ask. Mutwo naturally has no doubt about Ash's sincerity to Pokémon. And with its keen perception, it also found that as the Pokémon home continued to expand, the air quality in the space began to rise rapidly, giving it a refreshing feeling in it. This world is becoming more and more like a paradise. After the expansion of the Pokémon home was completed, with the total number of Pokémon that Ash had always thought he had captured, immediately, it changed from the previous extremely crowded situation to a situation where the area was wide but Pokémon was extremely scarce. After the Pokémons were stunned for a short time, they immediately fell into ecstasy. The Lapras rushed to the sea in groups. Omenid and Kabuto headed straight for the underground cave under the leadership of Aerodactyl. Other Pokémon also went to live in their favorite ecological environment. With a thought, Ash, who could not see even a single Pokémon in dozens of kilometers, became more active in capturing more Pokémon species and putting them in the Pokémon home to raise them. There is no shortage of all kinds of food in the Pokémon home. Just like the supplies that are regularly refreshed in the game, the system will regularly refresh the various Pokémon foods in the Pokémon family home. In this case, it is no problem to raise as many Pokémon as you want. Of course, he must also consider the need to introduce more and more different Pokémon species to join this big family in the future, especially some Pokémon that are bully types in the real Pokémon world. They will definitely bring more intense fights when they come to the Pokémon home, which will improve the overall level and strength of the Pokémon in the entire Pokémon home. Besides, the healing effect in the Pokémon home is more than 5 times that in the Pokeball, and its effect is no less than emergency treatment in the intensive care unit of the Pokémon Center. The fights that take place here are unlikely to leave hidden injuries or threaten life. Of course, such as bullying, or even the existence of a power strong enough to threaten the lives of other weak Pokémon, Ash also has a complete response strategy. That is to persuade Mutwo to become the head of the Pokémon home world, and set up a supervision team in it to stop and punish any behavior that crosses the bottom line. With the invincible Mutwo, everything is not a problem? Ash thought so, and the corners of his mouth curled up. While thinking about how to fool Mutwo, the familiar system prompt sounded from his mind. Ding, Pokémon Home Mission, add 10 Pokémon races to Pokémon Home. A Pokémon race can be called a race if the number reaches 100. Pokémon types cannot be repeated. Mission reward, points, 300W. Pokémon in Pokémon Home will have a 20% chance of raising the grade of the Pokémon eggs hatched after mating. After taking a quick look at the mission rewards, Ash was overjoyed. The probability of raising the grade of the hatched Pokémon eggs, although only 20%, but when the number of Pokémon types in Pokémon Home increases, this effect will become amazing. It is equivalent to 20 out of 100 Pokémon having the opportunity to improve their qualifications. If both parents are Pokémon of top quality qualifications, but accidentally give birth to a red quality cub, there is a chance that it will be promoted to top quality qualifications in Pokémon Home without the need for qualification potions. This is too incredible. At this moment, Ash wanted to immediately run to the area where wild Pokémon live 3.5 times to find wild Pokémon tribes. First, beat them all up, and then negotiate with them to voluntarily join the big family of Pokémon Home. It's a bit of a pity that he and Serena have already booked a flight back to Kanto Region tomorrow. Otherwise, he would have to get more Pokémon species in Kalos region to enrich the biodiversity in Pokémon Home. Alas, it's not an easy task to convince a Pokémon species to live in Pokémon Home. I can only carry out my plan next time I return to Kalos region. Also, I don't know how Professor Oak's deal with Volcarona and Unova is going. Ash sighed and gathered his thoughts. Back to reality, returned to Pokémon Center through teleport. With dozens of newly acquired Mega Evolution Stones, Ash made a lot of money in Kalos region in 1 month. He took Serena on a plane to Viridian City. After nearly half a day's journey, the plane landed at Viridian Airport. Ash and Serena walked out of the security passage. "Oh, we are finally back. Serena, let's go back to Pallet Town directly next, and then we will set off for Johto region in 2 days. Okay, I understand." Looking at the people coming and going, and Viridian City, which is very different from the style of Kalos region, Serena seemed a little absent-minded at the moment. The rest of the journey was done by Pidgeot. Pidgeot's flying speed was very fast. In less than an hour, they could already vaguely see the outline of Pallet Town. After a while, they were already flying to Ash's sky. Pidgeot began to slow down and landed in the backyard. At the same time, because of Pidgeot's growl, Sabrina, Misty, and Furula, Ash's mother Delia, also came to the backyard. As Pidgeot began to descend, the distance was shortened. Ash, who was riding on Pidgeot's back, and Serena, who was cute and lovely behind him, came into the eyes of the 3 girls. Misty and Sabrina still smiled. As the first ones to follow Ash, they had long been accustomed to his love. Besides, Delia had mentioned Ash's childhood friend Serena in front of them many times in the past 2 days. Only Furula looked a little unnatural. It's not that she had any opinion on Serena. Strictly speaking, Serena and Ash had known each other for much longer than she did. It's just that she had just established a good relationship with Sabrina and Misty these days and knew that the 2 sisters had very good personalities. She was worried that Serena might not be easy to get along with. On the side, Delia seemed calm on the surface, but in fact she had been observing the reactions of her 3 daughters-in-law. Overall, she was still very satisfied. It seems that her efforts during this period after Ash left were not in vain, and the Stephanies were very tolerant. She did not see any obvious displeasure on the face of Furula, who had just joined the big family not long ago. This made her feel very emotional. Her son was really outstanding. What kind of charm could attract so many outstanding Stephanies and let them stay together without quarreling? On the back of Pidgeot, Ash was also very concerned about the historic meeting between Serena and his 3 girlfriends. After a month of travel in Kalos region, Serena, who had been mentally prepared, was still quite calm on the surface. Mom, we are back. Let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend, Serena. After the Pidgeot landed, Ash took her off the back of Pidgeot and greeted everyone. After listening to Ash's introduction, Furula next to him immediately ran up and held Serena's hand. It made her a little nervous. Hi, Serena, I'm Furula. I'm Misty, the first gym leader. Sabrina, Saffron's gym leader. Serena nodded politely to the 3 of them. Hello, I'm Serena, from Kalos region. Serena, you've come all the way here. Thank you for your hard work. Let's not just stand here and stare blankly, let's go back to our rooms first. After sorting out her chaotic emotions, Delia smiled and greeted Serena enthusiastically. They will all be her daughters-in-law in the future, and Serena also has the filter of an old classmate's daughter. Of course, she has to take good care of them. Back in the living room together, Delia took Serena to ask about her well-being. Of course, she didn't ignore the feelings of the other 3 girls, and tried hard to help Serena get along with the 3 girls as soon as possible. Stephanie and her son only had a few topics to talk about. Soon, Serena, who was already lively and cheerful, quickly got along with the 3 girls and began to call them sisters. While Delia was preparing lunch, she deliberately called away Flora and Serena who had just arrived. She said she wanted them to help her, but it seemed that she wanted to make some time for Misty and Sabrina. This was also the request the 2 girls made to Delia when they learned that Ash was coming back. Okay, you 2 should have something to tell me. You even asked my mom to send them away. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Ash smiled and looked at the 2 girls. After staying in Kalos region for a whole month, he missed the 2 girls in front of him very much, and missed everything about them. Ash, it's like this. My 3 disappointing sisters have called me many times during this period. The reputation of Cerulean Gym is getting worse and worse. Alliance has to pay attention to it. I heard that they are planning to send Pokemon Special Search Officers to supervise it. I don't want to see the Cerulean Gym that my parents have worked so hard to build finally destroyed by my sisters. So, I may not be able to accompany you for the next trip. Misty looked at Ash and said reluctantly. If possible, she would not want to leave Ash anyway, but unfortunately the current situation of Cerulean Gym is too bad, and she must go back to take charge of the overall situation. The 3 sisters are much weaker than ordinary passers-by trainers. How can they withstand the supervision of the examiners sent by the Alliance? By then, Cerulean Gym will definitely be completely banned by the Alliance. This is something she can't accept anyway. After traveling with Ash for a year, Misty's strength improved rapidly. She was a standard gym leader, which might not be too outstanding, but she was definitely qualified in the Kanto region. Next, she would return to the Cerulean Gym and take over the Cerulean Gym from her 3 sisters, to restore the glory of the people in the past. It also made the Alliance withdraw the idea of abolishing the Cerulean Gym. Well, I know about the Cerulean Gym. I also prepared a present for you on this trip to the Kalos region, so that you can better take over the Cerulean Gym. Ash took out the Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone that Lysandra had tried so hard to get from him, and handed it directly to Misty. Take it. This is the Mega Evolution Stone of Gyarados. Once you successfully master this power, the benefits to your Gyarados will be extremely significant. Thank you, Ash, you are so good to me. Misty, who knew the value of the Mega Evolution Stone, had tears in her eyes and threw herself into Ash's arms. Well, why are we saying thank you to each other? Besides, it's not like we won't see each other again in the future. The laughing and crying look made Ash laugh. Ash, I have to go back to Saffron Gym too. As a gym leader, I've been away for too long. Compared to Misty, Sabrina doesn't have too many worries, and Saffron Gym is not at risk of being closed down. The main reason is that she's been away for too long, and now it's time to go back. I know, this is for you. As both are girlfriends, Ash won't favor one over the other. The Mega Evolution Stone belonging to Alakazam was handed over to Sabrina. Use it well, it can make your Alakazam stronger. Well, after I train an excellent successor, I will leave Saffron City and move to Pallet Town. Sabrina looked at Ash lovingly, and compared to Misty, her way of expressing emotions was obviously much more restrained. But with a closeness of 100%, this deep affection is also very obvious undisguised. After talking about it, the atmosphere in the living room was obviously much more relaxed. Ash also has his own plan for the 2 women. Now he has more region travels and writes his own story. In this process, it should not be difficult to find a suitable successor to Misty's Cerulean Gym, even if it is just to take over the Cerulean Gym temporarily for her. After all, considering that the Cerulean Gym was passed down by her parents, it cannot be easily handed over to outsiders. Then it would be best to have a gym leader who temporarily takes over her and allows her to get out of the situation. It would also be good to hand over this responsibility to his and Misty's children many years later. For this reason, Ash has to find a trainer with good command level, no big ambitions, and conscientiousness. Considering that the Cerulean Gym is dominated by women after all, it is best to find an outstanding Stephanie to take over. At that time, he can pick a few good water type from the Pokémon home. Pokémon let her try to capture, and reached a corresponding agreement with her. As for Sabrina, she already had the idea of training a successor, and he only needed to help a little. In short, Ash didn't want to see his two girlfriends trapped in their respective gyms. 2 days later, Misty and Neasy said goodbye to Ash and left Pallet Town. Ash also notified the outstanding prodigy and asked her to come to Pallet Town as soon as possible, because they were about to set off for Johto region. Originally, he planned to take Furula with him. As a result, Furula took the initiative to choose to stay in Kanto region. She said that she wanted to experience Ash's original trip as a rookie trainer, which would make it easier for her to get closer to Misty in Cerulean City and Sabrina in Saffron City. Although Ash was a little surprised about this, he didn't say anything. Besides, he also felt that it was a bit ostentatious to take 3 Stephanies on a trip to Johto region. Professor Oak's laboratory? Ash, aren't you going to travel to Johto region to participate in Silver Conference? I'll ask you to hand the GS ball to Mr. Orberg in Johto region Azalea Town. He is a master who specializes in making Pokemon balls using ancient methods. Maybe he can unlock the secret of the GS ball. Professor Oak handed the GS ball that Ash had given him a month ago back to Ash and asked him to do it. Ding, triggering the task, hand the GS ball to Mr. Orberg in Johto region Azalea Town. Task completion reward, the secret of the GS ball, potential potion, gold. After receiving the task information trigger prompt in his mind, Ash's smile became more sincere, and he patted his chest and promised. Of course it's no problem, just leave it to me, your business is mine. I will definitely deliver the GS ball to Mr. Orberg in Azalea Town safely. Remember, in the original plot, there was no further news after the GS ball was delivered to Mr. Orberg. I guess Mr. Orberg probably didn't come up with any results. Originally, Ash was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to come up with any results, and couldn't complete the solution to the secret of the GS ball, and publish a research paper to improve his prestige in the Pokemon research community. Unexpectedly, someone sent a pillow when he was sleepy. As long as he delivered the GS ball to Mr. Orberg, he could directly solve the secret hidden in the GS ball through the task reward. At that time, he only needed to wait when Mr. Orberg's research reached a deadlock. It was only natural to take the GS ball back. Then he could publish a separate paper. Besides, the reward for this task was pretty good. Naturally, he took the task of the GS ball without hesitation. It can only be said that this GS ball is really his lucky star. He has accepted several tasks around this special Pokeball, and the rewards for each task are very generous. It's just that I don't know what big secret is hidden behind it. Even the knowledgeable Ash is extremely curious. When Professor Uchiki first got this GS ball, he did a serious study, but there was no result. After getting the GS ball back from Professor Uchiki, he also tried to use Psychic to study it, but Psychic couldn't penetrate the surface of the GS ball to detect the internal situation. This also made Ash more curious. He wants to see what this DS ball is all about. Looking at Ash, who agreed without hesitation, Professor Oak's old face smiled very happily. This is worthy of our Shinma Town trainer. For a GS ball, he had asked Ash to run twice. As a result, Ash had no complaints at all, and each time he agreed to it, he was straightforward and did not hesitate. By the way, Ash, you asked me to help you find out. Regarding the Volcarona transaction, the vice president of the Unova Alliance has already agreed. In 2 days, 2 Volcaronas, 1 male and 1 female, will be sent to me. Qianzhao, I will give them to you through the transmission device at that time. Ash has mentioned this to him several times. Now it is finally resolved. Of course, he also spent a little time thinking about it. At first, the Unova Alliance evaluated that the value of Kabuto and Omenet was obviously not worth exchanging for 2 Volcaronas. The condition they gave was that at most 1 Volcarona could be sent to the hall for exchange. Seeing this, Professor Oak could only rely on his influence in the Pokemon research community to reveal the news that he wanted to exchange fossil Pokemon with the Unova Alliance to the Pokemon researchers of the Unova side. As a result, the Pokemon research community in Unova could no longer sit still and immediately began to put pressure on the Unova Alliance. After all, in their eyes, the value of Volcarona could not be compared with Omenet and Kabuto, which had already become extinct in ancient times. In this regard, the Unova Alliance had no choice but to compromise. Excellent proud son, Serena, it's time for us to go. After saying goodbye to Professor Oak, Ash took the 2 girls out of Professor Oak's laboratory and prepared to set off for the Johto Region Alliance. On the way, excellent proud son chattered and asked questions. Sometimes he stuck to Ash, sometimes he looked for Serena. Infected by her liveliness and enthusiasm, Serena was in a good mood, and the 2 chatted and laughed. Ash, Serena, be careful, Sunday. Flula and I will go to cheer you up when the Silver Conference is held. At the entrance of Pallet Town, Fulula herself did not plan to travel to the Johto region, and decided to get familiar with the Kanto region first. Fulula accompanied Delia to see off Ash and his 3 companions. Don't worry, Mom. Just wait for me to bring back another championship trophy from Pallet Town. And Fulula, enjoy the good life outside and discuss things with Mom, Misty, and Sabrina. Ash responded to the 2 with a smile. Delia nodded affirmatively. She had no doubts about her son's statement about winning another championship trophy. After all, Ash had just brought back the championship trophy of the Indigo Plateau Conference as a rookie trainer. And these days, she also got 07 and extremely explosive news from Sabrina. When Ash was traveling in the Orange Islands, he played an exhibition match with Lorelei on Little Orange Island. When he lost to the Ice Elite Lorelei, it is very likely that he did not go all out and was obviously letting the opponent win. In this way, Ash has at least the powerful strength of the Kanto Elite 4 level. That's why Delia is confident that her good son Ash will be a killer in this conference for young trainers. Furula also nodded to Ash with reluctance in her eyes. Farewell Delia and Furula. The team was reduced to 3 people, plus the classic configuration of Pikachu and Ash and his party set off for the Johto region. Of course, why Pikachu was not seen. The main reason was that the Pokémon home was too comfortable, and Pikachu had long been reluctant to leave. Their next goal was the city where the wind of change began to blow, New Bark Town. If you want to participate in the Silver Conference, you must first complete the registration in New Bark Town. Because they were not in a hurry, Ash and his party of 3 did not ride any Pokémon, but chose to walk. That night, the party chose to set up camp only about 30 kilometers away from Pallet Town. Late at night, sleeping alone in the tent, Ash was somewhat helpless. Serena and Sunday both had a good impression of him, but they didn't have a very close relationship with Ash after all. If you count the experience in Kalos region, he hasn't released himself for a long time. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Ash simply walked out of the tent and came to a nearby river. Put Kartana was released, and it was trained to chop at the tree. She directed it from the side. At the same time, in the camp, Serena, who seemed to have heard some strange noises, left the tent. She found that the curtain of Ash's tent was open, and the person was nowhere to be found. Ash, could it be him? Serena followed the sound and walked towards where Ash was. Sure enough, she found him by the river. Ash, what are you doing? Serena, why are you here? I saw that there was no one in your tent, and I thought something happened to you. At night, Ash, who was already a little bit wrong with contest condition, happened to be visited by Serena again. Looking at her cute and lovely appearance, especially the blush on her cheeks, makes people excited. After all, Ash is a normal person, in such an environment. As an absolute doer, he also went straight up. Huh. Serena's beautiful eyes widened. Ash, is he reaching out to pinch my face? How can this be possible? Serena's face flushed a few times, as, Ash's mischievous big hands kneaded her smooth cheeks. The blush quickly spread to the surroundings and soon climbed up to her ears. At the same time, a warm feeling flowed through her heart. This feeling made her extremely obsessed, and while she was intoxicated, she also felt a little sense of crisis in her heart. This is definitely not an intimate act between friends. With perseverance, Serena forcibly restrained her body's instincts and broke free from Ash's big hands, saving her fair face from Ash's hands. The soft feeling slipped through her fingers, and Ash couldn't help but secretly say it was a pity. Although the relationship between the two had already heated up during the 1-month trip to Kalos, Serena had gradually overcome the psychological burden. But it would take some time for her to completely accept Ash. He didn't push any further, so as not to scare Serena, leave a bad impression in her heart. The next morning, after quickly packing up, they headed directly to New Bark Town. Looking at Serena, who was yawning and in low spirits, Ash knew that she must have experienced a fierce psychological struggle last night. She must still be in a dilemma now. 3 days later, the group arrived at a dense forest. As they approached the forest, Ash's mood became more and more excited. If I remember correctly, in the original story, Ash should have met the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune. Here. Ding! Trigger the main task of Johto region, subdue Suicune, Entei, and Thunder King and use them to participate in the Silver Conference to defeat rival and win the final championship. Task rewards: 3 kinds of Source Stone tablets of water, thunder, and fire. The power contained in the stone tablets carried by the legendary god Arceus is exactly the same, 2000 W points. Psychic Promotion Potion, can promote the psychic strength of trainer. If not a psychic, you can get psychic. Thinking at this point, the system prompt sounded abruptly. Ash's face was filled with surprise and ecstasy. He had just thought of Suicune, one of the 3 sacred beasts, when the system began to issue him tasks. Of course, even if the task rewards were put aside, Ash was also very interested in conquering the 3 sacred beasts of the Johto region. Since he was already the champion of the Kanto region competition, it would be nice to have a taste of the feeling of a sacred beast man. Isn't it said that when you arrive in a new region, you must not miss the Pokémon of the 3 starter Pokémons? Then he might as well regard Suicune, Entei, and Thunder King as his 3 starter Pokémons. It would be interesting to defeat the Johto region alliance with the 3 starter Pokémons and win the championship. P.S. It's not good to call it an excellent pride, so from now on it will be changed to Sunday. Ash, it looks like we won't be able to get out of this forest today. Let's rest here tonight. Looking up at the gradually darkening sky, Sunday suggested to Ash. Ash, who had intended to stay in this forest for a while longer to look for Suicune's trace, nodded. Of course, no problem, let's go to that open space. As he said that, Ash pointed to a piece of grass with sparse trees not far away. And around the grass, there was a small pond that looked quite clear. In his psychic perception, this piece of grass was undoubtedly the most suitable place to set up camp within a few kilometers. After determining the place to camp at night, the three of them approached the open space. Just then, a mosquito-repellent frog jumped out of the pond and warned Ash and his friends. Growl. Pokémon, Frog, Level, 4.25. Frog, we don't have any bad intentions. We just want to camp nearby for one night and leave tomorrow morning. We won't disturb your normal life. After taking out the Pokémon Pokédex to check, Serena looked at the frog in front of her curiously. This was a Pokémon she had never seen in Kalos, so she subconsciously didn't want to have a conflict with it. Quack. However, Frog's attitude was very tough, and it obviously didn't want to negotiate with Ash and the others. It looked like it would not give up until Ash and the other two were driven away. It seems that we can't reach an agreement. In this case, Sunday, please defeat this frog, Ash said to Sunday. Now most of his Pokémon are of extremely high levels, or they are newly born Pokémon like Kartana, who can easily defeat Frog and don't care about the pitiful combat experience. If Kartana is allowed to fight, the level gap is too big, and no matter how talented she is, she can't fight so many levels higher. Along the way, Ash deliberately gave many low-level wild Pokémon to Serena and Sunday. While gaining combat experience, he can also coach them to improve their command ability. This level 4.25 Fennekin is beyond the scope of Serena's Fennekin, but Sunday can deal with it very easily. Yeah, this Fennekin has a bit of a hot temper. It's really not hot. Go Golduck, please defeat this Fennekin. Sunday nodded, then reached for his waist and took out the Pokeball belonging to Brother Duck. Golduck. The light blue Golduck appeared in the pond, and was on the verge of a fight with the Fennekin that had just jumped onto the shore. Pokémon, Golduck, Level, 4.40. Sunday, like him, is a Pokémon trainer with all-round development of attributes, without any special attribute preference. This also means that she has trained more Pokémon than a trainer who is proficient in a single attribute. After all, proficiency in a single attribute has largely screened out a large part of Pokémon, and there are fewer choices. Judging from the overall level of Sunday's main Pokémon, this Golduck should have been trained for a while. Among the Stephanies who have traveled with him, her combat power as a trainer should be the strongest except Sabrina, and she was also a brilliant player at the last Indigo Plateau Conference. Golduck, Hydro Pump Attack. In just less than a minute, under Sunday's command, the frog had been beaten into a circle and fell to the ground, completely losing its combat ability. On the other hand, after defeating the frog, Golduck held his hands in front of his chest and pretended to be a master. Sunday, your Golduck is so handsome. Compared to the calm Ash, Serena on the side seemed a little excited. After all, it was a Pokémon she had never seen before. This Golduck looked very individual. Just when she wanted to take out the Pokémon Pokédex to take a photo of Golduck who was posing. No, something is approaching us. Suddenly, Ash's face changed slightly and he stood in front of the two. I saw an ethereal figure running towards this side quickly, and suddenly appeared in front of Ash's master. Suicune looked at Ash curiously, who stretched out his hand to protect the two women. This boy actually had the breath of Ho-Oh. It originally thought that Ho-Oh had come, but found that it was not Ho-Oh himself but just the trainer who accepted its blessing. Suicune shook his head and wanted to walk away. Psychic sensed that Ash had discovered Suicune in advance, so he was naturally prepared. He saw his eyes flashing slightly. It's here, can the fat meat in the bowl be let fly away? Wishful thinking. I still need you to form the Johto region 3 great families? As he spoke, an extremely terrifying psychic erupted from behind Ash. Suicune, who was about to leave with a jump, suddenly felt that the air around him was as heavy as lead. It was firmly imprisoned, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not move at all. Suicune was shocked and confused at this time. After struggling to break free, it found that it was restricted by an extremely powerful psychic. And the source of the psychic seemed to be. Suicune looked up at Ash, and saw a strange human figure floating in the air behind Ash, exuding a terrifying divine beast pressure. This is also a Pokémon? It has been wandering in the world for many years, observing all kinds of trainers and seeing countless Pokémon. But the aura of the Pokémon in front of it seems to be a bit scary. It seems to be no less than Ho-Oh. Suicune turned his eyes away from Mewtwo and stared at Ash in disbelief. If his guess was correct, this humanoid Pokémon had a terrifying strength comparable to Ho-Oh. Then how did this human in front of him gain his recognition? You know, Pokémon as powerful as Ho-Oh basically have the power to turn decay into magic, so how could they be willing to succumb to ordinary humans? Although this boy in front of him is relatively special among humans and is a psychic, the pitiful psychic in him is completely different from this humanoid Pokémon. Surprised, Suicune was about to speak to Ash, hoping that Ash would let it go. However, before it could make any move, the powerful psychic that bound it wrapped the entire Pokémon and sent it directly to the three people. Is this Suicune? Serena stared at the blue, elegant, and handsome Pokémon that looked like a deer and a dog, which she had never seen before. She immediately thought of Suicune, one of the 3 sacred beasts resurrected by Ho-Oh in the Johto region legend. It is indeed Suicune, but which one was resurrected by Ho-Oh himself? Ash nodded. Serena and the two were even more excited after receiving Ash's affirmative reply. Don't think that just because Ash captured Zapdos, one of the 3 sacred birds in the Kanto region, these legendary Pokémon are worthless. The reason why legendary Pokémon are called legends by 177 is not only because of their powerful strength, but also because they are extremely rare. Ordinary trainers may never meet each other in their lifetime, let alone capture them. If they are lucky enough to meet them in a year, or even take a few photos, it is worth bragging to others for a lifetime, and even enough to pass on to future generations. Now they have just arrived at the forest bordering Chengdu region and have encountered the 3 legendary beasts in Johto region. Although they are not one of Earl Dervish's Ho-Oh 3 sacred beasts, they are also the 3 sacred beasts? Is their luck so good? No, it should not be said that they are lucky, but that Ash is really lucky. Ash is like a chosen son of heaven. He always encounters good things that others can't encounter, captures Pokémon that ordinary people can't even see, and achieves achievements that ordinary people can hardly achieve in their lifetime. Before meeting Ash, legendary Pokémon only existed in legends for them. So should Ash also capture this Suicune? Ash would not let go of Suicune. After all, he still wanted to form the Mega Go3 of the Johto region. Not to mention that Ash had come here on purpose. After all, Suicune briefly appeared in this forest in the original plot. Not to mention anything else, even if he accidentally encountered such a legendary beast, it would be unreasonable not to capture it. Moreover, as the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune also has the ability to purify water. For ordinary trainers, the effect of this ability is not too obvious, but it is completely different for Ash, who has a huge Pokémon home. In the future, as the Pokémon home continues to expand, the water quality of the ocean and lakes will inevitably have problems due to the large number of Pokémon moving in, and at this time Suicune's ability can come into play. Just for this ability, it cannot be let go. Pokémon, Suicune, level 0.75. This Suicune has reached the level of a 3rd level god. It is not very strong among the mythical beasts, but it is definitely not weak. At least it is much higher than the Zapdos that Ash captured at the power plant in Black Cloud City, and the gap with Suicune, one of the 3 true sacred beasts, is not too big. You know, Zapdos at that time was only at the champion level. Its level is relatively weak among the mythical beasts Pokémon. But then again, if Zapdos was not weak, Ash would not have been able to capture it at that time. After all, the strongest Pokémon in Ash's hand at that time was only the 1000-year-old Gastly captured in Maiden Gorge, and it was barely at the champion level at that time. It was a little lower than Zapdos's level, if it weren't for Ash's superb command at that time, the crazy blood-cutting curse, and the Destiny Bond trick that could kill both sides with one move. There may really be no way to tame Zapdos. All we can say is that everything is decided by fate. It has been more than a year since the start of the journey, and Ash's strength is far from what it was when he was in Black Cloud City. Even though Suicune's level is much higher than the Zapdos that Ash met at the beginning, it is easier to deal with it. In Suicune's unbelievable eyes, Ash came to it with a smile, and his tone and attitude were extremely kind. Suicune, would you consider becoming my Pokémon? When Suicune wanted to struggle to reject Ash without hesitation, Ash seemed to inadvertently give Mewtwo a look, and the psychic blue light in Mewtwo's eyes immediately became blazing. Suddenly, Suicune's body made a crackling sound. Feeling the increasingly terrifying psychic restraint on his body, Suicune nodded very sincerely and agreed. And at the moment it agreed, the terrifying blue light around it was as sticky and solid as a substance, and the psychic that made it unable to move disappeared in an instant. At this moment, it seemed that it could escape at any time. However, Suicune also knew himself that all this was just an illusion. The human boy in front of him who was chosen by Ho-Oh dared to release it, so he naturally had the ability to imprison it again. After all, the Pokémon that gave it terrifying pressure was standing next to him. And it was not the kind of Pokémon that broke its promise. As one of the 3 sacred beasts, they favored human trainers with noble character, and they themselves could not be double standard, and they must be the same. What they promised would never be regretted. Seeing Suicune still staying in place waiting to be captured after removing the psychic restraints, Ash smiled and nodded. He reached for his waist, pulled out an Ultra Ball, and tapped Suicune gently. The Ultra Ball bounced off, taking Suicune in, and teleported it directly to the connected Pokémon home. At this time, in the Pokémon home, Zapdos, Little Lugia, Charizard, Pikachu and other Pokémon, they all sensed that a new powerful partner had come in. Dozens of Pokémon gathered from all directions to watch Suicune. Suicune, who had not yet reacted to the sudden change in the environment, was stunned for 2.9 seconds. This human boy can actually open up space. The air quality and environment here are too good, and there are Pokémon with stronger aura than it living here. Zapdos, who is already close to the strength of the God of Thunder. Also, isn't this Lugia, the god of the sea? But it looks like it is still in its infancy, so it should be Lugia's offspring or a member of the tribe. There are other Pokémon, which are not easy to see. Basically, they are either extremely rare or too strong. No wonder Lord Ho-Oh chose this human boy. It is really as powerful as a pregnant woman. At this time, Suicune, the incarnation of the North Wind, was already confused, and seemed to be somewhat glad that he agreed to Ash and was honestly accepted by him. Outside, seeing Ash easily capture Suicune, Serena and Sunday's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. No, it was captured like this, wasn't it? What are you two thinking? This Suicune must have felt my personality charm, so it took the initiative to follow me. Ash gave them a small head bang and laughed. Sunday, Serena, yes, Ash, you are right. This is not personality charm. This is clearly full of martial virtue, the scary humanoid Pokémon behind Ash. This Suicune obviously wants to fight but can't, and it can't run away, so it can only be captured by Ash, right? After capturing Suicune, Ash summoned the system to check Suicune's attribute panel. Pokémon, Suicune. Level, 4.75. Qualification, Ability, Psychic. Skills, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Bite, Calm Mind, Roar, Ice Fang, Tailwind, Crunch, Extrasensory, Blizzard, Extreme Speed, Sheer Cold, etc. Carrying items, none. 17. This gave Ash a big surprise. The Suicune he captured actually has a hidden ability Psychic. Except for the contest condition that does not enter the shrinking condition when facing the exception, Mega Voltage, and Turbo Flame. It is not bad, not a very bad ability. But in Ash's opinion, at least it is much better than the oppressive feeling ability that is generally recognized as lagging. Of course, it would be best to have the opportunity to awaken a new ability for Suicune. The skill pool is nothing to say, it is all the skills that Suicune of this level should master. The intimacy is a bit low, basically at the passerby level, and should be the lowest intimacy among the Pokemon Ash has captured so far. Maybe it has something to do with the reason why Ash used Force to subdue it. But it doesn't matter. As long as the intimacy is not so low that it may rebel, it will be cultivated slowly from low to high. I believe that after enjoying the benefits of being Ash's Pokemon, Suicune's intimacy will soon be improved. Zapdos was not like this when Ash subdued it. Later, Ash equipped it with carrying props and fed it with various rare candies, and it became as close as possible. The variables caused by Suicune's arrival disappeared invisibly. Ash and the other two calmed down and continued to prepare for camping. Come back, Golduck. Sunday put Golduck back into the Pokeball. Then he and Serena treated the frog defeated by Golduck. The frog's injury was not serious, and the treatment was relatively simple. The two women treated it in 2 or 3 moves. Quack. Since the potions Ash bought were all top-level special effect potions. Not long after applying potion to the frog was already smelling salts. Because it was defeated by Sunday's Golduck, the frog was not as excited and irritable after waking up. Instead, it obediently retreated to the pond and went somewhere else. Acknowledged that its territory had been occupied by Ash. The enemy was too strong and could not be defeated at all. It could only leave with humiliation. Anyway, they would have to leave at dawn, and it would not be too late for it to sneak back then. One night passed. The next morning, thousands of people continued to move towards New Bark Town. New Bark Town, outside the Kongmu laboratory. 2 people, 1 pet, and 3 figures were hiding stealthily at the wall. These 3 figures were none other than the rocket trio that Ash had not seen for a long time. After they received the warning from the organization in Kanto, they had not bothered Ash for a long time. Of course, not causing trouble for Ash doesn't mean they can sit back and do nothing. This time they just happened to focus on Professor Laboratory in Johto region. Jesse, James, are we really going to steal the Pokemon in the Johto laboratory? The defense level of the laboratory is very high, Meowth. Meowth stretched out his paw and licked it, saying with some hesitation. After all, it had followed Giovani for a while, and knew that Professor Oak of Kanto region was the retired champion of Kanto region. This also led it to subconsciously think that the Pokemon professors in the laboratory were all very capable Pokemon trainers. Okay, Meowth, Professor Elm is just a researcher, and his trainer level is a mess, so you can rest assured. Before joining Team Rocket, James, who was once the young master of a well-known big family in Kanto Alliance, patted his chest and made a guarantee. Jesse nodded and agreed, that's right Meowth, we are not here to rob, didn't we agree, just dress up as Nurse Joy and trick all the Pokemon away. Meowth fell into deep thought, stretched out his cat paw and scratched his head. James was once a young master of a big family, and his vision was very broad, so his words were more credible. Of course, Jesse's plan was also very good 550. If it succeeds, it can indeed take away all the Pokemon inside without any effort. Meowth clapped his paws at this thought. Okay, it's decided. The battle plan to steal the Pokemon in the Sora Wood laboratory will officially begin now. James, get promoted and get a raise, enjoy life. Jesse, become an executive, let everyone look at me with new eyes. Meowth, humph, I want to replace that Persian. Only Meowth can serve the boss. The Rocket Trio's plan is officially launched. In the Sora Wood laboratory, Professor Elm, who is wearing thick glasses and a white coat and is obviously a senior Pokemon researcher, is doing an experiment there. Not far from him, a Totodile is dancing with his mouth wide open, having a lot of fun. This Totodile is the Earl Dervish Pokemon that will be released tomorrow as a rookie trainer. The main reason for releasing it now is that it will be sent to the Pokemon Center for the final inspection before departure. Professor Elm has made an appointment with Nurse Joy. He is too busy to leave, so he asked her to come and pick up Totodile herself or send someone to do it. It was surprisingly easy to sneak in. The plan was a complete success. You two idiots shut up, don't let it show. On the other side, the Rocket Trio, who were carrying out the action plan, relied on abstract disguise props. They disguised themselves as medical staff and easily sneaked into the Kongmu laboratory. You are finally here, take this Totodile away quickly, this little guy is too noisy next to me, and it interferes with my research ideas. Just when the Rocket Trio was planning to explore one room after another to find the location of the laboratory Pokemon, they unexpectedly came to Professor Elm's laboratory. After hearing someone open the door, Professor Elm, who was busy with the experiment, waved his hand behind him without raising his head. What is going on? The Rocket Trio looked at each other in surprise. You looked at me, I looked at you, and saw incomprehensible confusion in each other's eyes. Professor Elm is not mentally ill. No matter what, such a good opportunity, Totodile, one of the 3 great Pokémons in Johto region, let's take it away first. It's a God-given opportunity, so take it if you don't. Seeing Totodile, one of the 3 great Pokémons in Johto region, jumping around in the laboratory, the Rockets took out the sacks they had prepared for a long time. Regardless of anything, they put the little guy on, carried him on their shoulders and ran away. They didn't even continue with the previous plan, find the place where the Kongmu laboratory stored Pokémon and pack up all the other Pokémon and take them away. It can be said that the idea of getting a bargain and running away was fully utilized. The main reason was that they had suffered too many losses because of greed before, which ruined many of the benefits they had obtained. Every failure makes you wiser, and you can't always make the same mistakes. In fact, in the original plot, apart from dealing with Ash, the Rockets were still quite powerful in many cases. If they had no ability at all, they would not be able to create those strange machines with different functions. Carrying the Totodile sack, they quickly left the Kongmu laboratory, knowing that they would definitely be wanted by Officer Jenny of New Bark Town. So James suggested that everyone hide for a few days, and wait until the storm passed before finding the nearest rocket base to hand Totodile over to boss Giovani. At the same time, Ash, who was heading towards New Bark Town and could vaguely see the outline of New Bark Town in the distance, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding, trigger the plot task, go to rescue Totodile kidnapped by the Rocket Trio. Task completion reward, top quality mystic water, Totodile intimacy full value, points, 50W. Rocket? I have to say that he hasn't seen these 3 funny guys for a long time. After being sent to the police station several times by himself, the Rocket Trio was silent for quite a long time. Unexpectedly, they are suddenly active again now. Ash raised his eyebrows, and was looking forward to this moment. The Rocket Trio was indeed his lucky star. They gave him money in the early stage, and now they met again and gave him tasks. The best mystic water can increase the effect of attribute moves by 50% after carrying it. Ash had just captured Suicune, and his intimacy with him was not very good. It was just right to give it this best mystic water as a present. I don't believe that this guy can still be reserved. Ash, who has a golden finger, doesn't have much else, but he has the most various best carrying props as rewards. Any of them can make Pokémon undergo a reborn change, and Ash treats it sincerely. Even if the means of capturing it seemed a bit humiliating to Suicune at that time. But who hasn't had the really fragrant moment of cutting with the past self? There is nothing much to say about the point reward, but the intimacy increase of this Totodile is also very good. With the increased intimacy from the mission reward and the life-saving grace, it should be enough to move Totodile to the point of being completely moved and follow him wholeheartedly. I believe Professor Elm will also take Totodile's strong will into consideration. Change a water-type Earl Dervish Pokémon to the unlucky trainer who should have received Totodile? For the Pokémon that was captured in the original plot, Ash will naturally not give it to others. Otherwise, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Dong dong dong. Professor Elm, I'm here to take Totodile for a checkup. Sorry, there were too many trainers Pokémon that needed treatment at the Pokémon Center just now, so I'm a little late. Hey, why can't I see Totodile? Professor Elm, haven't you released it yet? In the Sorawood laboratory, Nurse Joy hurried here after finishing her work. She asked Professor Elm in confusion when she failed to find Totodile. Didn't you just send someone to pick it up? I heard more than one person's footsteps. Professor Elm stopped what he was doing and looked up at Nurse Joy, also with a puzzled look on his face. Professor, you can't be unaware of how busy the Pokémon Center is. Even if I really sent someone over, I couldn't have called more than one person. Nurse Joy complained speechlessly. Oh no, if you didn't call anyone, who took Totodile away just now? Professor Elm slammed the table with a serious look. Don't care who it is, just ask Officer Jenny for help. Nurse Joy touched her forehead helplessly. Deared. A moment later, with the sirens, Miss Nishishasha came to the aerial laboratory on the classic Taijun motorcycle. After listening to Professor Elm and No-No's, Nurse Joy's description of the case, he reached out and touched his chin, looking thoughtful. Is this a clue? Seeing Officer Jenny like this, Professor Elm and Nurse Joy looked at each other and felt that professional police officers were indeed reliable. This one is definitely a sure thing. However, Officer Jenny's next words surprised them. According to my guess, the person who stole the Totodile disguised as a medical staff was either a single person or a team. If the murderer is not a man, then it must be a woman, either an acquaintance or a stranger. After listening to her high-sounding theory, Professor Elm and Nurse Joy had black lines on their foreheads. Listening to your words is like listening to your words. It's the same as saying nothing. It's hard to imagine how she passed the internal assessment of the Jenny family and became a working police officer. Are you sure it's not a personal relationship route? After Officer Jenny's analysis. At this time, Professor Elm and Nurse Joy have begun to seriously suspect Officer Jenny's internal promotion assessment. Okay, just a joke, I actually found a clue outside just now. As if she couldn't stand the two people looking at her like a fool and full of doubts, Officer Jenny hurriedly explained, and took out the photos of footprints she had just taken outside. It was obviously left by the Rocket Trio when they escaped. Professor Elm and Nurse Joy finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Then please Officer Jenny, bring the murderer to justice, and rescue Totodile by the way. This is the Earl Dervish Pokemon that will be distributed to rookie trainers who are going on a trip tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, Officer Jenny, who was originally full of smiles, immediately showed an embarrassment on her face. It's definitely no problem to catch the person, but today is definitely not enough time. How about you prepare an extra Earl Dervish Pokemon for the child, Professor Elm? I'll issue a wanted order as soon as I get back to the police station, and try to bring the 400 bad guys to justice as soon as possible. After saying that, Officer Jenny immediately got on the Taejon motorcycle, stepped on the throttle, and left the laboratory at lightning speed. Only Nurse Joy and Professor Elm were left looking at each other. Professor Elm shook his head helplessly. It seems that he can only prepare one more. I hope Totodile can return safely later. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the mistake he made before was really stupid. Knowing that the Pokemon Center is too busy every day, Ueno might send a team of more than one person to pick up Totodile. There is definitely a problem here without thinking. It can only be said that his attention was focused on the experimental ideas at the time, and he was anxious to send away the little Saccade that disturbed him. Under the blessing of various negative conditions, I saw the bad guys have finally arrived at New Bark Town. Ash, let's go and register for you to participate in the Silver Conference. Hey, it seems to be a wanted poster. Wanted poster? Bad? Who's wanted poster? The wanted posters are basically guys from evil organizations, which is also very common in our Kanto region. On the other side, Ash and his 3 companions who had seen the outline of New Bark Town walked for 2 hours and finally entered the interior of New Bark Town. Sunday reached out to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead and said to Ash. As they chatted, her attention was attracted by a wanted poster posted on the bulletin board. For a lady from a noble family like her, such things are quite common. Ash followed Sunday's gaze and was immediately amused. Wanted the criminal who stole the Soregi laboratory Totodile. Isn't that the rocket trio he is looking for? His tone immediately became a little playful. Sunday, not only that, the wanted person has been in the prison of our Kanto region before. Sunday, huh? The only evil organization in Kanto that I can think of that is relatively well known in the Johto region is the Rocket Team. Because the Johto region not only does not have a regional champion, but even the strength of the Elite Four is far inferior to that of the Kanto region, so the security problem in the region is also very big. If it is the Rocket Team, then it will be troublesome. Sunday came to the conclusion with a solemn expression. It is said that the Rocket Team's strength spans Kanto and Johto region, and the east is their base camp. But she was born in an ancient family after all, and she knew a lot of things from what she saw and heard. The weak top-level strength of the Johto region has led to the Rocket Team's power being particularly rampant here. The Rocket Team's special executive can stir up all kinds of trouble. Unlike the Rocket Team, which has 4 champion-level elites, Giovani can only do things secretly in Kanto. Don't worry, it's just the Rocket Team's lower-level members who came this time. It's quite easy to deal with them. Ash responded with a smile. Serena listened to the conversation between the two. Although they talked about things she had never experienced, she also understood the general situation of the incident. In general, the evil organization that is well known in Ash's hometown is also very powerful in the Johto region. But the evil organization member who committed the crime in New Bark Town is only a lower-level member of this organization. According to Ash's meaning, it should not be a problem to deal with it. Great. I didn't expect to encounter an evil organization as soon as I arrived in New Bark Town. Isn't this an experience I have never had before? Serena was immediately excited and looking forward to it. Go on a trip to meet all kinds of people, experience different things, and experience the customs of various places. This has always been what she has been looking forward to and yearning for since she was a child, having been trained as a boring Reborn knight. The life she longed for was now being realized little by little while traveling with the person she loved, which also made Serena feel particularly fulfilled physically and mentally. Her mood was also indescribably comfortable. It was just like a bird leaving an iron cage, flying freely in the sky. 10W Pokemon coins? Yes, these 3 guys are actually worth 10W. Although Ash is not short of money now, he must accept the reward that is delivered to his door. Ash looked at the reward on the wanted poster, nodded slightly, and then spread his psychic. He went all out to include the entire New Bark Town, including the surrounding wild land, into his detection range. Since they were all old acquaintances, Ash easily and accurately located the 3 members of Team Rocket. At this time, they were hiding in a forest on the outskirts of New Bark Town. I think they also understand that the entire Johto region is now wanted for them. Found it. Sunday. Serena, it's time to go. Did you find it already? Is this true? Serena, who was still thinking about the clues in her mind, unraveling the mystery and deducing the whereabouts of the criminal based on the current situation, was obviously a little slow to react. Her expression was visibly silly. Well, we have found it. Let's get ready to go. Ash smiled and nodded, then held their hands in the surprised eyes of the 2 girls. He held one hand each. Next, teleport. Start. Jessie, Meowth, I found the wanted posters for the 3 of us when I sneaked into New Bark Town just now. In a field near New Bark Town, James distributed the purchased food to Meowth and Jessie, who had been waiting there for a long time. As if he had discovered a new world, he shared the things on the wanted poster with the 2 of them. Jessie clenched her fist and said proudly, "Ha ha ha, we haven't appeared on the wanted list for a long time. It's such a nostalgic feeling." Meowth, okay, this is our landmark event in the Johto region. The Rocket Trio was quite excited about being on the wanted list again, saying that they had found the feeling they had back then. They used to think of themselves as elite members of the Rocket team, able to help boss Giovani solve problems. But after they first encountered Ash in Tokiwa City and were severely captured by him during the operation, they felt that nothing went well. Now that they have finally started the operation again, they have beautifully captured Totodile, one of the 3 major families in the Johto region, and the key is that they have also been listed as Officer Jenny's wanted poster made him feel a little proud. Wanted poster? Actually, I just saw it. At this moment, a familiar voice of a young man came from behind the Rocket Trio, which scared the owner. When did someone come behind them? And they didn't notice it at all. As a professional bad guy group, the Rocket Trio is still quite capable. The anti-reconnaissance ability is very good, otherwise they wouldn't have been caught for so long. Now someone has unknowingly touched behind them. If they hadn't spoken out, they would have discovered it at all. This made them think about it in detail. However, why does this voice seem to have been heard somewhere before? It's you, little brat. The 3 shouted in unison. Although Ash is not entangled with the Rocket Trio like in the original plot, he is still an old acquaintance who has dealt with them several times. Soon the Rocket Trio noticed Ash's identity and turned their heads in unison, but when they saw Ash, they suddenly felt a sense of fear. This had never happened before. What was going on? They looked at the little brat as if a mouse saw a cat. At this time, the 3 members of Team Rocket were frightened and couldn't help but murmur. Ash's title Rocket Nemesis also played a role at this moment. It had a deterrent effect on the 3 members of Team Rocket in front of them, and the effect was very obvious. Why, don't you recognize me? Hand over Totodile quickly, and then follow me to Officer Jenny to admit your mistake. Ash's tone was absolutely majestic. You are so ridiculous, how can we listen to you, a little brat? That is to say, we are all big bad guys, and bad guys can't just surrender. The 3 members of Team Rocket were very disdainful of Ash. How could they be scared by such a scene? Just as they were about to carry the loaded when Totodile's sack left, they found that their legs were completely out of control and could not move. No matter how their brains gave commands, they could not move at all. It was as if a powerful force was pressing on them. The 3 of them looked at each other in surprise. The effect of the title was unexpected to Ash. It was actually Ash's psychic that made the 3 of them unable to move. After all, the main effect of his title was to increase the combat effectiveness of commanding Pokémon when facing Team Rocket members. If the deterrent effect alone was so exaggerated, it would be too abnormal. The effect on the Rocket Trio was better because their status in Team Rocket was not high. If they were facing high-level elite members or executive backbones at this time, there would definitely be no threatening effect. Thinking this in his heart, Ash walked forward, took the gray sack containing Totodile from Jessie's hand, and untied it. A lively little blue crocodile appeared in front of everyone. Its mouth was wide open, and its big eyes were full of wisdom. When seeing this Totodile, a familiar feeling came over Ash. After confirming the eye contact, "It's you, Totodile. The one he captured in the Johto region in the original plot." Wow. After seeing Ash, Totodile also behaved close and clingy. With a big mouth, he pretended to hang on Ash's hair. As a result, Ash stretched out his hand and directly pinched the back of Destiny's neck, and easily lifted him up with one hand. "You, with a big mouth, don't let you bite anyone without distinguishing between friend and foe. Do you see this bad woman in front of you? She is the one who kidnapped you. Her hair is long enough. Go and bite her." Jessie? Why didn't she notice it before? This guy Ash is simply a devil? This is too insidious. James and Meowth breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, their hair is not long. Before he could see clearly how Ash lifted him up, Totodile nodded without thinking. After regaining his freedom from Ash, he rushed over and bit Jessie's amazingly long red hair, and he never let go of it after biting it, and it became a pendant. "Jessie, you, a naturally evil and hateful little brat, actually want to destroy a beautiful woman's hair like this? You are even worse than us." "Huh? What do you mean? What's going on? Are you still not convinced?" Totodile, use the bite skill next. Stop, little brat, I'm convinced. Let Totodile open his mouth quickly, my hair is going to be ruined. Fearing that her hair would be completely bitten off by Totodile, Jessie finally bowed to Ash, decisively lowered her head and asked Ash humbly, "Okay, let go first, Totodile." Although Ash has not yet tamed Totodile, it has become very close to Ash because of his life-saving grace. It regards itself as Ash's Pokémon and acts very obedient. Seeing that Ash has given the order, even though it is very reluctant, it still guiltily lets go of its mouth. "Sunday, Serena, call the police and tell Officer Jenny that we have caught the criminal who stole Totodile." Ash turned his head and said to Sunday and Serena, who were obviously stunned. No, the 3 members of Team Rocket are so honest, standing here obediently waiting to be caught? It was agreed that Team Rocket is a large evil organization across regions? Even the bottom members can't be so weak. Forget it, don't think too much about anything related to Ash. Because Ash himself is a monster-level existence with all kinds of outrageous situations. He won the regional championship 1 year after starting the journey, defeated the old region elite, and captured more than 1 legendary Pokémon. He even has the perverted power of psychic. Now, any outrageous things that happen to Ash will not be strange to them. Maybe these three guys were shocked by Ash's momentum at the beginning, and they were too scared to run away. Take out the communicator, call the police, and tell Officer Jenny the general situation. The group waited there. Officer Jenny's speed of action was unexpectedly fast. In less than 10 minutes, she rode a Taejan motorcycle to kill. There were 2 passengers on the Taejan motorcycle, Professor Elm and Nurse Joy. At this time, the 3 saw Totodile jumping around Ash and the Rocket Trio sitting together with their hands tied behind their backs. He looked at the overly young faces of Ash and his friends. In his mind, a passionate film and television drama in which the trio of teenagers fought wits and courage with the bad guys who stole Totodile, and finally subdued the bad guys with great effort. He couldn't help but respect them in his heart. He said that Alliance really has successors, such an excellent and young trainer. Thank you 3 for your assistance to our police. Can you tell me the details of your fight with the bad guys just now? Officer Jenny rushed over and shook hands with Ash and the other 3 one by one. His attitude was very friendly, and his tone was obviously a little excited. Professor Elm and Nurse Joy also showed their interest. They were very curious about how Ash and the other 2 caught the Rocket Trio. However, they found that after listening to Officer Jenny's words, the expressions of the 3 people in front of them, including Ash, were obviously a little strange. Catch the Rocket Trio? Didn't Ash come here and then strangle them? These 3 guys couldn't even escape. Seeing that Ash obviously didn't intend to explain, Sunday and Serena looked at each other and stepped forward to describe what happened. After listening to the 2's description, it was Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, and Professor Elm's turn to be confused. No, I want you to talk about the thrilling process of fighting with criminals, and you and I are acting out a cool drama? Do you want to hear how exaggerated what you said is? Facing the suspicious eyes of Officer Jenny and the other 2, Ash disappeared directly on the spot. Then he appeared behind Officer Jenny, reached out and patted her shoulder gently. Officer Jenny, what do you think? Then before they could react, he teleported back to the original position again. Teleport? You are really a psychic? This little hand show stunned Officer Jenny and the other 2. At this moment, they completely believed what Serena and Sunday said. A psychic who can use teleport on Solation must have extremely high psychic strength. It is no problem for Serena and Sunday to do the performance mentioned by Serena, and it is even very easy. Anyway, thank you for your help. Please show us the Pokemon Pokédex so that we can transfer the reward on the wanted order to your account. After calming down, Officer Jenny said to Ash and the other 2. Then he also put silver bracelets on the Rocket Trio. Ding! Complete the story mission, go and rescue Totodile who was kidnapped by the Rocket Trio. Task completion reward, top quality mystic water, Totodile intimacy full value, points, 50W. The prop reward is stored in the system space, and it cannot be put back once taken out. Points balance, 334W. Almost at the moment when Officer Jenny put the silver bracelet on the 3 people, the task completion prompt also appeared in Ash's mind in due time. The system space also has an extra top quality mystic water. As for Totodile, who was grinning and standing alone beside him, he seemed to have noticed something and subconsciously raised his head to look at Ash. His eyes were a little more intimate and trusting than before. It is no exaggeration to say that if Professor Elm gave him completely opposite instructions at this moment, Totodile would most likely choose to listen to him. I would like to thank Officer Jenny first, but I want to change this reward a little bit. I care more about this than the money. As he said that, Ash pointed to Totodile. Totodile also cooperated and walked to Ash's side with a cheerful little step, gently rubbing Ash's trouser leg. It was obvious that he liked Ash very much and no one could take him away. Having reached the maximum intimacy, Totodile obviously could not choose any other trainer except Ash. Looking at Totodile, Officer Jenny immediately looked embarrassed. The 3 major Pokemons are not something that anyone can get. Otherwise, there would not be a large number of trainers who become fishing boys or fishing masters. If you want to get the 3 major Pokemons to travel, you must first have a clean background, abide by the law, and pay a high alliance tax of 2.7 every year. As for the 100,000 Pokemon coins bonus, to be honest, it is not worth mentioning compared to the 3 major Pokemons like Totodile. Besides, this Totodile was trained by Professor Elm, and she has no right to make a decision. But Ash just helped her solve a more difficult case after all, and she didn't want to frustrate this enthusiastic young trainer who actively fights crime. Just when she was thinking about how to tactfully express to Ash that this was impossible, Professor Elm beside him spoke up. No problem, I agree. As a Pokemon professor, he has a high status in the Johto region and decided to take a 3 major Pokemon. It is still easy to determine the ownership of Pokemon. Moreover, this starter Pokemon was cultivated by him. As for why Professor Elm agreed so readily, there are 2 reasons. The first is that Ash rescued Totodile and recovered the loss. The second is mainly because Totodile is now in a very close relationship with Ash. Even if he forcibly took it back, it would probably be difficult to give it to rookie trainer as Earl Dervish Pokemon. It is better to agree to Ash as a favor. Great, thank you, Soromohiro. Ash hurriedly thanked Professor Elm. After all, he did not reveal his identity to activate the face fruit. Professor Elm was willing to agree, entirely out of his own attitude. He must thank him well. Well, Professor Elm, actually I have another unwelcome request. I wonder if I can choose 2 more starter Pokémon. Don't worry, I will make up the Pokémon breeder fee at double the price. I wonder if this will work. After getting his own Totodile, Ash also wanted to help Serena and Sunday get some benefits. As a trainer with the same style as herself, Serena also has no particular preference for any particular series. The Johto region's 3 major Pokémon are just for them to choose. After hearing Ash's words, Professor Elm couldn't help but fall into deep thought and touched his chin with his hand, and pushed his glasses up his nose. There is definitely no problem with paying the breeder fee, but the review of the trainer's identity for receiving the 3 major Pokémon is more stringent than the normal way. It just so happens that Miss Sasha should have a Pokémon Pokédex permission reading machine. If it's just to send out Totodile, which has been stolen and recovered by Team Rocket. For Professor Elm, it's not a big deal. But sending out more 3 major Pokémon one after another, even if it doesn't have a big impact, you have to go through a process. No problem, thank you so much, Professor Elm. Sunday, Serena, come over here and give your Pokémon Pokédex to Officer Jenny. Ash agreed readily. Serena and Sunday were not ordinary trainers. The identity check was just a formality for them. Especially Sunday. I believe Officer Jenny will be in awe after seeing her true identity. Thank you, Ash. Serena and Sunday did not expect Ash to help them get a Johto region's 3 starter Pokémon. They were both happy and excited, and they kissed Ash on both cheeks at the same time. This time, even Ash did not expect it. His expression was slightly surprised. Sunday was fine. After the Indigo Plateau conference, she had a high degree of intimacy with him. Serena, who was always reserved and shy, did this to surprise him. But anyway, this was a good thing. The 2 women took out their Pokémon Pokédex and walked towards Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, Kong Bo Wong? The 3 of them looked a little confused. Aren't young people playing so wild nowadays? This is too straightforward. Originally, they thought the 3 of them were just ordinary travel companions, but they didn't expect that they were all boyfriends and girlfriends. It really opened their eyes for them, the old people who are still single today. Officer Jenny sighed while taking the Pokémon Pokédex handed over by Sunday and Serena to check their identity information. Check it out. Officer Jenny's beautiful eyes flashed a strange color. The identities of the 2 women are not simple. Serena is not an ordinary trainer. Her mother is a famous Reborn knight in the Kalos region, and Sunday is the eldest daughter of an ancient family in Kanto. They are both well known in their respective regions. This young man is so lucky to have 2 such excellent Stephanies as girlfriends at the same time. Professor Elm, there is no problem with your identity. You can go and get the Earl Dervish Pokémon after paying the breeder fee. Thank you, Officer Jenny. After the matter was over, Ash and the other 2 followed Officer Jenny to the police station to make a simple record of the case of the Rocket Trio. Following Officer Jenny, they went to the Pokémon Center to register for the Silver Conference to be held in the Johto region. Ash, please show me your Pokémon Pokédex. We need to verify your trainer information before you can register. In the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy sat in front of the computer and said to Ash, Nurse Joy, here you go. Ash took out his Pokémon Pokédex and handed it over. Okay, wait a moment, and the registration will be completed soon. Nurse Joy took the Pokémon Pokédex and handled it skillfully. After a simple scan, the registration process began. Start entering Ash's information one by one. Name, Ash. Hometown, Kanto Region Pallet Town. Experience and achievements, Kanto Region Quartz Conference Champion, Mage Evolution Paper Publisher, Kanto Alliance Pokémon Researcher. Nurse Joy's eyes immediately became full of shock. 580. Ash's series of achievements, any one of which is something a normal trainer would never know if he could achieve in his lifetime. What shocked her even more was that the Pokédex showed that Ash had only just completed a year since he left to collect the Earl Dervish Pokémon. In other words, all of his exaggerated achievements were achieved within this year. At this time, Nurse Joy, who had become somewhat numb, completely relied on muscle memory to mechanically enter Ash's information into the website, then handed the Pokémon Pokédex to Xylee. Since she had not yet recovered, her tone was a little dull. Ash, I've registered for you. All you need to do next is collect 8 gym badges recognized by the Johto Region Alliance through traveling, and you will be eligible to participate in the Johto Region Silver Conference. Ding! Trigger the Chain Gym mission, use Flying Pokémon 3v3 to defeat the 3 Pokémon of Violet Gym Faulkner, and get the Zephyr badge. Task completion reward, 1 million points top quality fly feather. After carrying it, the power of flying skills will increase by 50%, and the speed of flying Pokémon will increase by 20%. Just when Nurse Joy helped Ash complete the registration for the Johto Region Silver Conference, Ash triggered a new gym challenge mission. The task is not difficult to complete. You just need to use all flying-type Pokémon. Counting, Ash has quite a few flying-type Pokémon. Pidgeot, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Zapdos, etc. After he evolves Dragonair, he will have one more. Oh no, has he become a flying elite? Ash suddenly found that he and Dodo have a high degree of overlap in Pokémon. Except for Flash's Gyarados, he has almost everything Dodo has. Fortunately, Ash has quite a few Pokémon of other attributes. He can't be labeled with such an unlucky title. Putting aside the topic of Dodo, with the flying-type Pokémon lineup in Ash's hand, it would be too easy to get 3 to clear the flying-type gym. Moreover, each Pokémon is too strong. Even if Faulkner, the gym leader of Violet, sends out his trump card Pokemon Pidgeot, it will not be Ash's rival. Completing the task is a piece of cake. Despite this, the rewards for the task are still quite a lot. The best flying feather can not only increase the speed of flying skills, but also increase the speed of flying Pokemon. It is more powerful than other best items. No matter which flying Pokemon equipment is given to you, it is a good choice. Ash took the task and then looked at Nursejoy. Thank you, Nursejoy. No, you're welcome. After taking back the Pokemon Pokédex, Ash took Serena and Sunday out of the Pokemon Center and went to the breeding house designated by Professor Elm in New Bark Town. Ash, what kind of Pokemon do you think I should choose later? On the way, unlike the sundae that was already prepared in her mind, Serena was still very hesitant about which Pokemon to choose. Totodile is very good, Cyndaquil is also good, and Chikorita is very cute, which made her a little confused. So she wanted to ask Ash's opinion. Ash smiled and pinched her pouting mouth because of the entanglement. Just pick the one you like later. Each of the 3 Pokemon has its own strengths. Of course, if you really can't decide, you can tell me and I'll help you pick one. To be honest, although Ash's system cannot scan the detailed data panel of Pokemon that does not belong to him, it can only check the basic level. However, after he started his journey and continued to learn, especially after awakening Psychic, his perception has increased exponentially. Ash himself is not inferior to the champion-level trainer in Trainer Command. Now he can even be called a master in Pokemon training. His eyesight is naturally impeccable. Although it is impossible to restore all the data of Pokemon with 100% certainty like the system, there is still a 90% probability of judging the talent potential of a Pokemon. If Serena really can't choose, then it is quite reliable for him to choose for her. Yes, I'll leave it to you. Serena nodded seriously. She absolutely believed in Ash's vision. Quartz Champion helps me choose Pokemon. I want it too. I want it too. Sunday raised her hand like a primary school student to join in the fun, saying that she also wanted Ash to help her choose a Pokemon from the 3 starter Pokemons with extraordinary talent and potential. Although she had a goal before, she thought she still didn't have the vision to pick out the one with the strongest overall ability among the same type of Pokemon. No problem, leave it to me. Ash smiled and nodded. Pokemon, Totodile. Level, 4.15. Attribute, Water. Qualification, Gold. Skills, Catch, Leer, Water Gun, Bite, Scary Face. Ability, Force. Carrying props, none. On the way to the Pokemon breeding house, Ash also deliberately checked the attribute panel of Totodile that he had captured. The talent is Gold, which is not bad, and it has reached the general level of Ash's team. Of course, the value of a Pokemon cannot be measured by talent alone, ability is also a key link. Totodile's ability is Forced. When using skills with additional effects, the power increases by 30% and the additional effects are cancelled. It has its own advantages compared to the more common Riptide of Totodile. It is not particularly outstanding, but it is pretty good in general. In terms of skills, there is nothing surprising. They are all what Totodile of this level should master. In summary, it is definitely no problem to cultivate it as a second team Pokemon in Ash's existing Pokemon team. Of course, if it evolves to the final form and can master new additional abilities, it also has a chance to rise to the first team, but the probability is not too high. After all, compared to some of the 3 major Pokemon, it is a pity that Totodile's final form cannot be Mage evolved. Shaking his head, Ash began to think about Totodile's future training methods and combat system. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the Alliance official breeding house in New Bark Town. At this time, a uniformed staff member was standing at the door, seemingly waiting for them. After seeing Ash and his group of 3, his eyes fell on Ash in the middle. As if confirming something, he looked at the 3 people with a smile. Hello, is it Ash, Serena, and Sunday? Professor Elm has already greeted us in advance. Please come in. The clerk made a pleased gesture. Wang Nios? I didn't expect that Professor Elm looked like a science and engineering man who didn't understand the ways of the world, but he was actually quite thoughtful. Looking at the polite clerk, Ash's eyes flashed with surprise, and then nodded to him. Sorry for bothering you. No trouble, it's all my duty. The clerk's smile looked even more sincere. Under his leadership, Ash and the other 2 walked into the breeding house. Hello, please pay the breeder fee here, and you can go inside to choose your favorite Pokemon. In the breeding house, what caught the eye was not the various Pokemon imagined, but the cashier area of a supermarket. The difference is that there is only one cashier counter here. The clerk led Ash and the other 2 to the smiling beautiful clerk in uniform and said to him, $7.89. Ash nodded and took out the Pokemon Pokédex, which integrates multiple functions, including bank card function. After some operations, a total of 4 million Pokemon coins were deducted from Ash's account. Yes, you read it right. Originally, if you wanted to get a starter Pokemon as Earl Dervish Pokemon partner, you had to pay a cumulative breeder fee of 1 million Pokemon coins to the Alliance. And Ash also promised Professor Elm that he would pay double the fee. Normally, if you pay 100,000 per year, you need to pay for 10 consecutive years. Previously, Delia had to pay a huge breeder fee for Ash, and her income level was not too high, which made her life a little tight. It was not until Ash set off to travel that he had the financial ability to not only not need the family to provide travel expenses, but also be able to send money home from time to time, that her life became better and better. Such a high breeder fee is difficult for normal families to afford, which is also the main reason for the prevalence of insect-catching boys. Moreover, not just anyone can pay this money. First of all, you must have a clean family background and no criminal record within 3 generations of your family, otherwise you will have no way to pay the money. 440. Hear the crisp and familiar reminder sound of 4 million Pokémon coins being deducted. Sunday is a little better. She comes from an ancient family, and this money is nothing to her. She was touched by Ash's gift, that's all. Serena was shocked and had a hesitant expression on her face. Before paying, she had never thought that the Pokémon breeder fee of the Alliance's 3 families was so expensive. She had always been in charge of the training fee for Fennekin by her mother. She thought it would be at most 100,000 Pokémon coins. This way, she only spent 10,000 on travel expenses every month, and the rest was spent on getting up. She could still make up the money to Ash relatively quickly. But 4 million Pokémon coins, even if she was sold, she probably wouldn't be worth that much money. Thinking of this, Serena's face turned pale. She reached out and quietly tugged at the corner of Ash's clothes, and said timidly, "Ash, why don't you forget about my one? Just go out and capture a Pokémon at random, there's no need to choose here. Let that sister return the money?" In her opinion, Ash is not her boyfriend yet. Even if he becomes her boyfriend in the future, it's just a relationship of lovers. But a relationship of lovers is not a dependent relationship, let alone a one-sided economic poverty alleviation. There must be give and take between 2 people, and it must not be based on one side paying while the other side is like a leech life ghost. The 3 Pokémon that Ash is going to give her now are already Pokémon that she can't afford to pay back at all. The key is that Ash has spent so much money on her and Sunday. What should he do if he is short of money in the future? Thinking of this, Sally was not sure about choosing a new one. The anticipation of Pokémon was almost gone. He began to dissuade Ash from taking the money back. "It's okay, Serena. This is just a small amount. It's nothing to me. Just accept it. If you really feel bad, it would be great if you could give me a massage every night for the next month." Looking at the considerate Serena, Ash smiled and touched her head. Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, he even displayed the Pokédex of his experience to the interface of the Pokémon coin balance in front of Serena. Looking at the long list of numbers, Serena's eyes were a little dazed. I can't count them at all." Ash really didn't lie. The 4 million Pokémon coins, bite fee, breeder fee was really just a small number for Ash. In addition, Ash made another suggestion, which made Serena feel that she didn't accept it in vain. Ash's efforts. She felt relieved. Her expression became a little hesitant. When she saw the affirmative look from Sunday beside her, she nodded to Ash and stopped talking about the refund. Putting aside all her concerns, she was still very interested and looking forward to being able to choose a Johto region's 3 major Pokémon. 3 of you, please follow me. After paying, the staff took Ash and his party to the breeding house where they could actually choose Pokémon. Behind the cashier counter, there was a courtyard full of various plants. There were all kinds of young Pokémon living in it. Because it was the official breeding house of the Alliance, the quality of Pokémon was very good, and at first glance, there was basically no such thing as something that was common on the street. The most of them were undoubtedly the 3 major Pokémon, and most of them were used to supply rookie trainers who paid a huge fee. In addition, there were many rare Pokémon of other races. Ash took a rough look and found that they were all in good condition. They looked at least purple and could achieve quasi-elite strength in the future. Don't think that Pokémon with such potential are worthless just because all the Pokémon in Ash's hand are of gold qualification and can easily cross the threshold of elite level. Most trainers travel for several years, and they probably only have 1 or 2 elite Pokémon as trump cards. It is no exaggeration to say that the 3 starter Pokémon that many trainers receive when they travel, to a large extent, it will be the Pokémon with the highest talent and the strongest power in his entire trainer career. Do you really think that you can easily capture Pokémon with amazing potential in the wild? Then why do people still pay millions of breeder fees? Isn't that a pure scapegoat? After all, if you can capture them all, you can just casually cultivate a weak wild Pokémon in the early stage for transition, and then catch it in the wild when it becomes stronger in the future. In the final analysis, when everyone's perspective is focused on Ash, the Pokémon world they see is too narrow. Little did they know that his experience was undoubtedly the absolute protagonist level treatment, and he was one of the few people standing at the top of the pyramid in the Pokémon world. He could not represent the general public, it was that simple. After a careful selection, Ash helped Sunday pick the only golden qualified and best-looking Cyndaquil in the entire breeding house. According to his guess, this Cyndaquil has at least the potential of the elite level, and there is even a certain probability of being promoted to the champion level in the future. If the breeder is good enough, it will become the trump card Pokémon in Sunday's hand. Serena, who also has no obvious preference, likes the appearance of all 3 Pokémon. Ash helped him pick the one with the best talent and potential, Chikorita, which is on par with Sunday's Cyndaquil. Ash was surprised to find that in this breeding house, each of the 3 starter Pokémon has a top-notch existence. Considering that Serena's Fennekin is a fire type, it is best to choose from the water type Totodile and the grass type Chikorita. After careful consideration, he finally chose Chikorita, which has a more docile personality. The staff who originally thought that Ash and the other two were just picking randomly saw the two Pokemon that Ash picked. Although she remained calm on the surface, she was already shocked in her heart. The Chikorita and Cyndaquil that Ash chose were not simple. Their relatives were all trump card Pokemon of Elite Trainer. As the saying goes, like father and son, like mother, like son. The son of a mouse can dig holes. The words were rough, but the truth was true. Although it was not an absolute truth, the strength and qualifications of the parents' relatives were the highest, and the children born from the combination would most likely be very talented, and might even be better than the parents. There was only a very small chance that they would be poor. Therefore, Chikorita and Cyndaquil, who had a good background, had always been the top-notch existence in their breeding house. They didn't expect Ash to pick them both at once. Not just one, but both were picked by him. This basically ruled out the element of luck. Ash definitely has a way, not to mention anything else, his eyesight is really too sharp. Combined with Professor Elm's special greeting and Ash's easy swipe of 4 million Pokemon coins to pay the Pokemon breeder fee without blinking an eyelid, the staff's attitude became more respectful, helped Sunday and Serena complete the registration procedures, and even gave the two girls some extra Pokeballs and related supplies. It can be said that he gave the most benefits within his authority. Leaving the breeding house, Sunday and Serena couldn't let go of the Pokeballs of Cyndaquil and Chikorita that they had just received. Especially Sunday, since she liked Ash, this was the first time that he gave her a present. The three walked on the street. Are we going to Violet's gym next? No hurry, follow me first. As he said, Ash led the two girls to an open space beside the street. Previously, there were only 3 or 2 teenagers of the same age as Ash and his friends chatting in the open space. The arrival of Ash and his 3 people attracted their attention. Oh my god, what a pretty Stephanie. This guy is so lucky. Boss, should we go up and chat with him? As if they had noticed the obscene looks from the guys, the two girls' faces changed a little. Ash also frowned slightly. He was just planning to find an open space for Dragonair to complete its evolution. Unexpectedly, he ran into a so-called bad boy. Come out, Dragonair. Ignoring the bad boy who cast a malicious look at them, Ash threw the Pokeball. A white light flashed, and Dragonair appeared in the open space. This Pokemon is Dragonair, a super rare Dragon-type Pokemon. Boss, it seems that this guy's identity is not simple. No wonder there are 2 such beautiful girls around him. Ash looked at the confused Dragonair. Okay, Dragonair, I believe you have been biting for a long time. It's time to evolve. Woo woo woo. After nodding slightly, Dragonair raised his head and made a series of crisp high chirps. Immediately afterwards, the whole body was wrapped in the dazzling white evolution light. After a while, as the white light faded, the plump orange Dragonite appeared in front of Ash and the other 2. Wow, is Dragonite evolving so easily? Ash, did you know it was about to evolve? Ash nodded to Serena. Yes, it reached the evolution standard a long time ago. Next, use Twister, hurry up. After completing the evolution, Dragonite cast a nuclear good look at the 3 bad boys, flapped his wings and blew up a fierce Cyan Twister. Accompanied by a shrill growl, the 3 bad boys were swept into the sky by the Twister, achieving the Meteor achievement of the Rocket Trio. As for whether they have the same good luck and strong physique as the Rocket Trio, Ash didn't know. Since he had offended himself, he would have to pay the price. He pulled the 2 girls who were confused and hesitant to speak. Ash and his group set off towards Violet City, aiming directly at the Violet Gym. On the way, Ash spent a lot of time on training plans and leveling up Kartana and Totodile. Oh, experienced the feeling of starting from scratch when just starting from Pallet Town. By the way, he will also coach Sunday and Serena. With his current level of being a top Pokemon trainer and an excellent breeder, it is obviously easy to coach Serena and Sunday. Following Ash, both of them made rapid progress. However, in addition to teaching and answering questions, Ash also did not forget to enhance his relationship with the 2 girls. Serena was a little shy, while Sunday was enthusiastic, bold, and proactive. After all, she had already had a good impression of Ash during the Indigo Plateau Conference. After a period of precipitation, this feeling has not only not disappeared but has become even more intense. Ash was satisfied while teaching the 2 girls and collecting tuition fees from them. Time flies, and 2 days have passed since Ash and his friends set out from New Bark Town to Violet City. During these 2 days, Ash's Kartana and Totodile's levels have increased rapidly. Totodile has increased from the initial 4.15 to leave 19. Kartana has increased from 4.1 to V.12. This is because Ash did not actively look for Pokemon groups, otherwise their levels would have increased even faster. After all, you don't need to be the main force, just participate in the battle and make contributions to gain a lot of experience points. His Jigglypuff has always been upgraded in this way. The 3 of them arrived at a forest. Loud whistles were heard from time to time in the forest. Following the sound, they saw a Stephanie wearing an Electabuzz cheering uniform holding a baseball bat and training her Pokemon Chikorita in the way of training with a baseball bat on a blank grassy area in the woods. Ash, look at Stephanie's trainer, how unique it is. Serena looked at the long leaves on Chikorita's head waving along with the baseball bat in Stephanie's hand, and found it very interesting. She immediately pulled Ash's sleeve and said to him, after all, she had just got a Chikorita, so maybe she could learn from the other party's training method? Yeah, maybe this is her unique training method. Ash nodded, without giving a good or bad evaluation. Nor would he deny it like Ash in the original plot, intending to instill in Stephanie that actual combat is the best way to train Pokémon. After all, that 600 trainer has his own training characteristics. Just train appropriately, no need to step on one and praise the other. There is no absolutely correct way to train. Hey, 3 friends over there, can you please have a Pokémon battle with me? After simply looking in the direction of Stephanie Casey in baseball uniform, the 3 people who were about to continue their journey were stopped by her. As soon as she finished speaking, before Ash and the others could respond, Casey ran in front of them. Excuse me, my name is Casey, and I have been training Pokémon around here for a while. I just happened to meet you. I see that we are of similar age and our strengths must be comparable. Please everyone, I just want to test the results of my training during this period. Is it convenient for you to see? After saying that, Casey put his hands together and asked Ash and the others. Trigger a collaborative task, accept Casey's 3v3 challenge with Sunday and Serena, each send out a Pokémon and win all of them. Task reward, points, 50W, Kartana, Solite level +3. Just after Casey made a request to Ash and the others, Ash's mind also had a reminder of the system task triggering. Taking the task, Ash nodded slightly for the reward. Of course, no problem. Casey is very weak. In the original plot, Ash also sent Charizard to beat her so hard that she almost doubted her life. This time, for the reward, Ash planned to give her some pointers. Although Totodile and Kartana are not at a high level at this stage, it is still very attractive to be able to get a free task reward to upgrade 3 levels. It can save him some time to level up. In fact, I only have 1 Pokémon of the right level in my hand. How about this? There are exactly 3 of us here. Each of us sends a Pokémon to fight you. It will be a 3v3 duel. How about it? Ash made a suggestion to baseball Stephanie Casey. Of course, no problem. I was worried that you were too strong. After I defeated 1 person, the Pokémon would have no physical strength. Casey agreed without hesitation. For her, being able to fight with 3 trainers with different fighting styles will definitely bring her much more than fighting with only 1 trainer. There was no reason to disagree, and she nodded repeatedly. Sunday, Serena, do you have any questions? Ash did not make a decision without going over the 2 girls, but took the initiative to ask them what they thought. Although he knew they would definitely agree, there should still be basic respect between people. No problem. Then I have no problem either. Sunday and Serena also decisively agreed to the battle, mainly because they both had very low-level Pokémon in their hands. There is definitely no problem fighting Casey? In that case, the battle rules are 3v3, I will send out 3 Pokémon. Ash, you 3 will each send out a Pokémon to the battlefield separately. Then, the first Pokémon I will send out is this one. Get ready for battle, Rattata. Salation decided on an empty area as the battle site. Baseball Stephanie Casey threw the Pokeball in the posture of flinging a baseball and released her first Pokémon. Rattata, which she had just captured after starting her journey. A common Pokémon that is common in Kanto and Johto region and one of the Pokémon that rookie trainer can capture most easily. Rattata, Serena, you go first in this game. How about it? Ash was put in the last game by default. After seeing that the Pokémon released by Casey was Rattata, Sunday said to Serena. This Rattata was just captured not long ago, and its level was pitifully low, and it did not cooperate well with the trainer. For Serena, who was battling Pokémon with other trainers for the first time, it was a very suitable rival. Serena was also slightly excited and nodded. Just leave it to me. After saying that, she imitated Ash and threw the Pokeball in a very professional manner. It's you, go ahead, Chikorita. Pokémon, Chikorita, level V.15. Pokémon, Rattata, level V.12. Serena's Chikorita was obtained directly from the breeding house. Because its parents are both very powerful, its level is also 4.15. On the other hand, Casey's Rattata is not only common, but also has poor qualifications. Rattata, use the tackle trick. Baseball Stephanie Casey decisively issued an attack order to his Rattata. It can be seen that his fighting style is not very cautious, and it is very similar to the stupid things who just set out on a journey in the original plot. Usually, they are the type of flat-headed brothers who start fighting as soon as they disagree. It is very different from the normal and delicate Stephanie. Serena was quite nervous when she fought against other trainers for the first time, but she was more excited and excited. After seeing Casey's Rattata launch an attack, she immediately stabilized her mentality and showed the command level she should have after being trained by Ash. Gently waved his hand and gave the order. Chikorita, move sideways to avoid, and then use Ember attack on Rattata. Chikorita, who was originally a little flustered when facing Rattata's tackle, immediately calmed down after receiving the command from the trainer. She let out a whimper. Chikorita followed the rhythm of normal training and moved sideways to avoid Rattata's collision. Then 1.8 vine whips extended from her neck and quickly whipped Rattata, who had not yet stood firm. Papa, the vine whip hit Rattata and caused obvious damage. But it did not directly make Rattata lose his combat ability. Rattata, cheer up. Chikorita, take advantage of the victory, tackle. Serena, who received Ash's true teachings, also understood the wise saying of taking advantage of his weakness to kill him. Immediately commanded Chikorita to launch a pursuit. Successfully knocked Rattata, who had not yet stood firm, out again, and lost his combat ability after falling to the ground. Damn it, come back, Rattata. Baseball Stephanie Casey didn't expect Serena to be so decisive and send her little Raphael away directly. She could only reluctantly take Rattata back. Then she looked at Ash and Sunday who were watching the game, and vowed to win the next 2 games. This is how they win the 3v3 game. Come back, Chikorita, you've worked hard. Serena, who won her first battle as a trainer, had a happy look on her face. She stepped forward and touched Chikorita's little head, fed it a piece of puff and put it back into the Pokeball. Great, Serena, congratulations on your first victory. Sunday congratulated Serena on the side. No, it's mainly because Ash taught her well. Serena scratched her head embarrassedly, thinking that Sunday's praise was a bit exaggerated, which made her feel embarrassed. Serena, there's no need to be too modest when enjoying the joy of victory. It's not difficult to admit that you are excellent. Ash stepped forward and said with a smile. What he said is right. In the original plot, Serena might still follow the style of coordinator, but she is also very talented in commanding Pokémon battles. In addition to her love of learning and the unreserved and careful coaching of Ash, a veritable Pokémon expert. Although Serena is still just a rookie trainer, she has a solid foundation in commanding battles. As long as the Pokémon are of similar level, she can fight against senior elite trainers who have been traveling for 2 or 3 years with her command. Moreover, Serena is currently in a stage of rapid progress and there is no obvious slowdown trend. She should have a period of rapid growth for a while. Is that really the case? Ash. Serena looked up at Ash with some uncertainty, mainly because she felt that she was really mediocre in comparison with the powerful strength of Ash and Sunday, and there was nothing outstanding worth mentioning. It's basically the level of an ordinary trainer. Serena, you are making it too difficult for yourself. Don't you see who Ash and I are? Sunday saw Serena's expression and immediately understood what she was thinking, and said to her with a smile. Serena also reacted. That's right, if you keep comparing Ash and Sunday, and then deny your own talent, it's really wrong. Who is Ash? A mega genius who won the Kanto Quartz Conference champion after traveling for a year. He even defeated the Ice Elite Lorelei in the subsequent exhibition match, although he lost the exhibition match on the Little Orange Island. But it was enough to make almost all trainers of the same age far behind. They were Elite Four, and many trainers would hardly be qualified to compete with them in their entire lives. And Sunday was born in an ancient family and received family education since childhood. She started higher than ordinary people. If her talent had not been wasted during her time in the Pokémon Academy, her achievements might be even higher now. Compared with the two of them, she is simply a mega newbie. But if compared with those ordinary trainers, she seems to be quite talented. After figuring this out, Serena immediately had a clearer positioning of her abilities, and at the same time, she had more confidence. Serena is also very smart and powerful. Even if she can't reach Ash's level in the future, she can at least be able to follow him and not fall too far behind. As long as Ash doesn't leave her further and further behind, she will keep following him. Thinking of this, Serena's smile also had a hint of happiness in it. However, people's happiness is not always the same. Looking at Master Ash's happy appearance, baseball girl Casey not only did not feel anything, but felt that they were uproar. Hey, that's enough, can we start our second game? Of course, no problem, Casey, your second match's rival is me. Sunday responded decisively, taking Serena's position and standing on the opposite side of Casey. Next, it's up to you, Pidgey. Pokémon, Pidgey, level 4.15. Baseball Stephanie Casey released her second Pokémon, Pidgey, which is known as the home bird of the Kanto region. It is also a rookie trainer, the easiest to capture, and also one of the most popular Pokémon. Although the final evolved Pidgey species strength is pretty good, it is considered a relatively powerful existence among flying Pokémon. But most Pidgeys have limited potential. In the end, it is likely to stay at the level of Pidgeotto. It is impossible to evolve into Pidgeot. Pidgeotto's evolution level must reach 4.36 to evolve into Pidgeot, but many Pidgeys may not have the potential to reach this level. Normally, there are very few wild Pokémon groups that have the talent and qualifications to support them to complete the final evolution. Take Ash's initial journey as an example. He often saw that in small and medium-sized Pokémon groups, only the leader reached the final form. Even in those groups that are naturally warlike and the competition for the leader position is extremely fierce, it is possible for 2 Pokémon in the final form to be born at the same time. So it is not an exaggeration for Ash to say that some Pidgeys are difficult to evolve throughout their lives. Casey's Pidgey's fur color is not as dull as that of ordinary Pidgeys, and it has a little luster. Its body shape is also better developed than that of ordinary Pidgeys. If she works hard, she can still help this Pidgey evolve into the final form of Pidgeot. At the same time, this Pidgey's level is also higher than the Rattata that was just released, but not much higher. It is only level 4.15. Pidgey, let me test your strength. Come on, Cyndaquil. After seeing Casey's Pidgey, Sunday decisively took out the Cyndaquil Pokeball that he had just captured in the breeding house and released it. Pokémon, Cyndaquil, level 4.15. The levels of the 2 Pokémon can be said to be completely evenly matched. On the way here, Sunday has been helping Cyndaquil level up and improving his tacit understanding with it. At this time, Cyndaquil is very close to leveling up. It's just right to use this evenly matched duel with Casey to help it level up. Pidgey, use Sand Swing. Baseball Stephanie Casey commanded Pidgey to use Sand Swing to interfere with Cyndaquil's vision and gain a certain advantage in vision. However, her little trick as a rookie trainer was too immature for Sunday, who ranked among the top in the Indigo Plateau Conference and whose main Pokémon were almost cultivated to the elite level. Cyndaquil, aim at the direction where the sand is coming from and use Flame Wheel. Upon receiving the order, Cyndaquil immediately jumped up and turned into Flame Wheel to hit the center of the sand. Cyndaquil is worthy of being the signature of the fire type in the breeding house. It's not enough to master Flame Wheel so early, but her keen observation ability in battle is also particularly rare. She clearly judged Pidgey's position just by the direction of the sand. The Flame Wheel came at a high speed, and Pidgey was hit before he even had time to spread his wings, and the flames flickered. Without a doubt, Pidgey lost his ability to fight. To be honest, if Casey hadn't been so smart and let Pidgey try to use sand moving to plot against Cyndaquil, with the aerial advantage of flying Pokémon, he might not have been able to fight with Cyndaquil for a few more rounds. After all, no matter how high Cyndaquil's command level is, Cyndaquil's current means of fighting the enemy are really limited. It is definitely not that easy to deal with a flexible aerial unit. At least you have to spend some time to lure Pidgey down, or find a way to consume its physical strength and slow down its flying speed. The gap between the novice trainer and the competition trainer is vividly reflected in this battle. At this time, the baseball Stephanie Casey obviously couldn't accept her defeat in 2 consecutive battles, and each time she lost faster and more miserably than the last. She bit her lip, reluctantly took back Pidgey, and looked at Ash. Next, she will send out her Earl Dervish Pokémon partner. Even though she has already lost the 3v3 match, she must win the last game to redeem herself for the previous defeat. 2 consecutive opponents are so strong, the last one should be a little weaker. Otherwise, the team they formed is too abnormal. At this time, baseball Stephanie was worried. But she still pulled herself together, and used the most handsome 2-1 half-turn baseball posture to cheer up her Chikorita. Come on Chikorita, win this last game, otherwise we will be shut out and that would be a terrible loss. Leaf. Chikorita's eyes were blazing with fire when she heard that, and she was very ambitious. It was a battle that depended on its reputation and trainers, so it had to win. Hey, it's Chikorita too. Serena, who was watching the game nearby, was surprised to see Casey's Chikorita, whose leaves were shaking on her head. She regretted going on the field first. Leave it to you, little snakehead. Ash sent out the only 2 Pokémon he had that were of similar level to the opponent, Totodile, who he had captured in New Bark Town. This guy should be the first Pokémon he had captured in the Johto region. Except Kartana, Ash's other Pokémon start with close to gym level strength, and the slightly stronger ones are already elite or even champion. Isn't sending out such Pokémon pure bullying? Only the idiots in the original plot would be so serious about bullying noobs. Facing Casey, who is just a rookie trainer, he directly sent out Charizard. He almost made him doubt his life. Unless there are no Pokémon of the right level in the team, Ash is not very interested in bullying noobs. Pokémon, Chikorita, level 4.17. Pokémon, Totodile, level V.19. The level difference between the 2 Pokémon is not big. Chikorita's level is slightly lower, but it also has a certain attribute advantage. When Casey found out that the Pokémon sent by Ash was Totodile, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. The original worry on his face disappeared, and turned into confidence in victory. They are all the 3 starter Pokémon, and the level difference does not seem to be obvious. Chikorita still has a little attribute advantage. This game is definitely not lost. Although they lost the 3v3 in the end, they couldn't lose too badly, and they had to save some dignity for themselves. At this time, Casey was also somewhat glad that the Earl Dervish Pokémon that Ash received when he set out on his journey was not Cyndaquil, otherwise she would be in danger in this battle. Because Ash and the other 2 showed the Johto region's 3 starter Pokémon, and they looked very young. Casey also subconsciously regarded Ash and the other 2 as trainers who had just set out on a journey this year like her. Chikorita, sweet air. Casey, who sensed the hope of victory, became extremely anxious and wanted to defeat Ash immediately and end the battle. However, thinking that he was almost beaten by the opponent in the previous battle with Sunday and Serena, he did not act too careless at this moment. He even became more cautious and did not launch a reckless attack as before. Instead, she used the sweet scent, which can fascinate rival and reduce his evasion ability. Previously, Serena commanded Chikorita to easily avoid her Rattata's tackle, which caused her to have a psychological shadow on her anti-aircraft skills. No matter how powerful the attack is, it is useless if it cannot hit rival. Well, this is a lesson learned from actual combat. I can only say that Casey has a good talent in the trainer field. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. This is already more difficult to settle privately than most rookie trainers. Most rookie, Wang Lihao, trainers, including Ash in the original plot, are extremely obsessed with their own command methods and will not turn back until they hit the wall. They have to hit the wall again and again, until they are broken and bloody, and they will think about making changes when they feel pain. No wonder in the original plot, Casey lost to Ash's terrifyingly high-level Charizard for the first time. After being encouraged by the Rocket Trio, when she fought Ash again, she commanded Chikorita and Ash's Pikachu to fight back and forth. Of course, this was probably due to the fact that Pikachu was the best actor, and the negative impact of the new region level reset was there. The 50-50 fight between the two sides could not be said to be completely unaffected by these situations. But in the battle command at that time, Casey did show a command level that was not inferior to Ash, a trainer who had been traveling for more than a year and even won the Indigo Plateau Conference Top 16 Orange Alliance Winner Cup. All signs indicate that Casey has the potential to become a powerful Pokemon trainer in the future. Looking at the performance of Casey and Chikorita, Ash nodded secretly, and gave a very good evaluation of one person and one pet. Of course, she is still too young for Ash now. Facing the sweet scent released by Chikorita with a wide range of effects, Ash calmly commanded Totodile to fight the enemy. Totodile used the recoil of water gun to jump into the air. Wow! After receiving the order, Totodile, who has greatly improved his skill proficiency and mastery after a few days of training, opened his mouth and spit out a fine stream of water aimed at the ground under his feet. The recoil directly made Totodile fly high in the sky, completely avoiding the sweet scent released by Chikorita. Can it be played like this? Shouldn't water gun be an attack skill? Casey, a fledgling rookie trainer, has never seen such an advanced operation to change the use of skills. The whole person seemed a little confused. 043 Casey realized that Totodile was flying towards Chikorita in the sky and quickly changed his tactics. Chikorita, use Razor Leaf. Although the power of Razor Leaf is not great, it is a typical group attack skill, and it is extremely difficult to completely block it. Totodile, water gun attack. Facing the rain of Razor Leaves, Ash calmly gave orders to Totodile. Although the training time was not long, it worshipped Ash's Blastoise as its teacher as soon as it entered the Pokemon home, and learned its high-precision water gun attack. Although the current Totodile cannot reach the height of Blastoise, it is not difficult to block a Razor Leaf of Chikorita's size. After receiving Ash's order, Totodile controlled the water gun to smack down all the Razor Leaves that attacked it. Leer, use Bite. Then, with eyes wide open, he stared fiercely at Chikorita who had just released Razor Leaf towards him. It was so frightened that the Pokemon's defense level dropped and it was also obviously a little timid. Totodile seized the opportunity, quickly approached Chikorita, opened his big mouth and bit the leaf on Chikorita's head. Bite Fey. That was an important part of Chikorita's body that she relied on to release skills when attacking. If she was directly bitten by Totodile, not to mention losing her fighting ability, her resistance ability would definitely be greatly reduced. Chikorita, break free. Totodile, don't give it a chance, catch it. The voices of the trainers on both sides sounded almost at the same time. While Totodile bit the green leaf on Chikorita's head with his mouth, he attacked Chikorita with Vine Whip through the small bulges on both sides of his body. He used his short, fat but powerful little claws to hit Chikorita twice, making it lose its fighting ability. After the whole battle, the difference in hard power between Totodile and Chikorita was not that obvious. Even because of the attribute restrained, Chikorita still had the upper hand to some extent. However, the result was that Chikorita was completely suppressed by Ash's Totodile and had no power to fight back. At this time, looking at Totodile and its trainer Ash who had already played the ordinary skill of water gun, Casey was completely numb. No, they were all rookie trainers who had just started this year. Why were Ash and his group more powerful than each other? Could it be that she was just a useless person who was not suitable to be a Pokemon trainer at all? Pokemon, Totodile, level 4.19 increased to 4.20. After defeating Casey's Chikorita, Ash's Totodile level was successfully increased by 1 level, from the original 4.19 to 4.20. At the same time, the familiar system prompt sounded. Collaborative mission completed. Accept Casey's 3v3 challenge with Sunday and Serena. Each send a Pokemon and all win. Mission reward, points, 50W. Kartana, Totodile level +3. Pokemon, Kartana, level, 4.12 LV.15. Pokemon, Totodile, level 4.19-4.22. As the system mission rewards were issued, Totodile suddenly felt several warm currents in his body. With the blessing of these warm currents, its level and strength were rapidly improving. Wow! At this time, Totodile, who had never experienced this feeling, didn't know what it meant. My head was full of doubts. Subconsciously, he wanted to get the answer from his trainer Master Ash, but they found that Ash still looked normal, as if all this was natural. Suddenly, Totodile seemed to remember the conversation with Master Blastoise in the Pokemon home, and his eyes became much clearer. The look he gave Ash also changed from the original puzzlement to joy and gratitude. The speed of Totodile's level increase as a task reward will not be affected by his own will and thoughts. In a blink of an eye, it reached the limit of evolution, and it was the kind that could not be suppressed at all. The whole Pokemon burst out with a fierce and dazzling evolution light. Is it going to evolve? So fast. Knowing that Totodile was captured at about the same time as them, Sunday and Serena were both surprised to see the evolution light on Totodile. But because it was Ash's Pokemon, they were not very surprised. In this regard, it is very reasonable for Kuni to evolve so much earlier than their Cyndaquil and Chikorita. If it was a little bit outrageous, it should have evolved when Ash first trained it. Or it could have evolved into Feraligatr directly after 2 consecutive evolutions. It has only evolved to Totodile, which is already very ordinary. It can only be said that due to Ash's rocket-like speed of becoming stronger, the two women now find nothing new. As the light of evolution faded, a blue crocodile with a big mouth appeared in front of everyone. Although Totodile has not yet received any mutation props, its golden qualifications are here. Compared with ordinary Croconaw, although Ash's Croconaw has just evolved, it is far superior in size, color, and sharpness of claws. Wow! After the evolution, Croconaw's growl looked much stronger. It shouted happily at Ash. Congratulations, Croconaw! Although he had seen many Pokémon evolve, Ash was still excited every time he saw this kind of scene. He walked up and patted Croconaw's head to congratulate it. Croconaw rubbed Ash affectionately, and pretended to open its mouth to bite his trouser leg. However, due to its obvious change in shape after evolution, it bit Ash's trouser leg. Ash's face turned black, his eyes flashed blue, and he used Psychic to freeze it in place. He grabbed its fate by the back of the neck and took it back with the Pokeball. You can bite the trouser leg? Sunday and Serena are fine, after all, they will become a family sooner or later, and there will be plenty of opportunities for practice in the future. But Casey is not like that. Serena and Sunday seemed to have noticed something and blushed. They were shocked in their hearts. Croconaw was really not serious. What? This Croconaw? It actually evolved? After seeing this scene, the expression on baseball Stephanie Casey's face was obviously a little bit uncomfortable. It hurts. This is really too heartbreaking? Is there anything more heartbreaking than losing 3 games in a row, but one of the main rivals who beat her in a fancy way also got a great improvement in the battle? This is simply rubbing salt into her wounds? Sure enough, I am a rookie, and the Pokémon Trainer path is not suitable for me at all. At this time, baseball Stephanie Casey has fallen into deep self-doubt and can't extricate herself. Don't be discouraged, Casey, your trainer journey has just begun, and this performance is already very good. At this moment, a white little hand was placed on her shoulder, comforting the depressed Casey. Casey turned her head and saw that it was Serena. Serena looked at Casey, who was doubting her life at the moment, and understood what she was thinking. To be honest, before Ash and Sunday enlightened her, she used Ash and Sunday as benchmarks to judge herself. The conclusion she came to was also enough to make her doubt her life. But in fact, the answer obtained in this way is extremely absurd. You know, although the stars dare not compete with the sun, they can still bring a little light to everyone in the dark night. Compared with Ash and Sunday, she may not be as good. But compared with ordinary rookie trainers, her command talent is already very good. The same is true for Casey. Of course, she is not as lucky as herself, and can receive Ash's patient teaching. The command ability is better than mine. But among the normal trainers, she can also be called a leader. At least after losing to her and Sunday, she quickly changed her fighting style, which is worthy of recognition. It has surpassed most rookies and even some senior trainers who don't have such awareness. Really? Is it really like this? But aren't you all rookie trainers who just started traveling this year like me? As a result, all of you can easily defeat me. Am I really good? Casey asked Serena without any confidence. Pucci. Ha 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 ha. Sunday was amused by the cute Casey. Casey, how can you be sure that we are all rookie trainers? Well, Serena is indeed, but Ash and I are not. Ash also smiled and continued. I guess Casey probably saw that the 3 of us are all the 3 major families in the Johto region Pokémon, so you make such a judgment. Hearing this, Sunday nodded in sudden realization. Thinking that he/she each has an Earl Dervish Pokémon from the Johto region, it is indeed easy to give people the illusion that the 3 of them are all rookie trainers who set out from the local area this year. Hey, aren't you rookie trainers? Ash and the others' words almost burned Casey's CPU. She just thought she was fighting against 3 rookie trainers? The only rookie trainer who really feels the same as her is Serena, and the remaining Ash and Sunday are not. Dash. Of course, Casey, I tell you, it's normal for you to lose to Ash and Sunday. Serena took up the topic and began to introduce the 2. The champion of the last Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. The mega genius who won the regional championship after traveling for a year. The top 4 of the last Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. The daughter of the ancient Pokémon family in Kanto. She really deserved to lose. After a while, after learning the true identities of Ash and Sunday from Serena, the frustration on the face of baseball player Stephanie Casey disappeared, and turned into shock and surprise. He didn't expect that Ash and Sunday looked so young, but their status and position were so extraordinary. 0. She knew about the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference, although the level of the trainers participating each year was uneven. In terms of gold content, it was even worse than the Silver Conference in the Johto region. But the championship was not something that anyone could get involved in. Those who could win the regional championship at least had the qualifications to challenge the true strength of the regional gym trainer. In other words, the main Pokémon lineup must be at least gym level or above. Trump card Pokémon must even reach the elite level. But according to Serena, Ash had only been traveling for a little over a year. The key point is that when he participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference, his trainer career was less than a year. Abnormal talent, really terrible? Ash, who can achieve such an achievement, is definitely a mega genius. And Sunday was also one of the top 4 in the Indigo Plateau Conference, and was born in an ancient Pokémon family, and received elite education since childhood. He is also not comparable to ordinary Pokémon trainers. How can she compare herself with Ash Sunday, a child of destiny and mega genius? Not only is he more talented than her, but he has also traveled longer than her. It is natural that he can easily defeat her. On the contrary, it is not easy for her to entangle the opponent for several rounds without being defeated immediately. At this point, Casey finally understood. In fact, the only person who could defeat her as a rookie was Serena, and Serena's talent was also recognized by Ash and Sunday. This proved that she was only slightly weaker than Serena. Compared with a normal trainer, she was still quite good. At this time, Casey's extremely unconfident mood had completely disappeared, and she turned into a curious baby. Sunday, I heard that ancient Pokemon families have extremely strict requirements for their children and descendants. Can you tell me what kind of education you received when you were a child? Ash, will winning the regional championship 1 year after starting your journey affect your future journey? Do you think the Silver Conference Championship is not that important? 093 By the way, Ash, don't underestimate our Johto Region Silver Conference. It is very difficult. What is your expected target ranking this time? There is another most important question for you. Why did the three of you travel together? What is your relationship? Stop. The more you ask, the more outrageous it is. I can answer 1 or 2 of the previous questions for you, but the premise is that you can't ask any more. Ash looked at the baseball Stephanie Casey who was talking endlessly about 100,000 reasons, and his face turned black. He quickly stretched out his hand to signal her to stop. Then he gave Sunday. Serena glanced at him and began to answer questions. First, Sunday reached out and stroked the blonde hair beside her ears, then smiled and said, "Actually, what you heard are all rumors. The education I received since childhood is basically the same as that taught by the Pokemon Academy, except that there are occasional practical simulations, and the Pokemon raised by the family are all used. Besides that, it is a huge amount of theoretical knowledge. Although it is busier than normal people, it is not too busy. To put it bluntly, childhood is the time to lay the foundation. The real rapid improvement depends on starting a journey. If it weren't for Ash, I'm afraid I would still be working behind closed doors in the Pokemon Academy now. As for the relationship between Serena, Ash, and me, it should be considered more than friends, but less than lovers." After listening to Sunday's words, Serena also nodded in agreement. "Are you two like this? Gossip is one of human nature." Casey's eyes lit up, and her attention was completely attracted by Sunday's next words. Did Serena and Sunday fall in love with Ash? Look at Sunday Serena, then looked at the sunny and handsome Ash. As a bystander, she was also in a dilemma for a while. No matter which side she put herself in, she seemed unable to make a decision. Then Ash interrupted her thoughts. "I am very happy to win the regional championship, but I am not too excited. After all, this is just a small milestone in my life." As for the difficulty comparison between the Indigo Plateau Conference and the Silver Conference is naturally more difficult. However, since I have participated in the Silver Conference, I will definitely go for the championship. I hope I can lift the championship trophy in the Johto region this year. Casey nodded, clenched his fists, and showed his fangs. "It's okay in the Kanto region, but it's not that easy for you to win the Johto region this year. Because I will also participate in the Silver Conference this year. Ash, let's meet at the Silver Conference for our next match. I will defeat you in the competition." "Okay, then I will wait and see." Ash smiled, but didn't expect too much. After all, he didn't face Nana in the story of Yinda Jin and Kong. Ding, trigger the story mission, defeat baseball Stephanie Casey in Silver Conference. Task completion reward, the highest level Pokemon in the current team +3. At the same time, the prompt sound of the system task triggering resounded in Ash's mind, making his eyes light up. The highest level Pokemon in the team gets the level upgrade reward. There was no such task to upgrade the level of a designated Pokemon before. This is really good. The highest level Pokemon in his hand now is Mutwo. If it can go one step further, it will directly get a level upgrade of 3 levels. Combined with its special ability of Mega Evolution, it will definitely become a leader among the first level gods. Take it, such a good task must not be missed. Ash quickly took the task, and then looked at Casey with a more amiable look. Casey is such a good person for helping him trigger the system task and giving such amazing rewards. And Casey alone triggered 2 system tasks for him, and the reward for the second one was so generous. Ash secretly made up his mind that Casey would be the best partner after the Rocket Trio in the future. He was thinking about how to continue to trigger Easter eggs on her in the future. "Hey, Ash, what's the look in your eyes? I just want to have a Pokemon battle with you, don't get me wrong." Casey couldn't stand Ash's lamb-like gaze, and trembled in her heart, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Oh no, Ash is not going to hit on me? Although he is really handsome, he already has 2 suitors after all, and he is very fickle, not suitable for me?" Casey muttered in his heart. "What are you thinking, little girl? It's okay now." It seems that he understands that Casey misunderstood him. Ash decisively retracted his gaze and waved his hand indifferently. In the Pokemon world, Stephanie, who can appear in front of Ash, is definitely 1.9 in terms of looks. Casey is no exception, but she is still a little different from the mega beauties like Sunday and Serena. Ash has no evil thoughts about her. After that, Ash left with Sunday and Serena. That's the best. "Ash, wait, I will beat you fair and square at the Silver Conference and wash away today's shame." The carefree baseball player Stephanie Casey shouted at the backs of Ash and the others. At the same time, she swung the baseball bat in her hand vigorously. Wait, she must get back at the Silver Conference. Not to mention beating Ash, at least she must beat him. At the very least, even if she loses, she must lose spectacularly. She must let the other party see that she is not easy to mess with. Late at night, after confirming through Psychic that both Serena and Sunday were asleep, Ash got out of the tent and got up to make himself a pot of cold tea, and gulped down a few mouthfuls to suppress some of the anger in his heart. As Psychic became more proficient and his perception became stronger, every time he wanted to confirm whether the two women were asleep, he would inevitably see some erotic scenes. However, the relationship between Ash, Serena, and Sunday was not that close, and it was obviously very uncomfortable at this time. Walked out of the tent and walked into an open space in the forest. Come out, water. This arrogant guy has been left alone for a long time, and it's time to take out the top quality mystic water obtained in New Bark Town and use it. It's going to mold if it's been kept in the system space. Suicune, who is elegant and handsome, appeared in front of him. His attitude was not too close, but he didn't mean to be deliberately alienated. Although he recognized Ash's strength, whether it was his personal combat ability or his command level as a trainer. At the same time, he also recognized his character. The human boy selected by Ho-Oh must have no problem with his character. It was just because of the humiliating experience of being captured that Suicune always had a hard time getting close to Ash. This was in stark contrast to the other Pokémon in Ash's team. Even Mewtwo, who was so strong, was now obedient to Ash. Although this did not affect Ash's daily command of Suicune, for some people with obsessive-compulsive disorder, the intimacy of other Pokémon in the team was directly maxed out, and Suicune was the only exception, which made Ash somewhat unacceptable. Today, Ash deliberately set aside time to train it well and make it truly return to the heart. Suicune, who was released from the Pokémon home, looked at Ash with confusion. It was not clear why Ash released it in the middle of the night. After all, there were no enemies around. Because it was not close to Ash, it became a lone wolf in the Pokémon home. Although other Pokémon in Ash's team would not deliberately isolate it, they would not be as enthusiastic as they were to other Pokémon. They don't usually communicate much with Suicune, so it didn't know that being called out by Ash in the middle of the night was a good thing for its transformation. Looking at Suicune's puzzled eyes, Ash also guessed that it didn't seem to be very popular in the Pokémon home. After all, in the Pokémon world, as the incarnation of the North Wind, it could attract the admiration of countless ordinary Pokémon wherever it went. As a result, no one was interested in it after arriving at its Pokémon home. This contrast, it is probably a bit unacceptable to it. Ash was both helpless and touched about this. The helpless thing was that the Pokémon in his team seemed to have a very bad impression of Suicune. The touching thing was because of their attitude, mainly because Suicune's attitude towards him was not close. Of course, this trouble will no longer exist after tonight. The face lost when being humiliated and conquered? Compared with the actual improvement in strength, it is simply not worth mentioning. Most of the Pokémon he captured were arrogant at first, but soon they were convinced by his sugar-coated bullets. Isn't Zapdos a typical example? Ash believed that Suicune would be no exception. If he failed to capture it this time, he would just think that he had made a mistake. At worst, he could think of other ways to improve Suicune's favorability. If it really didn't work, forget it. Anyway, there would definitely not be only one Suicune in the huge Pokémon world. He could definitely capture other Suicune, right? But by then, the good things sent by the system would not be the turn of this Suicune. People always treat others with empathy. If you are not close to me, I will not be so warm to you. Why should I leave all the good things to you and Pokémon DP who is closer to me? He is not the kind of dog who is willing to do shameless things. Ash has always admitted to being called honest names such as scumbag and water balance master. He hates negative words such as dog and warm man. He, Ash, has always let others lick him. Facing Suicune's puzzled eyes, Ash took out the top-grade mystic water that had been stored for several days from the system space. The moment the top-grade mystic water appeared, Suicune's watery eyes suddenly sparkled. As a legendary Pokémon of water type, he is very sensitive to this kind of carrying props that can enhance the power of water type skills. When walking in the world before, he had seen other trainers' Pokémon carrying it. Later, it has been trying to find a way to improve its long-lost strength. However, such props are extremely precious. Even for humans who have traveled all over the Pokémon world, the attribute-enhancing props on the market are in a scarce contest condition. Not to mention it, which has been searching alone all the time. Even though it cares a lot and tosses and turns, it still can't find the ownerless mystic water. Now it actually saw it here with Ash. And in its perception, the terrifying water elemental power contained in the effect of this string of mystic water is several times stronger than all the mystic water it has seen before. Suicune's eyes were immediately entangled. It is very smart and has traveled in the human world for many years and has rich experience. Naturally, it understands Ash's obvious intention to recruit him by taking out the top-quality mystic water at this moment. Ash just wants to let himself put aside the grudges when he was captured before and serve him as a Pokémon wholeheartedly. For a moment, the two choices of dignity and strength were placed in front of Suicune, making it hesitate a little. After a moment, Suicune made his own decision. 877 lowered his proud head and walked to Ash. How much is the so-called face worth? To be honest, it lost its face when it was subdued by Ash as a legendary beast. It was too hypocritical to be entangled for so long. Now, why not just give up and accept the fate? Not only can the past be put behind us, but also get a top-quality carrying item. And to be honest, Ash's team already has legendary Pokémon such as Zapdos, Lugia, and Mewtwo. Among them, Mewtwo is at the same level as Ho-Oh, and has reached the true first level God level. Even such Pokémon listens to Ash obediently. It is a champion-level ordinary legendary Pokémon. What is there to be proud of? Ash subdued it. That's because he thinks highly of himself? And Ash is the boy chosen by Lord Ho-Oh. There is nothing shameful in bowing to him and recognizing him as the master. It will even be of infinite benefit to it. Ding! Suicune intimacy reaches the maximum value. Hearing the familiar system prompt, Ash's mouth slightly raised and he gave the top-grade mystic water in his hand to Suicune. In its joyful and grateful eyes, it was taken back to the Pokémon Home King. Then he returned to the tent, used Psychic to suggest himself to calm down, and fell into a dream. Ash, look, why are the trees next to you withered? A few days passed in a flash. Ash and his 3 companions were still on their way to Violet City. Suddenly, Serena found that the scenery around them seemed to have changed a little, and asked Ash in confusion. Yeah, Ash, the forest we just passed by was fine, why did it wither in large areas when we got here? There must be something wrong. Could it be that these trees have some strange infectious disease? Sunday seemed to have noticed the clues of the surrounding scenery and immediately made a bold guess. Ding! Triggering system task, defeat the Pinsir tribe that invaded Heracross's territory, help the Pinsir tribe expel Team Rocket, and restore the ecological environment of their homeland. Task reward, Holy Gold Beetle Horn, 50% increase in strength after Heracross carries it. Points, 1.5 million. Compared with the past, the attribute skill power of Pokémon is increased. This time the reward is actually Heracross's exclusive props. At the same time, it also improves its own racial attribute power. This is much more abnormal than the power of attribute skills. Take the popular Krypton Gold games as an example. All kinds of fancy props are not as abnormal as changing the body value in the end. Ash just wondered if the environmental changes here were like in the original plot, and Team Rocket was behind it. The system task triggered in his mind confirmed his guess. And if he remembered correctly, he was not far from Heracross when he encountered this plot. He took the task casually and shook his head in the questioning eyes of Sunday and Serena. No, this is definitely not an infectious disease, and someone is deliberately making trouble. Who is it? Is it so bad? This forest is the home of many Pokémon. If they destroy it like this, how many innocent Pokémon will become homeless? If I know who it is, I must teach them a lesson. Sunday was very angry after hearing Ash's explanation, gritted his teeth, and scolded viciously. To put it, I also tightened her little fist. Naturally, it is deeply disgusted. If I didn't guess it was wrong, it should not be expected that our old acquaintance Rockets. Ash shook his head helplessly, and couldn't help but vomit more than a bad place than the Pokémon Alliance prison system. Send it into the jail, and it was faster and smooth when it was released so quickly than when it was region in Kanto. It is likely that people were caught in the morning. As a result, it was released in the afternoon. I guess Team Rocket Giovani paid money to bail out the Rocket Trio. But it is true that although Team Rocket Trio is not good, the other 2 identities except Meowth are not simple. James is the eldest son of the Sasaki family, a big family in Kanto region. Jessie's mother was also an executive of Team Rocket, and it is even possible that she was a good sister of Giovanni's mother. Later, she sacrificed herself for the organization for some special reasons, leaving only Jessie. The 2 are definitely the 2nd generation of free range. You can get into trouble, be despised, and be beaten, but you must not die in Giovanni's sight, and you must not be locked up in the police station. I think Giovani immediately activated his energy to bail them out as soon as he received the news that Team Rocket Trio was imprisoned. And compared with Kanto region, Team Rocket's influence in Johto region is much greater. Giovanni's investment of the same executive power as in Kanto is enough to support Team Rocket's dominance in Johto region, but in Kanto, they can only bow their heads and obey. This shows the huge gap in the top power between the 2 places. Thinking of this, Ash decided not to send Team Rocket to the police station during the next trip in Johto region, just to save face for Officer Jenny. If they were arrested and locked up again, and then released and arrested again, it would be a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, Ash and his 3 friends did not stay in one city for a long time, and the Rocket Trio often moved to another place. If they were always arrested and released in the same city, how embarrassed would Officer Jenny, who was responsible for arresting Team Rocket Trio, be? Of course, the main cause of these problems is the dark corruption of the upper echelons of the Johto region Pokémon Alliance, which has nothing to do with Miss Jumping herself. To put it bluntly, she is just a worker? Since it is useless to send them in, they will be released soon. It is better to learn the operation of the stupid things in the original plot and directly beat them out, so that at least Lash Out can be released. As for the little alliance coin bonus gained by sending Team Rocket to the police station, not to mention that Ash is already rich and has a lot of assets now, there is no need to care about this little money. As a subordinate of the wealthy Mega Pokemon collector Galuda, it's better not to have this little money. Team Rocket again. Didn't they just get sent to prison, and they were released again? Didn't Officer Jenny promise us to keep them all locked up for a few years? Sunday Serena was very surprised when Ash said that the culprit was the Rocket Trio. What's so strange about this? They were released not long after they were in Viridian City. Sunday, have you forgotten who the boss of Team Rocket is? TBXT. Sunday nodded seriously. With the power of Team Rocket's boss Giovani, it would be too easy to bail out the Rocket Trio. Even Officer Jenny could do nothing about it. After all, as long as the Rocket Trio didn't commit the heinous crime, even according to the Alliance law, they could be released early by paying bail, not to mention that Giovani was standing behind them. No matter what, we must teach them a lesson this time and vent the anger of the Pokémon living in this forest, Sunday said angrily. Serena also nodded in agreement. On some issues, the two sisters have always worked together. Of course, they didn't know at this time that they would have to work together to deal with Ash in the future. The Rocket Trio will definitely not let them go, but before that we have other things to solve. Ash smiled at the two women who shared the same hatred. Then, in their puzzled eyes, he took the lead and took the two to the forest not far from here, across a mountain cliff, connected only by a wooden bridge. In the original plot, the Pinsir forest was poisoned by the rockets, and across the stream from the Pinsir forest was the Heracross forest. It was here that Ash subdued the bug-type strongman Heracross who shone in the competition when traveling in the Johto region. Ash will naturally not let go of the Heracross that he had captured in the original plot, not to mention that he now has a mission closely related to the Heracross tribe even more motivated. Arriving at the Heracross forest, the situation here is similar to the Pinsir forest next to it, but it is also different. Although there are also many withered 723 trees, the overall situation is much better. Heading towards the center of the Heracross forest, there is a big tree that is much taller than the trees next to it. It is about tens of meters high and the tree is very thick. It takes 6 or 7 people to hug it. On the trunk, there are dozens of rare Pokémon Heracross lying on the trunk, sucking the sweet juice flowing out of the trunk. Are these all Heracross? There are so many. Sunday Serena recognized the identities of these Pokémon at a glance and was very surprised. Heracross is one of the few Pokémon with a fairly online species strength among bug types, and is deeply loved by bug-type Pokémon enthusiasts. However, due to the extremely rare number in the wild, few trainers can capture it. The Heracross that appeared in front of them at this moment, just a rough estimate, actually reached dozens of them. They were really surprised. Sure enough, the place that Team Rocket was thinking about must have its own outstanding features. The more than 10 Heracross in front of them alone are enough to make bug-type Pokémon fans crazy. Ash's eyes swept over the Heracross sucking sap on the tree trunk, and soon confirmed the identity of the Heracross he captured in the original plot. This guy was hugging the tree trunk on a branch, sucking sweat with a happy face. According to his careful observation, the shell of this Heracross is deeper and more transparent than the ordinary individuals next to it, and the long horns on its head are also thicker. Although the eyes are gentle, compared with the more gentle and even cowardly fellows, it has a little more determination. Obviously a qualified insect Pokémon warrior. These Heracross look very friendly. Yes, Heracross has always been gentle. Although it has a thick horn suitable for fighting, it actually doesn't like to fight with other Pokémon. At this time, a group of Butterfree flew from a distance, heading straight for the big tree where the Heracross tribe was squatting to suck sweet sap. Many Heracross took the initiative to give up a better position to Butterfree, which attracted the onlookers, such as Sunday and Serena, to exclaim in amazement. And behind the three people, a rather rough voice came. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and it turned out to be 10 members of the forest guard team wearing uniforms similar to firefighters. Excuse me, 3 people, my name is Sen Nan, and I am a member of the forest, BHFG, guard team that guards the surrounding forests. Due to the recent large-scale tree death phenomenon, I came here to investigate. Sorry to bother you. Seeing the 3 people looking at him in confusion, Sen Nan took the initiative to explain to Ash and the others. It's Mr. Morinen. Hello, my name is Ash. The 2 of them are my travel companions Serena and Sunday. The 3 of us also saw the trees withering around us, and thought that this must not be an ordinary natural phenomenon, and there must be some unknown reasons, so we came here to investigate the Japanese anime. Ash smiled and replied to Morinen. Is that so? Thank you so much. Morinen seemed very happy after hearing that Ash and the other 2 actually took the initiative to investigate the cause of the withering of the forest trees. As the saying goes, one more person means one more strength, let alone 3 people. Even if the 3 of them are just rookie trainers who just started traveling this year, they are enough to give him a lot of help in this investigation. You're welcome. Protecting the Pokémon home is the duty of each of us trainers. Ash smiled and replied, thinking of other things in his heart. Since Team Rocket is making trouble this time, can he take advantage of the trio's trouble to recruit the 2 insect Pokémon tribes of Pinsir and Heracross in the forest? Just now, he looked around and saw that there were 2 red qualified Heracross among more than 10. The one he originally captured was a rare Pokémon with the best gold qualification. The Heracross tribe is so powerful, and the Pinsir tribe that opposes them can't be much worse. Although the forest here looks large, it is still incomparable to the trackless forest environment in his Pokémon home. Not to mention that every tree contains rich and delicious sweet juice. He believes that as long as Heracross has been to the Pokémon home, he will definitely be happy. Getting Ash's affirmative answer, Morinen immediately stood in awe. There are not many trainers who can have such a high level of awareness these days. Especially Ash and the other 2 seem to be just rookie trainers, which is even more rare. In fact, most Pokémon trainers would take a nonchalant attitude when encountering such things. Sometimes, the desire to capture Pokémon even hinders the work of the forest guards and rangers. And this group of people is also very difficult to serve. Asking them to provide help for a trivial matter, or complaining to the Alliance official, etc., seriously wasting their patrol power. This forest has been in this situation for several days. The reason why he delayed coming now is not that he deliberately neglected it, but there were other things to deal with before. If the trainers who had been pestering him before had the same awareness as Ash and the other two, he would have finished his work long ago and rushed over to start the investigation. Judging from this situation, Xylee and the other two obviously came much earlier than him. I wonder if they can find out something useful? Suppressing his thoughts, Senon asked Ash and the others with a smile on his face. However, he did not have much expectation for whether he could ask for valuable clues. It depends more on whether the hard-earned power of the three people can be reasonably utilized in the subsequent work. To be honest, we have found some clues, and we know who is the one who has completed the tree trap. But before that, we need to deal with some things before we can punish the murderer, Ash said with a smile to Sennan, who asked him, "What, are you telling the truth?" Ash's answer made Sennan, who did not have much hope for them, overjoyed. Just when he was about to ask Ash what else he needed to deal with, he saw Ash shook his head slightly and pointed to the distance. Following the direction of Ash's finger, several people saw smoke and dust rolling in the distance, and heard chaotic and heavy footsteps. It was a group of pincer running towards this side. They bared their teeth and claws, and protested with the big horns on their heads. They were about to drive away all the Heracross and Butterfree tribes that were sucking juice. The Heracross tribe was gentle and timid by nature, and did not dare to conflict with the pincer tribe. Many Heracross left in fear. The same is true for Butterfree. Only some of the slower Butterfree were blocked by the pincer tribe before they could leave because they were greedy for the last sweet juice. When they were about to be taught a lesson by the pincer, the Heracross that Ash had taken a fancy to stepped forward and tried to protect the Butterfrees that were surrounded. It's the pincer. They don't live in the other forest. How could they run here? Could it be that they are the culprits that caused the forest to wither? When seeing the pincer tribe, Senon made his own reasonable guess. Yes and no, it can only be said that these pincer are actually forced to act. Of course, before explaining this problem, let's help the Heracross tribe to repel these aggressive pincer. Ash reached his hand to his waist and said loudly, "Come out, Charizard." There are quite a few of these pincer, and the average level is above level 35. They should be the elite backbone of the pincer tribe in this forest. Ordinary trainers would not be able to handle it, so Ash chose to send Charizard to fight quickly. At the same time, he did not forget the principle of catching the leader first. Since he wanted to target the two major bug-type Pokémon tribes, the attitude of the leaders of these two tribes was very important. Ash planned to capture it and the Heracross he liked first and let them visit the scenery in the Pokémon home, and then release them to persuade his tribe partners to join the Pokémon home. As for Senon, the Pokémon Ranger when necessary, Mutwo can use the ability to delete memories to make him forget what happened here. Seeing Ash take action, Sunday and Serena also released their Cyndaquil, Chikorita and Golem, ready to fight together with Ash. In fact, this is just their usual operation to quickly level up when traveling in the Johto region. When facing groups of wild Pokémon, Ash's Pokémon has always been the main output, and the two of them assist from the side. Together they commanded the battle, hoping that their Pokémon would quickly improve their combat levels. Is this guy really a rookie trainer? He has the final form of Charizard so soon? Could it be that he is a trainer who traveled from the neighboring Kanto region? It seems that this year's Silver Conference will be exciting. Looking at the powerful momentum of Charizard, this trainer named Ash may have a chance to enter the top 16. Thinking that Ash was just an ordinary passerby trainer, Moranin nodded repeatedly, expressing his approval of Ash's Charizard's appearance. Charizard, Flamethrower. Chikorita, Vine Whip. Golem, Rollout. Ash and the other two had a clear division of labor, attacking the pincers that climbed up the trees. Among them, Ash's Charizard acted as the main C, and Golem was responsible for dealing with the pincers that were swept to the ground by Charizard. Serena and her Chikorita were responsible for attacking the pincer on the trees that Ash's Charizard could not reach. Grass was restrained by fire. If she chose the same target as Ash's Charizard, she would be easily injured by its fire skills. Not only could they not help each other, but they might also put Chrysanthemum in danger. You know, if you get a little bit of Ash Charizard's fire, you will definitely be seriously injured. This basic trainer principle, any trainer with a little common sense will not make a mistake. She was trained by Ash seriously, so she naturally couldn't make such a low-level mistake. On the tree trunk, Heracross, who was struggling to resist the pincer's attack, saw Ash and others helping. She also gritted her teeth to restrain her gentle nature and bravely launched a counterattack against the pincer tribe. Charizard, Seismic Toss. Following Ash's command, Charizard grabbed the leader of the pincer from among the many pincers and threw the powerful Seismic Toss to the ground. Go, Pokeball. After being hit by the Pokeball, the pincer leader was captured by Ash without any struggle. Seeing that the leader was captured by humans, the remaining pincers could only leave the Heracross forest in disgrace. After driving away this group of pincer and successfully protecting the home of Heracross, Sunday's Cyndaquil and Serena's Chikorita's levels were raised by 2 levels respectively. Although the battlefield was dominated by Ash's Charizard, the Pokémon of the two also made great progress. More importantly, after the successive level increases, Serena's Chikorita burst out with a violent evolution light. Is it going to evolve? At this time, everyone's eyes were all looking at Kikuto, which was completely covered by the evolution light. Especially Serena, who seemed particularly excited. In addition to traveling in the Kalos region for nearly a month, this was her first time to experience her own Pokémon evolution, although she had seen Ash and Sunday's Pokémon evolve before. But this feeling is completely different from witnessing the evolution of your own Pokémon. At this moment, Serena's heart was pounding. Although she knew that there would be no accidents in the evolution, she still couldn't help but have a little worry about this or that. Ash and Sunday, who are both experienced people, looked at each other and comforted her at the same time. Don't worry, Serena, it will be okay. Hearing this, Serena's worries and impetuous emotions disappeared. The whole person's mentality was completely calmed down, and her eyes were quietly watching Chikorita, who was completely enveloped by the light of evolution. It's great to be young. The Uncle Senon from the Forest Guard team looked at the interaction between Ash and the other two, and there was a bit of sigh and reminiscence in his eyes. It seemed that he was recalling his long-gone youth. He also subconsciously reached out and touched his chin with a bit of beard. He was obviously in his prime, but he felt that he was old for some reason. He used to have a few friends standing beside him, talking and laughing, and everyone gathered together to work hard for their dreams. Under the gaze of everyone, the light of evolution that enveloped Chikorita gradually dissipated. A bay leaf, much larger than before, with leaves all around its neck and a sickle-shaped leaf protruding from its head, appeared in front of everyone. The whole Pokémon changed from being quirky and cute to being a little naive. Great, Bay Leaf, congratulations on your successful evolution. Serena couldn't hold back her excitement and hugged Bay Leaf's neck. She buried her cute little face in the soft and silky leaves of the laurel and rubbed it, looking very happy. Bay Leaf's expression seemed a little helpless, and she stretched out the big leaf on her head and patted Serena's back. It was obviously a Pokémon, but why did it look like an older sister taking care of her younger sister? After rubbing against Bay Leaf for a long time, Serena realized that her actions seemed a little childish. She quickly raised her head and shyly tidied up the messy hair around her ears. Her little face blushed and she silently retreated behind Ash, as if using Ash as a wall to block the strange eyes of others. This cute move also made Ash smile knowingly, and he subconsciously reached out to stop her and held her waist. How can Serena's wife be so cute? Hey, Serena is too cunning. No, I can't fall behind the master. On the other side, Sunday, who saw that the situation was not right, also came up immediately, took Ash's other hand. Ash smiled slightly, followed Sunday's guidance and held her slender waist, becoming a master of water cutting. Uncle Senon was also stunned by this scene. Thinking that he was still a single dog at this age, he felt very sad. Holding his violently trembling heart, he turned his head away. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as he didn't see it, just pretend it didn't happen. At the same time, he didn't forget to complain in his heart. These young people nowadays are really not taking advantage of their youth to work hard for their careers, but always entangled in these love affairs. But when will the god of love knock on his door? He has been working in the wild for more than 10 years. When will he meet his ideal Stephanie? I wonder if there is a legendary Pokémon that controls love in this world. If there is, I must capture one. After a while, Ash looked at the Heracross, who was happily sucking tree sap with the Flying Back tribe members and Butterfree after the Pinsir tribe was driven away. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Some help is not for nothing. You have to use your body to taste it. Yes, I am talking about you, Heracross. Be captured and bring your tribe to join our Pokémon home family. You should know that the leader Pinsir, who was just captured by Ash, is probably enjoying himself in the Pokémon home now. Thinking so in his heart, Ash walked towards the giant tree. Ash accurately found the one he just helped from a group of Heracross. Its superb qualifications were particularly conspicuous in Ash's eyes. Heracross, you are not interested in becoming my Pokémon and traveling with me. Faced with Ash's invitation, Heracross cast a grateful look, thanking Ash for the help he just gave, and then, nothing happened. Heracross turned around and continued to suck the sweet juice from the tree trunk. It didn't want to be a human trainer's Pokémon, it just wanted to suck the delicious sweet juice comfortably. Faced with Heracross's reaction, Ash was not surprised at all, although this Heracross is a little more resolute than the timid Heracross of the same race. But overall, its temperament is still gentle, and it doesn't like fighting. Just now, it chose to stay because it was forced to fight with the Pinsir tribe in order to protect Butterfree. Besides, it is a complete foodie. Even without Butterfree, as long as there is enough sweet tree juice, it can do anything. It is obviously unrealistic to want to subdue it directly with just a little bit of kindness of helping it. But it doesn't matter, Ash has already prepared. Ash took out a can of high-concentration perfect sweet sap from his backpack after several refinements. He bought it at a Pokémon store at a small town before coming to the forest of Heracross. This perfect sweet sap is much higher in quality than what Heracross is sucking at this time, and it is more tempting. The trees in the Pokémon homeland are basically guaranteed to have the same level of sweet sap. Ash slowly unscrewed the can lid, and a sweet and fragrant smell floated out of the can in his hand. The Heracross, who were sucking the sap, paused, and their green eyes, like hungry wolves, looked at Ash. To be precise, they looked at the can in Ash's hand. They wanted to rush over and snatch the can from Ash right now, However, they were timid by nature after seeing Ash's great power just now, so they didn't dare to make a rash move. They had to suppress their greed and drooled. Even the sap in their mouths, which they thought was extremely delicious, was a little tasteless at this moment. Compared with the rich aroma in Ash's hand, the sweet sap they sucked was not as good as it could be. Although it was not completely dregs, it was at least the difference between a home-cooked side dish and a full banquet made by a 5-star chef. The Heracross that Ash had his eyes on was even more greedy than the other Heracrosses of the same tribe. This was also reflected vividly in the original 17 plots. Now it was almost hooked by the can of premium sweet sap in Ash's hand. What do you think, Heracross? If you become my Pokémon, you can eat premium sweet sap like this every day, and it's the kind of forest scale. Looking at Heracross's reaction, Ash said with a smile. These days, if you want to get someone, you don't have to use force. This method is somewhat hurtful, so it's better not to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. The correct approach is to lure them with benefits. Anyway, the Pokémon home is his unique advantage and the ideal place for Pokémon to live. Heracross looked at the premium sweet sap in Ash's hand, then turned back to look at his own tribe and the ordinary sweet sap flowing from the trunk. It only took a 10,000th of a second to think, and then he ran to Ash and surrendered to him. As expected, he took the sweet sap in Ash's hand and drank it all, not even leaving the last drop on the edge of the can. He licked it so clean that even dogs would shake their heads. It's easy to capture a foodie like Heracross who has a clear goal. Both sides got what they needed and were happy. As a partner on the journey, Ash needed it to fight for him. After Heracross moved into the Pokémon home, he could taste the perfect sweet sap every day. If he hesitated for a second for such a good thing, it would be a great disrespect to the food. As for other members of the same tribe, if there is enough sweet sap, it would be good for Ash to capture them all. After all, the characters of its members are a bit cowardly. When they encounter danger in the future, it doesn't have to be the one to stand up and fight every time. A wise choice. Ash nodded with satisfaction. Heracross's actions at this time have already shown its final decision. He reached for the empty Pokeball on his waist and gently tapped Heracross. Without any resistance, Heracross received him into the Pokeball and teleported him directly to the Pokémon home that the Pokémon wanted to connect to. After taking down the leader of Pinsir and the best existence of the Heracross tribe, Ash thought and began to check the attribute panel of Heracross. Pokémon, Pinsir. Attribute, Bug. Qualification, Red. Level, 4.40. Skills, Vice Grip, Bind, Seismic Toss, Bug Bite, Storm Throw, Double Hit, Vital Throw, Sword Dance, etc. Ability, Macamp Claw. Because it has claws that are proud of its strength, its attack will not be reduced by rival. Carrying items, none. In terms of intimacy, it is an existence that was directly collected into the Pokeball after being defeated by Charizard. The intimacy of the leader Pinsir is only maintained at the level of ordinary wild Pokemon just captured by the trainer. Overall, Pinsir's attribute is not very strong. Its talent is only red. In Ash's opinion, as a hatched pet, it must have the golden top-grade qualification. Only in this way can the probability of the cubs born with golden qualifications be higher. Ash had expected this in advance. At this moment, he captured it and planned to use the influence of the leader Pinsir to attract the entire Pinsir tribe to the Pokémon home. The next thing to check is the panel of Heracross. Pokémon, Heracross. Attribute, Bug plus Fighting. Level, 4.35. Qualification, Gold. Ability, Perseverance. When in a status condition other than near death, the attack is increased by 50%. Skills, Leer, Tackle, Arm Thrust, Aerial Ace, Brick Break, Million-Ton Horn, etc. Carrying items, none. In contrast, Heracross can be cultivated as a Pokémon in Ash's second lineup. Gold qualification, slightly lower level than Pinsir, but also quite good. It is not easy for a gentle Pokémon like Heracross to train to such a high level in the wild. You should know that the Pokémon that can be included in the second lineup by Ash are all Pokémon with excellent qualifications. As for the more powerful first lineup, in addition to the legendary beasts, there are those Pokémon that have powerful second abilities or special abilities. It can be seen how fierce the competition in the first lineup is. Heracross's talent obviously does not meet the rigid requirements of the first lineup, but it does not mean that it has no possibility of promotion. After all, it also has the exclusive equipment of the Holy Golden Beetle Horn, which has a relatively powerful effect. If it can mutate the second ability, it may squeeze into the 10th lineup. The Perseverance ability is also quite good, and it can increase the attack by 50% when it falls into the status condition. Combined with the attack species strength of up to 125, it can be said to be quite powerful. At least it's more satisfying to Ash than the Bug Premonition ability. The effect of the Bug Premonition ability is that when the health value is less than 1/3, the power of Bug-type skills is increased by 50%. And Heracross can master not many Bug-type Pokémon by naturally increasing its level, only Pin Missile and Mega Horn. To be honest, in Ash's opinion, it is not as good as the Perseverance ability. What surprised Ash was that Heracross's intimacy with him was close to the maximum value. It can only be said that the natural fate plus Ash's bribery made Heracross reach the maximum intimacy as soon as he was captured. Please come out for a moment, Heracross. After a while, Ash summoned Heracross from Pokémon Home again. A white light flashed, and Heracross, who looked unsatisfied, appeared in front of everyone, with sap still on the corner of his mouth. Ash really didn't lie to it. As soon as it entered Pokémon Home, it got lost in a trackless forest full of perfect sap. It was like heaven for it. Hera. At this time, it waved its claws at Ash eagerly, as if to say, if there's nothing to do, let me go back to Pokémon Home. Heracross, please explain what you saw and heard to your companions, and ask them if they are willing to live in the place you just went. Since Senin was still beside him, Ash also communicated with Heracross through telepathy. Hearing this, Heracross's expression was obviously a little surprised. Is there such a good thing? Being able to bring all the tribesmen into Pokémon Home. In this way, its people can also taste the perfect sweet sap every day like it. At Ash's signal, Larus ran towards his Pokémon companions. Following this, he gave them a sincere persuasion. Ash, what's going on? This scene was also confusing after seeing it. Ash smiled slightly and replied, I asked Heracross to negotiate with its companions. Don't worry, if it succeeds, it will be of great benefit to me. The perfect sweet sap is very captivating for all Heracross, but it's a pity that this group of Heracross is too timid, so that after Heracross persuaded them for a long time, they still acted quite hesitant. Seeing this, Ash simply interrupted the conversation between the two sides. He explained his intentions to them directly through telepathy. Let them all live in the Pokémon Home, enjoy the best natural environment and delicious food, and they only need to pay a few offspring. Ash may take the better offspring to the outside world or train them himself, or entrust them to a good enough Pokémon trainer to help them find a better future. All of the above are beneficial to the Heracross tribe, and they are not opposed to becoming partners of human trainers. Soon, more and more Heracross agreed with Ash's idea and volunteered to be captured by him into the Pokémon Home. The timid Heracross also has a strong herd mentality. After the first one, more and more Heracross volunteered to be captured by Ash. Not long after, the Heracross in the entire forest completed the migration of the tribe. All of them lived in Ash's Pokémon Home. On the other side, Senin, a member of the Forest Guard, witnessed the whole process of Ash's enticement to capture Heracross and all its tribe partners, and was already dumbfounded at this time. No, is this okay? The foodies in the Heracross tribe are too outrageous? Although Ash's act of directly conquering an entire Heracross tribe at this time is suspected of destroying the Pokémon ecosystem, these Heracross were conquered by him voluntarily. As a forest guardian, he has nothing to say. However, he is more curious about the perfect sweet sap that Ash took out, which can be bought in many Pokémon stores. But the price is very expensive, and the price of 10 cans requires a full 1,000 fine coins. His salary is already high among ordinary people, but a month's salary is only enough to buy 15 cans. Ash conquered so many Heracross at once, even if each one only consumed 1 can a day, the accumulated amount would be an astronomical figure. He couldn't imagine how Ash was going to support an entire Heracross Pokémon tribe. As for whether Ash was deceiving the Heracross tribe, Senin never thought that doing so would not be of any benefit to Ash. Most Pokémon have simple personalities, which makes them very stubborn. If trainer makes a promise but does not intend to fulfill it, it will be very difficult for them to get along with each other in the future. Moreover, this is a whole group of Heracross. If Ash deceives them, I am afraid that many defectors will appear immediately. With Ash's strength, it is also very easy to defeat Heracross and kill them all. There is no need to use sweet sap to deceive Heracross's trust and then subdue it. That means that Ash can definitely support the entire Heracross Pokémon group. What an amazing expense that would be. Hiss. After a simple calculation in his mind, Senin took a breath of cold air. I just feel that the current rookie trainer is really more perverted than the other. Unlike poor Senin, Sunday, and Serena are not surprised that Ash can subdue the entire Heracross group with a can of sweet sap. Since they set out on a journey with Ash, the two of them have been well informed. You know, Ash feeds the big eater Snorlax without blinking an eye, and the energy cubes that Snorlax eats are several times more expensive than the sweet sap of Heracross. None of these are problems. The matter in Heracross Forest has been temporarily resolved, and it is time to go to the great, good Zhao Armor Forest to punish the Rocket Team, the culprit. Ash put away the Heracross Pokeball in his hand with satisfaction, and then came to Serena and the others. Let's go to the Pinsir Forest. The Pinsirs broke the pattern formed over the years and came to the territory of Snatch Heracross to suck the sap of the trees, causing the ecological environment to be destroyed. The culprit of the main tree withering should still be in the forest of that force now. Sunday and Serena nodded and were about to follow Ash's pace, but they found that the Uncle Sen Nan from the forest guard was still standing there blankly, as if he had not come back to his senses. Uncle, it's time to come back to his senses. Sunday stretched out his hand and waved in front of Sen Nan's eyes, successfully calling his mind back. The group of people went straight to the forest where the Pinsir lived. A group of people crossed a wooden bridge, crossed the valley that separated the Pinsir Forest and the Heracross Forest, and came to the Pinsir Forest. Walking along the Pinsir Forest, more and more dry trees can be seen on the road. At the same time, the buzzing sound of machinery can be heard in the ears. The four people looked at each other and nodded, knowing that the culprit at this time was deep in the Pinsir Forest, and their pace could not help but speed up a little. More than 10 minutes later, several people came to the center of the Pinsir Forest. Here, there is a huge tree bed similar to the center of the Heracross Forest. At this time, a mechanical pincer is climbing the giant tree, constantly absorbing the sap from the giant tree. The pincers who had just been driven away from the Heracross forest by Ash and his group. At this time, they can only surround the giant tree and watch all this happen helplessly. They dare to snatch the territory of Heracross, but they dare not attack the pincer robots that look much larger than them and full of power. They can only watch their homes being destroyed. 623. Although Ash conquered their leader, leaving the pincer tribe completely leaderless, this Pokémon is really a bit of a bully in nature. If it were a Pokémon tribe with a more aggressive temper, they would definitely destroy the robot even if they were seriously injured. So the culprit for the withering of the trees is actually this pincer robot? Is it because it sucked all the sap from the trees, so they withered for no reason? Serena and Senon, who witnessed the crime process of the pincer robot made by Team Rocket, suddenly realized it. At the same time, in the control room of the pincer robot, the 3 members of Team Rocket were imagining their future life. James, after sucking the sap from this giant tree, we have to go to the nearby Heracross forest to absorb the sap. Jessie, the money from selling the sap should be enough to pay off all our debts. Meowth, we should be able to make some money. BHFB, I seem to have seen a beautiful and happy life waving to us. Meow. The Rocket Trio, who were released from prison after paying bail by Giovani's connections again, were not only penniless, but also in debt because of their previous actions. In order to pay off the debt as soon as possible, they chose to borrow money from Peter to pay Paul, and borrowed some money from here and there to create this pincer robot. Therefore, the whole robot's sense of oppression is much stronger than in the original plot. No wonder Nan pretends to be ready to die. Jessie looked at the panicked man and cat, and punched them in the head with a dark face. The current pincer robot has increased several times in size, and the huge space is enough to fit all the Rocket Trio in it. I should not have asked Ash and others to help him. Senon looked a little stern, stepped out in front of Ash and the other 2, and his face was full of righteousness. They have been fighting with the little brats for so long, and they seem to have been treated very badly every time. For example, they can go a step further and target pincer and Heracross tribes. Since the mistake was caused by him, let him do it. They hope to use this robot to suck tree sap to fill the debt deficit. Don't forget, we have the powerful pincer robot in our hands now, so it has changed from the original remote control to real person driving. Since we have met him, this is a good opportunity to teach the little devil a lesson, and then snatch his Pikachu and retaliate it. What are you afraid of, Meowth? James. The money from the sales would be enough to pay off their debts, and they could even have a lot of money left. I will hold this robot back. Ash, you 3 should leave quickly and go to the city to find Officer Jenny. Ask her to bring more people to support. The Rocket Trio is full of energy as they imagine a bright future that is waving at them. Hey, look, isn't that the little brat? And there is an uncle from the forest guard next to him. They set their sights on acquiring the expensive sap. It is a robot built by the Rocket Trio at a huge cost. At this moment, James, who was stretching, saw Ash and his 4 companions in the distance and couldn't help but exclaimed. Due to the butterfly effect brought by Ash, the Rocket Trio is still using the pincer robot, but it is a circle larger than the pincer in the original plot. It is completely different from being controlled by Meowth using remote control outside. James and Meowth also reacted and controlled the pincer robot with Jessie to stop sucking sap. James seemed to have thought of many embarrassing pasts. At the same time, they still had this robot left. Pincer robots are used to do other bad things. In their calculations, they only needed to drain all the sap from the trees in Pincer Forest and Heracross Forest. Ouch, it hurts. Yes, we have robots, we don't have to be afraid of the little devil and the others. After all, these pincers look easy to bully. If they catch them all and hand them over to Giovani, their status in the organization will be greatly improved. Meowth was immediately shocked when he heard what James said. Seeing the pincer robot suddenly jump down from the tree, it was about to attack several people. Meow, why do we run into them everywhere? Otherwise, we'd be in trouble if we are sent to the police station again. After saying this, Senon felt a little regretful. He was just here to investigate. He was confident that he was familiar with the surrounding environment. The Pokémon here also knew him and would not attack him. Jumped down from the tree and prepared to attack. So he did not bring the strongest Pokémon. Now, the group is in such a passive situation. Attack Meow, Pincer. Uncle Morinin, you don't have to do this. Let me handle the next thing. Ash said softly, and stepped forward to protect Uncle Morinin and the 2 girls behind him, and then reached for the Pokeball on his waist. Come out, Blastoise. Then you better be careful. Ash sent out another sturdy Blastoise after Charizard. A little hope rose in Morinen's heart. What if this boy can really repel the pincer robot? Although he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Ash and the other 2, who would be willing to die generously if there were other options, even if the death was very valuable. At this moment, Morinin felt grateful for surviving the disaster. Hey, this is the little brat's Blastoise. What a big Blastoise. If we catch it and present it to Boss Giovani, he will definitely be very happy. Promotion and salary increase, executive position. I want to replace that damn Persian, Meow. At this time, the 3 members of Team Rocket were also attracted by Ash's Blastoise, which was larger than other Pokémon of the same species and looked particularly strong and powerful. With his blood boiling, he did not realize the difference in strength between himself and Ash's Blastoise. but he seemed to have regarded Blastoise as a sure thing. Pincer Robot, Crazy Fury Swipes, Attack. The three members pushed the joystick hard to control the Pincer Robot to enter the attack mode. At this time, the sharp and powerful claws of the Pincer Robot were driven by the electric engine and turned wildly. It emits a powerful buzzing sound, and looks particularly intimidating. The Pincer Robot rushed towards Ash and others. Blastoise, Mage Evolution, stop it. Seeing that the Rocket Trio did not retreat but advanced, Ash also smiled. Although the Rocket Trio's Pincer Robot looks intimidating, it is actually just a paper tiger. It is okay to deal with normal Pokémon. For those high-level Pokémon, it is really vulnerable. Ordinary human technology weapons are still a little weak against supernatural forces such as Pokémon. Otherwise, the Pokémon trainer profession would not have become the mainstream of the continent, and it would be normal for each region to continue to compete with overheat weapons. Of course, it is not that there are no human weapons that can threaten high-level Pokémon. For example, not long ago, Shamude Island, the Pokémon collector Gilroda, who had been brainwashed by Ash as a servant through Psychic, built a mega airship. The capture device on it is enough to catch the second-level god at the level of the Divine Bird. The Rocket Team's top brass also have some weapons that can threaten god-level Pokémon, similar to the evil organizations in each region, and the Pokémon Alliance has its own trump cards. However, the Rocket Team's trio obviously has no access to such high-level technology. Kami. After receiving the order, Blastoise's body lit up with the dazzling light of Mega Evolution and transformed into Mega Blastoise. He did not use the huge hydro pump on his back, but adopted the same attack method as the Pincer Robot. With heavy steps, he approached the Pincer Robot step by step, and the fierce collision between the two beasts was about to break out. Then he stepped hard on the ground with his legs, and the power was transmitted to his claws, directly lifting the Rocket Team's Pincer Robot. Accompanied by the extremely familiar exit lines, the Rocket Team trio was blasted away by the hydro pump attack. In addition to Charizard, which had appeared before. Boom! He felt that the strength shown by Ash's Blastoise was already stronger than the trump card Pokémon of the normal gym leader. The two thick front paws also clasped each other. A simple power confrontation, followed by a hydro pump, completely solved them. This is the hottest topic in the Pokémon world recently. It is said that Mega Evolution Stones are extremely precious and there are few ways to obtain them. Later, when he was older, he decisively gave up his obsession with being a professional trainer. Uncle Morinin sighed in his heart, thinking back to when he was young. He traveled for more than 10 years and participated in the Silver Conference every year, and his best result was only the top 16. The final evolution of Squirtle, one of the 3 great Pokémon in the Kanto region. After all, even trainers who have been traveling normally for several years rarely have the strength that Ash has now. It can only be said that the young are really formidable. With the 3 of them, who were as strong as Ash's Megatrue rookie, they would definitely not be in trouble, but they would definitely suffer. Who knows, Ash might have a Venusaur hidden. With his Earl Dervish Pokémon partner, he successfully applied for the official Alliance Forest Guard and ate a government meal. The scene looked particularly visually impactful. It is also another way to interpret his love for Pokémon. Accompanied by the sound of tackle that resounded through the world, Ash's Blastoise and the Taishin robot controlled by the Rocket Team fiercely tackled together. But he had never expected that Blastoise would win so easily. Kami. Then, Blastoise slightly stockpile and threw the Pincer robot directly into the sky. What a disgusting feeling. It was incredible. The seemingly solid shell of the Pincer robot hit by the powerful hydro pump became tattered. According to his estimation, Ash at least has the strength to make it to the quarterfinals. Turned into a meteor and disappeared into the sky. The thick muzzle behind released a huge high-pressure water column, which was the ultimate move of water-type Pokémon, Hydro Pump. Also, although he had heard that Mega Evolution Pokémon were very strong, after Ash's Blastoise evolved, he was sure that Blastoise might be able to defeat the Rocket Trio's Pincer robot. Uncle Morinin stared at Ash's Blastoise with amazement, and his expression was extremely shocked. If he works a little harder, plus Blastoise's explosiveness, he might have a good chance of making it to the semifinals. After stopping the Rocket Team's Pincer robot, Blastoise let out a low roar growl. It was broken into pieces in a short while, revealing the Rocket Team trio in the control room. With these powerful Earl Dervish Pokémon partners, Ash will surely achieve very good results in this Johto Region Silver Conference. Although he knew that Ash's Blastoise was quite different from the normal Blastoise, he didn't expect it to be able to Mega Evolve. Come back, Blastoise. Ash put the somewhat excited Blastoise, the Pincer robot that defeated the Rocket Trio, back into the Pokeball. Great, Ash. The 3 guys who destroyed the forest environment finally received the punishment they deserved. It's much more satisfying to see them than to send them to the police station. It's a pity that the ecological environment that has been destroyed by them will be difficult to recover again. Only time can slowly dilute the negative impact of their actions. Sunday and Serena came forward and gave Ash a big hug. Then he looked at the dry and withered trees around him and said with a depressed look, "It doesn't matter. You have done a great job. The rest can only be left to time. Thank you very much for the help you 3 gave me." At this time, Uncle Morinin finally recovered from the shock and walked up to Ash and said. At the same time, he put his hands together and bent down 90 degrees to express his gratitude to the few people. "It's okay, this is what we should do. Although I can't solve the ecological environment problem here, it's okay to help the Pokémon that may be affected. Ash shook his head and slightly turned sideways to avoid Uncle Morinen's gift. The following words surprised Uncle Morinen and Sunday Serena. The problem of ecological environment will indeed make the life of Pokémon extremely difficult in the future. Do you have any solution? At this time, Uncle Morinen seemed to have anticipated something. Ash probably wants to conquer all these pincers. Looking at the withered trees around, it will be difficult for Pinsir to survive in this lifeless forest. In this case, he still holds the attitude when Ash conquered the Heracross tribe just now. As long as Ash is upright and lets the Pinsir tribe voluntarily be conquered by it, then Morinen has no objection. Otherwise, even if Ash is powerful, he must stand up to stop the other party. This is a matter of principle. At this time, seeing that the Pinsir robots that originally occupied their homes were driven away by Ash, Yinjia seemed very happy. They gathered together and celebrated, and many of them cast grateful eyes at Ash. Although the home was messed up by the rocket trio, they were fortunately able to defend it, but there might be no delicious tree sap to drink in the future. Ash looked around and found that the youngest and lowest level Pinsir among the group of Pinsirs actually had gold qualifications, which was an unexpected surprise. Come out, Pinsir, it's up to you next. As he said that, Ash threw out the Pokeball and called out the Pinsir who had been enjoying himself in the Pokémon home. Seeing the leader return, the Pinsir tribe immediately came over and surrounded it. Next, Senon was stunned to see the Pinsir leader leading the Pinsirs to line up and let Ash capture them. Sure enough, there is no Pokémon tribe that this boy cannot kidnap. Ding, system completes the task, successfully defeat the Pinsir tribe that invaded the Heracross territory, and help the Pinsir tribe expel Team Rocket and help them get a new home. Task reward, Holy Gold Beetle Horn, 50% increase in power after Heracross carries it, 100 W points. Just after Ash finished all this, the familiar task completion prompt sounded. It is worth mentioning that because Ash failed to help the Pinsir tribe reshape the ecosystem, but migrated them all to the Pokémon home, Ash's 50 W points were deducted from the task reward. Overall, Ash still made a lot of money this time. The value of an entire Pinsir community compared to 500,000 points, even a fool would know what to choose. Although it was in Pokémon home has already tasted delicious tree sap, and now it is looking forward to trying more sweets. What made Ash speechless was that the sudden increase in strength seemed to make Heracross happier than the sweet tree sap he had just eaten. Uncle Senon, we'll say goodbye now. We have to continue our journey. I wish you good luck in your work. It was a little confused and thought that Ash had prepared more delicious desserts for it. What a wonderful experience. That's really smooth. You brought in the two largest Pokémon tribes living here. If I tell my colleagues about it after I go back, they might laugh at me for having a disease. How can a rookie who can easily gain the recognition of the two major insect Pokémon tribes? Trainer, take it and drink it. The sweet tree sap bought in the store is concentrated after all. Even if it is the best quality tree in Pokémon home, it is still slightly less sweet than the processed ones. 1.7 Although it is not much, it is still very important for Heracross, a gourmet master. Ash crawled out of the tent and covered the tents of the two women with psychic, and then came to the open space outside the camp, rubbed his paws together and made a similar flattering gesture, and reminded it to pay special attention to possible disputes between the Heracross and Pinsir tribes. Thinking of this, Heracross immediately became excited and took the initiative to get in front of Ash, with a pair of black eyes full of flattering meaning. I just felt that everything that happened today was too magical. With the idea of out of sight, out of mind, Ash decisively took Heracross, the foodie, back into the Pokeball. Then he reached out and took out Heracross's Pokeball and called it out. I can worry less in the future? Of course, unless there are special circumstances, they will solve them by themselves. After all, fierce internal competition is also one of the ways to improve strength. Yes, Ash Serena Sunday, thank you for your help in this forest. I also wish you a pleasant journey. I hope you can gain something from this trip and achieve good results in the Silver Conference. 11. Good luck in your work? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he certainly wouldn't have believed it. Heracross didn't know what being called out meant. Uncle Senon sighed, sorted out his chaotic emotions, and slowly walked towards another intersection. Ash rolled his eyes helplessly and took out a can of prepared sweet tree sap from his backpack. As a creature that was just captured by Ash today and was busy sucking perfect level tree sap in the Pokémon home. As expected, Heracross immediately stuffed his cheeks after taking the can. He had expected Heracross's greed. At night, after a busy day, the two women went to bed early. The rocket team incident came to an end for the time being. Ash and his four companions walked out of the Heracross forest and said goodbye at a fork in the road. After Heracross was full, Ash gave it the Holy Gold Beetle Horn to carry. How can a rookie trainer who has just started traveling be comparable to the strength of a senior trainer who has achieved decades of success? With the increasing number of Pokémon in his home, he needs Mutuo to help maintain order. At the same time, he contacted Mutuo, who lived in Pokémon home, through telepathy. Looking at the backs of Ash and the other two who were going away, Senon touched his unshaven chin. After taking down the Pinsir and Heracross tribes. After resting for a day, Ash and his three companions set off for Violet City. Not long after walking, they entered the enchanted forest where many haunters and Jengars lived in the original plot. Ash, I always feel that this forest is a bit gloomy. Not long after entering the enchanted forest, Sunday and Serena felt chilly around them, as if they were being stared at by something unclean. They couldn't help but feel a little creepy, and unconsciously hugged Ash's arm. They got as close to Ash as possible, as if only in this way could they get a little sense of security. Indeed. Ash nodded, and within the range of his psychic perception, he could feel a lot of breath around them. The owners of these breaths were Haunters and Gengar. With so many ghost Pokémon hiding in the dark and staring at them, how could it not be gloomy? In other words, Ash's blood was strong enough, and with the psychic applied to him, he didn't feel much. Normal people would feel uncomfortable as soon as they enter the enchanted forest. The previous reactions of Sunday and Serena are good examples. After hearing Ash's words, Sunday subconsciously associated it with something supernatural. The hand holding Ash's arm became stronger, and the whole person shivered. Really, is that true? Ash, don't scare me. Sunday, who usually looks smart and capable, and speaks a lot of great principles, showed her most vulnerable side at this time. On the contrary, Serena, who usually looks easy to bully, behaved much better and turned around to comfort Sunday. Sunday, it's okay. Ash is here. He has psychic and will definitely protect us. But her slightly trembling voice showed that her emotions at this time were definitely not as calm as she seemed. Obviously, she was also obviously a little scared, but the fear was forcibly suppressed by her. Don't be too scared. It's not a ghost, it's just a ghost Pokemon. Ash smiled and touched the heads of Sunday and Serena, and said to the trembling girls. Then his eyes lit up with psychic blue light. The powerful psychic easily broke the gloomy environment and caught the Haunter and Gengar who were hiding in the dark and preparing to play a prank on the three people. They were neatly piled on the ground. The scene looked somewhat spectacular. Was it them? Fear comes from the unknown. After Ash caught all the Haunter and Gengar hiding in the dark, the Haunter and Gengar who knew the object of fear just now, the fear in Sunday and Serena's hearts disappeared immediately. Since it's not a real ghost, there's nothing to be afraid of. Aren't they just Haunter and Gengar who want to play a prank? Ash still has a Gastly in his hand, and its strength seems to be much stronger than the ones in front of him. There is nothing to be afraid of. Just now, the two of them were just scaring themselves. But why are there so many Haunters and Gengars living in this forest? At this time, Sunday and Serena had new doubts in their hearts. Ash also felt that it was not very reasonable. The confused forest was not an environment that Pokemon like Haunters and Gengar liked. Like Haunters and Gengar, Normal's favorite is dark and abandoned human buildings, which is also the origin of most urban legends in the Pokemon world. Trainers rarely see Haunters and Gengar in the forest environment, especially in the confused forest, where the trees are not dense and it is difficult to find a place to cool off after the sun rises. And even if it exists, it is absolutely impossible for them to appear in groups like in the confused forest. There is obviously a problem, and it is a big problem. Ash touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Ding, trigger the mission, solve the mystery behind the Forest of Confusion mission reward, 1.5 million points, Gengarmage Evolution Stone. Just at this moment, the system mission triggering message sound suddenly appeared in Ash's mind. It made Ash's eyes light up, and also proved his guess that there was indeed something wrong behind the Forest of Confusion. I'm afraid these Haunters and Gengars did not appear here in groups naturally, but were caused by humans. Since the mission has been triggered, it is necessary to meet the people behind the Forest of Confusion. The huge amount of points plus the Gengarmage Evolution Stone that he could not get in the Kalos region is still very attractive. After taking the mission, Ash told his guess to Sunday and Serena. When they heard Ash's guess that there might be someone behind these Haunters and Gengars, Sunday and Serena seemed quite angry. If it weren't for Ash just now, the two of them would definitely be scared by these Haunters and Gengars who were about to start playing pranks. Who are the guys who are so immoral that they release Haunters and Gengars in the forest to scare people? What is his purpose? It can't be just for fun. Ash has an immature answer to Sunday and Serena's doubts. If we talk about who seems to have the motivation to release so many Haunters and Gengars here, it is undoubtedly Ling Nastina, who lives in the Forest of Confusion and makes a living by renting hoots that can see through the illusions of Haunters and Gengars. After all, she is the most direct beneficiary of so many Haunters and Gengars in the Forest of Confusion to scare passers-by trainers. From the motive alone, the probability that the person behind the scenes is Ling Nastina is still very high. In addition, in the original plot, the behavior of these Haunters and Gengars does not make sense at all. They just use illusions to scare people, and there is no other aggressive behavior. As we all know, Haunters and Gengars love to play pranks, but many times when the objects of their pranks react excessively, they may also launch attacks. However, with so many Haunters and Gengar in the Forest of Confusion, there has never been any report of anyone getting hurt, which is very unusual. The key is that after renting hoots from Ling Nastina, you only need to see through their illusions to safely pass through the Forest of Confusion. After passing through the Forest of Confusion, there will be a Jinling grandmother who claims to be Ling Nastina's sister waiting outside the Forest of Confusion to take back the rented hoots. Such a professional set of procedures, the doubts in it are really too big. In order to prove his guess, Ash stepped forward and used Psychic to cast hypnosis on the Haunter and Gengar he subdued. Sure enough, they got exactly the same answer from the hypnotized mouths. They are indeed the Pokemon raised by Ling Nastina, responsible for finding passers-by in the Forest of Confusion, and then using illusions to scare them. so that Ling Nastina can better carry out the business of renting Hoot-Hoots, and the passers-by who are scared out of their wits will not care about the ridiculously high rent of Hoot-Hoots. As long as she has enough money, she will rent it without hesitation. Even if she is a little short of money, Ling Nastina will still rent it out with various touching excuses, adhering to the idea that it is ABD to not make money. After all, this is a real no-cost business. And the seemingly loss-making behavior of renting is easy to make those travelers trainer like her. After going out of the enchanted forest, they will spontaneously promote her, making her business flourish. Ash, what were you doing just now? Are you looking for the person behind the scenes through these haunters and Jengars? Seeing Ash step forward and use psychic on haunters and Jengars, it seems that he is doing something. Sunday Serena and the other two girls vaguely guessed why Ash did this. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Ash nodded affirmatively. Then, Ash, have you found out anything? Sunday and Serena couldn't wait to ask Ash. They also wanted to know who had the bad taste to release Haunter and Jengar in the Forest of Confusion to scare ordinary travelers. What is the benefit of doing this? Seeing that Sunday and Serena were obviously impatient, Ash deliberately kept silent and kept it a secret. This also caused the two of them to complain, and the two pairs of beautiful eyes rolled their eyes at Ash one after another. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. The person behind the scenes didn't put Haunter and Jengar here to scare passersby out of bad taste or any other reason. In fact, her main purpose is to make a profit. If it's for the purpose of profit, then he might as well open a ghost Pokemon horror house here. How can he make a profit now? Or just charge tolls without asking any questions? In that case, won't the traveler trainer report to Officer Jenny and arrest him directly after he goes out? After hearing Ash's explanation, Sunday and Serena seemed even more confused. They really couldn't imagine how the person behind the scenes would use these Haunter and Jengar to make a profit. You can't imagine this, right? These Haunters and Jengars are all raised in the Forest of Confusion by a woman named Ling Nastina, who uses illusions to scare travelers passing by. And Ling Nastina opened a Hoot-Hoot rental store in the Forest of Confusion that can see through illusions. As long as you rent a Hoot-Hoot from her, you can see through the illusions created by Haunters and Jengars and pass through the Forest of Confusion safely. As for the rental fee, do you think those trainers who have been scared half to death by Haunters and Jengars will think it's expensive? I'm afraid they would just pay out all the money they had at the time. Ash explained to the two girls, Sunday and Serena, who seemed very confused. Hey, you can actually play like this? Although it was a robbery, the robbed person was willing and even grateful for it. I'm a waste of learning. After hearing Ash's explanation, the two Sundays' eyes widened with shock. This is simply a genius robbery plan. Who would have thought that the good guy who rented Hoot-Hoot to himself, helped him get rid of the pranks and threats of Haunter and Jengar, and successfully passed through the Forest of Confusion, was actually the initiator of all this. Even the two of them found it unbelievable after listening to Ash's careful analysis, not to mention the parties involved. This is much smarter than those guys who robbed openly. As long as the secret is not discovered on the spot, it is impossible to arouse suspicion, let alone Officer Jenny's investigation. After all, in this world where all kinds of Pokemon with special abilities live, it is normal for some special wild environments to appear. If all of them need to be investigated, Officer Jenny of the police station will be very busy. This is too abominable. According to what Ash said, how much money does this Ling Nastina cheat of passing travelers every year? Sunday said with obvious teeth gnashing. In fact, she doesn't have such a strong sense of justice that she has to fight all the crimes she can see. It's just that those Haunters and Jengar almost scared them. She was very dissatisfied with Ling Nastina, the instigator of all this. If Ash hadn't been there just now, she and Serena would have just left their souls here. This matter must not be let go so easily. Serena also nodded and agreed that the real culprit behind the scenes must be brought to justice. No deming. Otherwise, who knows how many people will be cheated of their money by her in this cunning and alternative way? With such thoughts in their hearts, Sunday and Serena looked at Ash at the same time, wanting to see what Ash had to say. If Ash didn't care and didn't want to waste too much time in the Forest of Confusion, and planned to go directly to Violet City, they would have no problem. Sunday, Serena, why are you looking at me like that? Of course I did nothing wrong. I almost got cheated, so I must uphold the attitude that everyone has a responsibility to fight crime. Not to mention the mission reward. Even if there is no reward, Ash is happy to intervene. It's not a just excuse to fight crime. I just want to add some fun to the boring trip. Besides, if I don't care, it will be a scam. Great, Ash, then what should we do? Should we report it directly to Officer Jenny? After seeing Ash agree, both women seemed very happy. Although he had not spent much time with Ash, Sunday, who knew Ash's character better, raised his eyebrows. He felt that Ash would not let the real culprit behind the scenes go so easily. He had to teach him a lesson to satisfy himself. That's right, in Sunday's eyes, directly handing over Ling Nastina, the real culprit behind the scenes who had deceived countless travelers, to Officer Jenny was too easy to let her go. Sure enough, facing Serena's inquiring eyes, Ash shook his head decisively. It's not enough to just report it to Officer Jenny. He had to teach them a lesson before sending them to Officer Jenny. The three of them put their heads together and started to discuss. Absorb suggested that Ash, who had made the final plan, came to the Haunter and Jengar who were still bound by his psychic and could not move. A kind smile appeared in their trembling expressions. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with my actions, I will let you go. I will untie your bonds later, and you will have to listen to my arrangements in the future. Of course, you can also try to escape and bet whether I can catch you all again. Have you thought it through? Nod your head if you have. As he said, Ash slightly loosened his psychic bondage, and the Haunter and Gengar who were captured by him nodded quickly. They were afraid that Ash would regret it in the next second, and they would not be able to get away. As for escaping, they didn't even think about it. The psychic that Ash used to capture them just now was very strong, but it was not so strong that they could not resist at all. What really scared them was when Ash sent Gastly to use hypnosis on them. Although it was not out for a long time, the strength of that Gastly was far greater than the strongest Pokémon they had seen before, and hypnosis made them powerless to resist. They had no doubt that as long as they dared to escape, Ash only needed to send that Gastly to catch them all. In the whole process, he didn't even need to show his brilliance. The psychic, with the powerful ghost Pokémon, has the best hunting ability, and there is nowhere to escape. After all, the reason why they can be so powerful in the Forest of Confusion is that they rely on the mysterious and treacherous ghost Pokémon, but this feature is like a deception in front of Gastly and does not play a big role. Very good, let's take action. As long as you perform well, I will definitely let you go. Looking at the Haunter and Gengar who were already scared by his psychic, he dared not say two things, and he said he would never go north and never go south, and Ash nodded with satisfaction. Then he released Psychic's restraints on them, gave them a few instructions, and then waved his hand. Indicated that they could leave for now. Haunter and Gengar left with a sense of relief, as if they were afraid that their parents would give them 2 less legs. However, Haunter and Gengar seemed to have no legs. Ash, what did you say to Haunter and Gengar? After seeing Haunter and Gengar leave, Sunday and Serena asked Ash curiously. Just now, when Ash was giving Haunter and Gengar the task, he was still a little far away from them, and the key was that his voice was not very loud. As a result, they only heard some words vaguely and could not fully understand. Now their hearts were like being scratched by a kitten's claws, and they were extremely curious about how Ash was going to deal with Ling Nastina. He was also planning to do something with these Haunter Gengars that belonged to Ling Nastina and were raised in the Forest of Confusion. Facing the curious eyes of Sunday and Serena, Ash smiled mysteriously. Keep it a secret for now. Tisk, what a bummer. Sunday and Serena, who thought Ash would tell everything, snorted in unison and did not continue to ask. Just like following anime, since it is a plot that they will soon see with their own eyes, it is definitely okay to keep the mystery appropriately. It can also make them look forward to the development of the plot. Spoilers about immortals are the most shameful. Bitefee. Habitually expanding the psychic perception range to the maximum, Ash easily found the location of Ling Nastina's wooden house in the original plot of the Forest of Confusion after completely covering the entire Forest of Confusion. It is about 5 or 6 kilometers away from here. According to what Haunter and Gengar said, every time they encounter a travel trainer entering the Forest of Confusion, they will use illusions to drive them intentionally or unintentionally to the direction of Ling Nastina's wooden house, so that Ling Nastina can easily harvest these fat leeks by waving the scythe in her hoot-hoot. Let's go, Sunday Serena, let's go over and meet the culprit behind this time. Ash waved to Sunday and Serena, and the 3 of them walked towards Ling Nastina's wooden house. After walking for a while, Ash Shikesing could already see Ling Nastina's cabin not far away. The cabin was simple and plain, giving people a warm and relaxing feeling, and looked like an ordinary person living in the Forest of Confusion. It had to be said that the old woman's tricks were actually very crude. It was a pity that those travelers who had long been frightened by the Haunter Gengars saw this cabin, probably like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw, and they had no time to think about it. However, how could ordinary people live in a forest full of ghost Pokémon? Even if she fed a large group of hoot-hoots that could see through illusions, the Forest of Confusion, which was rampant with ghost Pokémon, was not a place for people to live. When approaching Ling Nastina's cabin, Ash and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then they all pretended to be panicked, walked up quickly and knocked on the wooden door. Who is it, disturbing the most beautiful woman in the Forest of Confusion to rest? Don't you know that sleep is very important for women? After Ash and the others knocked on the door, a somewhat old and hoarse voice came from the house. After a while, Ling Jin, who claimed to be the most beautiful woman in the Forest of Confusion, opened the door. Looking at the panicked Ash, Sunday Serena, and the other 2 nodded imperceptibly, secretly happy that they could make a lot of money again. But there was no expression on her face, but she looked extremely concerned. What's wrong? You are so panicked. Did you encounter something terrible? Why don't you come into my room and have a cup of tea? As she said that, Ling Jin invited Ash and the other 2 to come in. To be honest, when they saw the real culprit behind the scenes, Ling Nastina, who claimed to be the most beautiful woman in the Forest of Confusion, Ash and the other 3 felt a little nauseous. They were not too obsessed with looks, but Ling Nastina was really ugly. She was short and old, with obvious wrinkles on her face, so many that she could kill countless flies. If she went in person, why wouldn't she need Haunter and Gengar to help scare the travelers? But Ash and the others couldn't complain right now. They could only resist the urge to vomit and followed her into the cabin. After listening to your description, I seem to understand. It should be the ghost Pokémon that often teases travelers in the Forest of Confusion. These ghost Pokémon are extremely unfriendly to humans. They just tease people at the beginning, but they are likely to attack travelers later. There was a trainer who was sent to the Pokémon Center after coming out of the Forest of Confusion. As a result, the rescue was ineffective and the young life came to an end. After hearing the experience of Ash and others, Ling Nastina laughed secretly in her heart, calculating how much money she should extort from the three people, while pretending to help them analyze. She also deliberately exaggerated the aggressiveness and danger of Haunter and Gengar in order to make Ash and the other two more afraid, so as to increase the probability of her Hoot being rented out. How dare she let Haunter and Gengar hurt people? If it was just a prank and intimidation, the Pokémon Alliance might just regard it as the trick of naughty ghost Pokémon. But once a vicious incident occurs in the Forest of Confusion, Officer Jenny and the Alliance will definitely send someone to investigate, regardless of whether anyone calls the police or not. Her relationship with the Haunters and Gengars cannot withstand scrutiny. Every day, she only dares to find time to go out secretly to feed the Gengars. As long as you observe her closely for a period of time, you can find out what she does. Ling Nastina grinned. In principle, it is not absolutely impossible. Don't worry about this. You can rent a Hoot from me to pass through the Forest of Confusion. The special ability of Hoot can just break the illusion of ghost Pokemon. 10,000 Pokemon coins, this is the lowest price I can offer. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she has repeatedly told the Haunters and Gengars that they can only scare people and must not actively attack passing travelers. This set has been successful for her over the years. It seems that this boy is really scared by my Haunter Gengars, which makes it easier for me to control them. There is no problem in the short term, but if it takes a long time, there is no guarantee that the Haunters and Gengars who are not fed will not do what she expected. Yes, of course. I'm just asking, how much is the rental fee? As expected, after she said the slightly threatening words, Ash and the other two had fear and worry on their faces. After hearing Ling Nastina's offer, Ash and the other two's faces changed and they all looked a little embarrassed. Ling Nastina is really black-hearted. Then Ling Nastina, what should we do? Anyway, she can make money, so why should she choose a more dangerous path? The gain does not outweigh the loss, and there is no need to do it at all. It is nothing more than a little performance when the unlucky guy finds her here. Why don't you go out with us? After all, you are the owner of this ant, right? But these Hoots are cultivated by me with a lot of effort, and now all the other Hoots here have been rented out, leaving only the last one. The rental fee may be a bit expensive. You should consider whether to rent it. If Officer Jenny spots them, it will be a big problem for her to feed the Haunters and Gengars. We have urgent matters to attend to. We must pass through the Forest of Confusion as soon as possible and go to Violet City to challenge the gym. She was very shrewd and gave a price that she thought was high enough after looking at the clothes of Ash and the other two. It's okay, you guys try to discuss it. Ling Nastina tried to make her smile amiable, but her old and gloomy face made her look not amiable at all. Instead, she looked like an old witch. For a single person, it would be very painful to take out 10,000 Pokemon coins at once, but Ash and his group were 3 people. If they put together, according to her experience, they would definitely be able to take out 10,000 Pokemon coins. Sure enough, from Ling Nastina's perspective, Ash and the other two gathered together to discuss with Hoot for a long time, and finally put together the coins and handed them to her. Ling Nastina, who received the money, immediately smiled and pointed to the last Hoot standing on one leg not far away. Ash and the other two looked at the Hoot in the corner in the direction of her finger. There was a bit of hesitation in their eyes. But Grandma, that Hoot doesn't look very reliable, and it doesn't seem to like to listen to people. Ash said to Ling Nastina in a slightly embarrassed manner. Well, please wait a moment, we need to discuss it internally. Ash's acting skills are also very good, pretending to be panicked. And it was the travel expenses level that only trainers who could get Earl Dervish Pokemon from Alliance could have. When Ling Nastina heard Ash's doubts and the obvious worry on his face, she was secretly happy. In principle, I will definitely not act with the guests who rent Hoot. Ling Nastina finally showed her true colors. It's good to have 5,000 Pokemon coins in a normal month. Many bug-catching boys and karate boys pay for their own profits and losses. Ash and the other two cursed him in their hearts as a profiteer. This was already a month's travel expenses for an ordinary trainer. Ling Nastina thought to herself that the fish had taken the bait, and her smile became even bigger. It's just that you have to pay more. Ash can also understand the meaning behind Ling Nastina's words. Well, if Ling Nastina is willing to go and take us out of the Forest of Confusion, we can add another 5,000 Pokemon coins to the original amount. Ash said hesitantly, with a look of pain on his face. It's only 5,000. It's really too little. Ling Nastina complained in her heart after hearing what Ash said. But thinking that Ash and the other two had to discuss for a long time before they could even take out 10,000 Pokemon coins. 5,000 Pokemon coins must be the last value they can squeeze out. Anyway, she has no more Hoots to rent out, so it's not bad to accompany her on a trip and earn 5,000. As the saying goes, it's ABD who doesn't take advantage of a bargain. As for danger, all the Haunters and Gengar in the Forest of Confusion are raised here by her personally, so what danger can there be? Of course, according to Ling Nastina's idea, Haunters and Gengars are not allowed to come after paying. Since the guests have spent money, they must feel that they are getting value for money, otherwise what if they regret and want to refund the money? It must be said that the trap set by Ling Nastina is a perfect grasp of the weaknesses of human nature. If Ash and his friends were not careful and realized that this forest did not have the innate conditions to attract a large number of haunters and Jengars to settle again, I am afraid that they would leave the Forest of Confusion directly after teaching the haunters and Jengars a lesson. It is really abominable that Ling Nastina, a senior fraudster, continues to be at large and is even regarded by the victims as a great benefactor who helped them escape from the predicament. In the end, Ash and his 3 friends invited Hoot Hoot and Ling Nastina at the price of 15,000 Pokemon coins 797, and the group set out from Ling Nastina's wooden house, ready to pass through the Forest of Confusion and go to the outside world. On the way, Hoot Hoot led the way, jumping and jumping, looking very excited. Ling Nastina followed behind Hoot Hoot, looking around nervously from time to time, as if she was afraid that there would be a ghost Pokemon attacking. She is a real mega acting school. Since she is so tall, Ash and his friends can't spoil her fun, right? The 3 of them also followed Ling Nastina closely, looking suspicious and cautious. They can only be said to be acting schools. Grandma, what's going on? Just before we arrived at your cabin, we encountered a lot of ghost Pokemon messing around and all kinds of scary illusions. Now it seems that nothing has happened after walking with you. Halfway through the journey, Ash asked in surprise. Ling Nastina, who was walking in front and leading the way, was directly scared out of her wits. Before renting her Hoot Hoot, Jengar and Haunter had always used illusions to scare people. But after renting, they disappeared directly, even if Ash and his friends didn't think there was anything wrong now. After the momentum has passed, if we look back and calmly review the situation, we may find some problems. After all, there are too many strange things here, and people can't help but think deeply. At this time, Ling Nastina secretly cursed Haunter and Jengar in her heart for not showing up, while she had to stabilize Ash and the others, in order to prevent them from reacting too quickly and discovering the trick. Ahahaha, maybe these ghost Pokemon found other travelers entering the forest and went to tease them. It may also be that they knew we had Hoot Hoot and couldn't tease us, so they didn't come to make trouble for themselves. Ling Nastina explained with far-fetched reasons, but she kept praying in her heart that Haunter and Jengar would show up quickly. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of flaws. We must let Ash and the others see the value of renting Hoot Hoot, otherwise it would be a small matter to ask her to return the money. If they find clues afterwards and directly hold her accountable, it will be very bad if the Alliance officials send investigators or Officer Jenny. She was still hoping to continue this business, and when her grandson set out on a trip, she would go to the black market to prepare a super rare Quasi-God or other rare Pokemon for him as Earl Dervish's partner. In this way, with a nervous mood, Ling Nastina led the way with Hoot Hoot, and the group walked towards the outside of the confused forest. However, until they were about to leave the confused forest, the imagined attack of Haunter and Jengar still did not come. Seeing the increasingly confused expressions on the faces of Ash and the other 2, Ling Nastina's back was covered with cold sweat, and her clothes were almost soaked. At this time, Ling Nastina cursed the Haunter and Jengar who had not appeared yet. I thought that I must teach them a good lesson after this incident was over. They failed her at the critical moment. But now the most important thing is to find a way to stabilize Ash and the others who seemed to have some doubts. It is definitely not feasible to directly solve the person who raised the problem. Once a murder case occurs in the confused forest, it will definitely attract the attention of the Alliance. Even the notorious evil organizations dare not commit murder easily. If it really doesn't work, we can only return the money to them. Let's say that we are lucky this time and didn't encounter Haunter and Jengar. It's embarrassing to accept their money. 014110017 Philo 0943332220. At that time, Ash and the other 3 should not continue to investigate further because she and Hoot Hoot accompanied them through the Forest of Confusion for free. After all, they got a free guide for free, and the work was done without spending money. There is no need to spend time and energy to investigate meaningless things because of a little doubt in their hearts. Damn, her 15,000 Pokemon coins. If she had known that she would work in vain today, she might as well not come. At this time, Ling Nastina's heart was bleeding. And at this moment, various terrible scenes finally began to appear around the Daywalker. Seeing this scene, Ling Nastina's mood immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. These damn guys are finally here. Now she can keep her money. At the same time, she can rest assured on this road to wealth. However, Ling Nastina was not happy for a while before she found that something seemed to be wrong, because these Haunters and Jengars were all coming for her. And they didn't just scare people with illusions, the Haunters and Jengars even used Shadow Ball attacks. Although they didn't hit her directly, it was scary enough to hit her nearby. The most recent one even exploded not far from her feet. The smoke and dust made her face dirty, and she ate a mouthful of heel because she didn't have time to close her mouth. No, this is totally wrong. How come it didn't go according to her script at all? According to her idea, Haunter and Jengar should use illusions to scare Ash and his friends, and then Hoot Hoot will use the Foresight illusion. Then Haunter and Jengar were horrified and fled everywhere. She then escorted Ash and his friends out of the Forest of Confusion, and happily put the 15,000 Pokemon coins they got into the house. Then she could return to the cabin and continue to wait for the next sucker to visit this place. Why are the actor Haunter and Jengar ready now? But she became the target of the threats and attacks. Could it be that one or the other was blinded and mistook her master for Ash and his group? That's impossible. What went wrong in the process? At this time, Ling Nastina was confused and had to start her own operation to protect herself. Hoot Hoot, defeat all these Haunter Jengar. Goo. Hoot Hoot, who received the order, went up very bravely, and soon lost his fighting ability under the righteous fight of Haunter and Jengar. The key is that this Hoot Hoot is just an intern, with mediocre strength, otherwise he would have been picked up by others long ago, and he would not have stayed until the end, leaving only this Hoot Hoot. And even its predecessors, facing the beat-up of Haunter and Jengar, are also unable to bear it. Seeing Hoot Hoot being thrown back without the ability to fight, Ling Nastina was completely confused. In desperation, she turned to Ash and others for help. However, Ash and his reaction was to hide together and tremble, and 17's eyes showed that they were helpless. Ling Nastina, we don't have any way, otherwise we wouldn't have paid to rent Hoot Hoot and you to escort us out of the forest of confusion. Why don't you hold on for a while, and we will escape and find Officer Jenny to help. In the future, no matter how much money her family paid to the Alliance, they would not be able to receive the Pokemon of the three families. Because these Haunter Jengars are too low in level and their qualifications are not very good, there is not even one golden top grade 1, so it is difficult for Ash to have the idea of introducing them to the Pokemon home. It can only be said that Ash and the other two happened to run into the abnormal riot of the Haunter Jengars. She will pay a heavy price for this, and all the Pokemon coins she has defrauded so far will be confiscated, and she may even have to go to jail. Okay, you can all leave now. Don't scare the travelers anymore. The relationship between Ling Nastina and these Haunters and Jengars is mainly that of breeders and breeders. After all, her behavior of earning money from travelers by setting up private road cards has touched the bottom line of the Alliance to some extent. She was not sure whether she could accurately delete the memory just now without causing irreversible damage to Ash's other memories or even the brain. After hearing what Ash said, Ling Nastina was even more bitter. If the situation could not be controlled, after Ash and the others went out to report, she would not only be unable to make money in the future, but also have to spit out all the money she had earned before. And Ash and the other two did not act directly. Sunday made an okay gesture to Ash, indicating that the scene where Ling Nastina told the truth just now was recorded by her with Pokemon Pokédex. This situation directly stunned Ling Nastina. Instead, they stayed away from Ash as if they were hiding from the plague god Normal, and did not dare to get close at all. Ash's eyes were enough to make them tremble. And they don't feel comfortable living in the forest of confusion, so it's better for them to leave as soon as possible and find a new home. Looking at the appearance of these Haunter Jengars who don't recognize their relatives, I'm afraid that before Officer Jenny comes, she will have to be beaten up by these rebellious Pokemon. There is no solid relationship between the two using Pokeballs, so there is no need to waste time looking for their Pokeballs to release them. Just leave here. Moreover, at such an old age, she would have to go to jail and be included in the Alliance's blacklist. However, what made Ling Nastina confused was that after she issued the order, the Haunter Jengars not only did not follow her orders, her grandson was completely useless in the future. Thinking of this, Ling Nastina gritted her teeth slightly. In the face of great threat to her life, she did not care about exposing her relationship with Haunter and Jengar in front of Ash. She screamed and roared in her hoarse voice. Stop, 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 what are you doing? I am your master. After she revealed her identity, Haunter and Jengar really stopped attacking. This also made Ling Nastina breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that her life was finally saved. At the critical moment, these rebellious Pokemon can still recognize her as the master. Haunter, Jengar is ready to use hypnosis on them. Ling Nastina, who knew that her identity had been completely exposed to Ash and others, understood that if she did not kill them, she could only hope that the hypnosis used by Haunter and Jengar could delete the memory of Ash and others just now. Although she didn't spend too much time training her Haunter and Jengar, they were perfunctory, weak, and pitifully proficient in skills. 360 Of course, you will have to rely on yourself to find food in the future. So for the sake of the whole family, Ash and the others could only make some sacrifices. With this video, Ling Nastina will definitely not escape the sanctions of the Pokemon Alliance. Since she would cut off all ties with Ling Nastina in the future, she would not continue to provide them with Pokemon food. Thinking of the fact that Haunter and Jengar just failed to show up at the last moment, and the target of attack strangely changed from Ash and the other two to her. This is not her fault, everything is arranged by God. Hearing Ash's words, the Haunters and Jengars were like death row prisoners who had received a gold medal of immunity from death, and they almost cried with joy. Ash nodded and waved to the Haunters and Jengars. But now she was at a dead end, and she didn't care whether it would cause sequelae to Ash and the others. The most important thing was to keep her own money. Ash had asked Psychic about this when he subdued them all. The key this time was not just about money, and it was a very miserable trick. They all made a thank you expression to Ash and fled the forest of confusion. Combined with Ash's current performance, Ling Nastina instantly realized that she was fooled by Ash. Let's not talk about whether Officer Jenny will investigate her relationship with these Haunter Jengars and completely cut off her financial resources. Ling Nastina pointed at Ash, her voice trembling. You're kidding me. How can I get evidence without you? Ash nodded with a smile, and then took the Pokemon Pokédex that had been in the recording contest condition from Sunday. The video of Ling Nastina exposing the relationship between Haunter and Jengar breeders was played. Sunday also recorded the video of her tricking Ash and others into paying to rent Hoot Hoot in the cabin. This formed a complete chain of evidence. Ling Nastina's old, wrinkled face immediately entered the red temperature contest condition when she heard this. She didn't care that she didn't have Pokemon on hand at all, and rushed towards Ash with a strange cry. "Delete the video for me." However, before she ran halfway, she was bound by Ash's psychic and was frozen in the middle of the road, unable to move. Super. Psychic, you are actually a psychic. Ling Nastina was shocked. At this moment, she finally understood why Ash could foresight her trap and why he could easily make Haunter and Gengar turn against her. It turned out that Ash was an out-and-out psychic, and his strength was terrifying. This time, she lost with conviction. She had set her sights on the toll of Ash and the other two, but she never thought that Ash would directly smash her rice bowl. And not only did he smash her rice bowl, but he also had to spit out all the benefits she had eaten before, and then sent her to the police station. At this time, Ling Nastina, who watched Sunday call the police, was like a bereaved mother. She thought to herself, how could she be targeted by this little evil star? Doduo beep. Officer Jenny's actions were very fast. About half an hour after Ash used Pokemon Pokédex to call the police, the sound of sirens could be heard by her ears. Soon, Officer Jenny, who lived in the city closest to the Forest of Confusion, rode a familiar Taijan motorcycle. Under the double pressure of the bloody video recorded by Sunday with Pokemon Pokédex and the silver bracelet brought by Officer Jenny, Ling Nastina, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the Forest of Confusion, finally couldn't bear the pressure and pleaded guilty. According to her account, she had made a total profit of 20 million Pokemon coins through this method over the years. Trainers with money would cheat more, and those without money would cheat less. Because I wanted to go to the black market to get a Quasi-God or a Pokemon as rare as a Quasi-God for my grandson as Earl Dervish's partner. So I kept it all and never spent it. I lived frugally in the Forest of Confusion, and I would send my extra money to my grandson who was still in Pokemon school. Now, it's good, and I've returned to the time before liberation. All the stolen money she cheated was confiscated by Officer Jenny, and all the money will be returned in full after the investigation of all the victims. As for Ash and his team, they also got back the 15,000 Pokemon coins they had paid to Ling Nastina not long ago. By the way, since this case was basically solved independently by Ash and his team, Miss Junping only played the role of arresting people and preparing for trial in the whole process. So Officer Jenny applied to the Alliance for a reward of 10% of the amount involved in the case, which is 2 million Pokemon coins. And this money will naturally be paid by the Alliance officials. Looking at Ling Nastina, who was handcuffed and held in front of Taejan's motorcycle with her face crossed, Ash and his team were in a particularly good mood. And she is thinking about buying a Quasi-God Pokemon as Earl Dervish's partner and enjoying the grandson of a great start. Ling Nastina finally got the punishment she deserved, and those trainers who were deceived by her can also recover their losses. After a while, the Alliance had deposited 2 million into Ash's account. Is it pitiful? It can only be said that the wheel of fate is reborn, and everything is destined. After all, she doesn't have such a strong backing as the Rocket Trio, and no one will be willing to pay a huge bail to bail her out. She will also face the situation of having no way to obtain the 3 major Pokemon from the Alliance, and can only become a trainer who starts with a bug catcher. Although this amount of money was not much for him, it was also an unexpected fortune. When he took the living expenses sent by his mother-in-law every month, did he ever think about those trainers who were scared to death by Haunter and Gengar, and at the end of the day, they were cheated of a month or even several months of travel expenses by Ling Nastina, the mastermind, but had to be grateful to her. Isn't it pitiful? Even if the Rocket Trio kidnapped and sold Totodile, one of the 3 major Pokemon in the Johto region, the amount involved was only 1 million Pokemon coins. The grandson of Ling Nastina, who had the hope of getting a Quasi-God start, became a bug-catching boy who had to find a way to catch Caterpie or Weedle to support his early trainer career. After receiving this unexpected fortune, Ash showed the information of the account to Sunday and Serena, and shared the joy together. I have to say, Ash's trick is really smart. The key is that the Forest of Confusion will no longer be a dangerous place that travelers are afraid of in the future. Even if this guy has connections, it's probably not very useful. Ling Nastina's amount involved was several times more than the Rocket team. After receiving it, he felt very happy. After the 3 of them were happy for a while, they decided to wait until Violet City to have a good meal to celebrate the good mood of Ash and the other 2. Since you have enjoyed the wealth and glory brought by your family's crimes, you must be prepared to be implicated. Officer Jenny was really a kind person. The reward from the Alliance was distributed so quickly. It was estimated that Officer Jenny had helped him as soon as he left the Forest of Confusion and was still on the way to the police station. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, Ling Jinpo will probably spend the rest of her life in prison. The key is that her crime is not just to pay the bail to be released. Otherwise, with the slow work style of the Johto Region Alliance, it would be considered efficient if it didn't delay Ash for 10 days or half a month. It can only be said that some criminals in ancient times were executed by the whole family, which is not completely unreasonable. He directly gave Ling Nastina a taste of his own medicine, forcing Ling Nastina to eat the bitter fruit she brewed herself. Looking at Officer Jenny Taejan-san lone carrying Ling Nastina away, Sunday and Serena said with a little emotion. This matter was concluded, without any room for maneuver, and she was sent to prison to cry behind bars. At the same time, the doubts about what Ash said to Haunter and Gengar were finally solved. As the saying goes, under avalanche, no Osiris is innocent. Ding. Actually, it is not pitiful at all. In fact, this amount of money was nothing to him, but the main point was an emotional value. I can only say that it is worthy of Ash, who is really, damn, meticulous. Or Ling Nastina exposed herself when she had no choice, and directly obtained the most powerful evidence. Who made her have such a mother-in-law, and Ling Nastina did this mainly for him. Complete the mission, solve the mystery behind the Forest of Confusion, and personally send Ling Nastina to prison. Mission reward, 1.5 million points, Gengarmage Evolution Stone. After receiving the bonus from the Alliance, the system's rewards also followed one after another. Compared with the former, this reward also made Ash happier. Soon after leaving the Forest of Confusion, Ash and his 3 companions came to a town famous for juggling. The residents in the town basically make a living by performing Pokémon. When Ash and his companions arrived, a street performance competition was being held here. The 3 companions of Ash, who were not in a hurry to travel, simply stayed here for an afternoon just to watch the Pokémon performance. Especially Serena, who was very fascinated. It can be seen that she has a very strong interest in Pokémon performances, which is much higher than her interest in battles. Ash looked at Serena's slightly open mouth and surprised expression, and thought to himself that Serena might be going back to the old path in the original plot. In the original story, after parting with Ash, Serena went to the 55B Edge region to challenge the contest there. Ash, the Pokémon performances here are so interesting. What do you think of becoming a street artist who specializes in Pokémon performances in the future? It feels much more interesting than being a Pokémon trainer. During the short break between the programs, Serena tugged at Ash's sleeves and said to Ash with little stars in her eyes, "It's a good idea, but I know there is a more formal and cooler profession than street artists, and it is also based on Pokémon performances, and the main purpose is to show the charm of Pokémon itself." Ash smiled at Serena. "Ash, do you mean Pokémon coordination trainer? I heard that this profession has recently become popular in the Hone region." "Correct answer, but there is no reward." Ash snapped his fingers, as if you got it right. Serena rolled her eyes and snorted. But there was nothing wrong with what he said. It is said that led by Hone champion Wallace, Hone Alliance is vigorously promoting the Pokémon contest to other regions. Similar to the Trainer Challenge Gym, the coordination trainer needs to challenge the contest to win the ribbon medal to participate in the Grand Festival for all outstanding coordination trainers in the region degree. Thinking that such a competition is really suitable for her. As girls, they have little resistance to these cute Pokémon. But there would be some grudges in his heart, and Ash naturally didn't want to see such a thing happen. Sunday and Serena, who were following Ash, couldn't help but have stars in their eyes. Ash has another performance, come and watch the performance. There are top quality Pokémon in the Heracross tribe and the Pinsir tribe, plus the 2 egg hatching artifacts Volcarona from the Unova Alliance. I can only say that Ash is really good at teasing people. He can keep talking nonsense when watching a performance. No wonder he can attract so many Stephanies who are devoted to him. At this time, the 2 Blossom twin sisters who looked almost identical, even the delicate conversions on their bodies were extremely similar, were dancing under the command of a tall Stephanie. The performance in front of him can only get a pretty good evaluation from Ash at most. After having a powerful Gastly in the team, he would not put the cart before the horse and cultivate Tensong Gengar from scratch for a Mage Evolution Stone. After all, what he lacks the least now is top quality Pokémon. It attracted warm applause from the surrounding audience. There is no problem with intimacy, so the problem of Mage Evolution is not big. Heracross has not been with him for a long time, but because Ash prepares the best sweet tree sap for him every day, and provides it with the perfect habitat of Pokémon home. The words of the temporary host of the street performance broke the ambiguous atmosphere at this time. As for Gengar's Mage Evolution Stone, considering that Gastly, who has the Everstone, has no intention of evolving at all, this stone seems to be useless. Ash is not very interested in these. After all, he has seen countless visual feasts in the contest performances in his previous life. It is no exaggeration to say that the hatching efficiency in his Pokémon home is much higher than those of the well-known breeder houses. Spinning, jumping, waltz steps, every move of the Lily Group Maime and Huahua was completed in perfect sync. Before the atmosphere between Ash and Serena completely turned into a love bubble, she was afraid that if the atmosphere continued, she would not be able to hold on. The 3 of them focused their attention back on the open space that served as a temporary stage. Serena hurriedly pulled Ash's arm, raised her smooth chin towards the empty space that served as a temporary stage, and quickly changed the subject. So he had to make sure that everything happened naturally, and Serena accepted him wholeheartedly without reservation. "Okay, please welcome our next performer Maime and Huahua from the Lily Group." And the use of the Heracross Mage Evolution Stone he got in the Kalos region before. In contrast, he is more concerned about the Gengarmage Evolution Stone he just got after completing the task of Ling Nastina. Those top coordination trainers have played Pokémon contest performances to perfection. Ash also integrated the corresponding Mage Evolution Stone into the Mage Bracelet after taming Heracross. Even if it is a Gastly of top quality, he has to think twice. At this stage, Johto region has not yet formally coordinated the performances of these street artists, which are very novel to them. Ash also did not integrate it into the Mage Bracelet. Ash also understood that too much is as bad as too little. His relationship with Serena was close to that of lovers. He believed that even if he sneaked into Serena's bedroom tonight, she would half-heartedly obey him. It only takes a certain amount of time to achieve the goal of mass production of top-quality Pokémon. Compared with the battle, it can be said to be a different flavor. What's more, Maimei and Huahua look almost exactly the same, and their movements are surprisingly consistent. This performance touched their hearts and won the love of the two girls. On the other side, outside, listening to the praises from people around, Ali, as the trainer of Maimei and Huahua, smiled particularly sweetly. She felt very proud and a little proud for a while. She was ready to try the difficult moves that she had practiced with the two Pokémon for a long time but was still not very proficient in. She had a hunch that Maimei and Huahua, who were in hot contest conditions at this time, might be able to successfully use that move. Maimei, Huahua, next is the Flying Moon. With Ali's order, Maimei and Huahua both jumped onto the prepared prop trampoline. According to the essentials of the training, they began their performance, but this time there was a fatal mistake. One of them did not cooperate well, and Huahua flew out directly. It came straight towards Ash, and it was about to hit Ash's head. Ali on the stage had to cover her eyes with both hands and dared not look. As a result, a psychic blue light flashed in Ash's eyes, weakening the impact force around Huahua, and he caught it quickly. This scene shocked many viewers. Catching Huahua, who lost balance in the air with one hand, Ash's arm strength is simply terrifying. What's even more rare is this sudden reaction ability. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have directed Maimei and Huahua to perform unskilled performances in public. I'm really sorry, I didn't hurt you. Putting down her hands covering her eyes, Blossom trainer Ali, who was relieved, didn't care about the frustration of the failure of the micro-movement, and quickly came to Ash, bowing to him repeatedly to apologize. The angle was already more than 90 degrees, and she was so full of apology that she wanted to bury her head directly on the ground. Fortunately, the clothes she wore were not loose, otherwise, from this angle, just a glance would be enough to easily see her naked. It's okay, just pay attention next time, the child is fine. Ash smiled and shook his head, and handed the trembling Blossom in his hand. At this time, Huahua, who almost hit Ash, obviously had not recovered yet, and was a little confused. It was not until she returned to the arms of trainer Ali and was comforted by her that her eyes gradually regained their spirit. It seemed that she did not have any psychological barriers because of this failure. Ali, who had been observing Huahua with the corner of her eyes, was relieved to find that its contest condition had been completely restored. She looked at Ash with gratitude. Today's fact is really thankful for your help, or I will treat you to a meal. We have a lot of special foods here in Dongmen Town. Will it be too expensive? No, please be sure to come. Ali shook her head and insisted that she must treat Ash and others to a meal. Unable to refuse the kindness, Ash had to agree. The main reason was that if he followed Ali, a local, he might be able to taste the most authentic special foods in Dongmen Town. The first rule of travel is to eat local special foods, so you really have to find local natives. In this way, Ali led Ash and his three companions to a small street with a large flow of people, but most of them were locals, and ordered a local specialty. It was indeed arranged for Ash and his companions. During the period, Serena, who wanted to become a Pokémon coordination trainer, kept pulling Ali, a performer who emphasized the charm of Pokémon, and asked. Although she is not a trainer, she knows a little about the grand event of each region trainer. Currently traveling to the Silver Conference in the Johto region. Yes, Ash is a very good trainer and the champion of the last Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. The champion of Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference, although the quality of the contestants is slightly lower, the gold content is not as high as the champions of other regions. It's strange to say that the Elite Four of the Kanto region are all terribly strong, and their level of battle experience is almost equal to that of the Johto region. Ali also rarely saw that travelers from outside the town were so interested in her street performances, and she answered many of Serena's questions as a teacher. Her Blossom group has been worried and distressed about the specially designed performance action of flying over the moon for the annual performance competition in Dongmen Town. Ding, trigger the plot task, help Ali's Blossom combination breakthrough performance action Leaping Moon. Of course, even if it is replaced with other Pokémon, it will be a big improvement. After all, there are many elite level and above Pokémon in Ash's current Pokémon lineup. 0. This is true for both him and Huahua. Task completion reward, 100 W points, any Pokémon level plus 5. In the end, not only did it fail, but it almost hit Ash. Wow, so awesome. Thanks to Ash's quick reaction, he caught Huahua in time and resolved the crisis. Some questions about Pokémon performances. Maybe Ash really has a way? Ash's eyes lit up when he received the task information prompt flashing in his mind. It was really a long-awaited level-up task. Seeing that Ash was willing to help this performer named Ali, Sunday, and Sally teamed up to chime in. Although we are not Pokémon street performers like you, we are all training Pokémon. I think there are some similarities between the two. There is a sense of decline after prosperity. If you are worried about this, Ali, maybe we can help you a little. After hearing the introduction of Sunday and Serena, Ali's eyes lit up immediately. Each of them has the capital to compete for the championship in other regions. After taking the task, Ash looked at Ali, who was obviously a little worried. But in their Johto Region Silver Conference, it is at least the top 4. It can be seen that Serena really likes Pokémon performances. 0. This is already a very outstanding trainer. Just now, she saw that Maimei and Huahua's performance contest condition was so good that she thought they were about to complete the breakthrough from 0 to 1. I didn't expect that it was still just her illusion. But the champion of Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference is a bit weak. In training, they can succeed 5 times out of 10 times, but when performing in public places, Huahua and Maimei have never been able to perform it successfully once. Speaking of which, if Mutuo can get this random level up, it can break through the 100 level limit and become one of the most supermodels among the first level gods. Then she also told Ash, Sunday, and Serena about her troubles. Ali, who knew Ash's level of training Pokemon, agreed quickly. That's too much trouble for you, Ash. What do you think we should do next? Where do you usually train Blossom? Ash swallowed the last bite of food and looked at Ali and asked. It's in our backyard. Then we'll go there later and see how to help Maimei and Huahua complete the leap to the moon. After everyone finished their meal, the 4 of them went to her home under Ali's leadership. Serena, are you interested in the Pokemon show tomorrow? If you are interested, I'll ask Ali to help you sign up. On the way to Ali's house, Ash asked Serena. 337. She knew that Serena was very interested in the contest coordination trainer, so why not start training from now on? Of course, he mainly wanted to ask Serena's opinion now. If she was willing to participate, that would be the best. If Serena didn't want to participate, Ash wouldn't force her. Although he regarded Serena as his future girlfriend, she was also an independent individual, not his attachment. Ash couldn't impose his will on her. However, judging from Ash's understanding of Serena and the strong interest Serena had just shown in the Pokemon show, Serena should still be willing to participate in the competition. Of course, at this stage, Serena and the Pokemon she has are probably still a little low. If she wants to perform well in the show, she needs an emergency special training? Is this really possible? Isn't it too troublesome? As expected by Ash, Serena's face showed some excitement after hearing Ash's proposal. Obviously, she is still looking forward to participating in the Pokemon show competition. She is just worried that if she participates in the middle of the competition, it will trouble Ash and her new friend, the street performer Ali. No trouble, definitely not troublesome. I think the organizers should also be willing to see more contestants from outside Dongmen Town. This is also a recognition of the event they hold. Ash quickly patted his chest and promised Serena. If she starts to get involved in contest performances now, laying a solid foundation can help Serena avoid many detours in the future. Yes, Serena, there is no requirement for the registration deadline for the Pokemon Show Conference. You can participate as long as you register before the competition starts. And there is no requirement for the identity of the registrants. As long as you own Pokemon, you can participate. This is a competition program that reflects the openness and inclusiveness of Dongmen Town. Please give me the information later. I will make a phone call when I get home and ask a friend to help you with the procedures. At this time, Stephanie, who heard the conversation between Ash and Serena, turned her head and smiled at Serena. That's really troublesome for you, Ali, thank you very much. Maimei and Huahua performed the moves with a little unfamiliarity, but the two shook their heads and refused decisively. Serena is a polite Stephanie, and hurriedly thanked Ali. When they came to the equipment for their daily training, they raised their heads and waited. Trainer Ali's instructions. It's nothing more than whether the heart is big enough and whether you can remain calm in the face of high-intensity pressure. Then she looked at Ash and Sunday and asked them if they wanted to participate in this performance competition. And the effect of the performance was unexpectedly good, as can be seen from the surprised expressions of Sunday and Serena as the audience. At this time, the two women's faces were shining, and they kept praising the two Belos Psalms for completing this contest and the high-difficulty action performance with perfect tacit understanding. Their goal is to become all-attribute Pokémon Master. It was a small courtyard located on the outskirts of Dongmen Town. Although the back garden was not big, it was enough for Maimei and Huahua to show their skills and conduct regular street performance training. This problem also applies to Pokémon battles. The result was still the same, and it was not only a failure, but also almost caused more serious consequences. Ash touched his chin when he heard this. Without any other foreplay, Ali came up and directed the Leaping Moon, a very difficult move. Especially Serena, she really likes it. Stephanie said to Ash in annoyance. Ash, what do you think I should do next? Ash, you see, they can easily perform it in many situations during training, but when performing, they have never succeeded once. Originally, I saw that Maimei and Huahua's contest conditions were very good today, and I thought they could achieve a breakthrough from 0 to 1. But fortunately, they succeeded in one try. You're welcome. Ali shook her head. This was just a piece of cake for her. Obviously, Ali's two Belos Psalms have not reached that level. Ali nodded. Maimei and Huahua both shouted and jumped off her shoulders one after another. Especially Ash, his reputation is not small. Although he has nothing to do with Pokemon performances, he will definitely add a lot of color to this competition. I think Maimei and Huahua's movements are still a little unskilled, but generally they are standard. This is why they can use the moon jump in many situations during training. Ash touched his chin and suggested, let Maimei and Huahua perform a flying moon during training first. Maimei, Huahua, Leaping Moon, get ready. After arriving home, Ali hurriedly began to ask Ash for advice. As for the fact that they failed to succeed once during the performance, it should be mainly related to their psychological problems. There are people in the world who are very good at gym battles and hit passersby with heavy punches. As a result, they start to get nervous when it comes to the regional competition. The worse the psychological quality, the harder it is to come down completely in the fierce battle, and it is common to command transformation. Chatting along the way, the group arrived at Ali's home. Not very interested in exhibition matches? Yeah, no problem. From a technical point of view, they only need to practice more and there will be no problem. If I remember correctly, you said before that Leaping Moon is a special move specially prepared for the annual Pokémon Performance Conference to be held tomorrow, right? Is that so? What's wrong? Ali nodded and asked Ash in confusion. The problem is here, it is because the competition prepared by Leaping Moon is too important to you, and it is also too important to Maimei and Huawa. This also makes them have extremely high expectations for this move. It's okay when practicing, but once they perform in front of others, they will be distracted unconsciously because of the fear of the consequences of failure, which makes them fail once. And the more they fail in public performances, the more they increase their inner tension and anxiety, so no matter how they train, they can't make greater progress. It's not that they don't work hard enough or don't have performance talent, it's just that they can't get over the hurdle in their hearts. Ash said the conclusion he had just drawn by observing and monitoring the emotional fluctuations of the two Belos Psalms in real time with his Super 17 ability. His analysis hit the pain point directly, and it made sense logically. Ali thought about it and found that it seemed to be just as Ash said. From the beginning of designing the Flying Moon, she had repeatedly emphasized the importance of this action to Maimei and Huawa, as well as its significance to the three of them. Presumably, this is why Huawa and Maimei had too high expectations for the Flying Moon and were too tired of the pressure. It was not like the previous training, but they devoted themselves to it wholeheartedly because of their love and enjoyment. Efforts mixed with too many purposes and a lot of expectations always show the effect of getting half the result with twice the effort at the critical moment. When they practiced the Flying Moon again, not only was the learning progress much slower than the previous performance, but the success rate was also not high. After getting familiar with it, the success rate in private has increased a lot, but when performing in public places, it has never succeeded once. She had thought that the set of moves she had designed was too difficult, and some of them were beyond the capabilities of Maimei and Huawa. Now it seems that it is not that the set of moves is too difficult, but that the psychological pressure on Maimei and Huawa is too great. Now that the problem has been solved, how can it be solved? She doesn't know how to solve the psychological problems of Maimei and Huawa in such a short time. At this time, she can only pin her hopes on Ash. Ash, do you think there is any way to overcome the psychological pressure of Maimei and Huawa? Although she asked this, Ali didn't dare to have too much expectations, and even didn't count on Ash. After all, Ash is only outstanding in the field of Pokémon battles, and he is not a professional Pokémon psychologist. It is actually amazing to be able to help him analyze the problem. She nodded to Ash gratefully, then please give it a try, Ash. Even if the most professional Pokémon psychologist comes, it will probably take a long time to slowly guide Maimei and Huawa back to normal. In this case, even if there is a way to solve it, it will take a long time to provide psychological counseling for Pokémon. Lucky, the treatment process went very smoothly. The main reason why he does not use Hypnosis 447 himself is that Gastly's attainments in Hypnosis are unmatched. At least not in the next day. Ali was actually skeptical at this time, but Ash was kind after all. I am grateful to you on behalf of Huawa and Maimei. After all, this matter has troubled her, Maimei and Huawa for a long time. Is there really a way? But Psychic, as a special ability, is the most extensive and effective among the ability users, and it is absolutely unreasonable. Let them subconsciously think that Flying Moon is just the simplest and easiest action in their performance. The simplest and most effective way is Ash assist Gastly's amazing hypnosis. Even Mutuo has praised its attainments in this skill for many advantages. It is also very simple to solve the psychological problems of Huawa and Maimei. She shook her head helplessly, but it was not easy to refuse Ash's kindness. She was ready to encore Leaping Moon. Whether it achieved the expected effect or not, it was better to tell Ash that there was progress. At this time, Ali's expression was extremely complicated, the kind that was difficult to describe in words. In fact, she had expected that Ash could not help her solve the psychological problems of Maimei and Huawa. Normal people, even professional Pokémon psychologists, let it dilute the importance of Flying Moon in the hearts of Maimei and Huawa from a subconscious level. Especially Ash, a psychic that is completely inherited from the system and has no negative hidden dangers. There is a way. However, Ash's reaction once again exceeded Ali's expectations. It only needs Gastly to help stabilize the minds of the two Pokémon when he performs hypnosis. Then he told it how to act through telepathy. Is that it? Ash actually knew the doubts and concerns in Ali's heart. As for the psychological problems of Maimei and Huawa, they could only spend more money to ask professional psychologists for treatment in the future. In coordination with Gastly's hypnotic fluctuations, Ash's eyes flashed with blue light, which quickly faded the importance of Leaping Moon in their hearts. After finishing, he smiled and clapped his hands. Then he walked forward and reached out to touch the little heads of Maimei and Huawa. Even if she believed that Ash had great powers, she felt that he was just pretending in front of her at this time. Ash not only has a way to solve it, but also has a lot of calendars. Under Ali's expectant gaze, Ash threw the Pokeball and released Gastly. If they practice with this mentality, they can easily overcome the psychological problems caused by their excessive tension at this time. Thinking of this, Ali began to act. Maimei, Huawa, are you ready? Let's encore Leaping Moon. Maimei and Huawa nodded in response, and walked to the equipment they usually used for training in a calm manner. That demeanor was different from any previous practice of Leaping Moon, and they looked extremely relaxed. It was as if they were practicing the warm-up movements for the opening of the performance. The demeanor of the two Pokémon also made Ali's undoubted heart waver for a moment. Could it be that Ash just asked Gastly to use hypnosis, and then reached out to touch Salvation, and really solve the problem of Maimei and Huawa? It's impossible, how can it be so simple? Ali muttered in her heart. Rationally, she couldn't believe it at all, but in fact, she was still a little shaken in her heart. The main reason was that she hadn't seen Maimei and Huawa so calm for a long time. The current performance was clearly a careless attitude towards Leaping Moon. Note that the word not paying attention here is not a derogatory word, but a compliment. It means that Maimei and Huawa did not actually regard this technology as important, but just treated it with a normal mind. Isn't this the state they need most now? With excitement and trepidation, Ali began to stare at Maimei and Huawa after giving the order. Maimei and Huawa completed the jump at the same time, with uniform and extremely graceful movements. They completed one difficult move after another that she had set in advance and finally landed perfectly. All succeeded? At this time, Ali's mind was filled with the joy of success. Although it was just training now, and Maimei and Huawa had many successful cases in training before. But she could be 100% sure and certain that Maimei and Huawa had indeed miraculously overcome psychological barriers with the help of Ash. As a professional street performance artist, her vision was naturally beyond doubt. This time, the moon leap was completed more perfectly than any previous one, and Maimei and Huawa were more confident and calm than ever before. This was a height that they could never reach in the past. The only explanation was that Gastly's hypnosis and Ash's subsequent touch really helped them overcome their psychological barriers. Thinking of this, Ali suppressed her excitement, bowed solemnly to express her gratitude to Ash, and apologized at the same time. Apologized for her previous contempt for Ash. Even if she didn't show it, just thinking about it in her heart, she felt that her thoughts just now were completely insulting Ash, a top Pokémon psychology master who didn't show his talent. That's right, although Ash only showed off a little bit of his skills with Gastly, she couldn't even see the deep meaning in it. But for this immediate effect, all the top psychology experts in the Johto region, one by one, had to kneel down and kowtow to Ash to learn from him. At this time, in Ali's heart, Ash has become a hermit, a master in the field of psychology. Ash was not surprised to hear Ali's thanks. But Ali actually apologized to him just because she had a presumptuous thought in her heart, which made him a little surprised. His recognition of Ali has also increased a lot. To be honest, Ali is a good person. Although helping Ali's Blossom team overcome psychological problems and enable them to successfully perform the difficult technical action Leaping Moon is a condition for completing the system task. But judging by deeds rather than intentions, Ash, as the main contributor, also accepted Ali's thanks and apology. However, Ash never agreed with her saying that he was a master of psychology. In this regard, he had no accomplishments at all. The ability to quickly analyze the psychological problems of the Blossom group and complete the treatment was mainly related to Gastly and his own psychic. Apart from these powers, even if Ash could successfully help Ali and the others, it would take a very long time. It would not be possible to achieve the magical effect that was seen immediately just now. What? Ash, you are not a Pokémon psychologist, so what did you just do? Ali was very surprised to hear Ash's denial. She didn't understand. Ash's move just now had clearly surpassed those authoritative experts in the field of Pokémon psychology that she knew. Why was Ash still unwilling to admit it? Is it because Ash didn't know much about this matter and simply thought that there were many experts who were better than him? At this time, Ali had already imagined that Ash was a mega genius who crossed over but didn't know how powerful he was. It's just a little trick of assist, not worth mentioning. Ash waved his hand slightly, and didn't mean to continue to entangle on this topic. However, this attitude caused a storm in Ali's heart. To be able to do this, it must not be a small trick. Just now, Ash cooperated with Gastly's hypnosis to touch casually, and it didn't seem to have the special psychological suggestion gestures of psychologists. In other words, it is very likely Ash's special ability. And if you think about it carefully, the special ability that can cooperate with hypnosis must be psychic. 014110017 Philo 0943424440. Could it be that Ash is also a powerful psychic? DOUT? She recalled the scene when they first met, when Ash easily caught her failed Blossom. Ali took a deep breath in her heart. Psychic is a special ability that only very few people can possess. It is also very difficult to control. Those who cannot be affected by it and use it completely freely in her eyes are truly favored by heaven. She didn't expect to meet such a powerful person in street performance. And it was quite fate that she was hit by her Huawa's mistake. Is it that the world is too small or her luck is too good? Well, it should be her luck. With the rarity of psychics, it is hard to say whether each region can get 2 or 3 people. She was able to meet Ash in the small town of Dongmen, and even got her help, so that Maimei and Huawa's psychological problems were solved. She was definitely blessed by heaven. Knowing that Ash didn't want to go deeper into this topic, Ali tactfully stopped talking about it. After expressing sincere gratitude to Ash again, she called her friend and helped Serena complete the registration for tomorrow's Pokémon show competition. As for the Pokémon that signed up for the competition, Sally didn't choose Fennekin, who had been with her for a longer time. In any case, Fennekin was the Pokémon partner with whom she had the best tacit understanding, and was more suitable for participating in the show competition. Of course, Ash also planned to help Serena train her Fennekin before the game. Try to help it evolve before the game so that it can better exert its own abilities. Afterwards, Ash and his 3 companions rejected Ollie's enthusiastic invitation to stay at Ollie's house. Instead, they booked 3 luxurious private rooms in a hotel in Dongmen Town. Each of the 3 people had a room. Every time at this time, Ash would feel that it was extravagant and wasteful. He thought that the progress of the strategy for the 2 women had to be accelerated. Serena, get ready. Let's go and do special training for Fennekin, Ash said to Serena after he came to the room and put his things away. Serena nodded, full of expectation. Yes, I'll listen to you, Ash. He was still looking forward to the Pokémon performance competition that he would participate in tomorrow. However, Serena had a basic idea of his own level. He had never received any training in Pokémon performance before, and Fennekin had not received any relevant training. If he went to participate directly, he might end up with a consolation prize for participating. But Serena was not satisfied with just participating. Since he chose this path, he had to do his best. Although Ash was not a professional Pokémon coordinator, there was always something in common between coordinator and trainer. For example, Wallace, the champion of Hone Region, was a Pokémon Master and a Pokémon Coordination Master. Ash is a Pokémon Master who has reached the top of 263 in the trainer journey and is comparable to ordinary champion-level trainers. Even if he studies the performance details of Pokémon Coordinator from scratch, he can get started and learn a relatively advanced realm in a very short time. Coaching her and Fennekin to participate in the realm performance competition held in Dongmen Town, that is definitely more than enough. Since the few people rented a luxury hotel, the hotel was fully equipped. There was even a Pokémon training ground specially configured for guests in the luxury suite. Ash and the other 2 simply took Fennekin to a training room, saving the trouble of finding a venue. Ash, just tell me what to do. Serena rubbed her hands and asked Ash with expectation in her big Kianwood eyes. Ash touched his chin. In fact, as early as when he was at Ollie's house, he already had an idea about how to conduct special training for Fennekin. Fennekin's level was not high, and he knew very few skills, and even fewer skills that could be played in a variety of ways. Fortunately, as the Pokémon that has been with Serena for the longest time, Fennekin is not far from evolving into Braixen at this time, and only needs a few fierce battles. After consideration, Ash chose to design a set of contest combo performances for Fennekin. The movements must be simple and easy to learn, not difficult, and must be very performative. It is very suitable for Serena and Fennekin to learn quickly. As for the skill level requirements, it must be designed according to the level of Braixen, so that Serena can have a better performance in tomorrow's Pokémon performance competition. Ash immediately described his ideas to Serena in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Then he directed Fennekin, who had not yet evolved, to perform a castrated version. That scene immediately made Serena obsessed with it. Fennekin contest's performance captured the hearts of Sunday and Serena, and their beautiful eyes turned into stars at the same time. Serena was even more confident. I didn't expect Ash to design performance movements so exquisitely, and Fennekin also had a talent in this area and learned very quickly. The castrated version that has not undergone multiple special trainings can be so charming, let alone the appearance after special training. Serena, who originally had little confidence in the Pokémon performance competition tomorrow, now has some confidence. As long as she can get Ash's help, she will be invincible. Fennekin, time is running out. Today we have to do both battle and performance training at the same time. Fennekin, hold on. Chikorita and Dayquil and Totodile are your best, bite few rivals. Let's encore, okay? Oh, great. You finally evolved into Braixen. So beautiful. After nearly 2 hours of high-intensity battle training, Fennekin, who was a little exhausted due to continuous training in the training room, finally lit up with a brilliant white light of evolution before falling down. Fennekin successfully evolved into Braixen. Although it evolved successfully, Braixen no longer had its elegant posture. Its tongue hung out of its mouth and it was breathing heavily. This look was obviously like a Growlithe that was overheated. Serena felt a little bit reluctant when she saw this, but after seeing Teacher Ash standing aside with his arms crossed and a stern look, she could only harden her heart and encourage Braixen, who had just evolved successfully. Braixen looked at Serena, glanced at the big bad guy Ash with a look full of encouragement and expectation, and decided to stand up and continue the training of the performance session. At this time, the cold-faced instructor Ash still seemed unmoved on the surface and seemed very dissatisfied with Braixen's current performance, but in fact he nodded secretly in his heart. Serena's Braixen has a very good talent, and is also very smart in learning performance. He can always inadvertently show his charm as a fox. I can only say that this may be a common feature of the fox. In short, it is a perfect match for the conditions of the Pokémon contest. With this talent, coupled with hard work and the supervision of Ash, a strict teacher, Braixen improved very quickly. The performance trainer for the next few hours is comparable to the results of other Pokémon training years. Although it is definitely not as perfect as Ash thought, it is already very good. At least according to Ash's estimation, by tomorrow the top 4 of the contest is certainly not difficult, and the champion and runner-up are also possible. To put it bluntly, this is just a small-town exhibition match after all, and the scale is naturally not comparable to the real contest. Thinking of this, Ash looked at Braixen, who was almost exhausted, nodded under its grudge eyes, and said a rare affirmative word. You have performed very well, you are very talented. Take a break, wait until the evening to train for 2 or 3 hours, it will be enough. When Braixen heard Ash finally let it rest for a while, he immediately put on a long live expression. Then he lay on the ground without caring about his image. The previous battle and the performance of the 2 major trainings made it exhausted, especially the battle training, which almost drained it. Now it can finally rest. Braixen, are you okay? Serena touched Braixen's head with a distressed look. She had never seen Braixen perform at such a high level before. She even held him in her arms when she walked. Of course, it was not realistic to hold him after he evolved into Braixen. He's fine, just a little tired. Let him rest well and then send him to the Pokémon Center for treatment. He will be able to fully recover his contest condition, Ash said to Serena. As a top Pokémon trainer, with Psychic, Ash has a very sharp vision. He can always find the right time to maximize Braixen's potential without hurting his body. Although he was exhausted, he didn't cause any hidden injuries. He was definitely a top-notch master of inch stopping. Yeah, thank you, Ash. Serena took the initiative to hug Ash. She was no longer uncomfortable with the physical closeness with him. It must be said that she, a pure rookie who just debuted, was able to receive personal instruction and personal supervision from a trainer of Ash's level. If it were anyone else, they would never even think about it. Even in dreams, it depends on whether the person talking in his sleep has such a brain hole. Serena, don't be shy, don't worry, I will definitely not peek. At night, after going out for dinner and sending Braixen to the Pokémon Center for treatment, Ash and the other 2 finally returned to the hotel. As the relationship between the 2 quickly heated up, Serena, who knew what was going to happen at night, seemed quite shy. Although she was about to be eaten up by Ash, every time she thought about what might happen at night, Serena was numb. Soon, all the lights went out, and the 2 figures entangled together under the night light. Considering that Serena still had to participate in the performance competition tomorrow, the 2 went to bed early. There was no conversation all night, and the next day, when the 3 woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. Although Serena looked a little haggard compared to before, at least walking was definitely not a problem. So Serena was just a little bit worse in the mental contest condition. What happened last night was a bit of a supermodel for her, as a very traditional Stephanie who even adhered to monogamy before being with Ash. She was still a little embarrassed to devote herself completely to Ash, the boy she loved. But since she had already broken through this boundary, there was no need to be shy in the future. Besides, although her body was a little uncomfortable, it was also very wonderful. Recalling some embarrassing scenes, Serena's face turned red. Let's go, Sunday Serena, let's go downstairs for breakfast, and then go directly to the venue of the Pokémon show contest. Ash looked at the time and found that it was just after 8 o'clock. According to Ali's introduction yesterday, the start time of the Pokémon show contest was at 9:30, which was quite sufficient time for several people to have breakfast downstairs. Yeah, the 2 girls nodded in succession, and then released their Pokémon to have breakfast. Ash symbolically released Pikachu, Totodile and other Pokémon to show off. Compared to the outside world, Ash's Pokémon now think that Pokémon home is the real paradise. Seeing Serena's slightly pale face, but full of spring between her eyebrows, Sunday's eyes were full of doubts and curiosity. Being stared at by her like this, Serena couldn't help blushing, and her big Kian-wood eyes rolled at Ash coquettishly. Reaching out from behind, he touched Ash's waist and accurately controlled the soft flesh. But he never really wanted to use force, just twisted it lightly twice, more than expressing his punishment for Ash's misconduct last night. Punishment. Knowing that it is necessary to maintain interest with his girlfriend, Ash cooperated with the expression of pain, immediately sent a hidden look to Sunday, and then made a fake move to beg for mercy to Serena. Serena laughed and released her delicate hand on Ash's waist, which was considered to have taken over the matter. Sunday, your eyes are not right. Please give me flowers. Did you not sleep well last night? Ash looked at Sunday again and laughed bitterly. I can only say that if you want to enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives, you must work hard. It is a long way to go. In the restaurant on the first floor lobby, Ash and his group of 3, handsome men and beautiful women, attracted the attention of other guests in the restaurant. The female guests' eyes were mainly focused on Ash's handsome face. The male customers looked at Serena, who had their own characteristics but was a first-class beauty, and Sunday's hand holding Ash's arm, and the jealous green light in their eyes was about to turn into substance. It can be said that they stared at Ash without concealing it. Why can others have 2 such high-quality girlfriends at a young age, while they are still single dogs who are neither high nor low at their age? They are not convinced. Sure enough, those who show affection will be severely punished. At this moment, many people's eyes have become a little crazy. It was okay to have a normal look of appreciation, but for those who looked at him with resentment or covetousness, Ash always stared back. As a psychic, even if he didn't use psychic deliberately, the mental pressure he could bring to them was considerable. Ash's mental power was too strong, making him look particularly aggressive and majestic when he stared back. The people he swept over were like mice being stared at by a cat, and they were frightened and unable to move. A single look directly controlled them for a long time. They couldn't help but sweat coldly on their backs as if they were being stared at by the abyss. They couldn't help but be surprised at Ash's origins. How could a single look frighten them so much that they sweated profusely? After Ash's eyes swept over, everyone's stiff bodies gradually regained consciousness. They quickly buried their heads under the dining table, not daring to raise them at all, for fear of causing disaster. Ash was definitely not simple to have such a terrifying look, and ordinary people should not take the initiative to cause trouble. Okay, Ash, let's go over and eat. Serena seemed to be used to the scene in front of her. After all, the same thing had happened a lot during the trip. Most of the time, it can be easily solved with just a look from Ash, just like before. If it doesn't work, then just take another look. As for taking action, they are really not worthy. Ash nodded, and pulled the two girls to order some special delicacies of Dongmen Town. Ash and Serena fed each other, and the atmosphere was so sweet and ambiguous that Sendai on the side said that he was still a step slow. It seems that he has to be bolder in pursuing Ash in the future. However, the atmosphere in other places except their table was quiet and a little scary. Even many people had finished eating long ago, but they were still sitting at 3:13, as if they wanted to wait until Ash left before leaving. The main reason was that Ash's controlling look just now was too scary, which made him feel a little uneasy. Even if the probability of leaving early and provoking Ash was extremely low, they didn't want to take the risk. Especially those who had shown obvious malice towards Ash and his party. They wanted to put their heads into the plates and dared not raise them. It was not until Ash and his party finished their meal and left together that the atmosphere in the restaurant relaxed a little. The Pokémon Performance Competition is an annual event in Dongmen Town, a town that performs Pokémon. The venue is located on the stage of the central square of Dongmen Town. When Ash and his party arrived at the square, it was already crowded with spectators and contestants. Ash successfully mixed into the contestant channel with Serena's identity as a contestant, avoiding being squeezed in the crowd like those ordinary spectators. After passing through the contestant channel, the three of them came to the rest area, where they met yesterday's acquaintances. Trainer Ali of the Bellossom group. At this time, she and the two Bellosoms were in high spirits. Obviously, after being enlightened by Ash, the two Pokémon's contest conditions were very good. Ali, you're here too, so early. After seeing Ali, Sunday, and Serena hurried forward to greet her. After all, we've been preparing for the competition for a year, so we should always take it a little seriously. Just now I was looking for you, wondering why you haven't come yet, and the entry for the three-cut contestants will be closed in a little while. Ali said with a smile. After greeting each other, Ash and the other two simply sat together with Ali and waited quietly for the opening of the competition. And in the spectator seat not far away from the four people, sat a fat man wearing a big gold necklace. The Pokémon next to him was the final evolution of the Johto region's three great Pokémon, Totodile, Feraligatr. In competitions, strength is enough. Before, Ali might not have much hope of winning against I. After all, with his current ability, he could teach them a lesson without violating the alliance laws. Then the championship is a sure thing? The fat man with a big gold chain was one of them, and he was also a player who had participated in several Pokémon performance halls. Several people in the group pointed at Ash and commented on him from time to time, and their attitude was particularly unfriendly. Ali's Bellossom group is actually a well-known trainer in Dongmen Town, which is famous for Pokémon street performances. Because of Ash's superior psychic perception, he heard the conversation between the big gold chain fat man and his lackeys clearly. It will definitely go far in this exhibition competition. At this moment, Ali, who noticed the gazes of I and the others, came forward and whispered to Ash, with a hint of apology in her words and eyes. They had participated in the Pokémon performance competition before and achieved very good results, but this year's action stunt Flying Moon designed specifically for the Pokémon performance competition failed repeatedly in public performances. This made everyone doubt Ali's ability. And let alone Ali, even Serena may be able to defeat the opponent. The overall performance is definitely outstanding in this Pokémon performance competition held in Dongmen Town. As for the cause of the incident, it actually started with Ali who was sitting with them. It turned out that they were all old rivals, which made sense. Ash, actually that guy's name is I, and he is also a well-known street performer in Dongmen Town. Discrediting others can obviously give him higher reputation, satisfaction, and build enough confidence. It is estimated that it is only slightly worse than Ali's Bellossom combination Flying Moon. The guys next to him are all his new apprentices. They were eliminated by me in a Pokémon performance competition before, and they have always been at odds with me. The originally very good mood was disturbed by a few completely irrelevant guys. They snorted and turned their heads away, simply not looking at the annoying faces on the opposite side. As for Ash and the other two, they were just affected because they sat next to Ali and seemed to be talking to her happily. They mainly discussed the harsh words against the Pokémon performance itself, and they looked down on Ash in every way. But at this time, it was also wearing a pair of sunglasses, and its expression looked particularly cool, like the temperament of Crocodile. It is not a problem to defeat the fat guy with a big gold chain named I. Although they were a little far away, they couldn't hear what the big gold chain fat man and his lackeys were discussing. After emergency training, Serena and Braixen relied on their outstanding performance talents and Ash's exquisite action design. But from their wretched expressions, it was obvious that they were not talking nonsense. But after he helped solve the psychological problems of the 2.3 Blossom combination Maime and Huawa, the technical action Flying Moon designed specifically for participating in this competition could be successfully performed. There was no dirty talk, otherwise Ash would have punished them long ago. A flash of understanding flashed in Ash's eyes, and he shook his head at the same time to indicate that Allie didn't need to care about it at this time. In her opinion, Ash and the others were all implicated by her and were quite innocent. And around the fat man with the big gold chain were a few ordinary contestants, who were flattering the fat man with the gold chain, and were extremely flattering. Sunday and Serena frowned when they saw the other party's appearance. Next, please welcome the next contestant, and his partner Feraligator. As time passed, the contestants in the contestant lounge were called by the host outside to perform. Soon it was the turn of Ari's old enemy, the fat guy with a big gold chain. Surrounded by his apprentices and lackeys, walked out of the lounge with Feraligator in a heroic and high-spirited manner. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the lounge triumphantly with applause that could penetrate the lounge. This time, his Pokémon performed exceptionally well, and the content of the performance was much stronger than that of the usual practice. He is currently ranked 10th among all the contestants who have appeared. According to his guess, there may be contestants who can surpass his performance in the future. It can only be said that this is also thanks to Ali's self-defeating and insisting on letting her two Belos perform Flying Moon. If not, he would probably have to be worried for a while. And as long as Ali doesn't give up Flying Moon, she will definitely lose today. In other words, in this Pokemon Performance Conference on 17, he will most likely get his best result in history, that is, the championship. And he won the championship by stepping on the head of Ali, his old rival who once defeated him and made him look humiliated. At this time, he can be said to be in high spirits, with a particularly bright smile on his face, like a blooming old chrysanthemum. He sat directly on the lounge chair and puffed out smoke proudly. Seeing Ali and Sunday, Serena and the other two were secretly upset, and they wanted to punch his hateful fat pig face twice to vent their anger. Next, please invite the next contestant, Serena, and her Pokemon partner Braixen to perform. About half an hour passed, and after several contestants were called away, it was finally Serena's turn. Serena was a little nervous when her name was called. This was her first time to perform Pokemon in public. It can even be said that it was her first time to perform with more audiences besides Ash and other friends. If she said she was not nervous, she must be joking. Especially at this moment when the fat man with a big gold chain, who made her feel extremely uncomfortable, achieved an extremely amazing result. At this moment, Serena wanted to fight for her reputation, surpass in points, and fight a beautiful counterattack. She was also worried that she would not perform well and embarrass herself in front of Ash. After all, Ash spent a lot of energy to teach her and Braixen contest performance experience. If she failed to achieve good results, or even messed up, she would definitely feel extremely guilty. It's okay, Serena, believe in yourself, and fully trust Braixen. Ash saw Serena's inner tension at this time, and immediately reached out and pinched her little face. Then he launched Psychic to quickly calm Serena's slightly agitated mood, so that she would not perform abnormally due to excessive tension. Yeah, I will do my best, Ash. Serena nodded heavily, and imitated Ash's usual way of cheering her up, and made a cheering gesture. Then, with Braixen, who was also full of expectations and fighting spirit in his eyes, he left the lounge and walked towards the contestant channel. The fat man with a big gold chain looked at Serena and Braixen beside her leaving, snorted, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Although he is just a Pokemon street performer, he has a lot of experience and is not unfamiliar with Pokemon in other regions. Naturally, I know that Braixen is the evolved form of Fennekin, one of the 3 fire-type Pokemon in Kalos region. Generally speaking, the 3 Pokemon are unique to each region, and are determined by their respective regional alliances and bred to rookie trainers. In other words, this trainer who was sitting and chatting with her old rival Ali was actually a rookie trainer from Kalos region. But for some reason, she went to Johto region to start her own travel adventure. Outsider, or rookie trainer, these 2 labels were clearly slapped on Serena's head. This made I unable to take Serena seriously. Although Pokemon Street performances are somewhat close to juggling, the technical content is definitely not as good as the online coordination trainer participating in the contest sponsored by the Alliance. But the technical threshold is still very high, at least for a rookie trainer like Serena who knows nothing. If any random person could win a prize in the Pokemon Street Performance competition, then Dongmen Town would not be famous throughout the Johto region for street performances. At this time, after ice analysis, he had already 127 identified Serena as a cannon fodder. Only Ali could make him a little more serious, but it was just a little bit of cheering up. After all, before the start of today's competition, he also heard that Ali and her Blossom team still planned to perform the stunt Flying Moon in this competition, and before this, they had never succeeded in performing in public places. Although he also heard that Ali and the 2 Blossoms performed the Flying Moon repeatedly in training yesterday, but as a senior street performer, he also knew that the difficulty of training and performing on stage was completely different. Now he just waited for Ali to fail in the competition show and get a pitiful low score. and if he didn't use this trick, it would be impossible to win him with the old trick based on his super performance today. At this moment, Aya, who felt that he had won the match, had a smug smile on his fat face, and his already pitifully small eyes seemed to have narrowed into a slit. However, Ash and the others sitting opposite him were not paying attention to him at all, but were staring at Serena and Braixen on the big screen on the broadcast stage. Who Ash has long said that we should treat it with a normal heart and believe in ourselves and Braixen. On the other side, Serena, who had already walked through the contestant channel to the stage, patted her chest with her little hand. She calmed down her emotions silently in her heart, and the panic in her eyes completely disappeared, replaced by absolute calmness. The reason why she was able to control her emotions so successfully was that Ash's psychic played a big role. The most important thing is to participate, believe in yourself and Braixen, and believe in Ash's teachings. As long as you can fully demonstrate what Ash taught yesterday afternoon, it will be a success. Thinking so in her heart, Serena breathed a long sigh of relief. Braixen, are you ready? Woo. Braixen called twice softly, and then came to the center of the stage from Serena's side, standing there with an elegant posture, waiting for Serena's next instruction. Braixen is a Pokémon that most people in the Johto region have never seen before, and is both elegant and charming. It immediately attracted the attention of the audience and judges. Judging from his appearance, Braixen has already received a very high impression score from them. Many times, the first impression is very important. At this time, they have begun to look forward to Braixen's next performance in their hearts. Braixen, Ember. Following Serena's order, Braixen reached behind him, took off the wooden stick stuck on his tail, and then spit out a small ball of ember from his mouth, condensing ember on the top of the wooden stick, forming a ball of flames but not causing damage to the wooden stick. Braixen's wooden stick is similar to Marowak's boomerang, which is not a body part, but better than its own body parts. The flames created by oneself will definitely not cause any damage to it. Braixen was seen waving the wooden stick in his hand, and at the same time jumping up with light steps. When the flames on the top of the wooden stick passed through the air, they left a bright flame trail. Those flame trails were depicted as a big fox smiley face. Some of them are similar to the emoticons in the world where Ash lived in the previous life, which can be said to complement Braixen's temperament. This also made the judges participating in the competition very proud, and unconsciously improved their good impression of Serena. This alone was enough to get a medium score, and with Braixen's elegant posture and image, there was no problem with a medium to high score. Originally, it used Flame Charge to fly into the sky, accompanied by the Flame Fox Spirit, but it was not able to master it until the end of the performance training. Braixen, Flame Charge. Ash could also understand why Serena was so nervous before going on stage. It is true that as a rookie trainer performing for the first time, it is natural to be nervous. For a small scene like Dongmen Town, she really didn't need to be so nervous. This is definitely an unforgettable and wonderful performance. The psychological impression points rose rapidly, and even at the same level, they were more willing to give Serena and Braixen a higher score. The competition held in Dongmen Town could actually attract more street performers outside the Johto region. The flames on his body also swirled, forming a flame fox spirit about 5 meters long that enveloped Braixen. The fireballs gathered together and covered Braixen's body with a flame gauze. When the flame fox spirit rose to the highest point, it bloomed like fireworks, forming a rain of fire all over the sky. In the lounge, Ash's eyes flashed with surprise. After coming to the conclusion, Ash looked at Serena with a gentler look. Until he was about to leave the stage, he stepped heavily on the ground and the whole Pokémon flew into the air. 014110017 Philo 0943522420. At this time, Serena gave another order, and then many fireballs appeared on Braixen's body. Ash originally thought that Braixen's performance on the stage would be the same as the one at the end of training yesterday afternoon. In order to let Braixen learn Flame Charge, he even bought a learning machine. After all, it is basically impossible for Braixen to learn Flame Charge by his own understanding at this stage. I think Serena secretly practiced with this little guy, and spent a lot of energy. This performance captured the essence of street juggling art, and many spectators secretly ordered to buy it. It turned out that she wanted to give Ash a surprise and let him see the most exciting and perfect performance. Serena's Braixen just completed a series of technical moves, which was the complete version originally designed by Ash, and it was a high difficulty performance without any castration. But Serena is not an ordinary person after all. Besides, before coming to Johto region, she also accompanied Ash on a month-long trip and watched countless exciting Mega Pokémon battles. This mentality is easy to understand, similar to Ash's previous life. When some Chinese people looked at foreign nationals expressing their recognition of their country, they would unconsciously add a few points of goodwill to the other party. Then, Braixen, wrapped in the flame gauze, put a little force on his feet and turned into a stream of light and sprinted towards the front of the stage at a high speed. But Braixen's wonderful performance just now gave Ash a big surprise. Although he could still get a high score, the viewing and difficulty would be greatly reduced. He could get a high score, but he would definitely not be able to win the championship. Braixen's performance has completely exceeded his expectations. In this way, there is a good chance that the championship will be in his pocket. Braixen's performance was far more than that, although it was just a performance routine that Ash thought of in a very short time. I was so nervous because I was afraid of failing and disappointing Ash. Otherwise, it would be impossible to perfectly present the performance moves he expected on the stage. Then Braixen gracefully descended from soaring in the sky with a rain of fire all over the sky, and stood at the forefront of the stage with elegant movements, accepting the cheers and shouts of the audience like a fire Pokémon. Looking at Serena's pretty face and Braixen, who had never been seen before, it was obvious that they were Pokémon performing artists who came from other places to participate in the competition. But it was definitely not that simple, otherwise it would be Ash's face. Although from Ash's perspective, there were still some minor flaws due to the lack of proficiency, and many of the movements were not connected smoothly. But considering that Serena had only such a short training time, this performance was already perfect. The extremely enthusiastic cheers and shouts from the audience/judges under the stage also proved this point. In the end, Serena and Braixen got the highest score so far as expected. The previous highest score of the big gold chain fat man was much higher. It is no exaggeration to say that it was a comprehensive crush. At this time, Serena's little face had become red because of excitement, which looked cute. She did not expect that although she had extra training last night, the results were still not ideal, but after a night's sleep, Braixen's performance today was so outstanding, and it was much better than when they finished training in the evening. Almost all the audience and judges were impressed at once and gave them extremely high scores. At present, it is temporarily ranked first, although it is only temporary, but it makes her feel that she has already won the championship. This was the first highlight of her Pokémon trainer career. This feeling was amazing, as if the whole person was sublimated, and the head was dizzy, which was wonderful. If I had to compare the 600 episodes with something, I guess only when I did those embarrassing things with Ash could I feel better than this moment. Serena was confused, and at the same time she understood why Ash loved Pokémon battles so much. Even ordinary trainers who were not very interested in this would definitely not be able to resist the taste of it in such a warm stage atmosphere. When Braixen saw that it got the highest score in the field with Serena, a glimmer of joy flashed in the narrow and charming fox eyes. He bowed to the audience with an elegant gesture, and then came to Serena calmly with a small wooden stick in his hand. Looking at Serena, who was almost knocked unconscious by the excellent results, his face was full of smiles and pampering. Holding the confused Serena's hand, he helped her walk from the player channel to the lounge. At this moment in the lounge, the big screen broadcasting the performance of Braixen and Serena on the stage and their final scores was full of astonishment in the eyes of the fat man with a big gold chain. He didn't expect that Stephanie, who was labeled as cannon fodder by him, Bite Fei, at the beginning, would perform so well. Not only did it greatly exceed his expectations, but it also directly snatched away his first place throne. The championship trophy that was set in stone actually missed him, which made him a little confused for a while, and his mood quickly turned from sunny to cloudy. Those who didn't know looked at his gloomy face, and it was because his wife at home was cheating outside. And the novice apprentices around him were also good at observing words and expressions. Naturally, they could see the abnormality of the fat man with a big gold chain, and could only stand beside him in silence. No one dared to come forward to comfort him, so as not to touch the bad luck of the fat man with a big gold chain. Although the fat man with a big gold chain lost miserably in the game with Serena, but in the end, he is still a well-known street performer in Dongmen Town, a town famous for Pokémon street performances. It is not easy to become his apprentice. Not only do you need to pass the assessment, but you also need to pay a high apprenticeship gift. The key is that this apprenticeship gift cannot be returned. If they offend the big gold chain fat man at this time, and deliberately target and hide their shortcomings in the future teaching, then wouldn't their gifts be in vain? It's not necessary to use the gloomy and depressing atmosphere on the big gold chain fat man's side. Ash's side is jubilant, and the only thing missing is the gongs and drums. Serena, congratulations, you have achieved such a good result. As a good sister, Sunday is sincerely happy for Serena. Serena just came back and was hugged by Sunday, who went up. The scene of the two girls hugging each other is very loving. Sunday, it's all thanks to Ash and Braixen. To be honest, I'm still a little confused. Yeah, Ash, you can reward yourself tonight. As for Braixen, who also made great contributions, you can reward him with more delicious food later. Sunday nodded in agreement. Braixen's performance on the stage just now was much better than the training yesterday afternoon. Ah, Sister Sunday, you. Hearing Sunday say that she would reward Ash in the evening, Serena was shocked. Her cheeks were flushed and her head was buried deeply. She didn't expect Sunday to be so direct and knew about the relationship between her and Ash. Miss Sunday, judging from your tone, you also want to reward me at night. Seeing the atmosphere becoming more and more awkward, Ash spoke quickly. He changed the topic to Sunday and gave her a warning look. But there was no threat in Sunday's eyes. She chuckled and said, okay, I'll wait for you tonight. Seeing that Sunday was so aggressive today, and because Serena was standing next to him, Ash could only admit defeat. Congratulations, Serena. You should also work hard, Ali. As a Pokémon street performer with a good level, Ali's eyesight is also not low. Naturally, she can also see how Serena and Braixen's performance just now was. It can be said that Braixen has reached the limit of what she can do at this level, and even exceeded her expectations of a perfect performance. This level of performance should not even appear at the Pokémon Performance Conference held in Dongmen Town. Instead, it should be performed at a real contest. Even if I had specially prepared for she had great confidence in the high difficulty Moon Leap move designed for the Pokémon Performance competition. But at this time, Allin also inevitably felt great pressure. If she just performed the moon leap normally, it would be basically impossible to beat Serena and Braixen. Although the difficulty of the two moves is not much different. But Braixen's Flame Fox soaring into the sky and the rain of fire at the end brought too much visual impact to the audience. Choose the lightning that exceeds the leap. Moreover, Braixen, one of the 3 major Pokémon in Kalos region, is also a very rare Pokémon in Johto region. In this regard, it has a great advantage over Bellossom, which is the final evolution of Oddish and looks pretty enough but is a bit common. It is no exaggeration to say that even before she went on stage, she already had the sign of failure. At this point, is it only possible to try to increase the difficulty of Leaping Moon? But they have never rehearsed before. Can Maimei and Huahua really withstand the pressure? After all, Leaping Moon still relies on Ash's help to be successfully performed. The success rate of rashly trying Leaping Moon's more difficult technical moves on this stage is terribly low. Did she really want to take this chance? If she really failed in such an important occasion, would the psychological problems that Maimei and Huahua had just recovered reappear, or even be more serious than before? How could she have the nerve to trouble Ash to heal her Pokémon at that time? At this time, Allin was also in deep entanglement. Ash's psychic, which was almost always deployed, naturally detected Allin's emotional fluctuations. As if he had thought of something, he shook his head and did not try to influence Allin's decision through himself. The road is walked by oneself, and he has helped the other party enough. If Allin tried more difficult technical moves to win the championship, he would have nothing to say. At most, he would introduce the contact information of the top Pokémon psychologist through Professor Oak's Pokémon introduction to her afterwards, and he would definitely not help her personally. After all, if Allin really chose to challenge difficult moves, it was for his wife Serena's championship. If she failed to snatch the championship that his wife had easily won by trying a difficult move, and still wanted him to help clean up the mess, that would definitely be impossible. There is no such good thing in the world, and Ash has never been a kind-hearted person. At this moment, the host's broadcast came from outside the lounge. Sunday, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Of course, the most important thing is to give an explanation to the audience who have never witnessed the complete and successful Flying Moon in the street performance before. Allin and Maimawawa walked in from the lounge with smiles on their faces. Although they lost this time, they had a very rare transformation in their hearts. Perhaps they will achieve much higher achievements next time they meet. After accompanying Serena to receive the championship trophy of the Pokémon performance competition, Ash and his team said goodbye to Allin and Maimawawa and set off for Violet City. On the way, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding, mission completed. Help Allin's Bellossom combination breakthrough performance action Leaping Moon task completion reward, 100 W points. Any Pokémon level plus 5 points balance, 734 W selected Pokémon. Little Lugia level increased from 4.45 to 4.50 in the tense mission reward phase. When Ash saw the reward level given to Lugia, he was somewhat disappointed. I wanted to watch Mutuo complete the ultimate transformation. Allin suddenly raised her head, and the confusion in her eyes disappeared. Instead, she honestly used Flying Moon to complete this Pokémon performance competition. Of course, it is gratifying that this level reward was finally given to little Lugia, who has the same potential as Mutuo to become a level 1 god. If Ash accompanies it to find wild Pokémon for it to fight all over the mountains, it will probably take a lot of time to reach the level of this task reward. This little guy is not very interested in Pokémon battles, and he is not very interested in ordinary rivals. The key is that the Pokémon required for each level of a level 1 god is several times that of ordinary Pokémon. And Braixen, I will give you a snack when I go back. She was obviously in a deep tangle of emotions. After Serena came back, time slowly passed. Maimei Huahua, let's go, it's time for everyone to watch our flying performance. Serena could get such a cliff-like high score, but it was inseparable from the little guy's secret extra practice last night. During this time, Allin was like an outsider who was separated from Ash and the other two. Braixen was a little shy and timid after receiving the rare praise from Ash, the cold-faced instructor. Don't mention the results, just talk about the heart. She should have had more chances than Serena, but she was the first to get there. At this time, Allin finally made up her mind not to temporarily increase the difficulty to challenge more difficult actions. Please give flowers 0. She sat there, staring at her hands with a confused look, and occasionally stretched them out to gesture. Well done, Serena, congratulations. He thought to himself that he must defeat Ash as soon as possible. It is to give them an explanation for their previous efforts, and at the same time avoid guilt for Ash's previous help to her. This level upgrade is also a rocket-like rapid upgrade for it, which is still very beneficial to it. Let's invite the next contestant, Allin, and her partners Maimei and Huahua. Maimei and Huahua beside her were so worried that they cast concerned glances at her. Now it seems that with the total number of Pokémon, it is still too difficult to give the level of the task reward to the Pokémon I specify. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he seemed to be saying that he was still far from being an excellent contest performance Pokémon. The contestants in the lounge were called out one after another to perform their own performances. Suppressing the thoughts about Allin's abnormality in his heart, Ash stood up and took Serena, who was smiling happily, into his arms and hugged her and lifted her up high. When congratulating Serena, Ash did not forget the proud little fox who was following Serena. He kissed her rosy cheeks a few times. 5 minutes passed, with thunderous applause and the second highest performance results in the audience. Woo woo. Continue the journey. Ash and his 3 companions have successively experienced the towns where the legend of Cat Thief Hacky is spread in the original plot. Since Team Rocket was directly beaten away by Ash and his companions in Pinsir Forest last time, they don't know where to work to pay off their debts. The incident of them pretending to be Cat Thief Hacky did not happen. Ash and his 3 companions only stayed in the town where Cat Thief Hacky's legend happened for 1 day before continuing their journey. On the way, they met a Snubbull who enjoyed an extremely luxurious life, and the children visited the luxurious manor of Snubbull's owner. Then they found a little Stantler in Stantler's park who was lost from the tribe to protect himself. It was also the one that Ash, Misty, and Xiaogong's first-generation trio encountered in the original plot. Because the talent of this Stantler was really 960 normal, Ash and his 3 companions had no intention of taming it. Ash immediately used Psychic to calm its emotions, and then sent it to the Pokémon Center and handed it over to Nurse Joy. It can get the best treatment from Nurse Joy, and after the treatment, Miss Chi will release it back to the forest to find its partner. After experiencing these stories, the 3 continued to set off. On this day, Ash and the other 2 came to the foot of a snowy mountain. Ash, it seems to be very late. I see there is a Pokémon Center over there. Why don't we spend the night in the Pokémon Center tonight? Sunday looked up at the sky and found that a black light had been reflected on the distant horizon. It will not be long before night falls. Sunday, who happened to catch a glimpse of a small wooden Pokémon Center at the foot of the snowy mountain in the distance, suggested to Ash. Serena heard this and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Since leaving the luxurious manor of Snubbull's owner, the group has been camping in the wild. Although the accommodation conditions cannot be too bad with Ash's Psychic, it is still inferior to the real hotel and the soft big bed. Looking at the expectant eyes of Sunday and Serena, Ash smiled and nodded. Of course, no problem. Let's spend the night in the Pokémon Center today. Great. Great, I want to take a nice bath. Both girls shouted excitedly. Then, the 3 of them walked towards the wooden Pokémon Center in the distance. On the way, Ash did not forget to use Psychic to the maximum extent to search all the situations around the Pokémon Center. If he remembered correctly, in the original plot, Ash met Chikorita, the first-generation Jealous King, who was ambitious and wanted to replace Pikachu, near this Pokémon Center. This little guy had many highlights when traveling in the Johto region in the original plot. Although the problem of being jealous can never be changed, the flaws do not cover the merits, and it is not a big problem. It has long been on the list of Pokémon that Ash must capture. Now that he has come here, he must not miss it. In a blink of an eye, Ash used Psychic to find 3 places that met the physical characteristics of Chikorita. Ash's mouth curled up slightly. Without a doubt, his Chikorita must be one of them. Ding! Trigger the plot mission. Use the Johto region Pokémon to defeat Chikorita and capture it. Task completion reward, 1 million points top quality miracle seed. After carrying it, the power of grass type skills will increase by 50%. Just then, the familiar system task prompt flashed through his mind. Ash's eyes showed joy, and he took the task without hesitation. Since leaving Dongmen Town, Ash has not been able to trigger the mission. Now it is finally triggered, and the reward is the top quality miracle seed master with Chikorita plus 1 million points. Such an opportunity must be seized. In fact, with Ash's own ability and the extraordinary talents of the Pokémon in the team, it is still very likely that he wants to become a Pokémon Master. The system is a shortcut for him. Since there is a shortcut, why not take it? Ash can achieve his current achievements so quickly, and about 70% of it is due to the credit of the Gold Finger. The system must be used well. Moreover, this mission coincides with his expected goal. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hello, Nurse Joy, please help us check in. When they arrived at the Pokémon Center, Ash and his 3 companions went straight to Nurse Joy's counter. Okay, please show me the Pokémon Pokédex. Nurse Joy tucked her hair around her ears because she was too busy to do it, straightened her hat, and said to Ash and his 3 companions with a gentle and enthusiastic smile. Here. Nurse Joy took the Pokémon Pokédex handed over by Ash and his 3 companions, entered the information, and then said, "Do you need 2 rooms?" Nurse Joy, who regarded Ash and his 3 companions as traveling companions, asked subconsciously. Ash has 1 room for himself, and Sunday and 2 people share 1 room. It makes perfect sense. Nurse Joy, please prepare 3 rooms for us. The kind with comfortable beds. Sunday and Serena blushed one after another. Nurse Joy immediately showed an expression of I don't understand but I'm shocked. Stephanie's intuition told her that these 2 little Stephanies probably have an unspeakable relationship with Ash. When traveling, it is normal for 2 Stephanies to be together, unless both women have something that is inconvenient for each other to see at night. Then Nurse Joy's curious eyes turned to Ash. Suddenly, she didn't dare to think about it any further. Are these children so mature now? They are just at the age of starting a trip, and they are already in love. It seems that both Stephanies are interested in Ash. Tisk tisk tisk. It's really not simple. Nurse Joy resisted the desire to gossip in her heart, quickly completed the check-in procedures for the 3 people, and then handed back the Pokémon Pokédex of the 3 people. The formalities have been completed. Just go straight up to the 2nd floor and turn left. Thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. Nurse Joy waved her hand nonchalantly, and after Ash and the other 2 went upstairs, she finally couldn't hold back any longer. The teenagers nowadays are much more playful than they were back then. Tonight will probably be a big fight. At night, Ash gently pushed open the door and walked to Serena's door quietly. Since Sunday lived opposite Serena, he dared not make too much noise. After confirming that the door was only half closed, Ash was about to push the door open when the door behind him suddenly opened. Ash, what are you doing? Turning back, he saw Sunday in pink pajamas with her hair hanging naturally. At this time, there was a sly light in her beautiful eyes. Sunday, are you still awake at this time? I don't know why I can't sleep because I think of you. There was a bit of captivate in Sunday's tone. What do you mean you can't sleep because you think of me? It seems that he understood what Sunday meant, so he didn't pretend anymore. In fact, when he first saw Sunday at the Pokémon school during his trip to the Kanto region, Ash was impressed by her beauty. The main reason why he didn't take action was because she was a little arrogant at the time, and then after completing the intimacy task with her, he couldn't get together with her because of various trivial matters. This trip to the Johto region, when he confirmed that Sunday would pass, he had already included her in the girlfriend list. It's still early, let's go to my room and sit down. I just need to ask you about the details of the Pokémon battle. Ash, Serena should be here no later than this hour and 3/4. When mentioning Serena, Sunday's tone obviously carried a bit of resentment. Okay, there's really no rush. Ash, who couldn't stand Sunday's big watery eyes staring at him, followed her into the room. He stretched out a white and slender little hand to close the door. Then there was an expected battle, and in order to treat the two women perfectly, Ash also took out all his strength. A few hours later, late at night, everything was silent. Ash put on his clothes and looked at Sunday, who was sleeping soundly in the quilt with a few traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He reached out and touched her little head. Have a good rest, I will never let you down in the future. Standing up, Ash slowly walked out of the room, and after closing the door, tisk, idiot. Sunday on the bed slowly opened her cute big eyes, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Ash got up early, and under the surprised eyes of Nurse Joy, he went to Stuffed Cheeks, the cafeteria of the Pokémon Center, and then packed some food before going upstairs again. This is totally unscientific. Could it be that this boy didn't sneak into the two Stephanie's rooms in the middle of the night? Otherwise, how could he get up so early? The key is that he still looks so energetic, without any signs of loss. Could it be that they really just took a rest yesterday? Nurse Joy scratched her head in confusion, with a somewhat incredible light in her eyes. Nurse Joy took a breath of cold air, feeling that the physiological knowledge she had learned throughout her life was strongly impacted. Although she had no relevant experience, Nurse Joy, who knew a lot about physiology, naturally knew what was going on. But despite the disappointment, Chikorita is a Johto region Pokémon after all, so it still has some status. What else do you need to rely on? I know you worked hard last night. Today, after noticing the abnormality of Sunday's walking posture and the fact that Ash came very late last night, Serena also guessed that something probably happened between Ash and her. This boy's body is too strong. If we continue to travel, it may affect our health, so let it serve as a means of transportation for a while. With expectations, Ash and his party finally arrived at the point. The level of Bulbasaur at that time was already very high, and it could defeat even normal Venusaur. Watching the backs of Ash and his three companions leaving, especially Sunday, who walked a little unnaturally. That's right, it's this Chikorita. He went to points A and B in order, and the two Chikorita 023 leaves he saw were just ordinary individuals of the same species. And here, a bright-haired Chikorita was lying on the grass and lazily basking in the sun. It was definitely not comparable to the Chikorita at points A and B. After saying hello to Nurse Joy, she left the Pokémon Center. Being able to tie with Ash's Bulbasaur, even if Bulbasaur at that time did not go all out, was enough to prove that Chikorita was unusual. And he didn't rush to wake them up, especially Sunday, who must have had a harder time the first time. Ash just quietly waited for them to sleep until they woke up naturally. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Sunday took Ash's arm and leaned softly on Ash, almost turning into a koala and hanging on him. Although it can't be used as the main Pokémon in the future, it's also good to invest resources in training it as a second-team Pokémon. Originally, Serena thought that she would feel a little sad, but she didn't expect that her mentality was so peaceful. He called them points A and B respectively. Apparently, last night was not as uneventful as she had guessed, and it seemed that the battle was very intense. What surprised Ash was that Sunday and Serena woke up at almost the same time. Although she looked weak, she still forced herself to wash and eat, and followed Ash and Serena downstairs. Ash, shall we continue to Violet City? Ash smiled and nodded, and then carried her on his back amid her exclamation. Yes, that's right, but there is something to do before that. Sunday commanded Golem to quickly defeat this Chikorita and subdue it. Just let it go and treat Sunday as a family member. They did not match the characteristics of Chikorita in the original plot. This is totally unscientific. Although Ash himself doesn't like the purple Pokémon, it doesn't mean that Sunday doesn't like it either. On the other side, Ash brought breakfast to Sunday and Serena's room. The three of them went to the three Chikorita locations near the Pokémon Center that he detected through Psychic yesterday. You know, Chikorita tied with Bulbasaur, who Ash had trained for a year, during the capture battle. Jike. Chikorita, who was basking in the sun, had already noticed the approach of Ash and the other two, but just lazily raised his eyelids, glanced at the three people and ignored them. Because he lives near the Pokémon Center, and is also a very precious grass-type Pokémon in the Johto region, Chikorita has become accustomed to the confident look of the trainer who is determined to get it, and even doesn't care. It has been able to live safely in the wild near the Pokémon Center with a huge flow of people in the past and has not been captured until now, relying on its strong strength. Those trainers who wanted to capture it before were beaten to a pulp and fled in panic. Ash, this Chikorita looks very abnormal, it should be the one you are looking for, right? After witnessing Chikorita's performance, Serena and Sunday couldn't help but ask Ash. Chikorita's size and appearance are no different from the Chikorita they saw at points A and B before. But its body color is obviously brighter, and its mental contest condition is completely different. The two Chikoritas we met before would show panic when they saw them. The one in front of us seemed slow to react, but in fact it was full of confidence and didn't regard them as a threat at all, so it didn't bother to react. From this point alone, it is not difficult to judge that this Chikorita is not simple. Perhaps taming this Chikorita is what Ash mentioned before leaving for Violet City. Yeah, you guessed it right. Ash smiled and nodded to Sunday and Serena, then slowly walked towards Chikorita and stretched out his hand. Hello, Chikorita, my name is Ash, I am a trainer from Pallet Town in Kanto Region, and I am now traveling to become a Pokémon trainer. I want to invite you to embark on a journey with me and climb the peak of glory together. Please have a battle with me to capture Pokémon. Jike. Chikorita ignored Ash's outstretched hand, and was obviously not interested in traveling with him. Living near the Pokémon Center, it has heard such things countless times from other trainers, and has long been completely immune to them. The only thing it is interested in is the upcoming battle with Ash to capture Pokémon. I stopped lying down in the sun and stood up from the grass, shaking the long leaf on my head. The whole Pokémon looks full of fighting spirit and confidence. In Ash's view, the reason why Chikorita in the original story is so jealous and repeatedly competes with Pikachu for favors is simply because he is too idle. In addition, Ash is a top-notch waterkeeping master. He can handle the harem properly, so how can he not handle a small Chikorita? At most, they are slightly stronger than those insect catchers who cannot get Earl Dervish's 3 major Pokémon without paying a huge alliance breeder fee. Even if it was rival, which was much stronger than Chikorita, it dared to provoke it without hesitation. After being defeated, it began to wait for the injury to recover, and then continued to challenge the next time until it successfully defeated the opponent. Even with this, they were able to get the top 16 in the Kanto Regional Conference and the top 8 in the Johto Regional Conference, purely because the Pokémon partners in their hands have outstanding talents and potential. At this time, when Sunday and Serena saw Ash's Feraligatr, a strange color flashed in their eyes. Good money. You should know that Ash's Totodile and their Cyndaquil and Chikorita were basically captured in New Bark Town at the same time. Otherwise, let alone surpassing their rival Gary, they are slightly inferior to those more ordinary trainers. As the red light flashed, a Pokémon that looked more majestic than the previous Croconaw appeared in everyone's sight. It stands to reason that Ash should wait until they have passed through half of the cities before he can train it into Feraligatr. A complete Pokémon fanatic. This is too fast a coincidence. Ash was not surprised to see Chikorita's amber eyes filled with fighting spirit and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. It was actually Feraligatr? It likes fighting the most? He wants to transform all of Chikorita's jealousy into a driving force for internal improvement. He has already trained a starter Pokémon in its final form. Every time he waits until he fails, he will rush to train for a period of time to improve himself. In the original plot, Nurse Joy of the Pokémon Center specifically mentioned that Chikorita was extremely belligerent and unwilling to admit defeat. Fighting? It was only after he met Ash in the original story that his personality changed and his attention shifted to Chikorita. But this is not right. Remember that Totodile just evolved into Croconaw after defeating the baseball player Stephanie Casey's Chikorita last time? It basically beat all the wild Pokémon wandering around the Pokémon Center, and sometimes it didn't let go of the Pokémon of passers-by trainers. But we haven't even got our first gym badge yet. If they hadn't seen Ash capture Totodile with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed that this Feraligatr was the little cod from before. The time difference was only about 1 or 2 days at most. Pokémon, Feraligatr, level 4.32. After all, the silly guy in the original story is a famous on-the-spot player, and basically doesn't like Pokémon training. But this problem no longer exists in front of Ash now. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Ash reached for his waist and took out Feraligatr's Pokeball. As a result, when their Cyndaquil and Chikorita were still in the baby bus stage, Ash's had already evolved into a large crocodile. When did Croconaw evolve quietly again? After all, even Pikachu, who hates entering the Pokeball the most, is now living well in the Pokémon home. Chikorita, your rival is it? It is decided that it is you. Prepare to fight, Yinwangwa. Even with a small amount of training, they can still achieve very good growth, coupled with the full support of the first-generation father Xiaogang and the occasional coaching of Misty. He was always thinking about competing with Pikachu for favors, and he was not as focused on fighting as before. I wonder if this is a major loss? Feraligatr should be the one who has the most say in the doubts of Sunday and Serena. At this moment, its eyes were full of fighting spirit, and it looked like it was determined to win this battle. Just last night, it was suddenly released from the Pokémon home by Ash. Then after feeding it some delicious, colorful candies, its level began to rise rapidly. It directly broke through the critical point of evolution, successfully entered the elite level, and evolved into the final form of Feraligatr. As the saying goes, a man dies for his friend. Ash is so good to it, it must perform well and win this victory beautifully. That's right, Ash made a temporary decision last night after he tired Sunday and Serena. Find an open space, clear all the remaining low-level rare candy in the system space, and raise Croconaws level to the elite level of 4.30, allowing it to successfully evolve into Feraligatr. It just came in handy today. Pokémon, Chikorita, level 4.28. It has been able to live near the Pokémon Center for so long without being captured by past trainers, and it often challenges powerful wild Pokémon nearby. Chikorita's level is as expected, reaching 4.26. Although I don't know what happened, Chikorita, which should have evolved into Bayleaf at 4.16, has not evolved until now, but for most rookie trainers, it is already very powerful. It's just that it seems a little weak when facing Ash's Feraligatr now. At this time, Chikorita looked at Ash's Feraligatr with a serious face and full of fear in his eyes. As a starter Pokémon, Feraligatr not only completely surpassed it in level, but also evolved to the final form. The reason why evolution is called evolution is that when this magical phenomenon occurs, Pokémon will complete a complete transformation, and the Pokémon species' strength will also be improved. Therefore, the gap in strength between the two sides is still quite large, and this gap is difficult to make up even with attribute restraint. Instead, it will be cultivated reasonably and scientifically. With the power of the assist system's cheat code, Ash can even help it reach the peak beyond its ability limit. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash focused on commanding Feraligatr to fight the enemy. The Pokeball shook gently for a moment and finally regained its calm, which also showed that Ash had successfully captured it. Ding! Complete the plot task. Use the 3 major Pokémon in the city region to defeat Kakuba and capture her. Ash put Feraligatr, who had evolved twice and whose eyes were still full of wisdom, back into the Pokeball. On the way, he defeated all of its Razor Leafs, and hit Chikorita with one blow, knocking it out directly. Feraligatr stretched out his claws and scratched his head, looking very embarrassed. However, Chikorita did not show any intention of retreating. In the original plot, after Ash sent Bulbasaur to no avail, he then sent out the powerful Old Spray. As a result, Chikorita still launched the attack fearlessly. This unyielding fighting spirit destined it not to retreat at the last minute. At this time, Chikorita, knowing that its strength was at a disadvantage, did not hesitate to launch the attack first, wanting to take the lead. The long leaf on its head swung, and dozens of blade-like leaves appeared out of thin air, fiercely attacking Ash's Feraligatr. It was the Grass-type's group attack trick Razor Leaf. Although the power is normal, it wins in terms of extremely fast release speed, high enough attack frequency, large range, and not easy to dodge. As a first-hand probing skill, it is very popular among grass Pokémon, and it is also Chikorita's forte. Seeing Chikorita attack without hesitation when facing Feraligatr, which is much stronger than itself, without fear, Ash's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he nodded repeatedly without leaving any trace. It lost its ability to fight. Then he took out a blank Pokeball from his waist. But now that it is him, he is destined not to let the talents of Pokémon such as Chikorita be buried. The achievements that can be achieved are far beyond the original plot Ash, not to mention that after the Johto region trip, he directly became a member of the Pallet Town Pension Association. Feraligatr, Aquajet. At the same time, the familiar system prompt in his mind also confirmed this point. He walked forward and gently tapped Chikorita, who had lost her fighting ability and fainted on the ground. It would be best if he could get all the items at once. The total points have reached over 8 million again. When the system store is refreshed next time, I believe he can get a lot of points. Okay, let's go back and have a good rest. Unconsciously, through the accumulation of task rewards. This matter, in the hands of any trainer who has a plan for his future and attaches great importance to Pokémon training. As for the top-grade Miracle Seed, it naturally belongs to Chikorita. With a flash of red light, Chikorita was put into the Pokeball. The item reward has been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. Well done, Inlay Crocodile. In the original plot, it was a bit unfair for Ash to follow such a trainer who worked hard for 3 days and slacked off for 2 days and only knew to cram when something happened. For example, before the battle to conquer, he, as Chikorita said, worked towards becoming a Pokémon Master and climbed to the top of glory together. When Chikorita couldn't dodge, he hit it directly. Apart from Chikorita's jealous personality, this fighting spirit is undoubtedly what Ash likes the most. Ash smiled in surprise and stepped forward to pat Feraligatr's head. It would be fine if it was other Pokémon, but it is too regrettable for Pokémon like Chikorita who has a strong fighting spirit and obvious covet, Bitfa, for strength. Then, in Chikorita's painful expression, Feraligatr opened his mouth and launched another Hydro Pump attack. Task reward, 1 million points top quality Miracle Seed. After carrying it, the power of Grass-type skills will increase by 50%. This may be the most difficult battle it has ever encountered. After receiving the order, Feraligatr sent out a low growl, and water gushed around him, and he rushed towards Chikorita with a high splash Pokémon. Chikorita, Grass. Level, 4.28. Qualification, Gold. Ability, Lush. When the physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of grass-type skills is increased. Skills, Tackle, Growl, Poison Powder, Razor Leaf, Magical Leaf, Synthesis, Parasitic Seed, etc. Carrying items, none. After seeing the system rewards, Ash opened the attribute panel of Chikorita with a thought. Excellent potential, as he expected. In the original plot, Ash captured quite a few Pokémon with gold potential. Chikorita's performance is very good, but compared with the legendary Pokémon or mutant Pokémon in Ash's team, the gap is still not small. Ability is a move that can increase the power of grass-type skills when the physical strength is low. It is a good skill. It can be exchanged for higher output when the health is low. It has all the skills it should have, which are basically normal skills that Chikorita can master at the same level. It is worth mentioning that, since there is no process in the original plot where Chikorita is trapped in the snowy mountains and Chikorita goes through many things before being recognized by Chikorita, Chikorita's intimacy with Ash is definitely not as high as in the original plot. After all, he simply conquered the other party through fighting. But it doesn't matter, Ash will take action. Didn't he just get the top quality miracle seed through the task of conquering Chikorita? You know, even Suicune couldn't escape the law of true fragrance, so Chikorita naturally can't be an exception. Ash, congratulations, you successfully conquered Chikorita. After seeing Ash put Chikorita's Pokeball back to his waist, Sunday and Serena came forward to congratulate him. Just now, when Chikorita faced Ash Feraligatr, whose level and strength were far above it, he still showed a brave and fearless appearance, which surprised both of them. The evaluation of Chikorita has risen to a new level again. Some Pokémon have extremely high talents, but their personalities are useless. Even if they have excellent talents, they are still wasted. Not only are they extremely difficult to breed, but their performance in battles is also unsatisfactory. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a Pokémon that Ash has taken a fancy to. Haha, now the three of us have captured Chikorita, Ash said to the two girls with a smile. Speaking of which, he and Sunday each have two Johto region Pokémon in the trio. Ash's are Feraligatr and Chikorita, and Sunday's are Cyndaquil and Chikorita. It seems that we have to continue to pay attention to the news of the three Pokémon in the future, and find an opportunity to strive for the three Pokémon to gather the three Pokémon in Johto region. After all, it is a region Pokémon, who would not like it? Even Sunday, a noble lady with a higher vision, has captured two. If I capture one more Totodile, I will be perfect. I can take them to the Silver Conference. Not to mention Serena, she doesn't have too many requirements for the attribute combat power of Pokémon. The only thing that can limit her to capture Pokémon is her own ability. In fact, this is also the reason why most trainers are limited to specializing in one attribute. Pokémon attributes are different, and the corresponding training methods required are very different. Normal trainers must not have the energy or financial resources to train Pokémon of various attributes. But Serena and Sunday are not ordinary trainers, and they are accompanied by a Pokémon Master like Ash. The Pokémon they have now are basically the breeder plans formulated by Ash. Even Sunday, whose own ability is not bad, has to admit that Ash's understanding of Pokémon is really amazing, which she can't compare with at all. For Ash, whose ability is not inferior to that of a true champion trainer, helping to formulate a training plan is not a big deal. So it is no problem to capture more Pokémon with several attributes. As for Ash himself, he naturally needs to complete the big and small Pokémon lineup of the Johto region. The big Pokémon here naturally refers to the three sacred beasts. For the small Pokémon, he currently only lacks a Cyndaquil. The Cyndaquil he captured in the original plot is very good. When he encounters it, he can just capture it. In this way, the Chikorita incident has come to an end for the time being. Ash and the other two continue to move towards Violet City. Seeking flowers 00 at night, I didn't have the heart to toss Serena and Sunday, who had already endured too much at the Pokémon Center. Ash waited for the two to fall asleep, then turned over and made himself a cup of cold tea. After suppressing his anger, he got out of the tent and went to an open space near the campsite, reaching out for the two Pokeballs on his waist. Come out, Feraligatr. You too, Chikorita. Since we have all got the props, we must use them on our Pokémon and improve their strength. It is a waste to keep them in the system. A white light flashed. Feraligatr and Chikorita appeared in front of Ash one after another, but they showed two completely different attitudes towards him. Feraligatr stared at Ash with eyes full of wisdom as usual and rushed towards him, but was stopped by Ash, who was well prepared with Psychic. Although he has the physique of a mega rookie, he doesn't want to be hit by the evolved Dolly for no reason. As for Chikorita, like Suicune, who was just captured by Ash, he maintained an attitude of neither intimacy nor alienation. At the same time, he glanced at Feraligatr, who defeated it and helped Ash to successfully capture it, and he was a little unfriendly. It seems that he wants to challenge Feraligatr again here tonight. Its character is very unyielding. When it lived in the wild near the Pokémon Center, it would wait for the injury to recover after losing the battle and then start the next challenge without stopping until it succeeded. Now, Feraligatr, who defeated it in the capture battle, has become its next target. Looking at Chikorita, who kept a safe distance of more than 5 meters from him, although his eyes were calm, he was not close at all. Ash shook his head slightly without leaving a trace. All Pokémon in the team, including Mutwo, Suicune, Zapdos, and Lugia, have full intimacy. Chikorita seems a little out of place in this group, but it doesn't matter, just spend resources, Ash, let alone, Pokémon resources are never lacking. Ash flipped his hand and took out the top-grade Miracle Seed, the reward he got when he completed the task of catching Chikorita during the day, from the system space. Chikorita's eyes had changed visibly. He stared at the top-grade Miracle Seed in Ash's hand and couldn't move his eyes away, although he had not seen the power of top-grade attribute objects like Suicune. However, as a grass-type Pokémon, it instinctively felt the unprecedented captivate power from the top-grade Miracle Seed. At this time, Chikorita looked at the top-grade Miracle Seed in Ash's hand and then looked at Ash's other hand that was waving at it. The whole Pokémon fell into deep contemplation. He took a step forward, thought for a while, and then took it back. This repeated dozens of times. Ash was not in a hurry. He just watched quietly, waiting for Chikorita to make a decision. The captivation power of the best items with the corresponding attributes has been personally tested by a series of powerful and rare Pokémon such as Zapdos and Suicune. Even legendary Pokémon can be captivated, not to mention the current Chrysanthemum. Ash is very confident in the appeal of the best Miracle Seed. GK. As expected, Chikorita finally made a decision after hesitating for several minutes. It walked in front of Ash with a pretentious and reserved step. It looked at the best Miracle Seed in Ash's hand with a covetous gaze, and almost said, "Give it to me." In Chikorita's covetous gaze, Ash smiled and handed the best Miracle Seed to Chikorita to carry. Like Suicune, after getting the best Miracle Seed and experiencing its magic, Chikorita's intimacy with Ash suddenly increased to nearly full value. And the look at Ash also became intimate. No Pokémon can escape the captivate of this attribute's top-quality carrying item, and the really fragrant warning never gets old. Chikorita, who got the top-quality Miracle Seed, felt that his strength suddenly increased a lot. The long leaf on his head had a long-lost feeling of fullness, and a huge amount of grass-type energy was filling the leaf and the green protrusions around his neck. At this time, Chikorita, who had received a wave of enhancement and greatly increased his strength, looked at Ash's Feraligatr with full confidence. He felt that the time to challenge Feraligatr again was ripe. He was eager to try and was about to attack Feraligatr, but he was blocked by Ash's psychic barrier that rose up in an idea. Feeling the high-intensity psychic on Ash, Chikorita looked at Ash, who had become its trainer, with horror, and his heart was extremely shocked. For the first time, his curiosity about Ash overwhelmed his desire to challenge Feraligatr for revenge. Okay, digest this energy crystal as soon as possible. After all, it felt that Chikorita had a special political intention towards it when it was in the Pokémon home. What it did not expect was that after a few days, it could actually receive Ash's gift again. He couldn't even think of resisting. When he thought of Galuda, the prodigal son, who made more than 20 crystals to use as fuel for his spaceship, Ash couldn't help but feel angry. So many good things, it would be great if they were left to me. As a treasure not produced by the system, the effect of this thing is really amazing. He was also very happy. After all, the stronger Ash's trainer is, the better for Pokémon like them, isn't it? But if it was Ash, it didn't seem so exaggerated. Originally, he thought that the most powerful rival Feraligatr that defeated it in his life was the trump card Pokémon in Ash's hand. However, as a former defeated opponent, Feraligatr did not pay too much attention to it. This is really incredible. Like it, it was almost at the bottom. Above Feraligatr, there were countless powerful Pokémon. It was one of the energy crystals that he got from Galuda's spaceship after solving the problem. There was even a human-shaped Pokémon that looked very mysterious and gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. And not a white monster or other Pokémon. Thinking so, Chikorita easily convinced herself to accept Ash's identity as a psychic. Seeing that Feraligatr had risen by 7 levels after swallowing the energy crystal, Ash couldn't help but brighten up. If Ash nodded this time, it would naturally be happy to teach Chikorita well. When Ash called it out of the Pokémon home, it originally thought that he wanted it to have a fight with Chikorita. After stopping Chikorita, Ash turned his head and looked at Feraligatr, and took out the water energy crystal that had been stored for a long time from the system space. Feraligatr shook his tail and walked close to Ash, his expression obviously a little excited. Then the aura on his body began to rise steadily, directly jumping from 4.32 to 4.39. It was nothing. It had just received Ash's gift a while ago and evolved from Croconaw to Feraligatr at the speed of light. Its strength was increasing rapidly like a rocket. According to many Pokémon in the Pokémon home, Ash has always been fair in training all Pokémon. It is rare for a Pokémon to receive gifts many times. A human trainer actually has the power comparable to Pokémon, and in some ways even stronger. It was normal for Ash, a trainer, to be able to subdue such a powerful Pokémon. So it seemed particularly excited at this time. This energy crystal is really a good thing. Because it happened to be a water type, he simply took it out to upgrade Feraligatr's level and strength. It even made Chikorita feel like he was staring into the abyss the moment he saw it. With light steps, it circled around Ash's feet again, and from time to time it put its nose to Ash's trouser legs to smell, as if it wanted to confirm whether Ash was a human trainer. At this time, Chikorita remembered the scene he saw in the Pokémon home after being captured yesterday. Nodding, Feraligatr swallowed the energy crystal, and a layer of faint blue light appeared on his body. But when he moved into the Pokémon home, he found that the rival Feraligatr was nothing.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.